can see the match we are about to watch, Fnatic versus Astralis, and then Furia and G2 to finish things off.
Yeah, the Furia G2 is going to be going on the A stream if people are interested in that. But why would you tune away? We've got a great match right here in front of us. Fnatic, Astralis, two-time champions on Astralis, but a three-time player on Fnatic.
Yeah, we've got some absolute beasts ready to play today. You can see the schedule for B stream on screen right now. Kicking things off, Astralis versus Fnatic after this segment. Well, we'll lead you into it, 12:30 CET. Then we've got Virtus Pro, Heroic at 4 PM, and then we'll finish things off with Navi versus the Faze clan at 7:30 PM.
Really excited for the VP Heroic one as well. I'll be doing that. Is it with you, Paula?
I'm not entirely sure, but what I
think
am...
we're kicking both of you off. I think I'm just going to be soloing.
Just by yourself.
Yeah.
Let's see. What I am sure of is our schedule for Stream A, which is G2 Esports versus Furia at 12:30 CET over on the A stream. Then we've got Gambit versus the Ninjas at 4 PM, and then we don't know who's playing yet at 7:30 PM.
That'll be the winner of G2 Furia and the winner of
these
Astralis Fnatic, actually. Yeah,
that's going to be the last deciding spot to get into the SPO deck. Yeah, it's going to be a long day for these guys. A lot on the line. Making that playoffs, this is what everyone wants. Like, this is one of the biggest tournaments in the year. This is the first big LAN back since the player break. Getting into that arena, playing in front of the crowd, knowing how little arena events we had in the last 2 years, this is a super prestigious spot to grab.
It's been everybody's objective when we've talked to them to at least make playoffs. Basically, every single team, no matter how new they are, how experienced they are, they want the first step is to qualify. And so that's why today matters.
Absolutely. Today matters more than ever, and we'll get this match underway very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get you. I'm coming. of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer.
That's right, everybody. Today decides who will be going to the Spodek, Astralis or Fnatic. And to remind all of you at home, this is the first time in 3 years that Spodek will be filled with all of you passionate CS and esports fans. And you can best believe that all of our teams want to be in there witnessing and being a part of that stage with you. Guys, are you excited to see that arena filled?
Can't wait. Can't wait, Paula. We haven't had that sort of energy for so long. The major was great, obviously, but Spodek, the max capacity is 5 figures. 5 figures, 10,000 people can fit in that baby.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Like, this is one of the tournaments that everyone that follows CS even casually knows about. They ask about, it's like, is Katowice happening? Is Katowice a major? What are the teams there? When is it going to be? Can I travel there? Like, we didn't have it for 2 years. We had that unfortunate cancellation of 2020 when Navi won. But yeah, we are going to go back into that baby later this month or next week, maybe.
Absolutely. Guys, it's time to check in with Glaive from Astralis.
Hey everybody, Heko here for a short pre-game interview. Right now I am joined by the GOAT, by the IGL. Like, I don't know what is like the best way to introduce you, Glaive. Glaive, it is obvious that you are an amazing in-game leader, but it feels that right now you're kind of overwhelmed because, you know, like previously you had Sonic that would help you out. Right now, technically you have Blame F, who was also IGLing. Is it all up to you to prepare for the games, or is he helping you out?
No, I think a lot of the players are helping out, and also the coach is helping out a lot. So I think everybody's doing theirs to contribute to the team. So no, I'm not here on my own.
You're not here on your own. Oh, that's really good. That's really good because it is a team game. Okay, I would talk a bit about your maps because previously you were like perma-banning Mirage. Right now you're done banned, and you even sometimes pick it. How do you feel about your map pool at the moment?
It's a bit up and down, but we're doing our best to fix it, and we're having a lot of talks about how we want to expand our map pool and focus on some maps that hasn't been that good for us. So we're trying to figure it out, and I think we're getting there, but still not 100%.
Mm-hmm. And how do you feel about the firepower of the whole team? Because, like, I mean, you are still a full Danish stag, but you had like some changes. How do you feel?
I feel good about the firepower. I think we have enough to be able to fight for titles. We haven't been showing that we can do it, but I feel like that we have the possibility to do it, and I think with time we will show it.
So you just need time?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, then good luck in your upcoming series.
Thank you very much.
Glaive there implying that he and his squad still need a bit more time to figure out exactly how this roster is going to best gel together. Maui, do you think that's an accurate way of viewing things?
I think that Glaive knows this isn't the lineup they're going to be moving forward with at all, actually. So I don't even think it's a matter of gelling. I think it's just kind of it's a little bit PR-y, that response. It's a little bit media trained.
Yeah, it's a classic Astralis interview. Like, you can do the best you can do. Heku tried there, but you're going to get the classic from them, especially in times where they're struggling. You're not going to get any juice, almost. I have to say, BlameF did kind of allude to some things in an interview with HLTV. He was talking about some of the issues that they're having in terms of the roles, and then Lucky maybe not being very active. But Glaive saying they need more time. You're one of the longest standing rosters that we have right now. They've been experimenting with roles. They've been swapping things around, but it's not the time. The problem is their approach, what they tried to do, which things that didn't work out, and it has to go back to Glaive and to the new coach, Ave, that came in. When you try some of these things, like Lucky taking the op, then removing him from the op, having Glaive, swapping things around, I think these are some just like bad decisions that were made, and that's why they're behind. And I agree with you. I don't think this lineup is going to be the future of Astralis, or if it is going to be the future of Astralis, it's going to be a kind of a bleak future, right?
Agreed.
Now, let's check in with a player from the opposing team, Fnatic, an absolute legend and GOAT of the game. It's Crims.
Preparation for this Katowice, just do it like every other event. We like watch demos, like anti-stratting, but that's up more to our coach Keita and of course Alex roles. But they inform the rest of the team as well. And I mean, we have a more relaxed approach, I guess, because like the results haven't been there, and as I said before, we're in a progress, like developing the team. So like more relaxed approach, but still like, of course we want to win, but it doesn't matter if you play bad one game, like shake it off and like show up on the next one.
A more relaxed approach, says Crims. And if you've ever spent time around Crims, you'll know that he's a pretty chill guy. But when it comes down to the CS, it seems like he's not had too much of a slowdown at any point in his career.
He's performing incredibly well. The nickname I've just been giving him is Kato Crims. He's the best player right now for their roster. They're playing incredibly impassioned Counter-Strike. They're actually doing a lot of work. He says it's chill. This is the least chill I've seen Fnatic for a while. Some of the play that they've had online hasn't been too pretty, but here they're making a bit of a Cinderella run. This was not supposed to be a Fnatic lineup that was challenging to have a spot at the Spodek, but everybody is uplifting their own play. Crims especially. He is the best performer for them right now, and I have reason to believe that it's going to continue today too.
Yeah, two bad boys on the screen right there. Wouldn't want to mess with either of them, but I will maybe mess with Astralis a bit still. I think Fnatic really have it here. Like, this is their chance to make a deeper run. As Krim said, this is not like the end of the road for them. If they don't deliver here, they are kind of a team that's still finding their footing to some degree, especially with Smooya. That's the kind of the question mark for me. How are they working him into this situation where he's almost rifling more than he's opping, and it's still actually bringing success?
Yeah, it's great to hear from Crims because, of course, him and Fnatic have had, so to speak, ups and downs. But him as an individual, he's been relevant for so long. And that's such a difficult thing to do. We've seen so many legends come and go, but he's still alive and kicking. And on this Fnatic roster that seems to have so much promise, Maui.
Yes, I mean, this is, for some context for Crims' achievements here in Poland, he's won 3 Katowices. This guy is the most accomplished Katowice player there really could be at this point. I mean, at least one that's in the tournament and alive, alive in it right now. So the roster for Fnatic is kind of this nice blend right now of young talent in Brawlin, in Mezzi, and then you kind of have some more, I'd say, veteran players. Alex hasn't been around forever, but Crims is obviously a guy that has been in the space for a while. He's still playing incredibly well, like you said, Paula. I mean, the fact that he's still relevant is incredible. I think that when you look at some of the players from 2015 sort of era, the guys that were in this tournament, Apex, he's out of the tournament. Crims, though, he's still fighting.
I mean, just look at his previous teammates. JW, Flasha, Olof Meister, none of them are here. None of them look like they're going to be here next year, right?
Right.
So he is performing amazingly. And with the rest of the talent that Fnatic has, yeah, they're pretty dangerous. They're actually pretty scary. I didn't think that they would be so good, actually, at this event.
On the Astralis side of things, who would you like to see step up?
Maui, take it away.
I actually think that Glaive is genuinely their most impactful player in a lot of games, but he hasn't been performing that well at this event. I don't think that he's found his own individual form. Sometimes I think he's been letting Config, BlameF have a little bit more to do with the initiative in a round, but Glaive's a guy that he knows every second of the round what he needs to do to make the most happen for his team, and even though it sometimes doesn't show up on the scoreboard, it needs to now, because their backs are against the wall. They're in a position where Fnatic, like you said, Prof, I mean, Fnatic's not supposed to be this far. Astralis is a storied organization. Glaive's won a couple of Katowices himself. He knows what it takes to be a champion, and the thing is that, statistically speaking, he's not providing that for his team right now. So I want him to step up.
Yeah.
Well, just let me turn your attention momentarily to the vetoes that we have up on screen. Prof? Would you like to jump in?
Let's see. Probably overpass coming in. That's kind of what we expect Inferno pick. Okay,
I
that's
actually,
interesting.
I really like this because Alex has been the best mid-rounding IGL on Inferno at this tournament. Hands down. He's just been out-calling people completely. Astralis picking overpass. I'd say Fnatic are really okay with that.
Yeah, this is a great map pool from them.
Yeah.
Mirage ban from Astralis. That's a team. That's a map that they tried to kind of implement, but it hasn't been working. And then Ancient. Yeah, we kind of were talking in the pre-game, actually before the pre-game, about Ancient potentially being a pick for Astralis. They had that great game against ENGE where they dismantled them, and Config and BlameF especially. But yeah, that's going to be potentially the third map.
I'm not sure who I want to give this veto edge to. I think the ordering makes me just think Fnatic could close it out in 2. But if it goes to a third, I do think Astralis will end up taking it now, which is very, very concerning that Alex let it get to this point in the veto.
Do you guys think we're going to see 3 maps here, or do you think it will be done in 2?
I love seeing 3 maps, Paula, but I think Fnatic actually do end this in 2. I think these are... It's almost like they got 2 first picks here, in my eyes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's kind of how I'm leaning towards 2. Fnatic should be taking it. I've been kind of betting against Astralis throughout this thing, but they have been managing to like sneak further and further into the tournament. But at the same time, the wins and the teams that they beat haven't been that impressive.
They're not convincing. They're not convincing, simply put. It's always Astralis that seems to be kind of out-experiencing a team. Like when they beat ENGE, for example, some of it was just based off of some kind of dry entries, just good mid-rounds in general, on Ancient especially. And I don't necessarily think that Fnatic's going to let that happen because they have experience too. You can't just get the other kids in the server nervous. Like ENGE was sometimes dropping the ball in terms of the way that they would repeatedly make the same mistake round by round. It felt like the game was moving too fast for ENGE when Astralis beat them. Fnatic have a way to slow things down, play on their own tempo.
We have a couple minutes left, gentlemen, before we have to throw to our casters. So any final thoughts you'd like to share on Fnatic versus Astralis?
I'll say a lot of people are bagging on Lucky, and I'd say probably for a good reason. Like, he simply doesn't look like a player that deserves to be in Astralis. Even in this Astralis that hasn't been great, just the way he plays, it's too static. It's not inventive. He's not finding opening. He's not moving around the map, just making the other team guessing. He's just being isolated, being eliminated very easily. And I feel like Alex is just going to do that again to Astralis and to Lucky. So that's almost like a non-factor. I expect him to not be a factor in this game. But then there's Config, and when Config's on, that can be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I just want to point everybody's attention when we move into Inferno to just kind of like look at the macro game a little bit, see who's out calling the other player or the other in-game leader, because Alex has done a phenomenal job making sure that his team is always moving to the weak side, whatever the bomb site that has less people, and he's good at stacking on CT side, the right bomb site too. And I think that today, Glaive's going to have his work cut out for him. He's supposed to be the better in-game leader here, but I think Alex is right now making a strong case that he could be usurping him.
Maui and Prof, thank you as always for your thoughts. I'm curious to hear from 2 other gentlemen that we have in the building, Harry and Hugo. Boys, how you doing?
We're good, Paula. We're good. Thanks for having us on. We're big fans of your work, and we're even bigger fans of Fnatic v Astralis. This is going to be naughty, Harry.
Yeah, we're long-time listeners, Paula, first-time callers, so we are a little nervous. But,
okay, well,
it's a pleasure to get to see you,
nothing to be nervous about. Do you guys agree with my analyst that this is most likely a Fnatic dub?
Yeah, I find myself looking at Fnatic as the favourites, right? Not to say Astralis can't do this, as we've kind of seen, you know, and this was something that Des said, was that the experience can shine through in those longer games, and if it goes 3 with the veto, I think it gets a bit more interesting. I think we'll keep talking about this, Paula, and we can send you guys out of here. Y'all have got a lot to do.
Enjoy, guys.
Yeah,
have fun with it.
Bye-bye.
Right, so, Hugo, I think, you know, obviously the one thing you can never take away from Astralis is the fact that you have guys like Glaive here, Zip, right? Very, very experienced individuals, guys who, when it kind of goes the distance, when you get into the nitty-gritty, you can depend on to come up with results. Also, Config, I think, has been looking really, really solid, actually, in these last few games. So, you know, it's not like this situation where I'm going, oh, yeah, this is Fnatic all day long, 2-0, like they're just going to bang them out. Astralis can definitely win this game. It's wild to me that this is the world we're in now in 2022, right? Where we're having to sit here and run down this train of thought that Astralis might not be in the arena. You know, this is an organization synonymous with success, and they've kind of been left high and dry in recent times.
Well, there'd be no better way to pull it out, Harry, than this one, right? Sneaking into an Inferno. Maybe the map veto favored for Fnatic, but you can't take away that experience at the end of the day for Glaive and the boys. And we heard from him earlier with Heku talking about how everyone's coming in prepared, everyone's coming in and helping the team set up their game plan for this morning game. We're going to find out now. Astralis Fnatic to fight for survival. Pistol round beginning on Inferno, and it's a CT start for Astralis after Fnatic picked this map. Glaive makes a bit of a spot, but he didn't see those ult mid players creeping up. Meanwhile, Fnatic hold B, and Astralis hold strong 4 on the A site.
Well, this is the push. Flash goes out, and over in middle, Mezzi, the first man in, discovers the whereabouts of this lower player. The rotations are coming through now. Lucky down in the pit. Ooh, he's going to get overwhelmed. There's the opener for Brolin. Glaive's trapped out on a little island here on the short side, and he's trying to dodge death. He does catch one down in the pit, and this is all grinded to a very awkward hole. Everyone for Astralis over here on short.
I love this. They just won't give it up. They won't take fights. They're waiting for Fnatic to stick the plant, and they can gain more space while they do. The bomb can't cross. Smooya tries, and now Astralis pull in.
Oh, yeah, but Smooya tapping them out. All right, lad, go on. That's how you want to open it. 3 in the round and only BlameF left alive. Somehow that one goes back the way of Fnatic. Incredible shots from Smoo to open up the pistol.
Oh, you would have thought Astralis had that round, right? They had everything. They knew the bomb was stuck pit. They had that apps flank. But right there, Smooya steps up in a big way. And I think he has to be a huge talking point of this series, of this tournament for Fnatic. He's had some quiet games, especially on maps like Overpass, which is our second in the series. And so no better way to start off strong than these beautiful Glock taps. Fnatic with a pistol, and even an early flash to mid. They're expecting aggression out of Astralis, and while they forced up, it's typical Astralis buy, heavy on the nades.
Yeah, BlameF. Jiggling from CT, on with the Deagle. We've seen this one before, but is he going to get any results? Flashed off the angle, and now already up and past his Deag. Bit more spam from Zip, and a flash going through. Fig, dead on the swing. It's Mezzi locking in that one, and with that kill, probably the round. It makes a lot more sense to just back out, save, give this another go. And so that's exactly what Astralis are going to do.
Yeah, definitely the right call. No kit either, and they still have all these smokes. Astralis really wanted to slow down that round, and again, you've got to give good props to someone like Alex for just not ever allowing that to happen. There's no delay. There's no constant re-smoking. Blame had a couple of them dropped in CT spawn as well available, but Alex just calls for the fast BX second. Fnatic run right by the game plan of Astralis. They can repeat it. They can run it back in the next, but as we already see, that's a very decisive round out of Fnatic.
Yeah, you know, I think for Astralis, they were kind of blindsided by the pace, right, that Alex, as you kind of point out, he does a good job of negating a lot of the dangers in that round there. They had a bunch of smokes invested on the side of Astralis. It looked like they wanted to go for that, like, classic delay. So, yeah, you know, well played. 2 on the board for Fnatic.
This one's going to be harder. Lucky's saving for the AWP. He will have that in the first gun round, as Fnatic likely going to keep on the bonus. Depends how clean this one is, though. Relatively low amount of rifles for Fnatic, but not a worry right now. Going to show some early face on A. Crims has spammed Glaive out of the middle, just through the corner of the wall. And so a strong start for Fnatic. Astralis, they don't deter. They sit back on this 4B, and Fnatic, oh, it's the mind game of does that pick pull Astralis out and allow them to go back to this exec with players still floating around Banana. Fnatic will finally leave it, and it looks like they have made the right read here. To think, you know, for Alex, obviously a very experienced IGL, Astralis, they've got a lot of brain power as well in the combo of Blame and Glaive. But even so, no amount of brainpower is going to stop this one. Astralis, they realize, they get aggressive, they come in on the flank, but Fnatic have essentially won the round. That's the bomb. Oh no, I take it all back. Dear. Someone needs to pick it up. It has to be the Apps man. They're still trying to clear the site. They don't know that they're all flanking. They find out the hard way. Alex going to try and lock them out of middle. Crims comes in for the bomb. Gun's getting shot along. Alex will nade config, and it seems like the crisis is averted for now.
Oh, it got scary though, didn't it, right? Smoothie caught sleeping up in top mid. Sight wasn't clear yet, and so he's sneaking the whole damn way. Luckily enough, Fnatic have been able to navigate this one. Peek from up close, and Alex is in with the double. Nice little setup there in top mid, just to lock that one out and keep Astralis modest. You don't want it to fall apart like that, and so...
Can happen very quickly.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, man. They so quickly get out of hand when your opponent's playing like they've got nothing to lose, you know?
That was scary as well because, you know, Crims was the only guy on the short side. He was Apps, and the rest of Fnatic were long. Not only could they not cross, they had no smokes, but also they hadn't cleared A. They didn't know that was 4 pushing Banana. But crisis averted, and lucky on the AWP early. Fnatic, if anything, it's less bonus than it would have been, considering they lost some guns. That's fine. Messi going to be put at the front line, running his way through apartments. Astralis start 4B.
Mate, yeah, that's one hell of a lean, isn't it? And at first, you know, I figured it would be to get maybe like lucky set up with the AWP, but instead, they're just going to leave Blame F over towards this side of the map.
Yeah, he's probably got a bounty of smokes or utility available. He's obviously got a full set, but we've already seen these rounds where Blame has been just cycling smokes at B, allowing for that quad A setup. Retake utility ready.
Fnatic are going to welcome them in, though, with open arms. They say, look, you can throw the retake util, man. You can take it if you want. We don't even want Banana. They've up and left it and now look into middle. There is this crossfire, right? We do have Lucky leaning towards this side of the map with that AWP. Currently scoped up at long. If there ever was a time for him to find the opener, it's now. And it's Smooya walking into the AWP. Now flashes out of the apartments. Config gonna nail the first and we'll make it a little tricky now for Fnatic. He's popped off in the graveyard. Lucky's just going to wait and set up in the 3-on-2 retake, but this will concede a plant to Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a deep plant as well. Can Brolin get himself into a nice position now? He's got a bit of timing with the smoke down on Moto. Alex making a very dangerous cross, but these are good spots right now for Fnatic. You're going to have to hope Astralis don't check him, especially with his Aubrey routing. Alex can just get wall banged out. Lucky already hit him through mini pit with a flash and a smoke. Astralis don't use it. They keep their guns out for this retake.
Brolin, oh, if you could win this, that would alleviate so much pressure. Alex with the swing, 2v2 now, and crossing into the site. They've dealt with Zip, only Blame, that's clean. But Alex at 2 points of health just isn't fighting, isn't giving him the peak.
Beautiful.
And Blame F is relegated to a save. That's a 2 versus 3 in the post plant from Fnatic. Clean all round as they play that together, just trading peaks on the short side.
Yeah, really nice repositions for Fnatic, right? No one gets stuck inside of the bomb site, and it's so easy when you are stuck there on default or stuck behind pillar, you can just get hounded down. You've got to take fights, whereas you can see Alex just baits Brolin, lets him get the info, figures out there's only one long. Alex catches a timing to peek the short players. It's perfect for Fnatic. Crossfires and trading peaks will win them that post. 2-on-3, locking out Astralis. Blame's got that saved gun. Astralis buy up a little bit around it. Right now, I'm liking the taste test for Fnatic. I think Ezio made a really good tweet earlier talking about the map pool for this team, right? How they've gone in every series and picked a different map. 2 being wins, 2 being losses. Flawless on Inferno so far, though, in 3 maps. And so Astralis probably didn't know exactly where to go. Fnatic still flexing their map pool yet. That's at Ezio Lol on Twitter, if you like numbers. Ooh, Alex likes numbers. He likes taking them out. Gun gone.
Yeah, that's the big hitting part of the round removed. And now just the Deagles left to get past. They spot Zip. They know about him. He's going to boost up Glaive. Oh, Fnatic leaving. Oh, Fnatic are leaving. Oh, that's just grimy, isn't it? Faking the B play, pulling the rotation, and now getting out of there and going back to the A site where it is just Lucky. Over on the apartments, does go unchecked for the first, but traded shortly thereafter. And it should be a locked-in round for Fnatic, getting off to this 5-0 start. A thing of dreams in a matchup like this. Already a good T-side under their belts. That's exactly what you want to see in an elimination match for the Fnatic boys.
Right, here's another buy. It's only the second of the half, right? Keep in mind, Astralis have had a lot of pistols in this map already. Smooya's got his AWP. So let's see how he starts things off, heading into middle early, posted up. Ooh, lucky blind and smoked and spammed through it by Roland. A couple of taps go a long way, but you know, so anyone's going to be put low early, at least it's Warper. These mollies are a problem. That's a double molly setup for Fnatic, and it spreads so far that Astralis don't have room to move. They have to concede damage and position.
Oh, Glaive, is Alex in your head yet? It feels like he could be, right? That's one hell of a read on the double molly setup. Over along, the kills are traded. Crims keeps Fnatic looking pretty.
Look at the realization, it kicks in. Alex calls, I got an assist off of that one. Like, I don't know how, it must be the short player. But Fnatic realized they've killed those rotates. It was a nice reposition for Astralis, but the assists alone tell Fnatic where Astralis have gone. They know what's open, they know what's clear, and they take that space in the site.
Yeah, very quick, very decisive, and now the plant. Bomb going down, and a lot of these retakes, you know, Astralis, they've fallen short, but that's gonna help. That's gonna take you a long way. Alex spam down in the pit. Blame on a very late rotate, finally joins up with these guys at long. And 3-on-2, finally in with a chance of Astralis. We've seen Fnatic win these ones before. Brolin, the swing, it's good connection onto the first, but he's gonna need more out of this, and Brolin, he doesn't know when to stop. Will finally just concede this fight knowing he's done enough. And that there is Fnatic continuing this flawless T-side. My, oh my, 6-0, and another one of these man-disadvantaged post plants going their way.
Yeah, beautiful shooting for Brolin, right? I mean, Fnatic know what's on the line right now, and they're bringing their A-game. How exciting is this? A team that has faced lots of criticism in, you know, the last few months, who maybe even from many had low expectations with the British core. But Swedes aren't too bad either. Crims, the back-to-back-to-back, or not back-to-back, but the three-time champ, Katowice, and Brolin, the Swedish star. 6-0 for Fnatic.
Yeah, this is really, really good, man. And like that double molly setup over towards short, really, really cool. I think it speaks volumes as to, you know, how Alex is the guy getting the read on the game right now. You know, that was a return to your rifle round for Astralis. That's where you were meant to go forth and seek out glory. But instead, wrecked on the short side, and the round falls apart. Lucky. Hero Orp, he's gonna have to stand and deliver. Wants to try his hand at the banana peak again, this time with a boost, and oh man! Yeah, not living up to his name. There ain't nothing lucky about that. Oh, well, at least Zip's been able to get his hands on the AWP.
Not usually an AWPer though. Fnatic looking to pop out mid. Boiler flashed, they turned for it. That had to be well combed, it was right in front of them. Glaive, he's going to get spammed out of the smoke. Right now, it's only Config in the bomb site. He's the only one who can stop this assault of Fnatic. Oh dear, it's a messy one, but he does recover the Deagle spam. Brolin dead, and they can't trade him. He's not giving it away, buying time, and only one more smoke for the Moto side. That has been the bread and the butter of Fnatic, though, in these post plants. Oh, Smooya, he misses a timing, but then he hits a really good one. They don't know he's AWPing an app still. Shotgun AWP. He walks right by him. Config surely knows he's still here. Smoke spam, and he's gone. Smooya up in apps, and it's all falling apart for the pistols.
Yeah, Zip needs to start thinking about saving. These pistols could still give it a look in, but Zip, he's got to write this one off. He's out of there. Astralis, they will just concede. Once again, you know, they don't really have any options available in this round. And so the good times keep rolling in for Fnatic. 7-0. And I can't get over how this round started. Lucky boosted for a peak. Back at the jiggle at Banana. And just one-tapped on the initial fight by Brolin.
It's a format of Fnatic that we've yet to see They've looked good, but this is something else. This is against Astralis. Say what you want about this roster. It's chock full of legends of the game. And they're getting locked out of the CT side of Inferno of all places. I mean, for Fnatic, like I said, they've beat everyone on this map. Faze, G2, Whistler back in the play-in. Like, this has been a very strong place for them. Personally, I get worried about Overpass, but if they can come in with this kind of form, then maybe those worries get negated. Holding for a jump up, Smooya. Oh, he's going to get mollied again. Has to smoke it. They take the aggression this time. They know they've got him locked. And BlameF with a double spam through the smoke. Surely knew Smooya was still there with that smoke down, but he does have to get the reload in eventually. Actually, maybe he doesn't. Smooya's just still sitting in the grey screen. Blame's going to move back to try and finish this one, but oh my goodness, the fade, and it favors Blame. Smooya looking the wrong way, grabs the AWP and gets out scot-free. That's a BlameF round.
They still want to come through this. Boosting up, boosting over, and they get revenge on BlameF. He might have uprooted the early round, but Alex is saying, come on, we've won moments like this before. Anything's possible, and utility now raining into the B site. Glaive's been smoked off in CT. Zip, the molly's a little shallow, but the flash has devastated him, and there's another opener. No, Fnatic, you're not meant to win this round. Blame had done enough. That's what you're telling yourself. Blame had done enough, and Glaive with smoke spam. Oh, he's left it all on Alex. 1v3, so low, and now they know where he is. They know he's coffin side. They know he's desperate. He's looking for any way back in, and Lucky's there to close it. So Astralis, they do get that back under control. A bit of a Astralis classic with 4 smoke kills coming through in the round. But that's what it takes for them to put their first on the board.
Yeah, 3 or 4, you know, Blame catching one on the fade. It's pretty damn good. We count it, I think. We count it.
Yeah, you know, it's still a kill because of smokes. That's what we'll say.
Lovely shooting. I mean, you know, not just the lineup there down Bernardo, but also Glaive lines, you know, Alex up, puts him very low from his initial spam on the coffin side. So nice little round out of Astralis, but they need to build off of it. It cannot be a one and done. And Fnatic, they just have all these cheeky little ways to get picks, right? The boosts over the top of the B smoke. Astralis were not ready for that one. Blame was just double scoped on the smoke, and Smooya's got his back. Molly's burn him out. Oh, he might die. Jumps out last second to the pit and survives on 20 health. Zip has to run through and see Molly, and they meet him right there with a double kill. Brolin bursts into Banana, and with a breeze, he's taken 2.
Mate, the form we've been getting out of this guy, it's such a treat. It reminds me of, you know, Brolin back when he really first joined this team, back when it was Swedish, and, you know, he hit the ground running. He looked very, very good. He became a key piece of the firepower very, very quickly. And then it felt like we kind of had him go stone cold for a while. Well, we're getting him reliving those big performances we used to seeing. Blame. Yeah, they won't consider him. They won't consider him still hanging around at the sandbags, and that's something in the round at least. Smooya on the receiving end of BlameF once more. Not again with the smoke spam. Surely it will go the other way this time.
That's a big info grab for Brolin as well. Not only did, you know, were they shocked by Blame, but now they've got the info that there was an even further rotation. Blame's already going to start running back. Config here in the site. He could win it right now. He's got the help. The support is in from the long side, and Glaive's going to try and run through this motor smoke. Blinded. Whiffed spray does recover. And Config now in the site cleared by Mezzi, who's not had to step up, but no better time than the present. 8-1, and they lock Astralis out again. 1 CT round removed straight after by the young Gums. Brolin and Mezzi doing it all. And this is unbelievable for Fnatic.
It's a shame because Glaive makes like a really sound decision after getting spotted there. He's like, well, they just saw me Banana. I'm running straight to A. I know how these guys operate. I know they're all about trying to outmaneuver us right now. Oh, it's not spread. It's not spread. They don't know that Alex is here. The Firewalker. Alex. Oh, that could have been a double. Luckily enough, second man in Zip does manage to get away.
And you can't blame Astralis for going for that play. Time after time, that has been their way into rounds, right? Blame going deep down Banana, getting picks, shooting through smokes. It's just very unfortunate that Molly does not do a thing. They smoke logs, but Alex has swapped sides. And, he wanted to go right through that Molotov, but just patient enough to take a 5-on-4. And no trade. Blame will give it a go, though, with a flash from Zip. When's he call it? There it is. Blame peeking deep, and everyone's blinded. Blame with a mauling. 2.5. It's good enough. Zip's got to finish what he started, and he will. Roland's gone. 2-on-3 now. Fnatic. They don't know how many members of Astralis are here.
Zip's going through once again. The flash is so punishing, and it's going to fall to Crims in the clutch. Lucky backing all the way up, and that's going to give Crims room. The last thing you want to do is give this guy too much respect in moments like this. They're coming from Banana and CT, and this is going to give Crims ample opportunity at taking these 1v1s. He's tucked in the corner that Blame often likes to play over here on T side. Question now becomes, will Config clear it? And yes, he will. He's seen your tricks before, Crims. And so Astralis, they're good for that round there. They might have got a man down early. They might have been caught by Alex over at the logs, but ultimately, it's the constant barrage of flash peaks, aggro plays that come in clutch for the Astralis side.
Yeah, I think they've realized they can't just sit back and hope the Fnatic make bad reads or bad calls. Like the T-side game plan has been there for Alex all day so far, so Astralis just try and disrupt it, keep throwing different bits of aggression at Fnatic. And part of that is the Banana control, but yeah, with these last couple of times getting snuffed out by Fnatic, maybe we'll see Astralis move away from that one. Still plenty more things to show on this T side though for Fnatic. They've kept it pretty simple. More mid-round than anything. 8-2. Another AWP for Lucky and Big Smoo. High suspense. That deep G2 mid smoke as well for Config. Still going to lean 3B. I mean, they've got to with the precedence that the Fnatic have been setting in Banana. Molly's going back in. Blame gets blinded. Fnatic, they want to fight for it. They didn't Molly top car. They wanted to take it quick, and that's why it's denied by this first Molotov. Blame's going back for more aggression. Oh, but this time it's snuffed out. Alex runs back into the Molotov blinded, but he at least took a kill before he did. 4-on-4. The whole time, Smoo is hoping for a mid-peak. He will not get it. Lucky has been very passive on the A side of things. And Glaive has again made a read that Fnatic have rotated round. He's right.
Oh, Glaive.
Look at this.
Curiosity killed the cat, and it just might kill the Danish in-game leader too. Whoa, there's the warning shot. Nice. You're actually very glad that that comes through. It saves his life. If he commits to a wider swing, he's a dead man.
It also made Smooya switch sides of which one he was watching, and as soon as he looks long, that's when Lucky peaks short. So almost a mistake for Astralis, but it benefits them greatly. And now they have the manpower to be freed up. Lucky can go back to B, take this AWP elsewhere, hoping the Fnatic call. Let's avoid this AWP, and in doing so, walk right into it. It is a perfect call from Astralis. And they hunker down in the pit as well. So while CT is open, it's a factor Fnatic don't know. And with no flashes, this AWP just got even more potent for Lucky.
Yeah, but he should just get smoked off, right? That's assuming they don't want to contact play this. And considering, you know, their whole priority is keeping this quiet, it will be this contact push. Now they spot the AWP, now they know Lucky's here. They're worried that Astralis have read them in this round. Will they be prepared for Zip? No! He swings out and secures the double with it, the round. And that's a nice one there for Astralis. Good protocols across the map. Lucky freed up to rotate after getting the pick in mid, as you pointed out. And keeping that AWP nice and mobile. Haven't really seen him have too many opportunities, you know, switching it up between sides. Success has been, you know, few and far between in the opening engagements for Astralis. And so Lucky normally feeling pressure. Finally freed up to do what he wants. Little run boost into mid for the peak.
I was going to say, if Smee hits that, I'm freaking out, but this should not be a round of much interest for Fnatic. It's their first eco, and Astralis know it. They've already taken a couple of kills down Banana. Zip with full control. Fnatic just spreading out, hoping that D shots connect. And they can. They might. Ooh, Crims This player's moving in. Blame's a one-shot. No matter where you hit him. But really awkward timing. The second he turns around is when Blame crosses into the bomb site. No openness here for Fnatic. It's probably just the close. Good round to play off angles. And so Conflict's got Crims. Even in this, Astralis want to keep this as clean as they can get, right? They need the money if they're going to pull this potential 8-7. Lucky, oh my god, saved by the bell. But he will get his bell rung in Config, and Alex traded eventually by the banana push. Astralis don't look scared. That much is nice, right? They're not turtling up out of fear on these anti-ecos. But now Fnatic, they've wiped the slate clean. They're coming back in with another gunny.
Yeah, this is 3 in a row for Astralis, though, right? And considering this started 7-0 for the Fnatic side, they probably want a little bit more before this first T-half is all said and done. And they know that there's still time to find that now. If Astralis are able to keep finding these rounds, I think they're well on their way to stumbling back to their feet in this one. Right, no longer getting out-called, out-rotated by guys like Alex on the other side, no longer having Brolin swinging at Banana and consistently finding these openers. And even when he is, a lot of the time you're still able to trade that out, right? Still able to keep the pressure on. That was one of the big problems early. Brolin was just doing so much individually to open up rounds for Fnatic that there was very little standing in his way.
Ooh, do they want to pop the mid-smoke? This is a ballsy call. They don't have an AWP. If there were any round to do it, Flame's going to get bullied up Banana, put down to 1 health. Fnatic will go through. It's that Molly again on short. Not the double, but they're still going to give them room. And a Molly in front of the long smoke forces Fnatic to go through. Glaive can't do anything about it. He hears the steps. The Conflict's on his nades out. Still recovers a headshot. Mezzi trades. Lucky at the back of the site with a bomb dropped and flicking for multiple points of contact. They're everywhere. They're crawling in through apps. Crims gets lucky, and Fnatic look for another 2-on-3 in the post.
Dude, Glaive wanted to challenge there, but he couldn't. With Blame so low, he didn't want to leave that in a 2v2. The Molly's nice. It traps Smooya in the site, meaning right now, the only guy able to play extremities is Crims. His timing's going to be everything, because right now they're up the short side. Smooya relying fully on the experienced Swedish counterpart here to hold down short, keep him alive. And Smooya's now dead in the site, so Crims, he's got to do more than this. He's got to pick it up. There's a second. They're on the bomb. They tapped it. That's going to bait peaks, but they're not sticking the defuse. Zip with the clutch. Up and over. It's going to be close, but I think that's 5 for Astralis as Zip delivers.
Oh, the fear of the stick and the smoke only excels that fear for Crims, right? He loses all info on long side once Smooya dies, and that's a very nice try, but he had to check it. He had to give it a go. And Zip, well, we took experience on Crims. There's no better man on the other side than Zip to close out that clutch and keep Astralis coming back in this map. Very nice try. That was a 2-on-4 for Fnatic. They made it close, but again, they're put down to pistols. And again, this comeback builds. Lucky with an aggressive mid-round. He's going to get flashed off. It's the go-to at the default every single time. And so Blame, well, he digs Smooya. He's got a lot more work to do. He's trapped in no man's land. Can Astralis bail him out? It feels like they have a Molotov down the bottom of middle and continued Banana aggression with open sight lines. Astralis only now smoke it off and put Fnatic back in the darkness.
Already feel quite restricted in this round, right? You were just getting challenged by a guy in alt mid in the opening, 5-10 seconds of play. So you've had to take a lot of time clearing these angles and trying to move in. And while this has happened, you've lost Banana control as they try to go back to it. This double setup of Glaive and Zip, the old school duo of Astralis, have lit them up and dropped the B plate. Crims will fall as well, and it's a nice clean anti-eco out of the Astralis squad to find 6. Well on their way, I think it's safe to say, Hugo, to recovering this first half.
Absolutely. The anti-ecos have been so clean as well. They've not let Fnatic into these rounds. Those are the swing rounds that, you know, are not supposed to be won, but if they are, and they regularly are, can cause so many problems. It breaks the CT money. It just gives Fnatic more buy rounds.
I mean, all you have to do for that is look at a team like Team Liquid, who won 3 out of the 4 pistols yesterday, but then lost to the Force by every single time, and they got dominated in this series. So yeah, no, I mean, it is good that Astralis aren't just winning them, but are often winning them cleanly as well.
Yes. Absolutely. Still, I mean, ultimately, Harry, Fnatic are very happy with the half. Like 8 rounds, T-side Inferno, beautiful. But it's the fear of the way they did it, the 7-0, the 8-1 start, and then Astralis crawling back to close it, you know, is as close as they can get. Momentum's going to flip. We'll have to see if that has any implications. Lucky close on Boiler, and if that peek came through for Crims, he surely would have been dead. Instead, Long Smoke comes in, and Fnatic, it bullied Zip with utility in this round, but Glaive again pushes a smoke. This guy doesn't know when to quit. Why would he? No one stopped him. Brolin's gone. A big fragger for Fnatic found. And now they have to lean back to A, but guess who else has? Glaive again with a read.
Oh, that Molly landing just a little early.
Tick-tock.
30 seconds. And so when this push arrives, they're going to have to go through that smoke. Or double back and try to make this happen through Boiler. Alex looking like he wants to swing this one late from the apartments. Time is the issue. That's a collateral tag for Lucky Zorp. Still needs to put something up, and there's the first. Oh, Lucky on the tear, and there's the closer. A 7-8 half after all, split down the middle, considering how this started with that 7-0 lead for Fnatic. Astralis can leave that CT side with their heads held high and know that they've recovered this for now. Can they keep it going in the second half? That's the big question. Well, it's one hell of a recovery out of the Astralis squad here. Started 7-0 for Fnatic, 8-1 at one point in time. They go on a 6-round streak of their own to close out the first half. But I don't like the face that Navi's giving me right now. Looking down the line, is that determination on his face, or does he need to use the bathroom? We'll figure it out.
It's Chiron-esque posture, the big lean for Mezzi, the low chair, chest on the desk. But enough about Maui. We're going to be getting ready to jump into this second half. It's Astralis a round down, but certainly with the momentum in their pocket, they are pulling this game back, and now they've got a T-side to show us what they've built, what they've put together. Meanwhile, Fnatic, full armor. Crim's going to spot that ult mid-play. Just a bit of info early. Limited risk. He gets out. No need to hang around. And they knew that play was coming because they spammed him through the window on his cross. So it's a lot louder on the approach. And Fnatic, despite that, still only leaning 3 on A. They don't want to get the wall pulled over their eyes, but instead, it might be bullets to the face. Crim's smoked out, has to tell his team to watch the apps. And Alex now needs to be very cautious as they come up short.
Yeah, they're coming in all right. Oh, Crim's back turned down into the pit. Alex, that's clean. Oh, any more makes it a double, but wrapped from behind and shot in the back. It's slow to react for Alex. Just wanted to take another down with him. Instead, the turns have tabled, and now we're into this 2-on-3 retake. Bomb down, wrap it long. Glaive really trying to seal the deal on this one. And by sniping Brolin out of the retake, leaving it all on Mezzi, he might have done just that.
Oh, Smooya tried to get involved so early in this round as well. He got smoked off long. Mez, he's not going to have a chance in the 1v3. Clicked out by Config's 3K. But yeah, Smooya, he got smoked off Moto and he decided not to go through it. That really screwed Fnatic over as he reroutes to short and gets caught as they cross site. It's a risky play to try and stop that bomb from getting comfortable, but it all digs the hole deeper for Fnatic. Astralis now, with that big comeback plus a pistol, suddenly wind in their sails. 4 MAC-10s. These rounds for Fnatic were very quick on the T side, very decisive B execute. So Astralis imply they've got the same thing in store with 4 Max. Fnatic full eco though, they want to buy the next. Flash through the Molotov, it's aggressive and it will net a kill, but you're not going to get much out of this one other than more bullets from Lucky. 4 frags in fact. And now it's just Alex trying to deny the ace. Go back to the A site, where his end is surely here with Zip crawling up. Nice clean round for Astralis, but Fnatic did not spend more than a couple of $100, so let's get into the meat. Let's get into the potatoes in this first buy.
In that round there, the Astralis streak overtook Fnatic's 7-round streak from the offset. Right now, 8 in a row for Astralis. So how the tides have changed. This first gun round for Fnatic needs to be where they net something on this CT side. They need to have a bit of a momentum break, right? Stop Astralis from building up into this map and running away with the whole damn thing. Blame F. He loves a banana play, does this guy. Utility gonna trap this double setup in top banana. They're stuck in here, stuck in the cage with Blame.
Oh my god. I'd watch that TV show, but look at this. Double top sandbags playing anti-flash. Like, Roller might just get shot through Mezzi if Astralis hard cleared it. Blame's gone back to spawn. There's nades to be picked. In true Astralis fashion, trying to pick up every bit of utility they can and make use of it. Back on A. At what point will this banana play get aggressive and come in on the flank? Because this is destined to be an A-pop. Smooya can smoke spam. Got to find the timing to do so. Also doesn't want to get jumped through the long smoke if that happens. Alex has picked the first player out of the party and backs up through the moto smoke to help out Smooya. This has sent Astralis packing. They don't like what they see with an Apps man dead. Are they really going to try and fake this one out? Showing some B control to keep 2 players here. Mezzi was almost rotating. Now he's setting up util to pop Brolin back in. Meanwhile, the bomb is still boiler. If Astralis do want to go B, it's got to leave now. Zip's going to have to do so. But it's still uncertain for Astralis. They love a pick. Fnatic are not giving away a thing, though. and it will end where it started, back on A with the stack for Fnatic.
Very little time left, and Smooya running the smoke in mid, on for a double. He's done his part in the round now. He can sit back, watch from beyond the grave as Crims and Alex look to lock it in. Split between Pit and the site, and there's the closer. Lovely little trading of engagements, right? Crims making contact first is all to tee Alex up. In the event, it came to him clutching, and it never even gets that far, 9-9. And there's that momentum break we wanted from the Fnatic squad, right? Stopping this 8-round tear that Astralis have been on the moment they bring rifles out on the CT side.
Yeah, you got to remember that was heavy max. So, you know, I still think we have more to see, obviously, for Astralis, but that buy wasn't pretty, and they were just trying to pull Fnatic back between either site. It didn't really do much other than showing in Banana again, kept Mezzy there, denied his rotate, but a bit of aggression from Smooya after the long smoke fades, and he confirms that it's an A play with a double kill. 9-9. But yes, we are going back into a gun round. I say that for Astralis. Oof, it's a difficult decision, hence the pause. We're going to have 2 players on 5K, or 3 rather, and 2 players who can't afford, so probably looking to level out this money in the early game. A couple of upgrades will cost you. So they keep it relatively light. This should be double digits for Fnatic, but you know, as much as Astralis were very good at locking out eco rounds for Fnatic, we'll see how they fare in the same position. Time to let the Deagle work.
Yeah, there's no shame in taking this round real slow and patient, like, you know, it's common to just want to try and explode, but, you know, getting utility out of Fnatic is a good way of wasting money, even if you don't find kills. So, ooh, no one knows that like Astralis. Smooya over at long, they're challenging him again, and he does get them to bow down and get the hell out of that position. Now they look to wrap up the short side, which is even more thwart with danger.
See? Oh, it's all a bit weird, but it should just be fine with Glocks. Glaive in the corner, and Smooya's ready to clean it up. 3 anti-eco kills and 10 rounds for Fnatic, with all players still standing by the end. It's everything they would have wanted. But for Astralis, do they lean into the AWP? With dropping guns, probably not. That's why Lucky bought nothing with 5K, but a Deagle, he had to set config back up.
Yeah, Lucky taking the hit, right? Doesn't have head armor, and that does matter when you're up against this many M4s. So we'll see if that comes back to haunt him. Deep util down Banana, and Fnatic are peeking it. There's also this double apartment setup. Glaive, Bud. If you go in there, you won't like what you find. Was it making a bit of noise? Glaive also hopping around. Fnatic know that there are players waiting outside of the apartments here, waiting to move in onto their territory. They'll concede it for now.
Despite being very loud about dropping off into alt mid, Astralis do expect a certain level of respect for Fnatic, and they get it. Just standing with knives out in middle, swapping grenades over, laying Glaive up with a volley. Mid retaken, but it can't be held here for Fnatic. Not forever. Smooya's going to get tucked back in the cubby. He's been mollied though. Oh, he does just leave in time. That's a very close escape. Meanwhile,
double abs push. Oh man, Zip, the timing on this,
dear.
You couldn't make it up. Do not get caught throwing utility out the window. Oh yes, Crims and Alex, they both strike in tandem. Config and Zip removed from the round, and this becomes dire straits now for Astralis. They're going to try and get out into top mid, but Crims holds the line, unfaltering. Shot in the back of the head and eventually cleared out by Lucky. But the real task, the real challenge of this round, it's only just beginning.
Yeah, Smooth's got the info for Alex. He can just spot and take a shot. If he hits any, it slows him down, and Alex is ready to swing. He gets nothing done. Oh. This is a disaster. We saw Fnatic win 2-on-3s, 2-on-4s in post, and now Astralis get a go. Bomb planted. Fnatic reroute. Brolin's a little late from Library. Mezzy and Smooya stacked up on short. Astralis tuck in, they won't face a thing. Lucky has one flash, but he doesn't want to put his gun down at the wrong time. Fnatic are so silent, and Astralis have no info, but this could play to their favor. Fnatic don't know exactly where to clear. There's a smoke spam. Good kill for Blame. Lucky tucked in the corner way. They won't even look at him. Lucky gets one, and Brolin has to save. He's got to give it up. He won't get a chance. Blame pops his head, and a 2-on-4 for Astralis as they walk into the A site.
Mate, Alex, is he going to be able to live that one down? That was the round in the palm of his hand. It was set up by Smooya. He had the opportunity, had the chance to just finish it there and then in the 4-on-2. He was the first domino to fall in that round, getting away.
Yeah, after a perfect re-aggression for Fnatic as well, right? I was mentioning earlier how Astralis are getting a lot of respect. They're just being very loud and not made about not having guns ready and not being aware. And Fnatic finally make the call, like, yeah, let's get some info. Let's double push through apps. Let's you know, get rid of these guys. And Crims just goes nuclear, but it falls on dead ears. Oh, that's a round handed to Astralis. And when you're 10-10, when a map's this competitive, when your tournament life is on the line, you can't forget rounds like that and the impact they have in this game. Now Fnatic are one round from economical devastation. Got to make it work. AWP on B for Smooya. 3, 4 in fact starting. Might see nades dropped over. Alex rotates back out. Smooya wants to take this fight, but whenever Lucky did, he met a pretty bad fate. Oh, Blame. Oh, never put the smoke away. Never put the smoke away. Oh, he put the smoke away, but he knows he's fine. Seen that let down. Smooya gets spotted. That's what happened to Fnatic earlier, also to Astralis earlier, when they thought they'd cleared logs of the Molotov. Alex was still there. Blame does the same. And Smooya's been picked early. Perfect round to just execute B.
Good dink. Good bit of early damage. Oh, mate, they're just so willing to look for this opener on Brolin. But he's kept them out for now and hasn't had to do anything in terms of anything wild to make it happen. Just crossing back into the site, considering he doesn't have a util, mate. The dink there was all you could have hoped for. It's not until that rotation comes through that smoke gets dropped in and keeps them out of the B site. Now moving back around is Mezzy, playing the speedway. But he will decide against the full A commit. Call must have come down the pipeline. They're not sold on the idea of this being the A play. Crims will drop the bomb. That's giving away the aim of the game here. But with both the A players getting mopped up in the blink of an eye, Crims and Alex falling in tandem. That's the round for Astralis. Fnatic can't even give this one a go.
Yeah, Maui talked about this on the desk as to how we see Fnatic make a lot of, gamble, well, not even necessarily gamble stacks, but heavy leans on CT sides, and how they've actually looked really, really good. Astralis, they don't fall for anything there. Bit of a B fake off the back of their pick. They go right back into A, and Zip got so much info. Hearing Alex drop off of balcony, he knew he didn't need to clear that. It opened him up to just hard clear Alex down in pit. And with Crims playing wide in a one-and-done spot, well, that's all he gets, one and done. And not enough to shut down that 4-on-5 round. Very important one for Astralis. And even though Fnatic, they save a couple of M4s, it won't allow a rebuy in this round. Let's see how we get Mezzy and Brolin used in this one. Could be a more aggressive one, but you've got to remember you also don't have that utility. Not only was it dumped early on B, but Fnatic don't want to risk buying up anything in this round. One smoke for Brolin is all that's spent. And so one gun a sight as the pistols try and set them up.
Oh, this util to clear ground for Blame F. Must feel like paradise, but oh man, hang on a moment. It's only one for Brolin.
Brutal.
Yeah, that's sad, man. The timing from Astralis is really, really good in a round like that. The spacing between them it's all by design to not allow that M4 to get away with some crazy multi-kill spray. They do at least get one of the guns out. You know, Alex might be able to hold on to it, but it's an Astralis round all day long.
It's also just a nice change of pace, right? Obviously, it's very risky going through smokes against ecos. On Inferno, you don't see those fast rounds often, and especially not for Astralis when they've run these 20, 30-second hits round after round. And so just popping through a B smoke like that after they clear Banana. Zip's got a pet. Oh, okay. All right, bud. They want exits, though. Some Blame, oh, he's dead, and Blame trades. Smooth died to the bomb, and Blame will keep his gun alongside Config. But yeah, I like the pace change there for Astralis. That was the last thing Fnatic were ready for. No time to make a read or a gamble. They get Brolin close to the smoke, cleared after one. He probably wanted to go through. From 12 to 10, this experience showing through. Can Crims do anything about it?
Oh, is it another fast round? That flash is punishing, and Alex gonna bear the full brunt of it. Smooya even tagged down so low through the smoke. They get so paranoid about the A site, and they've got deep banana control, so they start to pull players over towards A, having this three-man stack assembled. Brolin pushed all the way down towards B, but if he goes aggressive, he will meet his maker. Blame F is holding T-spawn, for crying out loud.
Again, they hear this pit drop. They know the Balk is likely clear. Can fake it, but Config seems aware. Glaive gets rid of a Zeus. Not on a chicken, at least. No barbecue today. Glaive going to move up. Bernardo, will he check this corner? Molly, it's a bait, and Glaive still checks it, but Brolin gets away with a kill. They smoke him off, they let him have it, hoping they can spam him on the retreat, and instead it's Smooya deep dead. Brolin will still live, he's going to have to give it up. Config's got the A pick, and they know Crims was back in the pit, so Astralis, there's no question about it. Flash is perfect. Config has him locked in a corner, and Crims in a cage is dead. Brolin has to save, and that's a beautiful round out of Astralis.
Really clean, man, all across the board. And dude, Smooya's been so wrecked by smoke spam in this game. Constantly. And oftentimes it is Blame F the one dishing it out to him. You know, there's that round where him and I think it was Lucky 2v3, Blame F down in the pit. What was the first kill? Smoke spam to Smooya on short. This round opened with, you know, the kill onto Alex getting traded by Smooya and then sent to 10 health. So on a smoke spam, goes back to B, smoke spam by Blame, and ends up falling. Like he feels like he can't catch a break. And mate, if there was one guy you could try getting the head off with stuff like that, it's gonna be Smooya. Can't imagine he's feeling like he's having a very good time right now.
Yeah, and for Astralis, it's the opposite, right? They went down 8-1 to begin this map, and they have built back in a huge way right now, even streaking together more rounds than Fnatic did in the first half, eventually, until they lost their first gun on this second half. Even so, though, Harry, this in my head flips the script entirely. Overpass the other day against Faze was not pretty on that T side, and Astralis, that's their pick in the series. I think if they take Inferno, they are more than teed up for a 2-0. And a lot of us wanted that Fnatic rematch against G2, maybe in the deciding game for that final quarter spot in the Spodek. But we might never get that. Astralis don't care what the fans want. Only Danish fans. And fair enough to them. 13-10. Kicking Fnatic while they're down.
Yeah, you know, man, I just think as well, like, because this started so dominantly for Fnatic, they're going to be left with all those positive feelings of like, oh man, remember when this was up 8-1? You know, that's kind of what's racing through your mind right now. And you're wondering, like, did we miss the boat? Did we miss the opportunity to get Astralis while they were sleeping, get them while they were down in the dumps? If you think back to all those rounds ago, when Astralis found those first couple on that 8-round streak, no one thought it would end up being this dominant. And mate, the confidence is just brimming. Glaive, contact play up the short side. No util to telegraph this. Nothing to even drop a hint.
still peel
He
out.
leaves, and mate, there's probably, I was gonna say, like, either they're going back or they're gonna commit. Like, Glave's either gonna have called, I got all the way up short and no one was there. That looks like the call. There's the first for Config into the stack. They aren't ready for Alex, but the Eagle delivers too. Back at the site is Crims. Oh, they weren't ready for the stack. They weren't ready for so many bodies in this site, and this M4 now rotating over on Brolin. Gonna get given a chance to play into the round. Will he check the close corner? That's gonna matter a hell of a lot. Right now, there's an easy, free 1v1 duel over here at Long. Config and Blame in this one together. They've waited for each other to set up, and there's that double swing. Config with the turnaround, and it's a round for Astralis after all.
You can see the gears whirring in their brain as well. Blame doesn't get any aggression out of Brolin, so that leaves two options. Either he's also hidden in this stacked site, or he's rotating off of Arch side. Config doesn't move a muscle, and because he's already got a kill on Smooya at Long, the cool for Brolin is he can't activate, he can't move. Crims eventually gets paranoid that he's getting split, and he is, so he tries to change position, timing by Blame on short, and as soon as Brolin swings to trade, Config has read it perfectly. Astralis, they never needed to care about the flank. They knew it was a safe CT position. And what a nice try by Alex, but it's nothing. It's all on this little mid-peak, and he didn't fight when the opportunity was there. Brolin will kill Blame in the meantime on B. Finally a fight being won back for Fnatic, but whoa, that's dangerous for Alex to still stand in the spam, down to 13. Fnatic need to make do with this opportunity. They've been gifted by Brolin, a 5-on-4. If it's not here, then it's never. Same for Smooya, CT Orb, first in a while. Crims gets caught as a smoke blooms, and Smooya needs to reposition. Long has now been taken. They go through the smoke. They know they've got Crims dead, but Brolin is here for revenge.
Flash is good to set him up. Smooya locking that kill in, making it nice and easy for Brolin. And now the bomb rejoining Glaive over here. Outside of the B site, tucked in at the back of it, we've got Mezzi, who has been quiet, uncharacteristically so. Usually very solid at anchoring down these sites, but this time he falls, getting nothing done. Fnatic have got a fast flank on Alex, and oh no! Glaive has dealt with the IGL moving up through Banana. Brolin's gonna push this smoke, and Lucky set up with a flash. Now they know where both players are. They know one's Banana, one's in pool. The flashes, they keep coming in, and Lucky's clean. Only Smooya left. Orp in the retake, they swing it together. A countdown from 3, looking to end this one, looking to put 15 on the board. And it's another one of these 2 versus 4s out of Astralis to make it happen.
They've done it on both sites now. They've done it all half, man. These disadvantages that were looking so good for Fnatic in the first half, right? When they would get the bomb down, these guys would suddenly come alive with crossfire setups. That's a very aggressive post-prod, and I love all the moves, all the pieces of it for Astralis. Glaive almost gets caught with knife out coming back up B. So did Alex. They both switched at the last second. Glaive wins it out. A flash to CT. And if anything, Brolin would have had an opportunity going through that smoke, but he waited for Smooya. And then the eyes turned back in the back of the heads for Astralis. They look forward for a 15. Brolin mollied in between 2 burning pits, and he's still going to spam out a double. Not much room to maneuver. They flash through. Glaive gets his way to Logs. Brolin wants to give it up, but he's very committed. Free fires not there in time. Brolin hits the gap and gets out for free. Fnatic couldn't win a 5-on-4. How about a 5-on-3?
You'd like to think this is the chance, right? You'd like to think this is where they try to get back in, try to give us something on this CT side, but hell, I mean, dude, if the last few rounds are anything to go by, you just can't write Astralis out of this one. Config, tip of the spear, moving in. Isn't checking the boost, and Brolin goes both ways. He doesn't know that anyone's made it into the site yet. Even though you can't consider it.
No way.
Oh, man.
No way.
Oh,
Shadow.
Config. He's got the round on a platter right now. Brolin might be looking, might be interested, and closes out that fight. That is huge. Brolin has just saved the day, kept Fnatic in this one, denied any sort of trickery from Astralis, and Zip dead on the swing. Mezzi to close. It's 11 on the board for Fnatic. They're not going down without a fight.
Oh, that was so scary, because Zip goes back to even try and sell an A fake, trying to get Fnatic moving, nervous maybe in the 5-on-3 with that lovely position for Config, but as much as Config tries, it's still a Fnatic round. That's a huge one as well, Harry, because, you know, that, firstly, it's all done by Brolin, as it feels like this entire CT side has been, him just getting picks and losing rounds. But, you know, that was SMGs, that was Famises. Now they have a far better buy. They have full util. Fnatic have done the harder job, but, you know, it's not going to get any easier with 4 rounds separating these teams. And Astralis just trying to close out their opponent's map pick. Quick mid. The pacing, cooling for Glaive has been brilliant in this T side. They have tried a lot of different things. Retake Molly misses. That keeps Brolin cornered at sandbags. Do Fnatic really want to die on this hill? Doesn't seem like it. They smoke it, they get out.
Messi's having a bit of a rough one right now. That can't afford to keep up if Fnatic want to stay alive in this series in Katowice. He's often been a rock for this team. Him and Brolin being very consistent between the two of them. But a missed molly over towards Banana even, like it's clear he's just feeling a bit out of it right now.
Yeah, Astralis will retake the area as well. Even if they don't do anything with this, this is going to keep 2 here for Fnatic, and Astralis have done a really good job at that. Well, they had a lot of 4A site leans on CT. Fnatic have just not felt freed up to do it. The defaulting has been nice, and Config, he's won rounds from this position before. He won't double down. Smoked out at 40 seconds. Fnatic, they've held their util well. A molly and a smoke still left. But only one of them on the A site. It's in the hands of Smooya, and he's got to go in big if they want to stay in this map.
Yeah, they set Smooya up with a flash. Crims throws it in, and that there is the opener secured. Smooya, there's going to be more coming around this corner in just a moment, but he flashes himself in and tries to swing with it. Glaive gets the better of him. Has giving up the long wrap cost Fnatic dearly. Down in the pit. Crims is clean, and now Alex all alone in the site. Time is the problem for Astralis. It's so close, but the plant just available, and it's Config and Blame 2v2 to close the map for Astralis. Here we are, the peak. Mezzi caught throwing nades, and only Brolin left. It's a repeat of last time. A man up close at long, and he's going to get shot in the back. Blame locks it in, and Astralis, they recover this one. Oh, man.
3 2v4s in the T side for Astralis. What more can you do if you're Fnatic? Head in hand, and elimination looking locked and loaded. Overpass is up next. Astralis are looking lights out, and we're going to have to head to their map pick to see if they can shut it out in style.
Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, wanna buy another.
Astralis beating Fnatic on Fnatic's map pick of Inferno, 16-11. I can imagine there is some surprise in my analysts. Maui, Prof, how'd you break it down?
Fnatic actually, in my eyes, played oftentimes the better game, but it's the experience that's shown through for Astralis in some of those key late round moments. And the thing is that you can have an excellent game plan. You can put together the right round, the right mid round, but if you don't close it out at the very end of the round, doesn't matter. No one cares.
Yeah, it seemed like it was the micro where Astralis actually won this and the late rounds, which kind of hurts for me to say because I've been bagging on their late rounds a lot recently.
Yeah.
But it was Lucky and BlameF. It was BlameF and Config closing out of these like disadvantage situations, which was shocking to see. And just as you said, like Fnatic, they started super well, but then that run from Astralis, especially that first 4v2 that they lost on the A side, just allowed Astralis to take control of the game.
Yeah, we've got the scoreboard up on the screen, the team stats, and we can see exactly where the kills lie. Who impressed you the most?
I would probably have to give it to BlameF. Actually, I think BlameF came up in a lot of key late round moments like we were just talking about, and that's such a difference maker. He's a late round player. There was kind of a role clash with this Astralis lineup as they were forming who is supposed to be the closer for them, because you got Zipnix who wants to do it, you got Lucky who wanted to do it, and you had Blame. But you know what? What's cool is that they actually all succeeded in those sort of moments in this map, and that's just on the other side for Fnatic. I guess I have to kind of point the finger at a couple players here. The first guy I'm going to say is Smooya didn't even have any imposing op presence on the CT side, and I think that's a big reason that Astralis felt so free in some of those kind of mid-late round moments.
Yeah, it was just it felt like a collapse, and after that momentum swing to Astralis' side, it felt like Fnatic just wasn't in it. Like all of the duels are like 50-50 or maybe even 60-40 for Fnatic. They just lose them. Everything snowballs out of control. And then, yeah, it's just an amazing T-side in the end. It was interesting because even the T-side started with a weird round from Astralis, kind of a miscall.
Look,
or
discombobulated.
Like yeah, completely. And we're like, okay, this should be it, right? And now Fnatic take control. They close out Inferno. But it was a completely different story.
What were the main things Astralis were doing right across Inferno?
The way that they're able to play off each other in 2vx situations has to be lauded. I actually will say that going back even further, though, in this game, the way that they sort of switched up their defense in the first half, like it looked like Fnatic had the key to success. They were going to run away with this game. They were up 7-0. This looked like Fnatic just executing their game plan to perfection. But then Astralis kind of made this mid-half adjustment that gave them something to work with going into the second half. And I just have to praise Glaive. I mean, I think that his experience in terms of game planning and reacting really showed in this one. But then you also have to hand a lot to the individuals of Astralis who are able to put together situations that you're not supposed to win.
Yeah, definitely shout out to Lucky as well. Even though his opping wasn't that amazing, I don't think he had like a massive impact. There was that one round from Pit. He was playing his standard defensive kind of passive style, but he overall provided a lot in these late round moments. So shout out to him. We did kind of call him out in the pregame, but he delivered here actually.
Let's look ahead now to map number 2, which is Overpass, and that is Astralis' pick. Has both of your predictions been flipped on its head? Is this going to be a 2-0 for Astralis as opposed to Fnatic?
It's definitely possible given the state that Fnatic showed last time they played Overpass. Against Faze, it was bloody and it was not very beautiful for the side of Fnatic. I mean, they didn't get a single CT side round when they played last time, but I will say, I don't know if there's going to be as heavy of a hitter as what Rain did to Fnatic yesterday was just perfect. It was flawless gameplay, and I don't really know if anybody on Astralis is providing that today.
Yeah, maybe Config can. I think on the other side, the bad CT side that you mentioned, if Smuya is not going to be opping or is going to be opping with no impact, then they're going to have a very bad CT side. Maybe they're going to pick up a couple of rounds, but it's not going to be enough to win on overpass.
All right, guys, thank you very much for your thoughts. As always, everybody at home, we are going to get going with Overpass, map number 2 in the series between Astralis and Fnatic very shortly after this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
They're looking at us in audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. Just the way we live.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. 'Cause the whole gang
I think it's an incredible showing of tenacity and resilience from Astralis to take a game that they were 8-1 down in and then leave us with the impression towards the end that it was never even close and that Fnatic weren't actually in with a chance of winning it, and the whole illusion crumbled down before our very eyes. Really good stuff from Astralis. I'd love to hear some of your takeaways from this one.
Mate, that was an excellently cool T-side from Glaive, right? Not just the staying power to keep themselves in that first half, but the second, the pace change-ups on that T half were beautiful. We even looked at like anti-ecos where they were popping through smokes into one-gun rounds, and stuff like that was just completely catching Fnatic off guard. We had that big swing round, obviously, in the first of many 2-on-4s to come, where Alex missed that spray with the FAMAS on the short box, and it all just kind of started to crumble there for Fnatic. I think a lot of credit has to go to Glaive, at least leading his team to victory in that one.
Yeah, right. I mean, the calling really, you know, we got to see like a real battle of brains here. If you remember with how everything started, Alex felt like he was reading the game well, right? We had that double porch molly to open up their CT side gun rounds for Astralis, and those two players just get shredded. It feels like Alex is in their head at that point. And then it really switches up come the second half, and he's kind of the one in his own head, maybe. Yeah, you know, then we kind of look down the line, and let's turn the conversation to Fnatic, who are now a map down here after having their map pick just sail past them, go the way of the Danes. As we get ready to head to Overpass, we know this is a kind of a real troublesome map at times for Fnatic. It feels like you never know what Fnatic you're going to have showing up on this map. It doesn't feel incredibly consistent. And when we kind of look at like consistency here, for me and my money, Mezzy, someone who has often been a real pillar of Fnatic, someone who you've been able to rely on to step up and put up these Brolin-esque performances. Well, he was damn near silent in that game there.
Yeah, I think Smooya as well is a big talking point. Where if you want some numbers, which are crazy given that game for Smooya, he actually went positive against every single player of Astralis except for Blame F, where he went 0-6. Right, we saw him often getting smoke spammed out of rounds in retakes and post plants, even at the top of Banana. Like, he's going to have to step up here on the AWP on a very difficult map to work that T-side orb. Luckily, Fnatic have the CT beginning with this being Astralis' pick, but with a map like that going the way of Astralis, they are more than ready to close it out in 2. Let's see if they can do it. Mezzy already warmed up into the pistol round, will get aggressive with Smooya, the latter of which is dinked and does at least take one with him. You can't really ask for more in that position, but Brolin, who was doing this all game the other day, is getting aggressive in connector. He will get cleared out. Blame was holding for that exact eventuality, and now suddenly we get thrown into the unknown. This was, that was shades of the big game where Fnatic got a 13-round CT side, if you remember, eliminating Big. Back in the play-in. Astralis have done their research, they're ready for this kind of aggression. Now they're the ones bringing the punches towards that A site.
And Fnatic have just peeled away. Kind of curious as to why, really. Crims had pushed all the way through Monster. You know, he said, as far as I'm concerned, it's not the B play. He also flanked Monster from Con. That was how he got there in the first place. So, a decision to go back down for Alex. Left this A site open, and now with the swing, it's clean on the first tap. Blame on the receiving end. Fnatic might have taken time getting set up, but it's not out of the realm of possibility yet. Just Config now left to beat. Toe-to-toe versus Crims, two legends in their own rights. First few shots missing, gonna leave Crims high and dry without the time to win this round. He's left running away, looking for this exit, and Config's there to close.
What a beast, man. He was the top performer last map as well for Astralis, right? Coming in on often apps lurks, getting picks on pit drops. Config had a lot of impact in that previous T side as well.
This is actually super cool though, like, because, you know, we kind of have two players in the server at least who have really made history in some way or another on this map, right? You have Crims, obviously, who was a part of the famous Olaf Pass incident, right? And then on top of that, Config, who broke his kill record here. Yeah. So, you know,
you couldn't go game of Overpass without slipping that one in. I know that. But absolutely, and hey, it's funny actually. You mentioned that Overpass, that kill record. Crims has the LAN kill record, which is like 44 or 45 or something. So. Yeah, pretty insane stuff. That was at Pro League Finals. Configs was in a DreamHack qualifier. Crims, aforementioned, gonna grab that frag to zip on short. Nice kill to see, because it was him having trouble in doing that exact role on the T side against Faze when Fnatic got kind of wrecked on this map the other day, just yesterday in fact. So he will be able to stop the lurk and force Astralis into this A play. What that does for Fnatic is allow rotations. Alex has pushed Monster as well, and unless Astralis come down door to B, which is very difficult to do in the late round, they are going to be walking into the stack. It's a very nice setup right now for Fnatic. With 2 scouts, they're going to have early warning on this A hit. Brolin wanted to go a long way. Even though he won't get it, I was going to say he was able to escape. Lucky hits a lights out shot with a Mac. I think now Astralis go into the stack.
I think he dinked him there, like through the lip of the wall. That's a lot of damage for one Deeg shot. Here's the pace starting to pick up for Astralis. Moving up the short side now. Scouts in the site start to drop down, start to get out, and Smooya will re-peek from the dumpster side. Is he going to go back in for more? Yes, he will. And oh, yes, there it is. Only Config, and with very little time left, Alex is going to get revenge for the last round. There's Fnatic with the response, with the reply. And Smooya, even though he's often punished on re-peeking angles like that, this time he gets away with absolute murder, doesn't he? A double kill and a tag from the scout set Fnatic to close that one.
That's a perfect round to be re-peeking, right? He has not only Mezzi also scouting dumpster, but he's got Crims tucked in the corner. And there's just no time for Astralis. If they get the kill, it just pushes them into the stack. Nice round for Fnatic, a lot of it off of the aggression and off of Crims getting that short kill. So Astralis back to basics, B side, pistols out. And they're going to try and test this monster setup early in the map. Rolling with an AUG. That's a scoped rifle, does Brolin. Krieg and AUG King. Right now in hot water. Stinky sewer. As Astralis are about to cross monster side. Re-smoke, he spots that it's clear right before it blooms. And Astralis, they're just trying to figure out if Blame can get a kill here or keep players on top. That's lovely, but right now Fnatic have read this again and have stacked 4B as the push comes in.
Yeah, it's nice initially, and Brolin even pincering them from short. Everywhere you tried to turn to seek your fortune, you ended up having it all taken away. Got this 1 kill onto Crims, but that's the extent of it, and the round should never really get too scary past that fact. Alex up here, this position often good for 1, but he's going to go ahead and take the whole thing, the whole cake with him. 2 on the board for Fnatic. The conversion pulls up and comes through, and now just pistols on the Astralis side. Not crazy uncommon to see them take these rounds pretty slowly. Right, and the bare minimum burning utility out from Fnatic.
Now Felico. And Fnatic should deliver a bit of a wallop to Astralis on Glocks. Avert your eyes. Smooya's hearing connector running, and even the mid-poppers. Oh, the double nade does it. Him and Brolin dunk Config and Zip and even put Blame on 3. This was always going to be one-sided, but that will at least assure it with the bomb now out middle. Clean as you like. Blame is a little late, but they're not going to feed you, bud. Sorry to break it to you.
I mean, hell, he's got a minute to kill. Kill or be killed, as the old saying goes, and it will be the latter for old mate Blame F there. Now we're going to get this investment out of the Astralis squad, and it will be lacking that AWP. 5 rifles out of the gate. Smooya also not bringing his into the fray. Not yet, but it will be available in these coming rounds. So that's something to keep an eye on. You know, I think a lot of us were maybe hoping that Smooya could assert a bit of dominance over this game. You know, we've kind of seen Lucky have swings and have misses. I really don't think he's like this huge problem piece that he's made out to be. But over in mid, Smooya, that's a lot of damage on these peaks over in middle. set them up to close the life of Config with a nade.
This
Alex.
is going to be scary.
All right. Waiting for the smoke fade.
Oh, you can't even see him. You're staring right at him.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Delayed reactions. Alex the T-Rex. Zip wasn't moving to his defense, so how was he meant to know?
Dear. Well, Fnatic claw their way out of the B site. Comes up, connect with a flash from Alex, and that's a beautiful kill to put this in a 4-on-2, still with low config. Blame in lower, chasing down Brolin. Oh, dinked as well. 6 health between 2 players. You would not be hard-pressed to call a save here. It might be the only play for Astralis in this round. Still 2 HE grenades and a Molotov. Not that Astralis know that, but even if Astralis want to go for this, they're going to start very slow, and if no kills come to them, then it's a given-up round. Blame is holding where config essentially is, but they're trying to clear aggressive mid. And yeah, Fnatic just taking your hands off the keyboard wins you this round. But even though this is a 4-1 lead, Harry, it started strong. CT overpasses, they can build very quickly. They can be hard to break through. After last map, I will not question the longevity of Astralis in this series. I will not question whether they can come back, because we already have seen it today. Fnatic know that as well. They can't afford to drop the ball at any point.
Yeah. I mean, you know, as kind of a weird a statement as it is, Fnatic always look a lot cleaner when they're the team completing a comeback. You know, I think they kind of suffer with this problem of closing out games. The thing that they're so good at disrupting their opponents with, right? We all remember that big series. We all saw it happen. We saw the kind of leads that Big were able to field, and it was never enough to get Fnatic down and out. It's not so much the threat that the opponents pose to them. It's like a mind prison of their own making on the side of Fnatic. But they're at least off to this good start. The good times are rolling in right now, so we'll roll with it and assume that's not set to change anytime soon. It's another one of these ecos around those saved guns. You might actually throw some money into this one just to try and get everyone back on the same page economically. I guess, you know, if you're looking for silver linings, it's that loss bonus is starting to approach max now. But yeah, they will throw money into it. Full buy around the saved AKs. And Smoothie are also bringing the AWP into play.
Well, missed jump, but it doesn't matter anyway. No one's run mid. Down across the playground. The strike's coming up, connected, team nading. They'll make their way through the corridors. Alex is again ready to aggress on the B short side. It's been a consistency. Him and Crims have been getting these early kills to Zip, and once you do, a lot of the map freed up. Right now, Zip does have those comp players there to help. Will they go back and support his cover from Crims, and he drops config. Alex dies to a tech, and Crims has to double back. This is now scary on a low economy round as Astralis have picked up more guns.
Oh, yeah, this has gotten very, very threatening very, very quickly. You weren't really, you know, Fnatic, you weren't really expecting much to happen here. You know, I thought Alex was the T-Rex after last round. Turns out it's Zip. He's the expert in small arms. Bests him in that head-to-head. And now we have a 4-on-3 that Astralis can just sit back and ease themselves into, right? They know that it's Fnatic feeling the pressure right now.
Look at the info play. It's a fake out. They're walking through B with a full set of utility. All their nades on these 2 players. And oh my goodness, they could fake completely in this round. They're out. Glaive's been spotted. Crims needs a kill. He gets it and lives. That's so impactful. Glaive's going to have to now leave, but still Fnatic think it's a B round. Oh dear, they almost spot Glaive coming back. If they killed him there, they would know, and now they should. Molly on top, Glaive also executing B. Fnatic won't know where it's ending until the bomb plant comes in, and now it does. Doubling back up short side, Crims will kill Lucky, and they know there's only one more man in this site for the time being. Fnatic try to close the door while they know Blame's here.
Yeah, BlameF's got to buy time. At a bare minimum, Glaive is so far removed.
Didn't clear it.
With them not clearing the toilets, that could be their undoing. The wrap now in, and Mezzi shot in the back. Glaive getting set up over at long. This could be another one of these man disadvantage rounds going the way of Astralis. If Fnatic aren't careful, oh, it could be a repeat of Inferno. And how these rounds often went. Bomb not planted for long. Glaive's got to swing in. He's got to go for it, and just too far away. Sticking the defuse. Enough for Crims. And he even closes finishes it with the kill as well.
Ace for Crims.
Collective sigh of relief as Crims delivers the goods.
All 5 on the retake coming up from CT. That is just an unbelievable round. I don't know how it happens, but it's the plant that bites Astralis back. They didn't have that short info, right? That's why it was a CT plant. And Lucky tried to take bank in the mid round, but he got denied by Crims coming up the stairs from CT. He was the warning that that plant was coming in on upper. I like the attempt for Astralis to fake it out, but it is ultimately the plant that is the problem. What a total disaster. And what a time to step up for Crims. (5-1). But that was a low econ round for Astralis, right? That was one they had no business winning anyway, so they give it a damn good go. Now back to full rifles. Smooth is still AWPing. 4B off the get-go. Zip a lot more passive this time. In the smoke, you see Smooya goes both ways, and Zip knows he's been spotted. He flashes his way out. Smooya blind shot, and he leaves. Oh, that's some re-aggression.
Mate, Brolin had to win that as well. Like,
solo.
He was solo this whole time. Rotations have started to come up after he makes contact over towards the toilets, and with Lucky bested at long. While this was looking to build into what you imagine was the A play, they might just now go and rejoin Zip down here in Monster. The flash is good, and Crims is going to collect his free kill. Glaive and Blame F. Another one of these 2vx's, this time a 2v5, should be far harder. Glaive out with the swing and brought down low, wishful thinking, and spots the toilet player, but Mezzi's gonna have a little tear there, 2 in the round, and put 6 on the board for Fnatic.
Oh, Glaive knew what was going on. He had the read on the close player, but just too much pressure from Brolin on Truck and too little cover to take that fight. It's going to come through for Fnatic with 5 alive. Very important round. They are building and building in this CT side, but at what point do we get reassured? At what point do we feel like Fnatic are in a comfortable position? 8-1 apparently wasn't enough. And so with bated breath, another eco for Astralis. Blame rather, has bought up a hero AK, spent all his money in this round. So results have to be found. Orb shot misses for Smooya. They're getting closer. Lots of pistols running him down. And a nice escape for Smooya. If he can get away with it, they're very hot to trot behind him. But considering some of the repeats we've been seeing from Smooya in this game, not even necessarily with the AWP. I mean, we only had 3 AWP kills last map.
Man, Zip's done it again over here at short.
Oh dear, Config's out. Config is out.
Angle cleared, yeah, Brolin 1 step ahead. Smooya flicking back. You've like to think you've dodged the danger of this round. Blame F still standing though, and this guy's anything. It's tanky, taking himself a bit of space in towards A. Can't convert the follow-up. Brolin looking clean to open again, right? He kind of had a phenomenal start for Fnatic back on Inferno. Then he was never the problem. I'm not ever trying to suggest that. It was more Brolin would get openers and the round would still elude Fnatic, right? And that's kind of devastating. It's good to see that that hasn't got him down in the dumps and he's still able to deliver. Moving on to this second map, it's going to be needed.
Yeah, out of the 3 2v4s, 2 of them were on A, and they were both after Brolin got picks, like 1 or 2 picks in Banana, and Astralis would go back and win it on the other site. So, yeah, definitely going to lean them away from playing into this A site for now, as Brolin is tearing them through. But it was him and Crims, right? It was the experienced Swedes that actually showed up more than anyone else in that last map. For Fnatic, 7-1 though. Smooya's AWPing mid this time. He's seen nothing. It's an aggressive B hold for Astralis, taking water very early. That has been allowed to Fnatic to challenge in the late round. Mezzi moving aggressively so with a flashbang. They're blind, but he can't swing out fully. Doesn't know if they're still in that corner that the molly just faded in. Astralis want to poke their heads into B. Alex just crossing into the site, a very dangerous reposition. He gets away with it. Meanwhile, Smooya holding connected. Up they come. 1 shot and he goes out.
Oh, this is kind of nice, though, because Brolin's deep at long, and Lucky had been holding mid, had been waiting on this angle. Well, he's had to leave it now. He's had to go and regroup with his teammates on the short side. The check. They do spot Brolin's wrap, and down in the B site, Config's causing chaos. Gets a little opener there. The bomb is outside of Monster, and so Crim's aggroing here. He doesn't know it, but taking this position away is throwing Astralis through a bit of a loop.
Just won the round.
They can't really win this anymore, yeah. They're just so far removed from the bomb, they're hoping kills come in, and it's not to be found. Lucky left scratching his head as he's up from the short side. Where are they? And there's that swing from Mezzi to close.
It's a super mad TS right now, and Fnatic have got to be feeling a little bit positive, although with, again, bated breath. And yeah, some aggression from Crims is netting a lot of effect. Alex regularly gets caught out repositioning in B. That's why I was so worried when he crossed out of jail. He did eventually die doing the same thing, but it's not the easiest thing to exploit for Astralis. They're losing a lot of men, even taking to B control, even trying to pop into short in some of these rounds. If it's not Zip getting the opener, it is Crims coming out on top.
It was at this exact scoreline back on Inferno where Astralis were able to dig deep and turn it all around, right? Go on to 7-8.5. Will history repeat itself moving into this little force buy? Or is this going to be far cleaner, far different beast from Fnatic?
Yeah, they do this a lot on CT Overpass, don't they? They went 13-2 against Big, as I said earlier. But let's see if a faster round maybe has more merit for Astralis. Again, leading B, they have to respect the Molotov. But smokes are ready, they're going to smoke it late. Out they pop, blinded is Alex, he still gets a kill, and out of ammo, traded to Config. Up to Crims now, he has been a rock, he has been a pillar on this B bomb site, but Astralis bail out. You don't see this every day. They know they've gotten a lot of grenades and a lot of attention for Fnatic. In fact, 4 players are B if you count Smooya in heaven. So this is a nice late recommit for Astralis. They have the nades to do it as well. Roland's also in a precarious position as a flash ends his life with nothing, and Mezzi now needs to anchor down.
Oh, that's better. Mezzi tipping the scales back in favor of Fnatic. Flashes, leaving blind. Oh man, it's so punishing in Monster. Every one of these kills responded on with a flash the other way and a swing on the back of it. But with Config so low, timings have got to be found. Oh man, Smooya will lock it in, will hold the line. And it's a damn good thing too. Out of all the rounds, for him to not miss in that one is so important. Imagine the kind of confidence boost that gives you if Config wins a 1v2 at 7 HP.
Or if Smooya misses that shot, like, he didn't get cleared. If you know, I don't need to talk about it. It didn't happen, but with the game he's been having, like I said, 3 ult kills off map. He's already won up that so far here on Overpass. Obviously a lot harder to get your T-side up going on Inferno, as Astralis never wants to face the mid. Banana control was always met with, you know, bottom B smokes and mollies. But yeah, better showing out of Smooya. Still a very good eco for Astralis. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. Back to mid. Smooya, molly to his side. He waits for flame and he bites it back. Out he goes. A lot more clear cut on a map like Overpass when you have these fallback routines and you have these protocols where you can get a pick, lean back to the site.
Yeah,
so many options.
I think he's also just less frustrated, so he's more willing to do them, right? Smooya is very much someone who, when he kind of starts to feel like he's not hitting it, he does just out of frustration be like, I want to get as many as I can from every fight I take.
Saw that in the big game.
Yeah, right. And even kind of a very similar round where he's re-peaking long on Inferno versus Astralis in I think what was ended up being, you know, a lost man-up round for Fnatic.
One of the many.
But now that he's not feeling that pressure anymore, now that things have been a lot more decisive, there is trust across the unit for Fnatic. Smooya able to pick his battles. That's a nice shot to Lucky. We saw him flicking back left and right, so he had to adjust for that one on the fly. And still wanting to take even more. Smooya, a third, the hat trick in the round. Thus far, the only thing they faced is this AWP. And he's even spotted the last man, Glaive. Moving on in, and should just get cut down with the re-swing from Mezzy at Truck. It's double digits for Fnatic.
Yeah, nice to see Mezzy on this A site. He's always beasting here as well. Good round from Smooya with 3. Mezzy's more moved into that rotate role on the CT side here on Fnatic. Not always what he's been on, but hey, if Mezzy's getting involved in the action, if he's going to the more pop-in site, I'm all for that. Everything is looking better for Fnatic right now. And, you know, Astralis, they want to pull this comeback. They've got to start it now. You can't be relying on a 2-round half, a 1-round half. You've got to get a little bit of breathing room for when things eventually do go wrong. Smooya, again, hearing steps down and lower. Just that early info, every little bit, so you can figure out what and where Astralis are. This time it's Config taking water. But the only guy on double digits here for Astralis, but he's not got the gun for it. Door off, smoke in. And Alex moving up. Do they have this molly? They're going to boost. Oh, Alex turns from the flash. Config blind as well. Alex doesn't know where he got shot from, so he will escape. That was scary for a second. Stop boosting now. Config's ready. And again, just the unknown outside me right now. Fnatic don't have as much info as they would have liked, as they maybe would have had in previous rounds. And so Astralis have the element of surprise in this one. Only Smooya playing A. Fnatic leaning 4B. They hear the MAC-10 rare off, and they spot it.
Oh, but on the back of only seeing one man, they actually send a couple of gamble rotates towards A, and Mezzy plays heaven. It is the B pop, and it's coming at you fast. Only one from the first man in the site. Alex tries to thread the needle, but also gets traded after his first. Glaive, with the bomb on his back, needs to make it into the site, needs to get in there alive. Missed shot for Smooya, but gonna have more opportunities before all is said and done. It's only Brolin left standing versus Glaive, someone who's had a bit of a rough start here for Astralis. He's in with a very good chance, creeping around this smoke at the bridge. Now Glaive knows, and on that swing, he's gonna convert the clutch. A second found for Astralis. He said they had to start to get rounds on the board here and now, and they deliver.
Yeah, Glaive says, thanks for the smoke, but I'll just go and stick it. Knew exactly what Brolin's best play was there, to just walk around the bridge side and get him. But Brolin used all his ammo. 4 bullets left on the last peak, couldn't hit the headshot. And it's a nice try for Fnatic. It's still a scary round. Astralis finally get a B-pop working, right? Moving away from the monster side. I love how Crims just runs past 2 short players to kill the guaranteed blinded Zip, but yeah, it could have been a multi-kill otherwise. Ooh, Lucky's out. Roland has to flick, and it's a mess. He does win it out with the spam. Smooya's now started B with the AWP. Bit of a change-up. Fnatic know they've had a lot of fights in this area. They've just not been able to pick Astralis in recent rounds. Alex can swing if Smooya dies. But MAC-10 v AWP should be a simple clicking. Astralis retake long in the meantime. They still don't know that Smooya's here. If they find out now, he's going to get out. He's already starting to move out of position.
That might tempt you to pick up the pace, though, right? As you say, now they know this AWP is down towards the lower site. Ah, Blame. He'd already decided that corner was clear before he gets to it. Now they learn about Brolin. Is that going to make him any easier to deal with? Smooya, good timing on this rotate back up. And even while Zip catches players unawares, they still don't know where Brolin is as he tries to go back to clear him. That's where Smooya swings it wide from in the site. Good awareness as to what's exposed, what's open, and ultimately, you know, saves Brolin's life, most likely. Last thing you want to do when you're up against Zip in those 1vx moments is give him a reason to believe. Feels like you just get 110% more out of Zip when he's all alone. So, good stuff to deny any chance at that clutch.
Yeah, you can just see the effect that it has when your CT AWP is playing a lot better, and that much is the case right now for Smooya. Crims winning his fights out on B, Mezzy rotating to all the action. Brolin has not dropped around on the A site either. There's just a lot of good things going on for Fnatic at the moment, and Astralis just can't seem to find solutions. Their one round since the pistol, which they couldn't convert, was that B short pop. Let's see if they go back to it. Low money. 1 AK. But Not many heroes here on the scoreboard other than Config for days. Molly in middle. Astralis forced to smoke, and Smooya climbs up to the playground, or to the party rather. Spots Config and drops the point man, but can he get out? Oh no! Losing his AWP in the smoke. That's a huge bounty for Astralis. They're going to pick it up. Is that a one-way for Brolin? It looked like a lineup. He goes up and over.
Okay. Okay, Brolin. Are they going to deliver anything in middle? They do want to come around. First man in. Learns about
lovely.
the one way, the hard way, as Brolin doubles up in middle. And that AWP still yet to get retrieved. Lucky's been dispatched to try and get his hands on it, but he's not going to elect to go grab it. Instead wants to do good while they've got this timing. You know that Brolin is often that second man leaning over towards A, but the rotations have already been committed from Fnatic. This is all because Crims with a big backstab pushed all the way through Monster, all the way through Spawn, and is now right behind Astralis. Pole position, right where they want him to be. And there he is with the closer, 12-2. Oh, lordy.
It's the AWP denial that round. Every bit of Fnatic are focused on just stopping Astralis from either saving or getting that AWP into the play on A. And I like how even now we're seeing switch-ups for Fnatic. They don't want to stay one-dimensional. They finally put a player in connector for the first round, or half, at round number 14. Smooya hasn't really had spawns to take deep mid picks. He does again in this one, though. We'll see if he commits. He's often just set up by Con and listened to footsteps, tried to play the info game, but now Fnatic are feeling it. They can let loose a little bit, put the AWP down under. Blinded. Oh, he can't leave as well. They're coming out from mid behind him. His back is open right now. He's just playing with fire, and no one's there. This is dangerous, but it's also the last thing they expect. Smooya, the quick shot, just about leaps out, and now he's going for the no-scope, trying to go 2 for 1. Oh dear, it's a missed shot. Oh, it's a close shot, and Lucky does trade. There's an AWP for him if he wants to work with it. 4-on-4. Brolin re-aggresses, don't know how he gets away with that. And Fnatic, nothing's going wrong.
Yeah, Brolin's having one of those games where it's like no matter what he does, he's making it work. Now playing over the top of the smoke, and he's knocked out. That's the A site opened up. This fight at short could look to win the round, right? If you deal with this, oh, you're set up so nicely, so comfortably in the 3-on-1. Mezzi's been pushed and pulled between either bomb site, but he will get to heaven just in the nick of time. There's the first. Smoke goes in, and Mezzi won't elect to go through, instead dumping all this util. Is he going to try? Oh, yeah, flash goes out. He peeks with it, and Lucky's there to lock it in. 3 rounds are all Astralis are able to muster. Fnatic lead the way dominantly, and now moving in to this second half. Astralis, if you thought the first comeback was huge, they've got to do it all over again.
Fnatic are farming Astralis right now. A dominant first half, to say the very least. As you closed it, Harry, with the prospect of a comeback, as we saw in the previous map. Is that a likelihood here? 12-3 for Astralis. Only Config has been exec'd right now, and everyone else is going cold when it matters most. Elimination here on the line, but Fnatic looking to take us to Ancient to close the series, and a pistol round could well and truly solidify that fact.
Damn. Crims with the movement tag. Surfs the whole damn way into Monster.
Okay.
Surfs up, dude. Here we go. And they come. My goodness, Blame. Still back turned. Zip on the pillar. Oh, dancing around. Dancing in with a double, but will get dropped. Config still here fighting, and the second man, pretty far removed, has to come in through the short side. It's Smooya spotting Heaven. Oh, ugly, ugly as he tries to tap out Lucky. Config still here. Still, that initial threat is a problem, and they haven't been able to deal with him yet. 1v2, and they swing it together.
Yeah.
Alex and Smooya lock in the pistol round with 3 kills between them. And just like that, Fnatic now soaring on a high, looking to move into that third map.
Yeah, you think there's nothing that could stop them at this point, right? Astralis have got very cold in this game for some reason, right? And they had an incredible comeback, some really nice disadvantage rounds won in Inferno. Almost every single one of their T rounds was exactly that as well. But when they're ready on their pick to shut down the series, Fnatic have picked themselves up quick. Might have to head to the big green, that being Ancient, of course. But as much as Astralis didn't convert their pistol win in this map, maybe Fnatic will have trouble too. It's a pretty decent buy for the Danes. A UMP, a scout, and some nades.
Yeah, they never spotted Crims get here. And so if Astralis try to kind of force the issue by taking short control, they're going to be at the full mercy of that MAC-10. Luckily enough, they're not tempted in yet, but they certainly could be at any point in time. Toilet's getting taken by Fnatic, now turning their attention down towards Connector, leaving themselves paths for this rotate of the bomb if need be. Can always go and rejoin Crims if you don't like what you see in at this A side of the map. IEM feels like a play has to be made, and he's going to catch them lining up nades, but what a response! Messi's blinded, jumping, and he finds the 4-on-4. Crims backstab, and he sees them both leaving the B site. He's opened up a route for Fnatic. Nades at CT, but a 3-on-3, and Crims doesn't want to overextend, doesn't want to overplay his hand, especially not with Messi so low. This short fight matters a hell of a lot, and Messi's able to win that out. 3 in the round for Messi thus far, and it all started with a blind jumping MAC-10.
Lucky's given everything. He dropped his nades, his guns. He's finally been given a deagle, but it's not going to get them back in the round. And it's that little luck that could for Crims. Like you said, not spotted in the cubby, and here's those feet pitter-patter across the wood. That was all the info for Fnatic to back up, especially as they got lined up here by Blame. Really expected a double there, but Messi jump shots him.
I think everyone did. I don't even think Messi knew how he survived that.
You take it, just click mouse 1, and maybe you'll get lucky.
That would move him forward. Don't forget who you're talking about.
I forgot about that. That's a terrifying config.
Click left click or whatever it is. Right control, maybe.
He has C for crouch. He has W to walk, or is it space to walk? One of them. Right click is W, just move forward.
Yeah.
It's actually disgusting. How does he even like smooth move in this game? I don't know. Like, does he, every time he plays any game, he rebinds everything to just this awful combination. But what do I know? It works for him. Smooya, he hears ecos and he answers the call. Hello? 2 quick picks into B, and Astralis locked out on this eco. I respect that Astralis went for an eco round here. They wanted to run a buy on the CT side, and this was the only way to do that. Blame's going to get a deed shot, and he runs away. Lucky, if you want the gun, you can go get it, bud. I ain't touching it.
Yeah, good Lucky. Go on. There we are. Getting out.
Yay, I get to play a Galil in my first and probably only gun round. Yay.
Yeah, it's not, you know, it's not the resounding good news you were hoping for.
And Blame's back for more. He wants an AK now. That was into the tunnel.
Okay.
I'm very confused.
Yeah, Conflict just full spammed him.
Do it again. Oh, he did the damage to kill Crims at least. But yeah, I mean, none of this really matters. The Glil doesn't get saved. And if anything, that's a blessing in disguise for Astralis. Lucky at 5450, it's made for the AWP Kevlar. But Fnatic are made for Ancient.
Well, Smooya and Config having some banter. That's the typing we can hear right now.
Yeah, it's only reasonable comments.
A lot of respect between these two in the server, it's safe to say.
Definitely.
Now down into Connector. Fnatic, they know that they're just 5 kills away from taking us to Ancient, from making this a 3-map series after all. And from the lows of Inferno to the highs of Overpass.
More like over fast.
Blame holding middle. Waiting for a swing. Waiting for someone to tiptoe into his crosshair, and that was always destined to be a freebie. Can't find the follow-up. There's the trade. Smooya the man to get it. You've seen 2 in middle, but you don't know the full extent, just how much real estate Fnatic have taken. It might be a bit deceptive. They're already up through con. Oh, I say that you don't know if you're Astralis. They've just taken short water control, and so now that penny might start to drop for the Astralis squad. Well, it was being held by Crims. That's clean. Now we have this 3-on-4 slowly shambling up the short side for Fnatic.
They might have to take CT because they know their flank is open and already Glaive is activating on it. Config, blinded, Molly, you name it, they got it, but he takes long right back. This is a mess. This is a disaster, and Brolin has got to pick up the pieces. He can't. Put in a box and Astralis. 4 rounds. No, hold that off. 1 more round. I know it seems like this is a done deal, and maybe that is inevitable, but Astralis hold on against the odds.
Who believes more, Astralis or the sound guy? We'll find out. That's 1 on their way to a comeback. A huge one that they would have to embark upon, and I don't even really think it's worth considering till they really put some serious roundage on the board.
We've seen nothing.
Look at this investment. Fnatic just kind of brimming with confidence. They've gone, all right, Smooya, buy whatever you want. He's taken his pocket money and he's got an AWP out of it. The Eagle Armor, Mach 10. Very mismatched buy. This is the kind of stuff that happens when you're 15-4 up.
Yeah, no, that's definitely right. Smooya AWPing with Deegs around him. Let's see if he can get some kills. Lucky is having a bit of a sleepy one on the CT side right now, trapped in the long toilets. But we don't have flashes. Only 1, and it's on Brolin, but Smooya's not exactly going to get popped into toilets here. Love to see Brolin drop that flash back. Instead, he's clearing long alone. And okay, even if Lucky gets his kill, they still know he's trapped in toilets. Brolin can't live. He gets shot through the tree, and Lucky now drops a smoke for the escape. You can run through it. It's Alex after all. He don't respect toilet smokes. 1 more bullet, connecting could be a kill. But they actually trade out. Blame with a little more health to work with. Lucky runs back, hoping Alex hears this and goes through. Blame is gonna walk it. Madman, and he dies to the Deeg. 4-on-4 suddenly. And Config's dropped the bomb.
That's info. You just saw it going to B. Glaive wrapping. Is it ready for Smooya?
Big Smooth.
Oh, hang on. There's another man in the short tunnel. And Zip, that nasty surprise, comes as a bit of a shock to Smooya and leaves it all on Alex now with the AWP homed in. It is a missed shot, but there's the closer. Config, lovely round out of the guy, right? Wasn't content with getting the first, wanted to keep having impact, wanted to keep finding reasons for Astralis to believe in this one. And they're on their way to a 5th. Now, the eco to follow for Fnatic. They've tried their hands at the ballsy force bite.
Yeah.
They're just going to ease off in this one.
And like you said, how Fnatic are buying like it's 15-4. Astralis are playing like it's 15-4 in that round. Pushing smokes, running through Monster. Like, they're just playing like they've got nothing to lose, because honestly, they don't. No one expects this to be competitive. And so if Astralis can at least start in this half and be a bit weird and be a bit wacky, they might catch some 3 rounds against Fnatic. And next thing you know, it's 15-10. And we're saying Astralis, well, we've seen them do this before. So, yeah, I'm liking the style right now. Blame aggressive on the anti-eco, farming the mid-kills, 3 already. Pistol out, he wants that ace. They're coming through, and Brolin glocks him, Glaive trades. And Lucky keeps the round clean. So 6 up for Astralis, it was always going to be, with a buy like that. Can they make this game interesting after all? Fnatic have a rifle round and a timeout first to make sure that this doesn't go wrong. Smooya, 6-1 in opening duels in this game. It's a far better look. I know we've been saying it a lot, but I think he has been the question mark for this Fnatic team at times, especially on overpass on those T-halves. So a lot of those fears getting removed for now. And I'm actually so excited for the prospect of Ancient between these rosters. I said Fnatic have been pretty diverse in the maps they've been playing so far at this event. Astralis have not been a team to lean away from the prospect of Ancient either. Both these teams beating big on that map already in the play-in. And that game Vients yesterday, whew, that was exciting.
Lucky wants to hang around and fight this. I don't know how safe an option this is. He's been jump spotted by Brolin. I don't know if he got that info, but already making the decision to duck out of there. This keeps the AWP in play. Crim's tagged on the smoke, forces him to fire off a shot. Now they know about this lurk. This was something that we saw from Fnatic just the other day. Crim's kept getting punished on these B lurks, and once he got removed, kind of forces your hand into an A play. Curious if we're going to see the same stance taken by Astralis. Instead, it's this little mid-mow down right now, and with Crim still standing, there is a path open to B, but he's now left that, and is looking to rejoin the rest of his squad in the A play. 2 men in the bomb site. Brolin getting deep down long and very, very quickly as well. While it is being somewhat considered by Astralis, they're checking it on a timing. And so you really hope that the stars align. Brolin isn't ready for a second man. Isn't ready. And there it is, the turn. He will go back. He will check it. And now just 2 kills away from taking us to Ancient. Brolin's looking to put this one to rest here and now. Wrapping bank. He's in with the 3rd. And it's Zip. 1 versus 3. These were different times, different circumstances. You'd be thinking maybe he can do it, but the timing goes against him. And that is a statement win from Fnatic, right? That is dominant. A return to form, perhaps, from the first half of Inferno. They show that they're not going down without a fight in this series.
Fnatic bounce back 16-6 on Overpass. Maui, Prof, did you know in Swedish Brolin means flick man?
Did you actually conduct that interview to find that out yourself, Paula?
I'm just making it up. He had a pretty nice performance. Let's get it trending.
This guy cracks me up, man. I can't control it. But Fnatic, they controlled Astralis. They absolutely corralled them. This was not an interactive game of Counter-Strike. This was completely one-sided. It was pretty much a decimation on all fronts. There's not a lot, honestly, that Astralis succeeded at. And but we're going to keep it together, Paula. We're going to keep this.
Let's keep it together, guys. Sorry for that completely uncontextual in-joke. We're just memeing, all right?
We are.
Non-contextual.
Look. Let's be real for 1 second.
Let's do it.
Smooya had a good game.
Yes.
He was opping. He was actually opping. He did well.
Yeah.
Astralis didn't make it difficult for him. We have to acknowledge that. They were just kind of shifting around. There's like 5 blame Fs on the map.
A lot of walking.
Doesn't really work out, especially when the opper is holding the angle. And you know, there's that in-game tip, never walk peek an op.
Oh, yeah.
Don't shift walk into an op, and they didn't listen to that. I mean, it was just very, very dominant. Brolin, our boy. I'd say he was even more important than Smooya, even though maybe the scoreline is similar. Just his play on A, he was picking up kills, staying alive, moving around. When Smooya fell down, he was there to trade, and it just went amazing between the two.
Yeah, just to quickly jump in, you guys said you specifically wanted to see more out of Smooya after Inferno, and he definitely delivered on Overpass.
Yeah, what's been questionable about Smooya has been the fact that in a lot of this tournament, his best impactful games have been on the rifle primarily. But this is a great bounce back for Smooya, and it's when Fnatic needed him so direly, because this is just a moment where Astralis have a chance to still win the series. Despite how that one looked, it's still going to get competitive on Ancient, and Smooya needs to perform better than he has been in this tournament, which has not been kind to him.
Yeah, we touched on it at the beginning. Like, if it goes to Ancient, yeah, that could be the 2-1 for Astralis, right? Inferno, now when you look at the Overpass, how it went, you really have to look back to Inferno a bit and see, like, oh my god, that was a wasted opportunity. How many of these rounds, just like if you close 1 or 2, you get the momentum, you close it out, and you're done. You're done, for at least for now, and you'd be waiting for the second game of the day and trying to get into Spodek, but now Fnatic are still in it, right? Still have to fight through.
How do Astralis bounce back on Ancient?
I've liked Astralis' T-sides on Ancient. I think that's the saving grace for them here, the fact that they have a game plan that they can rely on, because honestly, Blame F has been sick in Cave. This dude is just, he's in there with the Jaguar. He's made it his pet. Honestly, he's just kind of spamming people through smoke. He's controlling the area super well. It's like, it's a nice candlelit area. He's having a nice dinner in there, and he's eating his opponents consistently.
Yeah, I mean, he's amazing. And on the T side, config is, again, going to be important. Like, he needs to find some impact. When we saw him against Ents, he was destroying Snappy on the A bomb site.
Yes.
Like, just defaulting into the side. Like, that's not the way things should go on Ancient. Like, on Ancient, the T side should be very difficult to actually break through, to get any foothold. And even when you get into the bomb site, it's one of the mostly going to be like difficult post plans where you don't have deep control. So when he does stuff like that, just walking in, that allows the post plans to be so much easier.
Yeah, let's really focus in on Ancient now. Which team do you think this map favors?
I actually think it favors Astralis. I've liked what they've done more consistently on the map lately. Fnatic is a team where they played big recently, and it was not convincing in either direction. They had a dominant CT side in that game, but their T side didn't have much to show. Astralis actually have found a way to break open this map on T side, and that's going to be a key factor here, because Ancient has been such a predominantly CT-sided map.
Yeah, for me, maybe it is about Brolin finding some impact and opening up stuff for Fnatic, right? He's the guy that you kind of would expect to make some of these YOLO plays that are needed to some degree on Ancient to just get into the T sides, get some openings. Yeah, that's kind of big. And then Alex, can he maybe outmaneuver after these things happen? But I don't think on Ancient, that part, like the Glaive versus Alex, isn't going to be as important.
Okay, so you're looking for Brolin to step up then. Do we need Smooya to have a strong performance as well, kind of like how they duoed on Overpass, or is it not as important?
He needs to be creative with his approach. And one thing I've liked about Smooya when we've watched them play Ancient in the past is that he has been pretty mobile. And I think he's going to need to do that a lot because Astralis have a way that they don't just do the same thing every single round on this map on T side. They mix it up. Sometimes it's just kind of a full lane pressure, kind of people call it banana, I suppose. Like a banana pressure, mid pressure, even A pressure sometimes. And if he's not active, sometimes Astralis are just going to find free picks on dry-facing rifle players, and he needs to be there to instill some fear so Astralis feel like they have to condense their playbook.
Yeah, and looking back to the game that they played against Big, he was having a really bad time on the op, missing some timings. I'm not really sure how good Smooya is actually on Ancient. Like, I want to see a bit more, see if he can be comfortable in some of these aggressive peaks and repositioning and not being caught off guard.
Guys, final thought, who's winning?
I hate it. I hate to say it, but it's Astralis for me.
Yeah, I'll agree. I'll agree with Astralis, yeah.
Okay, my analysts think Astralis is going to take this map and, of course, take the best of 3 as a result. Who do you at home think it's going to be, Astralis or Fnatic? We'll find out very soon.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky, alone among the stars, without forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I won't get down.
It's been a pretty brutal series all in all, and it's all set to culminate on Ancient now, right? We just had a real blowout of a map. Fnatic, they came in swinging, clearly a little bit angry after how Inferno ended out, right? We had a very, say back and forth game, or it was back and then forth, and then that was it. Like, you know, those were the two swings in direction. Great start from Fnatic there that was all cancelled out by a huge Astralis comeback. Now we head to Ancient. Hugo, I'd love to know where your mind's at. Do you think, you know, Fnatic coming in with the momentum, is that going to give them an edge? Is just the kind of raw experience of Astralis on this map going to shine through here? What are your thoughts?
I don't think it holds too much value that Fnatic just had a one-sided game. I think Astralis, of all teams at this event, are going to be able to reset pretty quickly. I want to see the sides as well. We know Fnatic have had trouble, as many teams have, on the T side of this map, and Astralis are very dynamic in the calling. Fnatic won knife, so they will get a good start. Okay, talking about the second half at least then, I think Blame's going to be terrifying in Cave. Some of the stuff he was doing to Enter yesterday on the lane was really, really scary. But Fnatic, they pulled a 12-3 back to an overtime win on this CT half against Big, so let's give them the respect they deserve here. A little A-pop for Astralis. Crim's getting dinked and run down in the donut, and the boost up over the top of the smoke. Glaive spinning like a little wheel on the site, but he'll get the plant, and now Astralis hold off.
First man challenging is from CT, but over in Temple, that's where the real danger is. Oh, they run down the CT player, and now they flip back around, looking to deal with this, but all of a sudden it's back into a 3-on-3. Glaive's to tuck in, he's at 1 point of health, he's hiding, and his teammates are dropping like flies. Glaive dead, and it's only one man. Zip in the clutch. Oh, it's so close, they're still on the bomb. One bullet, and that makes all the damn difference. Astralis, they win the pistol, and Zip, 1 versus 3 in the clutch. That's more like it.
Yeah, he's pulling the clutches out now. We know the series is heating up, and we asked if Astralis could pull it out the bag after getting bullied on the previous map. Well, that certainly answers our questions early. Zip is back in his element, and that's a pistol round for Astralis. Very nice try on Fnatic. That was a 3-on-5 trying to get back into the bomb site, but all locked out by one man. Config out in middle now. Fnatic have the default pistols and a spray almost. That's a second. There's a Zeus on Roland, and he's going to find Blame in the lane. Don't call it banana. Don't you damn dare. It's straight as hell. Astralis, they're going to go straight to A instead. Run round this rotate. They've seen that default player, and even though it's a full eco, I'd like to think it wouldn't get out of control, but that would be coping, that would be hoping. Crims has done a dink in, and Smooya has an off angle.
At a bare minimum, you can do a lot of damage here. Oh, bomb pushing into Temple. Zip. He's got the package on his back, and he's looking for gunfights. He's not concerned about playing bomb. You want as many guns up as you can have, and Zip is the only one you need.
I love that reaction for Zip, because he knows that two things. One, A, planting, or even planting on this map is extremely difficult. And when you think there's no one there, suddenly everyone can peek. But also, after the Zeus comes onto Blame from B lane, at that point, Fnatic know what's up. Like, they've cleared the entire map, they've cleared middle, they won that fight from Smooya, they cleared B. They know Astralis have to be A. So Zip realizes everyone is close. Very dangerous fights getting taken, but they all get won by Zip. And after winning that little clutch in the pistol, he's already looking a lot more confident, a lot more tuned in. Flash dodged, Alex deep in middle, Glaive jiggling, and now Alex needs to try and get out. He does with a kill. Flash is good though from the other side, and Alex somehow doubles down before he leaves. I thought he was dead.
Yeah, I thought he was. I was like ready to be like, oh, good trade, Config. Good, well set up, perfectly executed, but instead.
Okay.
Oh, that was a dink. Brolin heard it. Shots going either which way, and they run on the reload. Oh, but Brolin, he's got that quick draw. Out with the M4 and in with a double. Now all unlucky. Top T red and looking for a way back in, but he's a long way removed from the round, right? The bomb is about to be discovered by Fnatic. If they wanted to, they could play around this. They're just going to sit on it knowing that Lucky He's going to be in for a rough old time.
They haven't actually seen it. Alex walked right by, but it was a little deeper in mid. It shouldn't matter because he's so far away. But maybe Alex is going to go back, and if he checks spawn, he will find it. So there it is. Alex now back there, and Lucky is going to have to do everything from this donut position. But with every second that passes, more space taken, more position gained. And this big wrap round the world. It's found one kill. Alex now knows what's up. He's still low. Lucky's not got the time to win this unless he gets the immediate kill and runs A with a bomb. That's the only open place. 15 seconds. They know the package is here, though. And I don't know if there's even time. It doesn't seem like it. He's going to go look for the kills right at the very end, but the penny has dropped, and the round has been won by Fnatic. Still a nice try for Lucky. Did all he could. There's the Brits on the board.
Yeah, really nice double up from Alex in mid. I still can't quite get over it that that's how the round starts for Astralis. You know, first guy falling, that one's fair enough. Glave's just trying to swing him while they know they've got him trapped, but it's that follow-up onto Config that was so clean, despite being flashed, despite the setup, the layup for that being perfect from Astralis. They still falter. And now they lean heavy towards A. There is a bit of a fake being sold over towards this B site. Blame F lobbing that utility in. But Fnatic haven't fallen for it. They've already taken lane away. And now that a bit of spam damage has come out onto Crims, rotates are going to start to come through nice and early for Fnatic. Crims blind and can't do a damn thing. Another man sat back in Temple. It's Alex this time waiting. Deals with the first, but now they know where he is. It's a follow-up kill from Smooya to tip the scales. And Alex looking for angles. Brolin swinging out of Donut. And it's only Blame, 1 versus 2. The man who's tried to sell the fake at B now has to clutch the whole damn round.
Dude, I don't know how Brolin does it. He makes the A1S look an A4. Someone needs to check what mags he's putting in. The transfers, these spray downs. All coming through for Brolin. But
this is a little scary here.
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
They have split up these fights for him. They've given him 2 attempts at 1v1s, and right now, Alex still in middle, going all the way up to lane in case Blame tries to reroute with the bomb. Either this is Mega Brain or it's going to give this fight over. Mezzi, luckily enough, wins it.
Yeah, I want to talk about that pop for Astralis, because even though Fnatic win the round, I think it's actually really impressive. They are full smoked out of main, but what they do is they throw a deep flash nade towards the big box, a very common angle for CTs to play. Crims comes close. He sees that flash pop behind him, but then Glaive right-clicks one or throws it very close in the smoke. He can't even see it come through. And so, like, the first flash is almost like a bait, a ruse, or to get a Temple player off. But then there's that close flash that ruins Crims' day. It's a really nice little detail there, but Crims thought he'd, absolutely outposition the utility, but there was always going to be a little bit more for Astralis.
Yeah, I love those double flash setups. I think like the most common one that you'll see a lot is like double flashes on lower nuke to clear the double doors corner, right?
That's a good example.
It's like they turn away, suddenly, as they go back to be ready on the angle, that's where the second flash pops them and leaves them screwed. This is meant to be a clean round, and it's looking like Fnatic can deliver on that. Smooya really pushing the boat out with this mid-aggression. And I like that he just calls it off. It would have been very Smooya-y to go for that, but you might be left glad you didn't after Blame has opened up into the B side. That was the only man who's able... throwing the bomb back. And he's left it like right in the eyes of Brolin. Brolin's saying, why would you do that, Blame? You've given me the round. And now they hear Glaive moving in through T-spawn. It's a done deal. Fnatic looking to keep 4 in good standing.
Yeah, trying to sweat with a Glock, but it's not going to work against Smooya. The anti-Eco King is going to be there to clear it up. 3-2. But here's the buy for Astralis. And yeah, they do have nice T-sides. I think that is a worry, considering we haven't seen the same for Fnatic in this tournament, at least. On this map specifically. And so I think Astralis are going to have to start it off strong right at the beginning, get some gun rounds on the board, remind us who we're up against. double molly mid. Decisive out of the gates. Fnatic take that control and they put the AWP in donut as well. Alex even can climb up. It's been mollied early from T-Spawn. But he is not worried. In he goes. 2 players there, and going any further puts you in just this tunnel of death. Turning back into config in middle, but he can't get it too aggressive yet. He's smoked off right now. He's also got the bomb to worry about later. Brolin going through the smoke. Very risky. Going to just fall back into spams instead. It's a slow default for Astralis, but they've got to wait out some util before they can get much room.
Yeah, just kind of a standoff. Okay. Oh my god. That's it! There's a lot of them in that smoke, and Brolin's gonna get rid of all of them.
I don't think he's had a single kill off of the spray yet. I think he's only double killed in this half.
It's kind of wild, isn't it? I mean, even though that B pop was coming in, the bomb is still all the way down here outside of middle on config. It's been that way since the start of the round. And now config and Blame looking to play their own game with this one. Blame still waiting back in cave. And this is all well and good for him to mop up players rotating, but...
Oh, he's going to get this.
It's a freebie. Blame, look, and in with a double. Blame F has opened up. Smooya just saw. Smooya.
Yeah. Someone told him.
Yeah.
You did.
Someone
you
said
did.
that's the bomb, by the way. That's the last man. That's the most important man. And config already on the angle.
I don't know what happened for Crims, but he was holding Brolin's back. The reason Brolin's looking there is because Crims has the cave walk, but he turns around. He goes back. Maybe he checked long, but he didn't need to with Brolin on the off angle. And Crims kind of loses that round there by getting off the angle and Brolin getting backstabbed. Smooya, he had the drop, he had the 1v1, but he scopes so early. And Config hears it and just holds for the repeak. That's a round that Fnatic did not have any business losing. Alex knows. Oh, no he doesn't. He didn't fully clear the corner. Config's there, causing nuisances in middle already this game. But yeah, that's a stinker of a round. Got to move past it though. Here we go.
Yeah, I think a very, very big swing player in this map, especially, is going to be Smooya. He can't afford to have an average performance here. Statistically, this is his worst map. And so if there ever was a time to kind of overachieve, it's now. Config dealt with in middle, and the hero M4 finds itself a double. Now Astralis set up for the B play. Smooya arriving here a little late to the scene. Does have this A1S to smoke spam. And, it's revenge from Inferno. He was so often the man on the receiving end. Smooya, 3 kills to the good. Would love anything else that Astralis are willing to give him. And they don't want to risk spamming back. Got now retrieved on Crims as well. It's this long wrap from Blame F. They've got util out. Oh, Smooya's dead. And Crims, they won't give him the chance. They won't give him the repeat. Out of ammo, and the Deagle not pulled in time. Lucky. Good reaction on the swing. Knows he can put the round to the rest right there and then.
That was scary though. That was very scary. Nice try on the retake. Blame just takes matters into his own hands in this post plant. And Blame does look like a very comfortable player on Ancient, to be honest. A lot of options for cheeky aggression on CT side. He loves finding gaps in T-halves on lurks. And he's already proving to be a bit of a problem as well in doing so. Pause out for Fnatic. That was only an eco, so they made it damn close. They've got everything they need, except the AWP. AWPs do rule on CT Ancient. Can float a lot. Take shots, change positions. Not as much necessity on T-half, but also a lot of opening pick chances, especially towards B, getting boosts on box. Or taking mid picks off spawn. Will Fnatic take it themselves? No, they give it up. They throw in their util, keeping up the conditioning, but they will back out as the smoke comes in. From some of the util they see out of spawn, they realize what Astralis are doing, and they will lean elsewhere. Brolin and Mezzy, this is a common consistency, taking ramp fully away as well as lane, and Alex leaves at the wrong time. They walk the smoke, they hear the steps. Brolin does backstab Blame, but it doesn't matter if Alex dies here in CT. He is running the entire way, and they've let him slip past. Now they take the kill. One more man in Temple gone, and that might just be the round unless Smooya has something to say.
Yeah, needs to go big, needs to go huge. The time is nigh, and he has dropped the bomb. Ooh, they lose the man in rotation. Brolin dealt with Config having a round, and there is this huge wraparound coming in from Mezzy all the way into main, but Lucky's heard the footsteps. This kill gets delivered on a silver platter once again. Smooya's the man who's expected to deliver here. 1-on-3. Config having a monstrous amount of impact in this round, and just having that presence of mind. CT's locked in. It really puts a lot of pressure on Smooya. Tries to fight towards main, but Astralis play the trade game.
Yeah, with every round that they're racking on the T side, Fnatic are just thinking like, okay, that's one more round. We're going to have to win in our second half, no matter what happens here in the first. And you got to hope they have the depth to dig into once we get there. Right now, though, another eco and another chance for Astralis to continue to build. Again, this mid-molly for Glaive, stopping the climb up on ledge. But if there is lane aggression, it does just often come from Brolin pushing through the cave side. He's doing it again right now into the smoke. Conflict's pick day often found lurking here for openers, and Blame has found Brolin at the same time. These two are going to be clashing all game towards the cave position. Two players regress. Smoothly spotted though. Won't be ready for Mezzy. And so there's an AK, but not picked up, and Zip will keep it clean. 4 up for Astralis and 6 in the game. It's another rebuy for Fnatic of very high impact.
Yeah, very high importance, right? Like you need to put a stop to this, because already this is amounted to be a good T side out of Astralis, and you're an ancient third map in the series, right? You either win this to keep on fighting to try and get to playoffs, or you tuck tail and have to head home. Considering Fnatic came from that upper bracket originally, that was never a position they wanted to be in. Smooya, he's getting executed on. This AWP at Big Box needs to have a bit of a round. First kill, but they're getting close. Spam is good, and Config does not give second chances.
He's had enough.
Alex on the fast mid-wrap, already arriving in the back line, and Astralis ready for it. First kill comes freely. Oh, and the follow-up as well. But from the temple, it's Brolin to clothesline Config, all left onto Blame F, who's all the way over at B, man. Having a wrap this A site now, being loud on the approach, and that's nice and easy for Mezzy. Defuses in. And there's Fnatic successfully repelling one of those A plays.
Don't think Blame was ready for 3 of his teammates to get eviscerated in 5 seconds, right? No one able to get into comfortable positions, and that is all Alex right there. The space getting taken on that flank, and even when he gets the kill onto Zip on Big Box, it's a silencer striking, right? Astralis don't even know where he is. Lucky's looking wild. He doesn't know where to aim, and then Brolin comes in to help out from Donut. Perfect time retake for Fnatic. And Astralis, all right, that's fine. Their aggressive A rounds have been exciting, but this time it will get held off by the CTs. Smooya's got another AWP. He starts in the same spot, this time even a little more aggressive on A. Again, it's getting taken. Fnatic, when they want it, they have it. As is often the case on CT side, it's just you can't commit to taking it every single round.
They're going to boost, are they?
Yeah, this is nice.
All right.
Get that early lane info.
It's up and over, and we'll miss the timing on this player making it into pocket. Right now, lane looks clear, and that's deceptive in its nature. Blame is still here. Floating about, waiting to see if he's given anything now. Alex often clean in the comms, right? You would imagine, he said, could be in pocket, could be hiding out here. It's the one spot you can't clear from that lane peak. Brolin's keeping his wits about him.
Oh, they're trying to force the flank. They're running an execute. And they hope that someone pushes mid. Instead, Brolin cleans out Blame there. Kill Blame there. You know it's a fake out. That's all he's doing on this T side right now. Config will regress to middle. And a miss spray recovered by Alex. The bomb's in no man's land. Lucky, he's not tall enough. he can't get up there. Just got to frag out now with a flashbang. Crims will deny. And you could see that get pieced together for Fnatic. They almost walked into that 3-man jungle setup holding outside of the A site. But as soon as Brolin kills Blame F on a lurk, suddenly their eyes are ready for a mid and A attack. Scary stuff, but a flawless round for Fnatic. Mind games right now in this game, Harry.
Yeah, I find it kind of interesting. You touch upon these Blame F lurks. It's super common to see him late lurking B like this. I mean, it's really all we've seen thus far from them on Ancient, both in this map, but even looking at Ancients gone by, it is his go-to kind of pathing, go-to routing, and some teams have often elected to use that as a way to force the early 5-on-4, but Fnatic almost come at it from a decent kind of respectful angle where they give him a bit of room right up until they don't. They're not like forcing an early fight here. Oftentimes they kind of let him have lane control in the opening segments of the round and then just look to isolate him when he tries to make a move, tries to catch those rotates.
At the same time, we've seen it once, but I imagine it will come through again in the half, like around where Mezzi and Brolin just take lane off the get-go. They push ramp, they push cave, they split it together. They're actually really, really good at that. They have nice synergy. This could be one of them. Lots of nades in. They won't get the door smoke, though, and that's a necessity for this take. Third man at B, joined from middle. Alex just misses that timing. Brolin's going to have to run back. He hears him running into the site. Mezzi's calling for support, picking them out of the sky. A 3 for Mezzi as Brolin bites on the 4th. It's
That's
Lucky
clean.
left alone. You know, on the flip side, when we see Blame doing this like B-lurk, one thing that is consistent when Astralis start 3 or 4B is we'll have Config on jungle or going for A picks, walking out on anti-ecos, trying to find a lot of space. And so there are a couple of things that if Fnatic have done their research, and you'd be sure they have, that they'll be ready for on this T side. They start to build back into this game. 6-6, almost a certainty.
Yeah, you know, I mean, this Fnatic CT side almost feels like a little bit inspired ever since that big game, right? If you remember, big CT side hinged around these double mid pushes, fast lane control, and we do keep seeing that, as you kind of pointed out in the last round, from this Alex holdover in middle. I mean, Crim's often the one tasked with it.
Oh, this might be it. Alex is throwing the door smoke from spawn.
This missed last time they did it,
really?
so yeah, hopefully it doesn't miss again.
No, it looks good. Let's see if Mezzi and Brolin take the space.
They will. You hear that spam as well, and that's only going to tempt you in further. It really does scream that someone's trapped behind that smoke. Trades are even in mid from the get-go.
So much space.
Got the early lane control. Don't put it past Astralis to recommit late. They're going to catch another man. This time over towards Jaguar. As he having to hold this smoke in the doors, and I mean, nowhere feels certain, nowhere feels safe here. He might just want to leave lane altogether. Fnatic are actually leaning towards A, and this is all because of that early control they had at lane. They thought that was going to shut Astralis out. It hasn't. They've grouped up late for the B play, and so all the pressure right now going to be on the shoulders of Mezzi to try and put a stop to this one.
Yeah, he is down on the ramp, but Config is reset from mid, and so even though they're going to walk out behind him, if he leaves his back open to door, he will be a dead man. Config gone. Mezzi now, does he realize they're making noise? They're out in the site. He can't stay alive. Zip stops him in his first track. Now Smooya, 1v3, scoped up. They should have heard this. They're going to turn around. Lucky ready, but Smooya with a little 1v1, and that's all he ever wanted. Lucky tucks in and won't give it away, and Zip moves back as well to come in on the flank. Smooya really wants this kill, and it's just not being presented. When it does, Zip is ready to trade the frag. He goes out wide, and Lucky is the one to trade instead in this situation. It's 7 rounds to Astralis. Yeah, beautiful round for Config. Got to give it to him. Like, he gets that swing out mid, he trades Crims, and then he hides. And Alex comes out of ledge, and he goes, mid's clear, guys. Looks away, tries to check if he's top red or if he's in donut. Config recommits. Then Fnatic finally take mid back. They go, okay, mid's clear, guys. And then Config swings a third time into middle. He just keeps poking his head in and out of the middle area. So Fnatic need to be very aware of that on these Config A-side leans. Again, they take mid. But you can't hold this position forever. Ooh.
Oh, flashing through the double doors as well. It's a nice spray from Brolin to open. Gonna force a bit more respect over towards lane, at least.
50 damage nade onto Config from Crims. As the smoke fades, Config was hiding in it. Fnatic, they've learnt at least. Surely you need instant shot here, and yeah, Blame's going to get it before Brolin can even connect. He's only on 15 health, now a 4-on-4, given up. And Astralis cut out mid-info.
Yeah, good thing about having Blame challenge is it doesn't really reveal much of the game plan here. You know, we kind of touched upon how it's so common to see him solo lurking over towards B, maybe with the support of one extra player, that you don't get much revealed on the back of that opening, that equalizer. Smooya still posted on mid, will eventually lean away, and this is as they've moved all the way through lane, looking like Astralis do want to take middle after all, very late in the round here. Getting this mid control.
Config heard a flash over A, so I think he thought that they reaggressed or they got some info. Maybe that's part of the decision here for Astralis. They want to go back into where Fnatic believe is clear.
Clean. Crims getting wrapped, and Smooya inside of this site and making the AWP look good. It's 2. Can he remove the final man? He is getting run down. Blame F out of ammo. The Glock in hand, and it's gonna finally come through, but with so many bodies ready to respond, he just gets bogged down having to deal with that AWP. Even though Smooya whiffs a couple of those shots there to close, he still puts up the numbers he had to, and he bought more than enough time for his teammates to safeguard that round, make sure Blame can't sneak anything past them.
Yeah, ultimately, this is still an excellent T-side for Astralis. 7 rounds at a bare minimum is nothing to be ashamed of. So we'll have to see if Fnatic can one-up it in the second half. They've got one more round to relieve themselves of pressure. And it's going to be a faster B1 or a rush. We haven't seen it all half. Astralis runs storming into the site. The flashes are beautiful as well. Nothing is seen. Brolin gets a double, but he's dead. And Mezzi now has to swing out instead. 2 kills, bomb loose, and that might be it, unless Blame has something to say.
Yeah, another clutch attempt for Blame F. He's been given a couple of opportunities, and maybe Smooya could be the way in. No, he nails it. And there it is, 8-7 on the half. Neck and neck, more or less, moving in to Fnatic's T side. They're going to need something big. Astralis giving it all they've got, and now they move into the favored side. This one's up in the air.
This lower bracket is chock full of danger at every single turn. Only one slot for the Spodek remains here for these teams, and it won't even be decided in this game. This is just a stop to be eliminated early. The winner goes on to face the winner of G2 Furia, currently going on the other side. But now we swap sides to Fnatic's T-Half, where they've had trouble on Ancient. Astralis, a very good beginning to this game. Of course, it's Blame up in Cave. Smooya's ready for him. It's one consistency of this CT side, but an audacious pick to attempt in a pistol.
Oh man, Lucky's only just dropped that smoke. Oh, able to capitalize on the fade is Zip, and even repositioning for a second. Takes in now, Plum with it. Crims, clean tap, and that brings us back into a 2-on-2. He even goes back into the site for more. That's a little awkward. You thought he was going to hunker down in Cave and play around Brolin, but he's left the young gun in the 1v2. They're on the bomb, they're sticking it. Brolin, not enough to win the first fight. Glaive concealed around the pillar, and try as Brolin might. Even with all the kills coming through, it's a lost round. It just skirts on by.
Yeah, what a round for Glaive as well. 5 kills in this map individually, not having a fun time, but he knows his brain is bulging. If there's one fight he's going to win, it's the mental game. Love that stick behind the pillar. Well read. And Zip hits some bangers as well on the defense. That re-aggression for Crims. Fully ready for it. 3-on-3. Config back to his mid BS, but it's on CT side where he'll take that room. It's free real estate. Fnatic, on the other hand, they lean A. Crims, who's been a rock this series, has gone a bit cold in map 3. No better time to show your worth than now. Lucky Scout hits the headshot before the smokes land. They try and get out. He's got a bit more of a gap. They can't see him here either. Lucky drops grenades. It might, in fact, hit his teammate more than the enemies. And Smooya takes that space, trying to pinch Lucky, but it's Zip who shoots him back in the eyes. 3-on-4. Bomb planter for Fnatic is pretty good, but Astralis have those numbers.
Yeah, lots coming from Donut. That's what you've got to be ready for here. Messi tries to swing with Brolin. It's going to get left onto Alex at the big box. Caught by Temple, able to react in time. Whittled down by the spam, and now having to just tuck himself in. They don't give him the respect. Blame F runs him down. And the defuse does go the way of Astralis.
Very scary. There was no kit there. Nice to see Blame just completely run him down with the UMP. Alex was so flashed. By the time it fades, it's already too late to hear the footsteps. Very aggressive, though, for Fnatic. They just burst into the A site with an execute. And I think that was part of the problem against Big. I want to see how things fare as well. That's a good round to play fast when you've only got a couple of guns to lead the pack. But once we hit rifle rounds, Fnatic were very quick in some of their T-cooling up against Big. And it didn't really work until they hit overtime and they got to, call a pause, slow it down, wait for Big to make mistakes, wait for players to get aggressive. They won a 3-on-5 to close after Keto doubled up in lane. He flanked all the way through T-spawn, and Alex was just holding it like a nerd. Those are the rounds that Astralis were winning on this first half as well. Ones where they would late take mid or have Blame lurking into B. So let's see if Fnatic want to swap the pace up. Again, they buy, right? A couple of kills is enough temptation with a bomb plant. Will Astralis be ready for this kind of resistance? Crims with a crazy angle. Glaive's ready for it. And he just gets out with a 5-on-4. Glaive plays the numbers game and he comes out on top.
Oh my.
Hello.
Config is about to disrupt this whole damn thing. Oh no! It looked like he was going to go sooner. Could have caught them with nades out. Just seconds away from making that play. And now it's going to fall to Glaive instead. Double in the round with support from Lucky already being here. This A bomb site is a minefield. Fnatic having to wait behind that main smoke, and with every second that passes, reality sets in.
They've dug their own grave. The This is double digits for Astralis. Ollie can be good, but wrong box. 2 to choose, and Lucky, he's ready. Glaive's going to swing on Lucky's contact. It's a nice setup. The boost is cool.
Yeah, Lucky misses the boost, and woo, Glaive responds. Out with the swing. Him and Lucky there to deliver.
Glaive's had enough, right? He's really woken up in the second half already. Just that aggressive move into the gun round, or the double force buy for Fnatic. The pistol stick probably gave him a lot more confidence. And I mean, that whole setup is him waiting for Lucky to make contact so he can swing. And then he just goes, nah, I'm a swing. I'm going to just end this round. And he does. 10 to 8. Deagles now for Fnatic. Their delayed gratification is only going to put Astralis closer and closer to eliminating Fnatic.
Yeah, but you knew what you signed up for. You knew it was high risk, high reward. And unfortunately, you know, with the risk comes the opportunity that you get nothing. Roland removed from the round early. Lucky, a smoke spam will go a long way. He's looking right at them as they tiptoe out through the double doors. It's nice, it's clean. Blame F taking heads off, and there he is, locking it all in. 4 in the round with Lucky finally spamming out Alex over in middle. But now we get the investment. Fnatic, if they don't win this, if this one goes against them, Astralis really are in prime position to send them packing.
Yeah.
Lot of weight on this gun round now.
Fnatic put it all on orange, and Astralis, the dealers, they laugh. That's not even a color on the roulette table, they tell them. Dead to red, maybe, for the Brits and Swedes. Molly's into middle. Astralis, oh, that's a leg. Smoothie hits Config, but he gets given a second chance. That would have been a massive kill for Fnatic. Instead, they do get lane. But, oh, that's just despicable. We wanted this Brolin Blame battle. We knew we were going to get it, but not like that. Brolin doesn't get a chance to fire a bullet. Just dead to the smoke. Blame built different on B side, and now Fnatic beside themselves, walking into A.
It's really all they're left with after losing Cave. You know, you don't know what's happened over at B so far, so you're going to give this A site a look in. Over a mid, Alex is only late lurking. That's kind of his whole premise here. He can try help out. He can try cut down rotations, but he's not going to be involved in the site take. That all hinges on these main players getting into the fray. Config, this is so patient. This is so nasty. With no swing coming out, they fully discounted it, and Config's lined up the round. 2 kills from that position there. Leaves all the pressure on old mate Crimson. With him removed, Alex is left, lost to the hands of time in middle. 30 seconds to make his move, and the move might be to save.
Damn. Yeah, if his teammate lives in the site, there suddenly Alex has a mega lurk. He wanted to follow Blame through middle, but not going to be allowed. And Astralis 12 now on the CT side. Config has just been on point all map. And now that you start to see players like Glaive wake up, who doubled his kills in the first 3 rounds of this half after 15. And Blame even smoke spamming Brolin, who was the hero of the CT side, right?
Yeah.
Some of his multi-kill moments with the A1S, some of his pushes on B lane.
That is very much the most heartbreaking part of the round, because that's not anything that like Brolin can do any better. You know, like it's not like he made some huge tactical misplay at all. No, that is just a smoke spam at random from Blame F that takes out one of the most pivotal players for Fnatic.
It forces the entire round into this little A walk with Alex having to lurk mid. He wanted to play alongside Brolin towards B, but he couldn't. And so Astralis, they're doing it. 12 to 8, 4 away from one more fight for the Spodek. Climbing up ledge as well. Oh dear, they ready for this pace. Config backstabs them. Brolin shoots him in the face and gets a gun at least. 4 on 4, Cave is taken. A Fnatic, do they want to go with a smoke down? They're gonna have to wait it out.
Third man now leaning over towards B. Blame F out on a little island in the side. The smokes have cut off the bulk of his team, and so he's feeling the pressure. Will get pincered. Alex and Crims get these openers. Glaive, he knows he needed to win a fight if they did want to attempt this retake, and with him falling, Fnatic have squeaked one past Astralis with nothing more than pistol armor in this one. There was a hero AK in play, but that really was the extent of it.
Yeah, from good timings to bad for Blame. He just turns as soon as the Cave players get there, but they'd already come up ramp and entry his teammate, so he had to swivel. Only goes 1-for-1 with Zip dead immediately. Crims has a big round. We talked about Glaive's comeuppance in this map. Well, maybe there's still room for Crims to wake up. And he goes hunting for the orb. Ooh, won't get it though. Massive weapon to keep here for Astralis, as they will be able to continue these investments up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the reason why rosters keep like these grizzled veterans of the scene in their ranks, you know, is because you hope you can depend on them in moments like this. And while Glaive is certainly showing he's been able to get himself back into the swing of things, we need to see the same sort of escalation from Crims now. Right, we've had some absolutely phenomenal moments from this guy at the tournament so far, and so you don't want your elimination match to be the time where it all finally gets to you. Hopefully that kill is a sign of things to come. Over in mid, Smooya hoping he can respond to these attempts at taking lane, and he does. There's another opener. Brolin winning that fight over at B puts a lot of pressure on Blame F. Now, they don't have enough numbers here to pick up the pace in any way that's too significant. Right, they don't have the chance to run into the site, get that bomb down, and go for the immediate post plant. They've got to slowly group, and this is giving time to guys like Glaive to get set up. And now him and Blame F both in the cave. Glaive makes contact first. They still don't know about Blame F. Now they do. That spam gives it up, and it's returned by Mezzy.
Glaive's not playing to leave, man. He wanted to get involved. He caught Smooya crossing in with the orb, but with Blame getting spammed out of cave, it's going to be a done deal. Don't feed the beast, or suddenly he'll be coming back in with a full stomach. Still is going to be the save in a 2-on-3. Astralis don't want to throw their money away for such a difficult round, but they will lose a lot in this one anyway. That's going to give Fnatic some pep in a step. A little B pop with a double entry. And a double digits now handed over to Fnatic. Oh, Brolin. And he ran far away, and he survives on 1 health to the bomb. And every little bit counts at a point like this, right? Having 3 alive means it's a profitable round for Fnatic, and that's what they need. But, I mean, today, Harry, no matter what happens, the real loser is Counter-Strike fans. We're either going to get a couple of 2-time champs or a 3-time champion of Katowice eliminated in this matchup. Someone's got to be soured tonight. Glaive taking middle with the 1 gun, and oh, it's a lot of damage, but he's out of ammo, and Mezzy just shoots him on the corner of the smoke. Brolin lucky B, and he's got a lot to do with Lucky being loud. He gets burnt alive, shot by Crims at the same time. Blame is here to grab that orb, but will he get shot in the back by Brolin as well? It'll be the front line for Crims. He doesn't even get the weapon. Smooya getting dinked as Config pushes up. It's been quite a battle between these two fellas in this map already. And it will be a stalemate for now.
Blink of an eye, chance to win the rounds out the window. Blame F. He hears them skirting past in CT, but that's not going to help him. Crims turns on a dime. Maybe we are getting that late game activation.
Yeah, accidentally hits his control key twice while on top of the corpse of his opponent. All friends, of course. But the mental game is a huge aspect at this point. Knowing that in just under 10 rounds, presuming no overtime, we will have 1 more team gone.
There's definitely been a few attempts from either side, namely, you know, Config and Smooya, I think, having more of their banter, we'll say, and trying to get in each other's heads, trying to add more stakes to these head-to-heads that we've been getting out of the 2 of them.
I think it just pumps each other up, to be honest. They're both, you know, building in. You know, we heard on the desk, Smooya needing to perform. He's done that at least. He's done his job so far.
Yeah, considering, like, statistically, this is one of the maps that normally he struggles on. This would be, I would say, classed as an overperformance and at a massive time as well. Lots of util in mid, just trying to make this as hostile an environment as they can, but it's lane aggression that they might have to worry about. Blame, smoke, spam, ooh, lots of damage. Tags connecting, they even trade places on the reload, and Brolin, I don't know how he's still alive. Not besting him the first time. Is it going to cost them? No, he just looks away and is rushed down by Blame F. Once again, that's going to trigger this same response out of Fnatic, where they're kind of left with one decision, and that is to pump and dump into this A bomb site config. And Lucky have to hold the line, and now only config remains. He sniped the man advantage from the ranks of Fnatic. And now looks to set up for a retake, but burnt out by Smooya's molly right as a kill comes in over in Temple. Now Smooya turns back round to hold the flank. Missed shot and closing the gap, but that's quick. Smooya leaves it all on Zip. And even though he won a 1v3 in this position last time, the stakes are entirely flipped around. He's got to save, he's got to leave, he's got to back out. And that's Fnatic up onto 12, tying this game up. The T side, it's all coming together.
What happened there, man? That was going so well for Astralis. That was a 3-on-5 for Fnatic out of the gate. They lose Brolin at B. Crims gets snuffed out by Lucky on the A site. And then, yeah, he gets traded, but Config escaped. Don't know how he got burnt out in CT, moving back in through the smokes, through the maze, the mist, put down by Fnatic. It might have been a molly in front of a smoke that he felt he had room to run through. And Zip, you can see the new map effect, right? His smoke spam onto the planter. He was just shooting a wall, man. Close, but won't cut it. And the Ballpark Nile could have done everything there. Yeah, there's the molly we saw. Config got out for a second, but felt the need to get back involved. Pre-smoke on what is often a Molotov in middle, but now with no money for Astralis, they're left to just this one AK. Blame, I don't know if he saw that cross.
Okay.
Zip has gotten involved and maybe could throw this gun over. There's only 2 more armored players, but Blame can smoke cave and lean back to swap out with Zip. He's got to cross in though, and Mezzi is looking to deny exactly that. 4 on B right now, and a bit in transition. Mezzi's going to get the kill, but pulling nades allows Zip to double up. Smooya trades with a deagle. Bomb is lost right now. 2 on 3, and the pistols might just do it.
Oh man, Brolin's trying to look everywhere, and they swing him. They shut down the attempt at the B play. A perfect gamble from Astralis, fully stacking, fully padding that B bomb site, and at an opportune moment to do so. Only Deagles and the hero AK on Zip, while the AK got 3, setting those Deags up to close.
And every kill they get, they pull a nade. They think, okay, that's the guy, that's the guy. No, this is the guy. Everyone there for Astralis. What a rotation from Zip as well. Puts that one gun to use, as you say. Roland has to smoke the Molotov. Zip continues to keep up the pressure. He's here getting aggressive with Blame. Blinded somehow makes it to middle. Roland's still going to stop him, and Alex comes out late from mid to trade, but Config is still here, trying to make a bit of a gap with the smoke, trying to look above it to the ledge. But from one ledge to another, Crims will make it just by.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to take a little leap of faith of their own here, right? Leaning towards B. They might have been betrayed last time.
Oh no, Lucky's flanked with the AWP.
He's still not in the best of spots to have impact with it. At a bare minimum, he's going to get a second man to reinforce this B hold. Glaive and Config here, not to be slept on, not to be underestimated. That molly forces a bit of respect out of Glaive. He'll reply, bringing this back into even odds. And now Lucky's wraparound. Now it's got a chance to find something. Arriving with the AWP, Mezzi's been cancelled out. Fnatic, this is where the pressure can get to you. This is where you're either a diamond or you're nothing. And Smooya all alone, 1 versus 2, they're on the bomb. He's got to be clean, he's got to be quick. And that privilege goes to Config. 14 for Astralis. They pull up, a man down as they arrive to that B site, and they leave with 2 surviving and a round going their way.
Yeah, didn't even try and spam out the plant, right? That's because every time we've seen Astralis do such a good job of hiding behind the pillar and wrecking Fnatic in retakes like that gone by. Again, we saw a 3-on-5 just from Fnatic. That was a 3-on-5 for Astralis, and they still managed to get it done, losing both players on that lane push. What a game we're getting right now out of the Danes. Coming alive at the end. Config has not known when to quit. 21 kills from him and Blame each, and now Fnatic keep up the pace. Lucky's here with the orb, fast out A, Smooya trades. He has been getting a lot done in this late game activation with the AWP. Flashed out, Config blinded, and Mezzi's gonna overwhelm him.
Oh, Glaive, that's a team flash. Oh no! Out of all the timings for it, Zip! He's fed into the wolves. That's the A site taken. Nothing that Astralis can do. That one flashbang really throws them through a big old loop. And Alex is even rapping, even coming in on the backstab, not content with just winning the round, but you want to take everything that Astralis are hoping to hold on to.
I mean, Zip's hoping for something crazy to happen, someone to overstep or a ninja of some sort. Alex is going to get that backstab, and now going to clear Temple means Zip is on a timer, and that window is shutting. Alex right behind enemy lines with a double to ensure the round for Fnatic. Nothing can go wrong. And my goodness, this game keeps delivering. Ancient, it certainly provides exciting matchups. I don't think anyone could deny that.
All right then, I'm getting the accountants on the line. We've got to check the books here, right? Astralis. Oh, it's such a weird place, right? Because the last round they win, they keep two surviving. You've got guys that can afford, but you've got players that can't as well. You don't want to get caught overextending, but also you don't want to give up the equalizer. You're in two minds about this one.
I'd love to see a hero gun and surround it with some pistols, right? They already won that round before with Zip's saved AK and his triple kill with the B stack, but yeah, it's very hard to make the call here. Really, you're playing for everyone to be fully invested, and that won't happen here. At least Astralis have that one round lead, that one round buffer to give them the option. But you can always be crazy. There's nothing stopping you. And crazy is as crazy does. We've seen mad stuff all day. Blame buys full. Glaive gets an AWP for Lucky, and they are doing it. Astralis, this could be selling themselves down the river with a triple SMG buy. It's a very risky decision. But like you said earlier, with risk comes reward. And locking Fnatic out now with 15 and 2 chances to close is the hope, the dream of Astralis. What is their game plan with 3 SMGs?
Mate, this is so ballsy, isn't it? It screams confidence in one hand, but it's all in on the other.
Madness.
This is either what makes or breaks Ancient for the Danes.
Gotta care these reloads, man. Doing them in such precarious positions. No more smoke spam for Blame. He tapers off for now. Blame breed Brolin, Smooya v Config. The 1v1s this game have been clear as that. Zip's gonna fake them out, doubling back. Blame still here, dodges the flash. But no one's jumping through this smoke, not in the 5-on-5. Not this early in the round.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to be that first player on the receiving end, right? No one wants to be the first domino to fall.
We've heard 2 different SMGs here. That's a factor. I wonder if Fnatic is staying ahead of that. Glaive's boosted tree. This is a fantastic position right now.
Is he going to get cleared? Well, they commit to it. Alex goes in first. Oh, no, it's so ugly. Clash of the big brains, clash of the IGLs, and Alex comes out ahead. Config playing this smoke again, playing over the top of it, but as he gets wrapped from Donut, things are heating up. Config, oh, he needs to put up numbers, and that's the bomb onto a double. USP, the sidearms out. Alex moves in, and Config's now removed. Smooya, he even drops another. It's these SMGs from Cave that Brolin heard earlier that have got to come in clutch, that have got to deliver for Astralis. That's if they even want to give this a go. With Blame getting an AK, he's still creeping forward, still looking to get in, and Smooya cancels him out. Only Zip remains. A 1v3. He'd have to replay rounds gone by if he wants to win this one, and he's out of there, just saving the rifle, just holding on.
Oh, he wants to replay rounds gone by. That's exactly why he's saving the AK. But they won't let him. They're hunting him down. 2 health on the escape. Alex has already been dispatched to CT to finish what he started.
Look at the hunt, mate. They're ruthless. They won't let you get away with anything. They want to take this gun out if they can. And right now, Zip is on the right path. He's walking a pretty thin line with Alex here, but he should get away. At least having this one rifle to deny 15. I mean, hell, we've seen him do it once, but to expect Zip to do it twice in the same map, It is a big ask.
Despite Config's double there, what a double layered lurk for Fnatic. They have two players coming through on the mid split for Donut. Brolin, who was holding for the B aggro, he knows what Astralis have been doing. He comes in so late to trade that kill to Config. That is a swing frag for Brolin. And then Smooya even picks Lucky's off on rotation. You cannot deny the impact that Smooya and Brolin have had in this game, both nearing 30 kills, and Astralis, who gave it all they had in the last, are not buying around that AK. They're playing for overtime.
Zip's got to do it again. Got to do it again with the AK. And he is leaning towards B, the site that he was able to accomplish this from last time around. It's not a full stack for Astralis, though. They keep a 2-3 split between that A and B bomb site and Brolin. I mean, dude, this fight between these two in Cave has been something to behold, but Brolin winning this one out. Blame sent to the sidelines, having to just look on now as he watches this one rifle and the rest of his team try to scrape anything past the Fnatic ranks, and look at how passive they're being. This is all because of the scoreline we're at and the fact that Fnatic have been burned by rounds like this before. They take it low and slow and group up outside of B, but wouldn't you know it, Astralis, they have lent very heavy towards this side of the map. It's a fake exec into A, but that's not going to work with a player in main. That's not going to work. The guy pushed all the way up in here.
Config. Oh, this is exactly how Fnatic lost to the solo gun last time. There's not the same supporting cast. USP's on the other two, but Config, oh sorry, Zip rather, if there was any time to shine, it would have been then. Roland denies, Lucky close cleared by the AWP, running and gunning, and now it's Glaive. All he can do, it's nothing. Config on a big flank, but by the time they've planted, they are ready for every contingency, every position. Mezzi does get triple D'd, the third bullet to connect, but it doesn't make a damn difference. They won't let him get the gun nor the round. It's Fnatic, 15 found.
Oh my goodness, the full 30 rounds served up in front of us. Astralis, are their eyes bigger than their belly?
Oh no. I was shocked they even went for that SMG buy, but like you said, when it happened, it screams confidence. And if there's one thing Astralis have had all day, all game, it has been confidence, not deterred by destruction on Overpass. They came through on Ancient with the lead, with every reason to believe, and Fnatic now are the first to find that guarantee of overtime. But can they close it before we ever get there? Can they eliminate Astralis, two-time champions from the Org and from Glaive and Zip?
First time we've seen them have to contest with the double AWP, right? That's something. Maybe that can be the ace in the hole for Astralis. It's taken, Smooya moving up onto lane. Not looking to commit to B, instead hoping he can find a route into Donut. The rest of his team are pressuring Cave. Lane wins not one, but two fights. Huge stuff in Cave. Blame's done his part in the round, and now the rest of his team have to finish what he started. Crims falls, and this round is starting to slip away from Fnatic. Overtime, locked, loaded, and ready to go, unless Smooya and Mezzi, the two British boys, can make it happen. They're smoked off at ramp. Their options are limited. That bombing Cave has been conceded by Astralis. That's something for Fnatic to hold on to at least.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shock anyway, but Smooya very decisively gets that package back. 30 seconds. If they wanted to bail middle, there's still someone to worry about in Config and his second AWP. Smooya's got to clear every corner. Quick shot, will not connect. Lucky stops him, and this might be it. This might be the start of something for Astralis. 1v4, and it's not happening. We're going to overtime. Bonus play. Astralis will not give up, will not go down, and look to eliminate Fnatic in bonus rounds. Stay with us. We'll be back for more.
The battle of the lower bracket rages on in overtime on the third map of Ancient. That's right, 15-15, and neither one of these teams want to go easy into that good night, into that elimination. All anyone's been thinking about is the return to these LAN events we know and love. To do that, to have a chance to make it to the Spodek, you have got to win this series.
And then some. Old age may burn and rave till close of day, Harry, but none of these legends of the game want to give it up and go down now. Here we go, round 31. Astralis, they keep up their CT side, saved by the bell with a last-minute buy and a double orb. Config will keep it going as he picks Smooya to start. That's the bomb tumbling forward, but he won't hang around. Just denying that trade is enough for Astralis to keep things clean. 5-on-4. Blame gonna get popped. He turns and he still recovers. Oh my goodness, he must have heard the click of the flash. That is quite the turn for Blame. First time we've seen anyone go through that smoke. And it doesn't work wonders. Not for Fnatic at least. Oh, he just spammed out Mezzy in mid.
Oh my god. In these last 2 rounds, the Blame F cave play has become more heroic than ever, right? It was him doubling up that tipped the scales to take them to overtime in the first place. And now in with another double, only this time it goes untraded, unpunished. There's nothing you can do. You're left with a last-ditch attempt to try and get into this B site. But Astralis are 1 step ahead. Glaive's already moved in to be a 3rd man. Another problem, only adding to the list for Fnatic. Tags go either which way, but a re-smoking at ramp shuts down the hope of a B play. And it's all left onto Alex. Not even a dent made in the armor of Astralis. 16. They get the first in OT, hitting the ground running.
We're back to Inferno with smoke spams finding opening kills. And what a dirty angle for Zip as well. He gets double headshot in cave, but he takes like 25 damage from that little pixel gap with a bit of info. And no one needs to peek on Astralis until he gets that spot. There's that spam for Glaive. It was Ledge Mezzy dead. 16-15, and Astralis, they seem to have found their winning formula. Not too late, though, for Fnatic to have a second resurgence. They did it against Big in this very position. This is not Big anymore. Out mid, 4-3. Top red smoke going to give them that control. Zip tries to bait for Glaive, tucked in red. Just a jump, and he's been spotted. That's enough. Zip can give it up. Oh, not again! Same round, same result. This time it's Mezzy actually at bottom middle. That was not a ledge play. He was with the rest of his team. Blame. We call that the rain spam. Maybe we need to give it a new name. The King of Cave.
Oh man, Config with aggression. This second AWP finding impact, and Config's going back in for more. Smooya will best him in the head-to-head, but he's going to have to do a lot more. Smooya, nades are out. He spots Glaive back at CT, and the molly denies the peek for now. Smooya's given them room, given them chances where it looked like there were none. He's created something for Fnatic to work with. A 2-on-5, turn 2-on-3 in the post one. Oh, Alex going up and over, spam low inside of the site. They need to find this AWP, they need to find Smooya. And right now, he's not moving a muscle. There is this big flank coming in for Blame F all the way through main. So right now, these players in Temple just trying to buy time. Smooya is fully open to this angle. This will be a Blame F frag if something doesn't change soon. And there it is, a tap to find him. Alex alone in the clutch. First kill found, but the response is immediate for Astralis. And they take a 17th, 2-0 to open up overtime and a chance at a flawless CT half here.
They gave Blame so much room there, and even then, Lucky had to hit that shot. If Alex gets that second kill, that round is done, man. The time was so low. By giving Blame the time to walk all the way through T-spawn and main, that's a very scary round from Smooya and Alex, but Astralis keep on holding down this game. Lovely reaction for Lucky. Not had to talk about him all too much in this CT side. Glory has been taken by many another player. Roland, Smooya, 30 kills apiece. Blame almost there. Config 4 off. And despite the top fraggers resting on Fnatic, it's Astralis, the team that are out on top. One more round would solidify a fantastic CT side in overtime. And of course, the change, the money, which we haven't talked about, 12.5k in these OT games. Such a nice change. Means you can get that AWP every round, but you can't run auto snipers till the day is over, as much as you would like to. We'll see about that CT side, I guess, but just means that Fnatic aren't put on pistols after losing 2 rounds. They get everything they want, and they go back to the A site.
Yeah, gonna try and get in. Gonna try and best this hold of Lucky and Glaive, but already rotations are coming in. Lucky scoped, mollied off the angle. He burns low, but takes one with him. Glaive only good for the first. It's more from the AWPs that are making this work for Astralis. Bomb retrieved, Lucky mollied off the angle. Oh, but it's Config's AWP to silence that plant, and it's all left onto Alex again. Lost to the smoke, and Config seals the deal. It's a flawless CT half out of Astralis. Fnatic barely even able to make a dent in the Danish defense.
Hey, Config is in full control. He tried to bring this all right at the end of regulation, but now in overtime, it is styling, it is starring, and Glaive tucked in as well behind the box, never cleared. It's what cost them earlier when Config did the exact same play in the previous half. Astralis now, they just need one T round, and their T side of reg was just so good, so dynamic. Blame back to bullying in lane. It's on a quick smoke in Roland. Gonna molly it. Blame runs right through. Crims is below in middle. Mezzi's been picked. Dead early. Alex tries to fight back on ramp, and with a flash, actually killing Zip from Lucky. It's a bit awkward. 4 on 4. Crims needs to get out of dodge. They're about to pinch him from both sides at the same time. Astralis slow it down in the mid-round. Something that Fnatic rarely did. They like these quicker approaches. It's Astralis' patience that will let them clear more positions, get more control towards B.
Oh, that's lovely. Crims, all right. Very quiet in this game, but a big swing kill in this round, at least in OT. Nades into the B site, looking like the commit for Astralis. Only 2 strong on the defense. They're going to try and swing that advantage their way even further, boosting Brolin up over the top. Doesn't really have the angle he was hoping for, so it's going to come down to Spam, and Spam's close. Alex, does he want to push this? Baiting for the reload. It's a wonderful little double play, the interplay between them there, but is that going to be enough? Lucky's turned the tide. He's brought it back to even odds. This AWP trapped on the pillar. But Lucky's fine fighting this. He looks comfortable, and oh man, Lucky out with the swing, does fall to Crims. 1 man still to find. It's Blame F tucked at ramp. Crims clearing dead angles, and Blame's reposition is huge. Crims is dead, and Astralis lock it in. Heartbreak for Fnatic, but a victory screech from the Astralis camp. They edge that one over the line in OT, and they continue raging on in the lower bracket.
Got a smoke at his back, but 2 players to try and figure out where they are. They could be anywhere at this point. Brolin no longer has that information. And Twitch from Barrels. Close it, and he will. Close lines, Brolin 16-5. Convincing from Faze Clan.
We do have another map to play here. Set the table for me. The raw firepower on Faze is just amazing, and in positional game it's just gonna be on the map like Inferno, just additional advantage for them. Luckily, Fnatic is gonna start CT, so there is maybe a hope, maybe an opportunity. I'm not too worried about them, simply because yesterday's game against G2, where they just got demolished on the first map, and just straight out won the next two pretty easily, if I may say. So, all in all, I wouldn't write them off just now, but it doesn't look good.
Fast, and then one person gets frustrated that the strat doesn't work, and then it's like, it spirals out of control, and it's also like Alex just had a good game, so like, he was getting his frustration, but they should be fine, that's fine.
Was it a frustration?
Yeah?
I mean, individual or frustration?
I mean, you know how it is, when you play and have a rough game, like,
Should I start with you two?
you can if you want,
Flash and kill. Where's he? Okay, I've already gone through the T side of B.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Do you want to hear the T side as well, or is it fine? So, on A then. First of all, I've never seen a team go through the smokes as much as they do.
That's pretty safe, boys.
Everyone is CT.
Buying coffin.
No. Have the flank as well. Crims could just be the player to end it and send us to map 3. One headshot is his. Rob's now alerted to it.
I call it pussy my ult too.
Now he knows. Now he knows it's done. 16 attacks.
Finally, I have a good game online. My God, it's been 6 weeks. Give me some of that, Will. Give me some of that. Give me some of that. My God, Jamie. It's been too long.
Well, good job, man.
That left. Fucking Mirage again. We got Medagi, and we're going to win 9th, and it's going to be all cushy, and we go playoffs.
Good job. Looks a game.
Nice, boys.
Somewhere out there, G2 is feeling very vindicated as Fnatic managed to do it once again after dropping their map pick in spectacular fashion. They battled back in the second to take it to a decider. At this point, this is just becoming a pattern. What's going on here, guys?
I'm convinced that Alex is the best mid-rounding in-game leader on Inferno at this event right now.
Just to fucking give it. Just send it. Like we do in practice. Have fun, good vibes. Just fucking... If something bad happens, just forget it, move to the next round. Like, it's pointless. Anyone holding grudges or whatever you want to call it, like, this game, just give everything and then just be super good. Like, the little details, like we were last month, it was super good. Everything.
Yeah.
If you get one dig, don't moan, just give the info directly and grind every round out. Like, this game's gonna be a fucking fight. Like, if we lose, we're gonna lose some shit rounds, we're gonna lose some good rounds. Like, just how it is. So, I wanna play in that fucking stage one.
Come.
One day.
Down is looking so likely now. The Faze will be able to pick this one up and book themselves a spot versus Navi.
Sure.
Smooth and Crim's the only ones left now for Fnatic. We're going to see what they can pull out of the bag, but not looking great. Nice shot from Crims. If he chance another one, we will be seeing Faze Clan heading to the spot.
Move on here, triumphing and moving on, booking themselves a spot in the playoffs, a chance at glory in the Spodek arena itself.
Arsenal probably lost then as well. Yeah.
Quite tough to process the Fnatic loss after seeing that content piece there, how they were dealing with their match versus Faze. Yesterday, Smooya saying that he wanted to play in the stadium, and unfortunately, that's not going to happen now. Maui, Prof?
Yeah, I mean, kind of interesting insight, kind of behind the curtain, getting to see how a team felt more during the series, how things went. Yeah, kind of rough for them, especially now that we add on top of this the Astralis loss, where they were pretty competitive, maybe even the better team when you look at all of the halves and everything. But Astralis took the 2 maps, and that's what counts.
Yeah, Astralis withstood Fnatic. That was a really, honestly, I will say that Astralis played some good T-sides there. They held their own, and I really think that the kind of late breakdowns between some of these experienced Astralis players, those kind of moments shone through for me.
We have an interview ready. On the positive side of things, Astralis will be moving forward for a further chance to play in the Spodek. Config, how's it going, buddy? It's been too long since I spoke to you.
Hey, how are you, Paula?
Yeah, good. It's nice to see that cheeky smile, mate. I've never forgotten that. It's great to see it in person. How are you feeling after that matchup? It was pretty close fought across the 3 maps.
It was honestly a pretty intense match. Apparently, we have a thing about, like, we want to go down, like, 8-2 all the time, and I think that kind of breaks us a little bit. But, yeah, it was a great game.
Let me get some questions from my analysts.
Yeah, Config, I've really actually liked the way you guys have played your T-side on Ancient. You know, the jury's still out a little bit. I think it's been mostly CT-sided, but with what you guys are able to do on it, it seems like you could maybe turn the tables. What's kind of your take on it right now and where your team is on the map?
I think we have some really good individual performances. I think that we have like good structure and we know how to switch things up. We have BXQs and XQs and fast mid and slow mid. So I think that we have everything on the map that we need, and we just need to work on it more to get better T-sides and CT, of course.
Tell me a bit about going back to Inferno. You had a lot of these 2v4s, 2v2s, clutches that going in your way. The late round scenario is something that I've been critical about Astralis. How are they looking so good right now?
I honestly don't know. I have no clue, but somehow we win them, and we have really clutch players. BlameF, Sibnix, and Glavis is also pretty clutch and lucky as well. So I think that we just have good communication and good ping pong in between rounds where people are dead and we talk to each other, and the dead are also speaking. So I think that we're just doing a great job at the moment. I hope that we can keep it up.
Config, I've just had it confirmed to me live that G2 have won their matchup and they will be your next opponents later today, 7:30 p.m. How does that sound?
Brutal. I think it's going to be a weird match because everybody have been up since like 8 o'clock or something. So yeah, it's going to be a good game. I can't wait to play against Nico. I met him in the gym yesterday and he said that he will see me tomorrow, and I guess he does that.
All right, well, Config, best of luck, congratulations, and you know, it's G2 later for you, mate.
Well, thanks, and bye-bye to G2.
Love to hear that confidence from Config. I expect no less. You know, that's a man who is very driven, and he showed a fantastic performance on the server today. 68 frags, 60 deaths, 1.17 rating. HLTV, shout out to you, Prof.
Yeah, I mean, he performed very well. Like, he is the win condition, one of them, or maybe one of the key ones for Astralis to deliver very, very well. When this lineup came together, Blast, first big LAN back on home soil, he was one of the main men performing together with BlameF, and then he kind of fell off a cliff. Then he wasn't anywhere to be seen for 3 months, and now he's back together with BlameF. Then this Astralis has potential, right?
Config's definitely the battering ram of this team, and it's up to him to open, you know, the defenses of the opposing teams, and then at that point, sometimes it's not even up to him the rest of the round. He talked about how all of his teammates were good clutchers, essentially, and because he's the one that usually is watching them. He's usually making that space, and then they fan out, and then they are able to break down some late round situations, and that's where Astralis came out on top today. The fact that, especially on Inferno, the fact that if you roll it back to that map, they were able to win so many rounds that they were not supposed to because of their experience and how he said they ping pong off each other.
Config didn't really know, like, he couldn't explain how it got so good suddenly.
It just happens.
I guess Fnatic also kind of helped them in the way they kind of misplayed and made some openings for them. So it's going to be interesting if Astralis can have that late round game in the game against G2 as well.
They're going to need to. They're going to need to.
Guys, pleasure as always. That will be it from us for now. Up next at 4:20 p.m. CET, it's going to be Heroic Virtus Pro. Some of us are going to be switching out. It's going to be Mike taking my place. At Prof, you're staying, and then Alan will be replacing Maui, and Hugo and Harry will continue to cast. It's only 9 minutes away or so. Everybody at home, do not go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
We're grown-up kids.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, where both of our teams coming up have already booked a spot in the Spodek for their shot at Katowice glory. But today they can make that shot a whole lot easier and skip straight on up to the top, right into the semifinals by closing out this series here. It's going to be Heroic versus Virtus Pro, and one of these teams will be securing themselves a spot in the top 4 here and now in the group stage. I'm Darth Mike. We've got Prof still on the desk. A lingerer from the last ask.
Yeah, I'm gonna
and then
stand
Alan
around.
swapping in, keeping him fresh. Prof, Alan, Maui.
Yeah. I mean, we had a a couple of good segments, had a bit of laughs, a bit of banter, a bit of jokes and memes, and everything that kids love. So you missed a really good match. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It was a banging match. I got to catch the tail end there in the green room, but we'll skip the analysis of our analysts and we'll jump into the analysis of this match. Virtus Pro, Heroic. How are we feeling about this game, Alan?
I feel like it's going to be really great, and honestly, it feels like I'm just on Virtus Pro for every single segment they have here on stream. So that should be great, but I feel like for both these teams, even though we're really only playing for seeding here, avoiding a potential Navi matchup earlier on in the playoffs is a huge deal. So hopefully we're going to see some good CS and free maps as well along the way.
Ooh, 3 maps. Really calling a shot. We got the Veto here, Prof.
Veto coming up. Let's see how the classic bans does to a nuke. So that no surprise there. Mirage coming in for Heroic. Vertigo, interestingly, for Virtus Pro, they did lose it to NIP, right? And then let's see what's going on for the Inferno, maybe for the Decider. No, that's out as well. And then Overpass, yeah? What do you think, Alan, about the Veto?
I like the Veto here for Virtus Pro. Vertigo's a bit of an odd one because if you just looked at the stats, you'd say it's a little bit shaky for them. They've lost it a couple of times, but the thing is, Heroic just haven't played it really at all over the last few months. So VP have a lot more experience in recent times. We've seen a few kind of mistakes, haven't we? Especially with Yakindar maybe on the A side, on the CT side. But overall, they do have a solid Vertigo. And I think for all 3 maps, Virtus Pro are looking at this and saying, we might be the favorites in all 3 of these.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are the favorites overall.
Yeah.
They are undefeated this year. Of course, didn't play the biggest tournaments, but here also undefeated at IEM Katowice. They're the 2 teams that have been together for quite some time. Both Kadian and Yakindar said that they have no excuses. They need to deliver here. So, and getting this win and getting directly to the semi, that would be a great result. That's a result you can almost already be happy with.
I want to focus in a little bit more on the Heroic side of things, right? Because they've had a phenomenal run through this tournament so far. They've been looking good. They've been looking powerful. Do we have high expectations for them? They expect things from themselves. You thinking they might go deep here at IEM Katowice?
I mean, I think they already did not better, but they did the minimum that is expected from them. Making top 6, it's pretty good, seeing they had some struggles late last year and early into this year, and Stavn has been amazing.
Yeah, Stavn has been so good for this team, and I feel like Heroic, especially towards the very end of last year, there were a lot of questions saying, Heroic, they look like a top 3 team in the first half of 2021, but really tailed off, and they didn't make a roster move. There was no kind of visual, tangible difference into when you looked at the lineup of why they're falling off. For me, it was more like the other teams that raised their game and Heroic couldn't go with them. So coming into 2022, that's the real question. What are they actually going to change on the server?
I mean, you have to imagine as well if you're Heroic. Obviously, there was a lot of, shall we say, noise around that team for certain reasons, and that has to be a little bit distracting when you're trying to focus on the server.
It's also true that the LAN aspect is kind of something that they still need to fight against and prove themselves in the big offline tournaments and in the arenas. They're kind of similar to Gambit in that regard. They had the online breakthrough, and then on LAN, they've been okay, but not the same as during the online era.
Well, we are going to be hopping on in, and it's not online. It is on LAN, and soon it will be in arena. But 2 guys who are going to prove themselves no matter if it's online, on LAN, or in the arena are Big Hair Bear and his Hugogo Dancer. And we'll be bringing them up in just a second here as we get ready to hop in to map number 1.
Ah, yes, Mike. Thank you very much. Oh, it's going to be a good one, right? VP taking on Heroic. This sort of series always one that's keen to deliver. With how good both these teams have looked throughout this event, I think we're in for a treat, Hugo.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong with a matchup like this. Everyone's already a winner, but some people can win even bigger. What's not to love? VP as well. They've had a great style this event. Flitz looked good in the roster, and Heroic have been hype as hell, despite maybe low expectations from those who call them onliners. Remember, this is LAN. This is where it matters. And Heroic, they're looking to get all the way to the semis. Yakindar, he gives me exactly that. Quick pick onto Shush on the ramp side, and Heroic, now a man down, are going to have to do it without their fragger.
after the first is found, they slow right down. Heroic do, that is. They've crawled to a bit of a halt here, hoping they can catch VP overplaying their hand. Not normally a team to do so. And so now Heroic start to make moves happen. Taking this bomb down the catwalk, smoking window. Isn't one for Con. It's actually the flash, rather, to set up this boosted player. But with no smoke for Con, trying to get up short is going to be tricky. You need this jungle man to try and take attention away. And that hasn't really worked. The Buster still on the catwalk, able to hold this down. It's kind of falling apart here for Heroic. They had ideas in the pistol, but nothing cemented itself yet, nothing to go off of. And Stown might have made it all the way into the market, but he's up the creek without a paddle. Has nailed the first. This guy's been having a phenomenal event, so not willing to put anything past him, as unlikely as it may seem. Stown knows he's got to play a trapped at bench, knows you're here, and does find Kicker. Barely even a lick of damage done to the guy. Stown, in with a chance. This would be a 1v5, but he's running out of time, running out of chances, and as long as VP don't face him, he can't win it. Stown has to concede, but my goodness, talk about a nice try. They run him down at the end. If they kill him after time, oh no!
Dear.
From 0 to 0, nothing gained out of that round there.
Yeah, less than ideal, right? But still, 6 shots, and if that's anything to go by, then we're going to have a lights-out match for sure. That was a 5-on-1 VP. They looked like they were untouchable for a moment, but reality sets in, and the Dane does what he can. Still, only a grand here, like, you know, may just mean Heroic have to force buy just off of that alone. Even if they wanted to go for a full eco, it's pretty screwed, pretty cooked. Windows smoke, Flip lobs it in, and it is a nice dunk.
It is a very good look for Stown in the opener, though, like getting away with all that. He's the second highest rated player at the event right now, and he's having his best LAN performance ever. So that's going to want to keep up when Heroic get into the arena. And they're hoping they can make it all the way to the semis just by winning this series today.
See, that's it's bittersweet because it just means one less game in the arena. But obviously, you want to skip the chance of going out of the quarterfinals, get yourself in that top 4 immediately. And no doubt that these two rosters are both worthy of the spot, especially with some of the teams they've run through. Heroic 2-0ing Vitality with a crazy overtime game in there as well, longing it out against the new super team. And VP, I mean, their form has been fantastic, safe to say. Even beating Nip, which, you know, might not seem like a massive result, but Nip have taken some scalps in this event already. They'll be playing against Gambit in a few minutes, too. Little mid-take coming out from under. Flit's done some damage. Buster's been blinded. Now we'll have to go back to the connector. Buster gets overwhelmed. Both players hang out and hung out to dry. It's a quick force buy for Heroic, and it's netting results.
Game time in a very different way. Here he is, up close to Khan and swinging and missing. It's all the kills going the way of Heroic. That one, very, very interesting, the call that's made. They take middle, they have lower, and they full explode with 24 seconds left on the clock. You didn't have room for anything to go wrong, and so isn't it lucky that it all goes so right?
Some nasty shots. But yeah, it's a shame to see Buster hang around the middle. It was a dominoes that fell, right? He gets flashed off, he still re-peaks, and at that point, Flit hangs around and connector. Neither player needed to die in those positions, but as soon as one did, well, the other tried to trade, and it doesn't go well, does it? So, back to the drawing board, back to the rebuy for VP, and not one that they want to have to make. They don't have a choice. Game with the scout, digs out, and whoa! That's one way to get in the opposing in-game leader Orpin's head.
Okay.
And he gets, yeah, a few inches deep in the skull. Even hits attack to refresh. Akinda's ready to finish the job. The longer he waits, the more powerful the position is. As they back out, he's heard it. Doesn't know about 3, though. And Shush is holding for re-aggression, hoping the VP feed him. But 5-on-4, Yakinda won't make a move.
Yeah, there is that little itch in the back of his head right now that goes, I would love to know if Palace is clear. Oh, we would love to know if Palace is clear. Me and my friend, we're going in. And, oh, well, it's clear now, isn't it? Flick going to trade that one out. Heroic heavy set over here on ramp. No contingency plans in this one. They're all in on the A play. And unfortunate timing for James. Now, they know about Flit up in Palace. They know this AK made it here. Flit's going to have to make a bit of a stand, and with the molly in his way, he's going to be delayed on this swing. Kicker hidden in jungle, expecting them to try and take this, expecting them to try and take some room, and Refresh has pushed up, but isn't going to find himself in that P250's crosshair anytime soon. Flit really is the guy who needs to make something happen here. With the AK, timing's being missed. It's very unfortunate. All these kills just sailed past him. All these chances to turn the tide.
Heroic have won the round off position alone. Like, VP don't know two players made it into connector. There's a second guy there, though. They can surely jump up window. They're not going to. Refresh is just holding. Now it gets weird, but there's no time. Need to stick right here, right now. They spam through. It's down to peek out for the ramp as well. And he's going to. Getting them off at the last second. Kicker can trade, but it's all about damage right now for VP. No kit, no chance. And with the timings hit for Heroic, they'll find a second. Definitely was a world with the smoke coming down, but it's the decision, like, do we want to smoke the bomb or smoke Con? And they didn't know there were two players there. Still very scary, but Heroic win the round. I wonder if James stayed on that angle, Harry. Would he have hit a second shot in CT? As he unscopes and Tess's bops him here. Beautiful shot. Zeus out. Let's play the James game.
Full grouping over on Cat, maybe looking to challenge mid. If they don't hear or see anything over at B, you can bet these pistols, who don't have much to lose, are going to try and get involved, but it's the AK coming up first. Oh, that's a nice tap, Katie, and these are clean shots. Getting the round back under wraps, and there's the revenge for getting Scout smoke shot last time. Here he is, and on for the ace. Just one man left to find. Kicker. The one man left standing, the one man who hasn't been cut down by Cadian in middle. Is it just a matter of time?
He's seen 4 on Cat. Why not 5? But in no hurry to concede a gun. And Refresh, I like this. He's coming in for the AK. Cadian's commed it. He's going to flash around the corner. Little upgrade. Every little bit. Refresh. Ooh, kick, it's rerouted. But now turns. Oh, jump shot will land it. And take it down, VP 3-1. Heroic in control despite the pistol falling short of them. And this is just such an exciting map and series right now. Let's see if the firepower can be pieced together for Virtus Pro. They're going to have the guns now.
Up on James. Bringing it out right away. No surprises there.
Oh, Heroic, they're such nerds, man. They throw the smoke that blooms, even if you molly it. Awkward flash. Knocks Cadian off the boost.
Yeah, real emphasis around seizing this mid control early on and locking VP out of it. Not the end of the world for VP. They can afford to go a little lax on middle as long as they take into account the other routes that are going to open up from it. And with James Orp in CT, it's a good position for, you know, shutting down any comm plays that might look to come through. Watching window is Flit. And once again, Heroic fall completely silent. A lot of these pushes, you know, arriving in the final 30 seconds of a round, they're almost trying to out-VP Virtus Pro. Can they do it now the rifles are in play? That's the question.
Same old tricks. VP, can they pickpocket this one? They see the smokes come through. James knows he can't fight connector. It's a beautiful smoke for Heroic. He's going to have to play ticket instead. Get the flash. So blinded by his teammate's utility. James off the angle. Gets some bad timings, and that one is the worst of all. Tess's takes him down. Flit in the smoke. They can see something. They see a leg. They see a barrel. How is Flit ducking these shots? He's made of something else. Spray will not work in the long run. 1 kill is all he gets, and Buster's got to give it up. It's Heroic on to 4. Mate, how they piece these rounds together is terrifying right now. Shush even throws the orb out of the round. No chance to save it for Jame. They know VP's tricks. Who doesn't at this point?
I mean, even though the save is allowed to come through, it's very much on permission from Heroic, and on top of that, it's going to leave you with really just that gun to work with in this follow-up round. Quiet start from often very integral players for VP. We've had Jame hit some awkward timings, and don't get me wrong, you know, he's still been good to put up a number here and there. It's just it doesn't bode well for him getting a read on this game when it feels like you're missing every timing individually. Top of that, Yakinda, very quiet to open this one up. Haven't even had to say his name so far yet. And, you know, when you kind of look over at Stown, who, as we said, has been the point man for Heroic, he's very much hit the ground running here. Now set up for one of these B plays. Heroic moving in. Fast on the approach. No respect. The site player cleared. Kick up balls. Over at short is where this M4 resides. And it is going to find the first. Buster, that's all he manages. Before he's traded, before he's cleaned up. The M4 now removed, and 3-on-4 laid out in front of Virtus Pro. They're buying next round anyway. I wouldn't mind seeing them give this a little look in.
I can guarantee that won't be the last time you say that this series. But VP, they often leave us longing. Is this one of those rounds? Right now, just looking for exits. And guns are the priority.
Yeah.
Right? They can get given weapons on the way out. That would be nice. And yeah, you know, when we have the accountant in the server, you can see the pressure on Heroic of cycling out weapons, of making sure that nothing can be gained right at the end. You don't want the bomb blowing guns into VP's hands. It feels like they have magnets under their fingernails at times. But yeah, Yakinda being strong on this map is, I think, a necessity if VP want to take it away for Heroic, right? Like, he had a slower start to this tournament in that game v Copenhagen Flames. It didn't really matter. He was going down like 0-8 in fights against Roy. Of course, he did ace 3 times in that series. 2 of them, or 1 pistol round, 1 anti-eco, and 1 force buy. But other than that, in terms of actually, you know, winning the rounds that we often see Yakinda win, they weren't there as regularly. He did step up a lot more in the second series against Nip. And so it's a question of which Yakinda we're going to have showing up today. Especially in his whole position of a connector player, as he often is. Such an important role. We've got another BXEC right now for Heroic, though. They are the ones laying down the pain. It's only a one-man lurk fake out right now, but as more smokes land, VP are going to get a little more paranoid. However, it is the fake out. Heroic coming in through under. A late mid-take. They're waiting to catch the rotation. Flit is here to do exactly that. Moving in off of con side. He's going to smoke it, though. Oh, will he see this boost? I don't think he did.
He looked right at it. He saw it last second. Okay. Yeah. You know, it's better to have got the info, not died, and still maintain this 5-on-5, because now you know you've got a player trapped in window room. With the swing, it doesn't matter that he knows. Stown still wrecks him in the head-to-head. And now they start to spill up through Con. Yakinda's swing sees him, gets tagged by the AWP, but they're not ready for Kicker, who's waiting in sandwich. On with a double before he's traded, before he's dealt with. Buster looking to deny a bomb plant.
Oh, no, he's not.
Actually swing on out, and the plant's already come in. A lot of damage done to him, and this is a man advantage round for VP. This was one that they were meant to try and get past Heroic. Well, now they're left in a very rough retake. Bomb planted open. Cadian's still fighting in the site, and over at ramp you've got Shush, that insurance policy for Heroic, the man to play around the bomb if Cadian goes down, and it might never even come to that. James left in this 1v2, and we know what he's going to do. Run for the hills with this AWP. Heroic managed to find themselves a 6th in a round where you thought Kicker, you thought he'd done enough for anchoring that A bomb site.
Yeah, Kicker and Buster have played very well as well, right? In these previous couple of games. I love that smoke lineup for Yakinda from CT. He bounces it off of the Tetris position and it lands in Palace. Sick lineup, but he gets caught while doing it. Pushed down to CT very low. Stout. That was a beautiful headshot on Flit, who had full awareness he was there. Just a nice off angle and a double kill on A. Like you said, anchoring did nothing. Buster was too late to stop that plant. He held it for so long in fear of Cadian's AWP. James, he tried to make that Cinderbox jump to ladder. Heroic, different round, different pace, quick out ramp in your face. It's Refresh dropping Yakinda. Flit's gonna have to do something on his own right now as James is backed up to watch middle. For the smoke, for the lurk, Heroic double back, a little bit of a creep. Out they sneak. Stout's got B. He almost kills that Cat player. Buster thanks Kicker for support. And that's very awkward. The only reason Heroic left is because Stout called that he had that room, he had that gap, and it was quickly closed on him. So back to ramp, and Flit will win this one out. Shush gone. Heroic now have to figure out this round. With no info.
And I mean, last you saw, it was 2 set towards this B site, so they're going to steer clear of it for now.
One more step.
Oh, it's so close. And now you could even get a cat swing after losing an A player. James snipes one out of the connector, going head-to-head with Katie and his Orb counterpart on the other side. He does win that one out. Once again, the swing a little late from the short side, and Buster's Orb isn't scaring them yet. Shots rally off. Now you learn about it, and Refresh hopes to deal with it on this smoke fade. It can't be another win for Heroic when they're left a man down. Refresh over here in Con. James going up, James going over, and on top of Ticket. He's scoped on the angle now. Refresh gives it up. He concedes. For the time being, waits to hear that tap. It's a full 10-second stick. James needs to nail this shot. Refresh, creeping up, creeping under the orb. And James didn't see him. James never knew. Refresh has just stolen that round away right from under James' nose.
Oh my goodness, that's a 3-on-5 clutch out of Heroic, and it's Refresh who takes all the glory. My God, 3 kills. Picks up that orb and puts it to use. Felt like the angle was just there for James. Maybe he saw a barrel, maybe he saw some fingers, but he couldn't get the kill in time. And Refresh, the realization that they must have been deep on the stick. That is a sick round. VP may have firepower, but Heroic have talent and in abundance. A round like that is only going to keep this train rolling for Heroic. That had to be VP's way in. They will rebuy off the back of it, but they're going to have to work harder than ever to even get the taste of victory. And now Heroic spread back into a very slow default, taking mid from under yet again.
I don't know, man. How can you not get in your own head after losing a round like that? James will have been saying, don't worry, I've got Con. He can't peek. He can't get you. Out of the lower tunnels. They know about him now. There is this Con player who's not going to look to get involved in mid just yet. Flip playing ahead of the Molotov almost leaves him in the prying eyes of Cadian's AWP. But mid ends in a bit of a stalemate with VP maintaining this early control. You finally stopped Heroic getting their golden ticket of middle, and that's information you're privy to now as well, thanks to that little flash over. This is going to trigger a little reposition out of VP, just putting less emphasis on mid and instead reinforcing these bomb sites ready for this play to come in.
Good spot for Yakinda to win the round right now, especially if it goes unmollied, unchecked. There's a bit of util, but Flit's going to try and bait and buy time for Yakinda's position. And he just spammed out. Will be cleared after one. Dead to Tess is a ramp side double entry in the meantime. And with 15 seconds, Heroic, they just win the round. No fear from short spam. It is yet to connect for Buster. He's not even there. He was set up for a flank that, while it had actually great timing, it also relied on VP stalling that one out just by a kill or two, just by a second or two. But this is not a retakeable round. This is just one that VP have to throw out. Heroic, man. the last second, a pop, 20 on the clock, and they clear everything.
Yeah, something's definitely amiss right now, though, for VP. Like, it looked like James was under this illusion that Yakindar had Palace in a way that wouldn't have allowed that swing to CT to come through. That's the only justification I can give for being that far in the open, that far on your own, and scoped up at ramp. It hangs him out to dry, and at that point you were relying on Yakindar getting some sort of big multi-kill, a tremendous amount of impact from over at Firebox. And instead, it's just a one and done. And plainly put, that's not enough in that situation.
Yeah. Man, Heroic have got to be getting real hyped over this kind of scoreline. We all saw them on the cams earlier during the desk.
Mate, we heard them. We're rooms apart.
Yeah, we are a while away, and we heard the Danish Vikings scream. So, through the headsets, too. It's quite loud indeed. And I wonder if VP are going to get a little bit fearful of what lurks on the other side of their wall. Heroic are no strangers to shouting. And right now, breathing down the neck of VP as they slip the knife in the back. 8-1, and another rebuy. James been given the AWP by Yakindar. It's going to leave him with nothing.
Yeah, you know, Yakindar trying to make amends for that previous round.
I mean, the call might have just been, I'm holding Palace, but, you know, if James doesn't know where the position he's holding it from is.
Right, out in the middle. Faster from Heroic. Always changing the pace up, always leaving you guessing. Do you want to hold the util for the late round? Because they keep pushing with 30 seconds. And then they throw something at you like this, just to remind you that they can. Now into mid, Flit at the top of Khan. It's already bested. The AK up catwalk, and Tessez opens the round, but it's Con Split taking space on refresh. There's another for Tessez.
Who does that, man? 2 flashes in the exact same position. Buster dodges it. Now he's ready for a fight. But then blinded once more. And now Heroic wait for the kills to come to them. Delivery. Almost by Kicker. He sneaks out at the last second, leans back to B. Knowing eventually Heroic will have to commit. I love this slowdown for Heroic. Masterfully called, but does Yakindar, because he might walk right into it. Nice shot from the Deagle. Won't swing out to trade. Looks for Tessez. Pre-fires will connect. He would love the gun, but it would put him on the chopping block if he went for it. Meanwhile, Heroic just goes, screw it. We've got the men, we've got the numbers, we'll just walk into B, and they've seen Kicker back up. He doesn't know, but they are right around the corner. Free kill. James in the back of the site, looking to save the round for a change. There's a second shot that doesn't connect, and he looks up, but Cadian's dropped out, and it's a 3-on-1 with Yakindar quick on the catwalk. Oh, he catches a couple by surprise, but no connecting shots will mean another round for Heroic. 9-1. Is there any hope? Is there any recovery out of VP? We know they're paid by the round, but they're going to need some more.
Yeah, dude, I don't know, like, with all these kind of slow creeping defaults out of Heroic that then culminate in very explosive plays in these, like, closing, 25, 30 seconds, they are successfully kind of using the similar style, similar stance you get from VP against them. Many a team have tried and failed. Many a team have faced VP and found themselves stuck subscribing to the VP ideology. Well, Heroic are the ones in charge of this game. Make no mistake about it. VP are the ones feeling all the pressure to get involved.
So they shall.
It looks to make it happen. Holding top mid.
What gnarly way do Heroic clear this? Because they've already read it. You can see they are ready. However, with Jamin Connector, it means Stown can't clear Flit from this position. And if he gets antsy, he walks into the orb. Stown leaving. Heroic decide they want nothing to do with this mid setup, which they still aren't confirmed to know. Flash up top mid. Cadian has just left, and so there's still hope for VP. Flit catching Tessa's throwing nades in a very dangerous position, but it comes in anyway. It actually misses on top of the connector because he got shot while throwing it. Who cares? Heroic are taking mid anyway. Fearless. Out they run with the bomb rerouting ramp on their in-game leader. And with heavy connector side setup, VP going to put one arm of this mid play to bed. Jame will trade refresh, and while Shush is out on the bomb site, VP are not even poking their head in. Jame gets the spot and the shot, but it's the late lurk that could complicate matters.
Yes, down out through lower tunnel. This next fight matters a hell of a lot, and Flit wins that one out. It's all left on to Cadian. He just doesn't have the time nor the resources to make this one happen. Catches Flit up on the stairs, but there's so many more bodies in this A site. His best option might be just to bow on out, and with so little time left, the save you'd like to think should come through. Cadian gets away with the AWP at least, and VP, they do arrive with their second on the board, able to win a couple of those mid-fights for a change, actually repelling the mid-play for the most part. James also, has his moment to shine, a lovely little double up on those two players attempting to go deep in the A site on a contact push. Really does bail VP out of any danger that those players represented.
Yeah, and almost a one-way-ish smoke thrown in con by VP, so when Heroic cross into it, seeing the smoke, their legs get shown from underneath. That's how it all starts to fall apart and drip dry, but there's many more opportunities. I love how Heroic, they lose one round, their first round since the pistol for VP, and they call a pause. They realize if we're going to win this game, let's win it dominantly. Don't let VP back in. We know this is a comeback team. We know this is a team that never gives up. And so Heroic would rather just close it here and now than give chance for a second wind. What's the call? Back to ramp fast. It's looking like a change of pace yet again. Cadian's running wild in middle, and Flit can connect with nade tower. It's a missed shot. Flit's going to try and take him down. Yakinda helps, and Flit will swing onto the blind Cadian, leaving only Stown at the top of middle. They're pushing him as well from connector. A lot of space taken, but VP don't care. They've corrupted the mid-hole. 3 kills from it. Flit comes through the smoke. They're going to fight them at their own game. Another kill. Flit can't stop the plant. In fact, he gets hunted down by Refresh, but a 1v5 with nade landing on top and swings coming out. There's too much utility for him to withstand. VP will get the round under wraps, and I like that change. Even though Heroic go back to a faster one, VP don't fall for it, and they fight them in middle. Giving up the bottom side, giving up the plant, but at this point, money doesn't matter. VP choose murder instead.
Yeah, maybe there is a route to recovery after all, right? Still a little early to say that VP are back in this one, but we are having some familiar faces show what we're used to. James finding more success with the AWP. Yakinda that round getting himself a double. These are all positive signs of players slowly but surely reactivating. Lots of flashes, Pepper middle, but Intense not the mid play. It's also not the B play, which is where the bulk of the noise is being made right now. And actually, as I say that, the bomb is going to move back round, take a stance in middle. Cadian takes one to the legs and is brought down low. Shush was able to catch this Palace push last time. This time fires off a little too soon. And nice guy Shush, always a gentleman, gives Yakinda a warning shot before he swiftly exits the Palace. Still info gained for VP, something to work with perhaps.
Yeah, late window smoke, just trying to deny info for VP. It's going to be helpful for Stown to come in on this late lurk. He's not trying to activate early. Got a lot of spots to clear still. Ollie is annoying. He's going to smoke top con with the window. VP down now don't know what's up. Only Buster on short. But they have pushed in through B. A nice bit of aggression. Stown might miss the timing as well. He's just leaving. Kickit should hear that run, and he's going to start chasing, but not Stown. He's just going to go to the objective. He knows it's an A play. 30 seconds with everything cleared out. Yakinda, time to shine, time to show your worth. Heroic route ramp. They're flashing out of the Palace smoke. They're keeping on pressure on Stown. Oh, he just kills Buster top middle. Escaping is everything on low health. As a bomb plant attempts to come in, they spam it out on the open spot. Without CT control, this is a very terrifying bomb plant for Heroic to attempt, and VP will keep up the pressure, pushing smokes, pushing in their face. Yakinda trades, and Cadian now has to do it back on ramp.
Oh, Stown's even wrapped short, but he fires too soon, and now they know about him. Now they know about this last man, and this time James from top ticket does put a stop to the clutch at con.
VP are done giving Heroic respect. I like that. You know, a mid-round aggressive play into the B apartments after they see all of that util go over B in the early round and no one commit. They realize it's empty. They don't try and chase the flanker even though it does cost them a death later, it just gets more players on the A site. And when that bomb plant comes out, VP not only shoot through the smoke, but then immediately flash and run back into the bomb site, getting that space back. Heroic aren't given the room to get away with what they were at the start of this map.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we're seeing even something as simple as, you know, plants that would often go through uncontested or unpunished, getting spammed out. Uncharacteristic knife ball from Tessez gets very unfortunate as he's flashed off the mid angle. He's just hoping and praying that no one's watching it. Run boost for Cadian, huh? All right, come on then, put some style on it. No one in mid, no one challenging, and so the run boost isn't fruitful, but it does get the AWP situated in mid. Smoking window, and now Cadian looks to work connector. They hear the scope, they know that he's on the angle, but that doesn't matter. Flip barely even shows an elbow, and that's enough for Cadian. Yakindar now and Ramp needed to win that, and with him falling at the hands of Refresh, this A bomb site is a tantalizing prospect indeed. James attempts to drop the bomb, leaving middle, but it just gets away, it just eludes capture. That set Heroic up nicely, they're moving in safe with the bomb now. Shush even watching for this jump up over the smoke in CT. Timing's going to be everything on this peek out of Shush. Ooh. And even though his teammate dies, he immediately is there to trade. VP aren't ready to concede yet. Flash goes through and they run down James in jungle.
Buster with a quick shot. He knows they have to cross back to ramp for the bomb. Kicker called, he dropped it. That's why VP tried to fight. They knew it was late. Buster, he's going to get dealt with 1v1 as well. Refresh swinging, both of them going, and Stan will close. Very scary for a moment, but Heroic put a lid back on it, and man, Cadian, as he runs away from mid, he throws a flashbang that saves his life. Without that, VP dropped the bomb while Heroic are out A, and I'm sure they would have just instantly taken the mid control and played it. Without it, Cadian just regroups with his team, and even though he dies immediately, he at least leaves them the package there. VP have to fight for A. And Heroic, man, you know, they beat them at their own game. They popped through every single smoke the VP put down. Chasing jungle as well. James drops lower. He can assist because Split's been denied this info. Man. It's very difficult to AWP down here. They're right behind you, James. They're on the bench.
See, they're not considering it, but he's not considering it either.
This is mental.
Who's this going to favor? Tessa? Oh, my God. Oh, they're so close. They're so close to one another. James coming back now. There's the burst on the bench player.
He's stuck.
Has to drop this smoke. Has to try and hide behind it. The spam from Shush doesn't find a thing. And James still down here, still playing the control of lower. Opened in towards B and look to move in. There's trades going back left and right, but this is where James emerges from the lower tons and puts a fifth on the board for VP. They're on the back foot. There's no denying it, but considering the 9-1 start for Heroic, you'll take a 5-10 half. It's given you something to work with in this second half of play.
What happens when an unstoppable force runs into an immovable object? Well, we're finding out as these dashing Danes run a pain train straight into the plow here on Mirage. 10-5 on their T side. Heroic, full control right now. VP, they may have had a bit of a resurgence right at the latter end, but is that going to be enough as we swap sides? A pistol could decide the outcome here for VP if they don't start strong. Whatever James got in that big old brain of his, he's got to show it here and now.
Yeah, little A pop to open. Keep it simple in the pistol. Cadian. Oh, that's clean. All right. Any more? Makes it a double. Cadian still a problem, still a threat, and finally dealt with by James, but too little, too late perhaps. He's on for a double. 1v3 needed. James, they swing him together from CT, and if one thing has happened in every one of these clutch attempts for Virtus Pro, there's one thing they can rely on. It's that Heroic are going to swing you all together, all at once, and all in tandem. I mean, man, every single time we've seen someone try to get one of these 1vx's, they're just getting fought, they're just getting peaked. It's a numbers game for Heroic.
Yeah, Heroic know better than most that, you know, playing safe in an anti-clutch can be a danger.
Don't remind me.
Luckily, Liquid fans no longer listening, I think. Ooh, here we go. Little mauling, shall we? Shush with a double. Buster gets one. But a plant, unlikely. Bomb's been seen. Oh.
Yeah, they're trying to bait everyone to be looking at Palace, but of course Heroic are keeping their minds open. They're ready for your Kindar on that little push up through the con smoke, and so they get the conversion. They keep it relatively clean as well, only losing Shush. You know, still makes a nice little cushy 1200 from the SMG kills. He'll take that.
12-5 though, this is a brutal game right now, and with Vertigo up next, we've seen some troubles on VP CT side on that map. Heroic, if there were any team ready to exploit it, it would be these boys. Let's see how this gun run goes for VP. This is the make and or break. Oh, yeah, Flash doesn't even know he's burning, but luckily swings out the molly in time, and Heroic won't peek off of the util in mid. They let VP get comfortable. And if there's one thing Heroic know, it's the VP. They're more than comfortable in moments like these. Poised, waiting for peaks.
I mean, you know, don't assume that because both these teams are already through to the playoffs that they ain't giving it all they've got, right? Like, your whole reason for fighting so hard through this upper bracket is for the grand prize of that, you know, spot straight into the semis, guaranteeing the top 4 finish at the event on the back of a strong group stage performance. That's why you've been doing what you've done over the last few days. And this mid-fight from Heroic, it's brutal. They flash themselves in. VP, they try to work mid, they try to use it to open up, but it's wielded against them by Heroic. James gonna get himself the bomb. Now sneaking down the catwalk and maybe has a window of opportunity open here. No one's considering middle yet. Tesses is coming back to watch for this play. Timing's everything, and he's just, oh, he looked like he saw something there, right? Even if it's just a pixel, even if it's just something blipping up on the map for a moment, you know that that bomb's working its way up, Cat. You've called for the rotate, you've dealt with the bomb, and there's 13 for Heroic.
Mate, they have been reading this game so well, especially on T-side, but right there, like situated, holding middle, neither of their anchor players see a thing on the extremities, and at 45 seconds, Heroic go, all right, let's all swing mid, let's just get rid of this round. It's as soon as VP, who have been patient all round long, start to move out of their little turtle holes. Their little corners, their cubbies. They pick up their feet and then Heroic swing back in. Beautiful round, 13-5. Cadian can do whatever he wants at this point. And even with that player spamming behind him, it only sells Cadian's position further. The smoke doesn't go too well for him and he gets spammed out by Flit, who knows the angle. You want it to be maybe a step higher to one way for the top side. Instead, you can see and Shush had to trade that kill, or this would have been a VP round. Now Heroic can decide to back out. They don't know. James at the back of the bomb site. Hello. Fires quick and will get that kill. 4-on-2. This is now a very weird round because VP are also taking B at the same time.
Yeah, Stown wants to go and hunt Jane. He wants to deal with this one man, this one problem factor in the A site, and he will flush him out.
Oh dear.
Tesses.
What a weird one.
They're already in market. Stown gets the spot, and Tesses now knows it's the B play that they're trying to rejoin this man through B. And oh no!
No.
Virtus Pro, you thought they were going to get away with murder. You thought that this little partial investment had legs on it with just your Kindar left standing and a 1v2 to navigate. They're holding him at the truck. Tesses is waiting for this peak. And your Kindar's running out of time. It's all starting to turn against him now. It's all starting to apply pressure. And as the moment he swings, that's assuming they don't come to him. He's getting double peaked, trying to drop out the window. This will be heard, they'll know about it, and there's the double peak. It's a classic. Every time you try and clutch, they just don't give you the room.
Yeah, I wonder if they even call that like let's swing him when he drops, or if it's just natural. It's in the back of your brain. The second he makes a step, both players come chasing, and that's a 2-on-4, right? Stown and Tesses get it done. Lovely hunt onto James, and the realization, I don't even know if it was called over that a player had made it through market, because I don't think Tessa's even really got that info. Stown just clears him out on that CT rotate, and Heroic, at that point, they hear the bomb coming in B. Tessa's has just moved back into this, previously dead position for Heroic. Just an unbelievable round. Even though it's mostly pistols, VP had no business losing that one. But Heroic, 2 rounds away now from kicking VP a map down in the series. James left his angle. He's run from ramp. There's a double setup there, but Heroic didn't hear him. Cadian still has top mid with full control. A teammate by his side playing anti, and even Stown watching under. That does leave B completely empty right now. Heroic are gambling, but let's see how a retake goes, because VP are about to figure it out. And now with this ramp push, that might even set one of these players off to get back to the bomb site. Refresh is here in time.
Yeah, I mean, with the smoke down, you might have missed the mark somewhat, although there's a big gap for Cadian to hold. He'll take these peaks all day long. Refresh even starting to work his way around the smoke, starting to get into the fray, into the site. Flash goes over, Refresh set up with a double. Ooh, wrapped by Buster, who plays in the smoke with him, but here's that flank arriving from A. Buster, they're all around you. They are 360 degrees wrapping him. And it's hot, all right. 15 on the board for Heroic. Map point locked in. Yeah. And dominant as they do it as well. Like, this is so one-sided. VP yet to field a round on the T side.
This VP, we were looking at them in their previous games going, man, this is a team in this form who could win the tournament, who could at least get to the final. Heroic are just wiping the floor with them. And I don't want to take anything away from Heroic, but it does feel like somewhat of an off day for VP. Like, even little things aren't going well. Right there when the plant is coming in, someone jumps on his head to boost in the bomb site. He falls off. I don't know if it was intended or not, but little things. VP just can't get comfortable. Then both players just get caught in the middle of nowhere on default. There's not enough room for 2 guys there. And there's not enough room for VP in this map. Heroic are here to kick them out. Refresh stopping that cat run. VP going back to B, and it's desperation here.
Yeah, I mean, VP in wins or in losses, one thing they always have is their style, their signature flair, right? Their signature method of approaching CS. And it feels like they've kind of abandoned that here on Mirage. Like, we're seeing active attempts at opening or clutching or taking space from James, for example. Like, this isn't the guy you look at to do those things. It feels like they've had to move away from what works. Desperate times calling for desperate measures. And Heroic are actually making VP look very uncomfortable here. Another kill going the way of Heroic. Just a couple of frags from sealing the deal. And with the bomb controlled by Shush. Oh, it's not over yet. What? He will catch that dropping player. Cadian holding on to Connector. He knows with that smoke down, they're going to try and go stairs. He's not a fool. Shush even aggroing into spawn. A missed shot from Cadian, and Shush, mate, they are right behind you, but Cadian's dealt with it. Only James left standing, 1-on-3, and with nothing left to do but give this a try, a hope and a prayer as James embarks on the clutch.
And I've never said this before, but there's no time for Jame in this one. Cadian's here to click him out this shot, and all three facing from different levels. It is Heroic playing a different level right now in this map and series, looking to go forth to the semi-final. They've taken their map pick. We now go to Vertigo, and we might see VP go down 0-2. Find out after the break.
Didn't heal. I had 2 medis. There's so many little ants down there, roughly.
Oh, this is gonna be hard.
Oh, guy below rush, below the water tower. I'll show it.
Yeah, good luck. Looks good.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Both.
Going.
So getting pushed by the zone, coming, going around the back. Yeah, I caught that on can to count.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go
here at the red hut at the back. Okay. At this red hut rush. The big rock.
Going.
In the water one.
I got the water.
In between the rocks. In the smoke. In the smoke. A knife.
I was just waiting.
I lost 50 HP and didn't get where I needed to get. So. We'll put that one in the blooper reel, I think, right? 2 lighthouse front door. I'm just going.
Okay.
I got no idea. Oh, I'm on 1, on 2.
Coming. I'm going for the goom.
Close to me.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh lordy.
I was in orbit.
It's set in motion, the legends spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
A fiery start for Heroic there as they're in fine form on their own map pick. Mirage claimed. Not much of a fight put up from Virtus Pro, but they'll look to rally and get a little bit more action going as we head into Vertigo. But before we do, I've got 2 analysts, 2 fine friends here to break down the action there. Let's start with Heroic. What went beautifully right for the Danish squad?
I feel like T-side was called really well actually by Cadian. It was really kind of dynamic. They mixed it up. They hit different sides. They went in towards mid. They changed the pacing. And overall, it felt to me like VP just couldn't keep up with it. Every time they're calling into the wrong areas, every time they're seemingly losing the opening pick in bad scenarios, and overall that first half especially felt really flat for Virtus Pro.
I mean, this is Heroic at their best. This is how they win games. Yeah, Stone had a good game. Shush also had a good game, but it was a team effort overall, and it just out-manipulated Virtus Pro completely.
Blame F really did not perform in the server the way that you'd be hoping for Virtus Pro.
The pictures are nice, though. We can look at Yakindar looking good there, but I think he's a bit sad. The weird thing about this Mirage is Yakindar's position now being the A anchor. I feel like it's very, very weird to have your best player go into that position, which is more of a support role, essentially, on the CT side, moving away from the connector, or at least be short. Like, those are the two positions where you have your star riflers.
Yeah, for sure. And certainly if you look across the other kind of top teams in the world, it's almost unanimous that your best rifler is going to play in connector because of the amount of impact you can have on the map. It's not just that you can take good duels, it's that you can call a lot of the mid control. You can affect a lot of the game, you know, you're getting a lot of the utility. And it just feels like in this team, it has to be Yakindar. It has to be Yakindar. He's definitely the best player on this team, and he should be given the space. And when you take him out of that position, yes, it might make Flip more comfortable, but surely you're losing too much in mid by taking Yakindar away from there.
Yeah.
This is kind of the growing pains, right, of something that Virtus Pro has been talking about in terms of giving Flit more of the roles that he necessarily wants, right? Before, he was just slotted into the Sanji spots. Now they're working on figuring out that actual balance between the aggressive players of Yakindar and Flit, and that's naturally going to lead to some, maybe a little bit of friction between the two guys as they try and find who's into what spot naturally. I think we're seeing the downsides here on Mirage.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, on the other maps, it's actually been a revelation, hasn't it? We're seeing Flit in these positions where he's getting space to play with, and he's doing things that Sanji couldn't do in the server, and it just means that Buster may be taking more anchoring roles. It just feels like, if I look at this team on paper, it's got to be Flit playing that A anchor position. He's a great aimer, he's a great individual player, but maybe he's not being around these players enough to be vocal and calling that mid control. And certainly in Endpoint and in our team, we put a player like that in Boris on A, specifically for those reasons. We put the more vocal players in mid so we can call it and make changes mid-game. That's what we saw in this game, not making the right changes up against a great T side from Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there was even a phase where Flit was actually connector and Yakindar on short, and maybe actually doing it the other way around would make the most sense, but I'm not really sure why they went away from that, like Flit being on short and Yakindar connector.
Now we are headed into Vertigo, and this is a map where we've seen some of these issues creep through for Virtus Pro. Specifically, I'm thinking about the Copenhagen Flames game where they were losing all of the entries on the A ramp, somehow still dominating the rounds and then winning the map, but they were playing a lot of those rounds 4v5, and something tells me that if they're starting rounds off 4v5 against this Heroic team, they may not find quite as much traction.
Yeah, it feels a little bit nerve-wracking, doesn't it? And we've seen it in a couple of games so far on Vertigo, as you mentioned. It's that A bomb site looks disjointed, I think is the way to put it. Yakindar, we know he's a brilliant player. We know he can have so much impact on the game, but in that position in particular, it feels to me like he's forcing it far too much, trying to take too many duels, and he's losing out and putting them in man disadvantages. So the scary part for me is, sure, between events, they can fix that. When you've got days, you can't make changes. You can't really change a lot about how you're playing. So maybe they've watched the games back and pulled out a few mistakes, but I'm not sure they can get on top of all of those problems in just a matter of hours.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not a bad map historically for Heroic. And yeah, they haven't played it that much, but it's not like they're new to the map. Like, they played it in the past. And talking about Virtus Pro, they also lost to NIP, had a slow CT side, only 4 rounds. So there are obviously some ways to exploit the defense that Heroic can also look into and prepare. And they prepared, obviously, before the game, but come in prepared for this game.
Now, one other player I want to talk about, because, you know, he's a personal favorite. It's Mr. Buster B. You had something you wanted to say about him that we didn't quite get to in the pre-map segment. So, Alan, why don't you break down the Buster for me?
Yeah, we kind of touched on it there a little bit with Flit. It's just the idea that now you're bringing Flit in, and he's not just playing Sanji's spots. Well, that means somebody's got to kind of take the support roles, the worst positions, anchoring on the sites, and that's been Buster. And even though he's not, you know, the highest performer in the server for me, he's playing those roles really well when he wasn't in the past. So a lot of anchoring spots on CT, a lot of playing the edge of the map on T, so a bit of lurking. And for me, Buster, he's never going to be the best player on this team, but he's playing that role really well at the moment.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Buster and the way he plays. He's probably going to be on the B side here on Vertigo, playing a bit of the op sometimes, playing the rifle. He can do a lot on, like, with little support, essentially from his teammate. Really good player overall, and yeah, one of the reasons why Virtus Pro has been so consistent and so good over the last year. But yeah, going back to Heroic, they're now, after this kind of a victory, they're pumped up, and they're one of these teams that gets actually super hyped. So I feel like that's also going to help them going into Vertigo.
Well, the hype will definitely be flowing. The excitement will be building because Heroic is now one map away from claiming a semi-final spot in the Spodek. We'll have to see if they can seal the deal on Vertigo when we come back from this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Well, it's been a hot minute since we've seen anyone make VP look that uncomfortable. Now we head to VP's map pick, though, right? It's a little bit of vertigo. This is one that we've kind of seen two sides of VP on, right? They kind of copped a bit of an uncharacteristic L to an IP here, but then we also saw that Copenhagen Flames game. Yekindar getting 3 aces and like in that series, and a lot of weirdness there. They do end up winning that one out. It's a map that for VP used to be a bit of a classic, right? But in recent times, things have been a little more shaky, maybe since the addition of Flit. It's also one that Heroic have been leaning away from in recent memory, but a map that they used to lean into in the past. So I would say this is a far cry from like a dead lock-in for VP. I think with how much we put the weight on individuals falling a little quiet, and also in the battle of the calling, it felt like Cadian was heavily winning that out. There's a lot of uncertainty here.
Absolutely, it's up in the air, and given the fact that Heroic looks so prepared for this event, looks so ready, I wouldn't put it past them to have prepped this exact map for the tournament. For VP, I mean, they even beat Gambit on it at the end of last year at Winter, if you remember. It was a really close game. They 2-0'd them in that series, like OT wins and 30-round games. So, you know, VP, they're definitely a terrifying team here. If you think back to that other day, though, that other game, when we had Yakinda go cold on the CT side of this map up against Copenhagen Flames, often he would be dead first. He was like 0-9 in fights to Roy, and still VP would convert rounds. I think if you have Yakinda starting cold, and he didn't look incredible or invincible on last map, and that continues to happen, I don't think Heroic are going to lose those 5-on-4s the way that Copenhagen Flames did. So that's all for the second half. But right now, as we get into things, VP need to prove themselves more than ever. Of course, there is no better team at coming back, not just in a map, but in a series. Their reset potential is certainly there. But Heroic sound hyped, they look hyped, and they'd love to make this a quick day in the office and a semi-final lock-in.
Flashes over, refresh, and Shush hold the line. The bomb even tumbles over the top of ramp, and so it's really deep here for you to go and get that back. Trying to maneuver to grab it now. You've got someone going up over.
What a volley.
And able to retrieve. No, not able to retrieve the bomb. I thought Jamin had been able to do it, but
it looked like it, didn't it?
Having to hop back up again into danger once more. Spam connects. Oh dear, they know about him, and they're going to spam Jame out of the round. This is a clean pistol for Heroic. Yeah, they lose refresh up close, but everything else connects for this squad.
Dude, if this is how Heroic are playing, like they have the most firepower in the tournament right now. Like they I don't want to say shredded Vitality. They 2-0'd them though. Close games in there, but you know, when you're beating, yes, okay, it's a new roster for Vitality. Definitely, you know, need some work in the meantime, need some time. But when you're, you know, winning games against Zywoo, when Dupree's dropping 40 kills and he still can't get through you, you know, that's a terrifying factor. And Heroic, the most long-standing rosters we have at this event right now left. And leaving VP in the dust. Cadian, don't go any further. They are right round the corner. Flashes in, Cadian chews them up, spits them out, and Heroic find a second.
Yeah, cleaning the conversion as well, right? You had 9 alive in the pistol, 5 alive on the anti-eco. And so this bonus round, I mean, it's a very lucrative opportunity to really establish yourself on the CT side. This is where VP, they need to come in with the rifles and they need to have a response. Because if you don't, if this one goes the way of Heroic, this kind of opener is already stellar. They're going to be set up for the good chunk of this first half at least, on the back of these first few rounds. So out into mid, looked like they wanted to assemble that double setup. One man up on top of the boost there, but VP beat them to it in middle.
Yeah, it's a nice faster start for VP. We've been talking a bit about them at this tournament with some stylistic differences, some more depth in their T sides, running these awfully slow defaults, ending with a quick pop. Sometimes catching teams off guard with just how fast this team is willing to play. So they get a lot of space in mid early, but back to the ramp. That's all good VP rounds going. They take their time here. Got a lot of angles to clear. 3 on B for Heroic. It's a bit of a misread right now, but they soon will find the answer. It's down drops.
Yeah, Buster's heard that. Buster is not going to look a gift horse in the mouth here. He wants this as a chance to apply pressure, but a re-smoke in to get Stown out of danger. There's a little gap there. Buster goes the other way.
Sickening.
Oh, no.
39 seconds. VP have got to hit A. They don't have a choice. That bomb is going up ladder right now. They're showing some A phase. Kicker's got some A space. He's not been spotted by this boost player. Crouch right now, waiting for a commit. Still a molly on Cadian if he wants to try and deny a bomb plant here. And with the time low, this could be perfect.
Heroic are 4 stacked, though, between this A site and middle, so it's going to be a real battle for VP. 15 seconds, and Kicker's astonished. He hasn't found anyone yet. Oh, there's a double up. That's opened up a route in, but Cadian here dropping the bomb has sealed the deal. Even if they kill him, they can't win the round, and they don't. 3 for Heroic, and the bonus round works wonders.
That is so turtled for Heroic once they get the early 5-on-4. They just give up everything. Like, you know, 4 hiding on boost, allowing Kicker to get that deep. It's a bit annoying when you get backstabbed, but it wins the round there. Tessus just doesn't give them the chance to frag out on A and have any more space. Kicker, he gave it a go there, but 10 seconds as they're running up connector, and here's a benefit of Tessus tucking. He gets a triple kill backstab. Beautiful round out of Heroic. And you can't argue with results, even if it's weird how you get them. 3-0. And pistols yet again.
Yeah, this position always annoying to deal with. Shush, there's the first, and now he leaves, drops out right away. It's such a grimy angle, right? Yeah. You've got to swing it really wide and hit the immediate one tap, or else you're screwed there. If you try to take it low and slow, like we see from Buster, you only see feet while they see everything on the side of Heroic.
We're seeing quite a feat from Heroic right now. If they can do this against VP, Harry, I don't want to get ahead of myself 4 rounds in, but VP are on a 6-match winning streak. Not only 2 of them at this event, but also destroying ESL Challenger, as they should have, with the level of competition there. But even so, VP, you said it earlier, not been made to look this mortal. Get shredded coming up around the pistols as well for the first time. We'll fight for it and we'll not let VP get any room in the round. 4-0. Back to the bye for VP, and James can get it all.
Yeah, I mean, dude, for my money, it's kind of this idea that I've never seen anyone make VP have to lean away from where they look so comfortable, which is in these slow defaults into explosive rounds. Like, even the first rifle felt like it was at a more, like a quicker pace than what we're used to seeing out of VP as they tried to seize that mid control. Admittedly, did then all slow down once they get it, right? But
kind of killed them. But I love how Heroic play into that. Even look back to that first, I think it was the first CT gun round on Mirage for Heroic, where VP take mid, they sit in mid for about 45 seconds, and then as soon as they pick up their feet, Heroic flash and just destroy them there, win the round in seconds. So, they know what they're up against. There's no question for Heroic.
Yeah, plus, you're really antsy about taking opening fights. In every round where we see Heroic go a man up, they do just turtle in, right? They play full defensive past that point, knowing that VP are going to slow it right down. So it's the perfect kind of recipe for disaster if you're a Virtus Pro fan. Kindar and Buster waiting for this smoke to fade, looking like they want to come through it, and Shush has just left ramp, giving them this room, giving them this space. He's now going to turn his attention back. Oh, no. It's a lot of damage on the spam. He would have loved the kill. Going back in will be his death sentence. And now they managed to get across into B. Stown already here, waiting at the generator. Kicker also on a big flank while all this is happening. He's wrapped the A site. There's another flank, that's the bomb! Oh my god, down on lower, refresh, drop down the ladder, bypassing Kicker. They thought they had the A site, and refresh has stolen the round away. Just denying that bomb retrieval and now playing the time. James, no matter what he does here, they can't win the round. They get A, they're assaulting B, but they lose the bomb down lower and their fate's decided.
I don't think Refresh even knew what he was doing till it was done. He was coming in to flank the B site. And right there, like you said, kick it with all the room in the world, and VP don't like the fact that B is so empty. They think there's more in store. There wasn't. VP could have just waltzed in. And maybe it's partly that smoke from Shush on default, right? It actually lets Downcross back in from Jens if he wants. He chooses not to until late in the round, as we saw there on the replay. But Refresh flanking, dropping the bomb, and disaster strikes for VP. My goodness, Heroic. They are stealing rounds right now. Back to the ramp aggro. Didn't see this since the last anti-eco, and this time VP at least have guns around the save. They fully invested. It's a good buy. Can't argue with it. But you also can't argue with results, and all of them fielded by the Danes. Jane puts him low. The lineups, but there's no one there to pick. And you can't not be loving what you're getting out of Heroic right now. Contenders for the title here in Kato. And these guys only get more exciting when they're up on a stage. People like Cadian.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he brings the hype in the online era, right? He's sat at home with air horns, the full 9 yards. He's kicking set pieces over.
The definition of a crowd pleaser.
Oh, tiny little angle for Refresh. And it's Yakindar on the receiving end. They don't even know about Tessez and Cadian on this double short side setup, although they might learn the hard way. Flip, meanwhile, attempting to get into B while his teammates are slaughtered like lambs at ramp. And, well, the B play's not gone any better. Shush back at the site, and those are openers that Buster's been able to bag. Tessez, fast flank, here to lock the round in, to steal it away. Buster might have given you a glimmer of hope, but here's the man looking to extinguish that dying light. Tessez doubles up. Finds that round for Heroic with ease.
There's just no safety here for VP. They're getting flanked with 10 seconds for crying out loud. That's back-to-back rounds that we've had the mid-drop into the backstab. And VP don't know where to look. Behind them might be a start. And it's cool for Heroic as well. What a game. Remember, I said this earlier, VP took down Gambit on this map. And this is one, as you said, that Heroic have strayed away from in recent times, so only puts more respect on their name right now. 6-0. Virtus Pro, bit of attack. They've got money. Plant gave them that at least, but it will be lacking the AWP here. It's just nice seeing different setups every single round for Heroic. Not always fighting for the ramp control. These double setups at B as well.
Yeah, no, this is Heroic in a mindset where to them, they're going to playoffs, they're going to semis, and hell, they want to win the whole damn thing, right? VP here, something that is very, very apparent is it feels like so many of these pieces have gone quiet that I don't think James has a tremendous amount of trust in the kind of, you know, pieces he's got to move around the board. You know, we're almost kind of seeing him try to be someone opening rounds at times or try to make big hero plays, and not normally a position he's in. Normally everyone subscribes to the Jane mantra. And when everything's showing up, you've got guys like Yakindar who can get let off a leash to find openers. Gives you a tremendous amount of freedom. Wow, oh my!
That's a dick move, honestly. That is so rude. Just jiggles mid, and then Cadian swings with the orb. Headshot with it.
Finally an opener for Yakindar, though, right? He's had a very, very quiet game, but sometimes one kill, a little bit of bloodlust kicks in, and suddenly you're back on the board. Yakindar, there it is, 3 kills, and he's opened up the A play. Meanwhile, over at B, they do lose Buster. That bomb's got to go and join Yakindar in the A site, but he's fought tooth and nail to keep this site in check. It's a long way away on the back of Jane. It really is, and with nades for Shush and for Cadian, they can play to deny a bomb plant here. Jane dropping a smoke in. Molly to first buy time now that they've heard the smoke go out, and that's only going to make the nades even stronger. They dunk one in right away, saving the second for the second go at the bomb plant. It's wide for James, so he's going to get it planted. A chance at a round, all opened by Yekindar. Thus far, the only man to get anything done.
2 smokes and 2 kits. Heroic have so many options in this round.
James and Yekindar split apart. James holding for short aggro, Yekindar waiting at ramp. Smoke on the bomb. Not a tap yet. That's a wide smoke. You're going to have to use Cadians on it as well. It will fall in. Deeper at ramp. Tap forces a swing. Both players here. Shush. Oh, Yekindar's so low. This is going to be so clean, and he can't find a thing. Shush. Just dancing around the crane. Incredibly mobile, and the crane fly finds them around. They can't swat him down. Heroic still flawless on this CT side.
Oh my goodness. VP need an electric tennis racket for that one. Heroic, at no point in that round do they think they're ever going to lose it. There's a bit of hesitation from Shush on the rotate initially, right? And that's because VP have been doing this thing where they're hitting both bomb sites at the same time. They're getting a lot of lurks off. It's, got them in good position sometimes, but more often than not, it's lost them rounds with that bomb on the late rotate the other round. Oh my goodness. Tess says right down ramp. And Heroic get aggressive once again. It will be snuffed out for now, but smoke spam is the name of the game, and more damage to Jade. Finally, Heroic give it up. 4-on-4. This is probably the worst start they've had, and even then they're fine. Flit's taking mid-space, and Heroic double setup here. Trade at worst, and well, that's the best case for Flit. Dink, but he's locked in. James going to try and save or at least trade, and Shush savors every moment, every second with another shot. The bomb is again loose in middle. 3-on-2, Buster. He's cracked a nut right open here. He's snuck behind him.
They've got to be considering this, though. With how often he's been coming in on these wraps from B. They look more than ready. They're poised to deal with flanking players now, even clearing construction. But he's found his timing. Does blindside Cadian. Yeah. They wrap onto him, so it goes both ways. And Kicker has at least been afforded the bomb in middle. He's going to be able to retrieve that. That's the first step in the 3-step plan to win this clutch. The next, find the gap and seize it as well. Looking for a way out through middle. Heroic do have this CT player floating around, still in the mix. It's Refresh waiting here. Hitting this timing to watch for the elevator wrap round. Kicker is going to check it. Here's the running now. It goes both ways. Time's ticking away. You're on the clock, Kicker. You've got to get this bomb down and tap to try and bait a peek. Now he has to commit. Now he has to get it planted. Refresh runs him down. And time is the enemy of VP.
Oh, even the flank is running as well. Like at that point, you fake it with 7 seconds, and Refresh doesn't make a mistake, doesn't swing. Like you've already lost. You know you've already lost. That was his only way in, other than a stick on the first time, and that's just a gamble at that point. You might get rushed, you might not. Heroic play everything by the book, and they wrote it as well. 8-0, VP. Silent on their map pick right now.
Mate, talk about statement wins from Heroic, though, right? This is the game that can send them to the semi-finals. This is the series that can lock in a top 4 placing in Katowice and get you to the Spodek. And so they are showing up in a huge way right now. Not content with squeaking this out in some 2-1 affair that they barely get over the line. No, they want to show people you can't underestimate us. And they're doing a damn good job at that. Been a long time since I've seen VP ever look this lost.
Yeah, have to agree with that. And again, Heroic keep adapting, keep playing 1 step ahead. 4 on A this time. They've got to read. The gap they leave open is middle. Flit has taken a lot of space. This is on a round where the bomb is heading B. There's still ramp control, and the bomb is actually leaving now as VP have been lulled into this stacked up A site. Boost is there, and it falls off with 1 kill. Katie gets tagged a bit, but it's no problem right now. Heroic go back to the bomb site, and they re-smoke in a 5-on-4. That's going to, again, slow VP down. Even the mid lurker left to regroup with his team. That's because Buster has, again, crafted a path through B. He keeps managing to find this, but they've allowed it. They don't know what they're walking into, however. The unknown of the B site. lurks Buster, and he's given his team a chance to plant. Flash over the top, Buster trying to stop them from getting space back. Heroic, this time they don't have the util to long it out. They want to get weird, they want to get wild, and they deny the plant just after the planter, dead at least. Flick could hold on, but he couldn't find a target, and Yakinda can't get more than one. It's Heroic in an instant, already there to shut down the round, and if none of that went well, the flank was already on B stairs.
Mate, that is just no respect. VP were expecting that with smokes down at generators, with the site already overran in a 4-on-4, no one's going to come their way, right? They were hoping that Heroic take time to set up, to move in with utility, and yeah, the utility comes in, you better believe it. It's just one pop flash over the generators and a double swing. Yeah. Oh, that just exudes confidence, because if they try that and those two players die, that's the round. There's no winning it anymore. Instead, the results inarguable, man. Looking so decisive, so clean. Top ramp for Tesses and swinging to remove Yakinda first again. Ramp is not his friend.
Ooh. Buster, who's been the one bright light, right? Alan was talking about him on the desk, especially on the CT side in harder rolls, but right there, lurking solo B as he's been doing all game, and he's just been trying to get VP into nice positions. Kick it. If he walks a smoke, he should be dead. Although, Tess is in the middle, and Cadian hits the flick back. Nice recovery, given the circumstances. 3-on-3 now. This might be VP's best bet, their best chance. Flit in middle and Stown will run away. Bomb coming up the B stairs. Buster's picked it back up.
This is nice, though. Like, you went from having no B control, 2 over towards A, and just a man in middle, to in the blink of an eye, you're 1-1 split between the sites. You're able to put a stop to this.
That's very purposeful. Buster shows the bomb B. He wanted them to see it. He's trying to, again, get one of these gaps the VP keep finding, but it's because Heroic are coming so well. However, this is not a gap, Harry. It's Jame on the site and Refresh in the last place you're going to check with no Molotovs on VP.
Yeah, and you're expecting that on the back of seeing the bomb, you want to believe that your call worked, right? So as you get up, this kind of confirmation bias from not seeing anyone might lead you to discount the sandbags. Even though Flit's holding it, he still hasn't seen anything yet. And with smokes raining in, Heroic. Oh, he's got the round in the palm of the hand, but there's Flit swinging and Flit winning. It's damage onto Cadian, knocking him out. Only Stown remains now. This was a 3-on-3. VP might be on track to find their first round. Stown looks like he wants to concede this one and just let it sail by.
Yeah, VP almost pushed the smoke there, but I think the realization comes like, yo, if we lose this round, this series is over. We can't let Stown 1v3 us. Knives out, playing safe positions. They know it's done. And thank goodness for VP. They wipe the sweat off their face. Are they gonna die to the bomb? Flit's gotta run. Flit's gotta go all the way, and Buster, he'll get out just in time as well. So VP on the board, but it's certainly not safe nor secure. Refresh just gets clear by Flit. That's some great cover, some necessary cover to stop that round getting out of hand, because it was about to, I swear. Tess is having an incredible game as well. He's like 15-4 right now, and you know, he was the quietest player in the last map, and I say that like, you know, it was more because they just weren't coming to him. He didn't really see anyone in that
when
game.
your teammates kill everyone else first,
exactly.
it's hard to have the impact you want.
But right now, he's top of the entire team, so yeah, just a great recovery. And Heroic, sure, they drop around, but I don't think they're too worried right now. 9-1. Second pause for Virtus Pro. And a double AWP now, even something new for Heroic. Good round for it. Their money's on the line, though.
Yeah.
VP have been making these rounds very close, and that's why it feels even more painful to be losing so many of these situations. If they win one more right now, they get Heroic on eco.
Yeah, that's their route back in, right? They've kept it open. Stown with this secondary AWP over in middle. Oh, only a slight pixel seen on the run across, and shot misses. Flit will force the AWP to be a bit more respectful and start to take some position in mid. Moving up, Refresh from Elevator here to help out. Stown even dropping down. I mean, you've been so used to seeing Buster on B lurks. The fact that he isn't here and is reinforcing this this mid take, it's actually led Heroic down a bit of a false path, a bit of a misread in this one, right? You see Flit taking middle, you're expecting Buster at B, they lean 3 to that site early. Refresh will get the info, they're out in mid. But this is only going to keep that 3-man stack B-ward bound for Heroic. Could work in VP's favor with the bomb heading up A ramp.
Yeah, Refresh swap sides is so nice as well. He can help out on A, like you said, and still one of those B players can lean mid, kick it with a beautiful tap to take out the AWP. Tess is re-aggressing. You might catch him with nades out. Kinder gets caught with his pants down, but it's only one. Kicker's going to trade again, keeping this round alive, and Stown has stopped Flit in his tracks 3-on-3. Buster with a late lurk, and he might just find Shush picking up nades. Try to lob flashes high to assist on the A site. The bomb is going back, Harry. The bomb is going back. There's 20 seconds. Heroic are going to hear this one. They know the Buster's surely got this path going to be again, but he's even deeper than before. Shush trades the kill, and he can win the round right now.
Yeah, if he drops the bomb, it's all over. There's no coming back from it. It's got to get into the site, and with Kicker so low, that's the round. Done, dusted, 10 on the board for Heroic.
And these are rounds that VP, you know, you pull this against a lower tier team, and you're going to make them look like idiots because VP will just be sneaking in your backline, planting when you're all stacked up on the wrong site. But Heroic are so aware of the tendencies, are so aware of the tricks that Buster and co are pulling in this T half, and they are not surprising anyone. My God. The team play is immaculate. Every gap Heroic give, they make sure they know exactly when and where. Double push mid is confident now for Heroic. Little bit of a flex. Traded 1-for-1. Cadian with the blind shot backs out. And a blind Kinder in middle almost dies. Stown just going to dump his nades while he still can, while he stands. And okay, VP have whittled their way into this one. Buster's got B stairs. That should not be a shock. And Heroic, again, just empty out. Leave the B site for free. Tess says. Peeks deep down ramp, and while there's no one to be seen yet, VP are still holding this default, as they often do. Trying to fake out the B site. That's the bomb. Will it commit? No. Out it goes again. VP. How will this fake fare? Especially with Tessa's here. He gets picked off the ramp. Shush catches them with knives out. And forget your fake, it is done.
Yeah, Buster needs to try and open up a path into this site once more. James only just sneaking over with the bomb. Pretty far removed, and Circadian takes the fight head on. James all alone. The only thing he's got on his side is time. And as he swings middle, he's at the full mercy of Stown. This is domination from Heroic.
They're making VP look like idiots. They just are. There's no other way of putting it. And this is one of the most stylistically impressive teams in VP. One of the smartest rosters when it comes to these late round commits, these crunch times, these fake outs. VP, when they're on the money, boy, do they look invincible. And Heroic are just playing with too much disrespect.
It's like the perfect balance of knowing when to commit to a fight, when to wait for the default to end, how to pressure and disrupt this VP game plan, and I think it's left them just so void of kind of inspiration or anything to go off of here.
I would love to just see a more standard Counter-Strike round for VP, like this one. 5 up A, get the site, get the ramp, run the smokes, but they need a molly for this, and they aren't throwing it out. They're not going to check Stown. He just sprays down 2, and if that's how your round starts, it might be the end for VP. Refresh ducked under the smoke. He couldn't see. If he was stood, maybe, but that one way works well for Kicker. This is the best round VP have had since their one victory. And it might be just more standard 5-on-5 round where VP show up and their individual style. It's not done yet, though. It wouldn't be a VP round if they didn't go cold in the mid and waited in the 3-on-2. There's nothing wrong with this, especially with some of the tendencies they've been showing. This might make Heroic doubt themselves a little bit. The longer they wait with seeing no opponents, the more they fear their backline. But Heroic, they want more info.
Yeah, flashing back in and now hearing footsteps over at ramp. Yeah. It's a fake fallback for Kicker. James still posted, still waiting on short. And that is a wonderful bit of trickery out of VP. Right, you saw how antsy that made Heroic. Cadian up and left the A bomb site, began rotating B-ward. They thought that once again, a man like Buster had slipped the net and gotten through B.
Yeah. And yeah, that's it for VP. At least, okay, so they've done some, we'll call it conditioning in this game. They've put the seeded down in the back of Heroic's mind. It just feels like it's taken them too long to work that out and to capitalize on it. But to think that that is the first 5-on-5 up A for VP in round 13, like, it's kind of shocking in a sense. Because as we've said, they've been in many a 3-on-3, many a 2-on-2, many a clutch out round that VP would often win, but Heroic have just not let them slip through. And so yeah, VP, maybe these last couple of rounds will be more standard. Unbelievable game we're getting out of Heroic though. Slice it however you want. This Danish pastry is delicious.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet, all right. Oh. Jane would love a fight here. He really would. But then again, oh, hang on a moment. Kicker changing the pace on the short side. Now they learn about Cadian's AWP. The gun was at least retrieved by Tesses running in. Oh dear.
Not for long.
Going back for more is certainly ballsy. And there's that fight that Jane was looking for. Now a man down, Heroic. This more becomes a matter of taking a bit of a gamble and just guessing right. Flick could craft a path into the B site right now on this mid lurk, and it's free. VP are already set up to exec over here into the B play, and Flit is really driving it home with this aggression. Yep. A wonderful round to find a third. But you are left wondering, as this come, there's too little too late for Virtus Pro.
And that was by design for Heroic, right? They ecoed that round. They just kept the save AWP and a gun, and they just let VP pick up a freebie. Heroic won everything. They've had great utility usage all map. They've obviously let their stars go wild in this one. So yeah, just give up a round, play for the 12-3, get a full buy. There were players on 1400, so it won't be fully pretty. Not even a kit, in fact, and a couple of SMGs, but it's better than it would have been last time. Stown stops Flit lurking out mid, and oh, how it has begun.
Yeah, Tesse's back in his position at ramp as well. He's been good for kills here, good at openers, and he's going to try and aggress. They're boosting over. As this smoke fades, they're going to see him, but he knocks the boost out. Yakindar's at least able to trade, keeping it in a 3-on-4. It could have been a hell of a lot worse. Heroic still aggroing ramp, and they're giving Jame opportunities here. They look ready for Cadian, and Yakindar might be left blind. He's still going to get it.
A little more scary now. These are the rounds VP love. The man up with more on the time than they need. Buster still waiting for a flank. Remember early in the half when VP were going for faster executes before they started to get weird? That's when Heroic would drop ladder, would push B. And often to the detriment of VP, so they hold off, but nothing seen. I mean, there's no excuse when you have 2 HEs and 2 mollies to not throw something on the sandbags, and anything will kill Stown. Unless he pre-smokes it, he pre-fights it. Yakinda, that's a filthy shot, but it doesn't matter. He's even not assured that that's empty with Stown fighting from the get-go. There could be a man hiding there, and it's at least safe. Let's see if Shush can stop the plant and win this round in a 1v3.
Oh, they just threw the bomb to Yakindar. He's so low. Won't come to matter, thankfully, as Buster's bailed them out. And VP, little resurgence there towards the end of the half. They still trail behind in a big way. This is looking to be a statement series from Heroic. Let's find out if the Danes deliver or if somehow VP pull it back in just a moment.
1-2, guys. Yeah, at radio, I think you can probably find a fight, bro. One guy in the red house you just went over.
Yeah, up at motel. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. I don't
Anywhere
think
exactly, like in the ground.
It was towards the back of motel. Oh, I'm on him.
Oh.
I'm backing up. I have no bumps to back.
That was sick. Behind you.
Got it. So. I'm going for him. 2.
Bump battle. Oh, the ammunition! He didn't know there's nothing left. Oh,
the one bullet in the UMP. I don't know if that's worth it or not.
With Cadian behind the wheel, we really are on the highway to the danger zone. Heroic, a huge lead fielded on VP's map pick of Vertigo, 11-4 up at halftime. VP left scratching their heads, able to put a couple of rounds on the board right at the very end. And will that be their saving grace, or has it just delayed the inevitable? We'll find out. Yakindar starts the round off with a little peek down at the ramp. We've also got dual Berettas on flit. I like what I see there. Now 2 guns better than 1 to put a stop to Heroic.
It's silent. Heroic have top ramp control and VP don't even know. They've given it up by design. Flashes for a retake, and Yakindar going to retake the ramp right now alone. Dangerous play, but he won't get punished. Second chance. Now at least you have the information that Heroic have this map control, and VP can even set up for a flank. They're double B deep still. 2 default. Styles P250 fires off. Yakindar drops Shush, bounds out as well. Good escape to keep up this 5v4. Playing the numbers as Heroic try and get into the site. That's a good shot. There's no smoke. There is a mid lurk though, and Cadian's picked Buster out of mid. A taste of his own medicine perhaps on the lurk. Cadian looking for more. Tesses helps out with a closer, and Cadian scared of CT for good reason. Him and Tesses are going to go hunt heaven. Kicker's got to turn around. He does tap out one. Does he know about Cadian, who will escape from mid to the A site back to short? Heroic play the bomb, ensure that this is their round.
Yeah, VP don't have a kit. Oh, clinical taps, and there's the closer. Man, that's a dominant pistol round from Heroic. But I do want to pose a couple of questions there. You know, to open it up, you said give up ramps by design. And I thought the same. It looked like it was this retake A setup that they were kind of leaning into with a passive A hold, right? Never able to get the info as to what was going on. But then that raises a few questions to me. If you were planning a retake A, you didn't have nades that you so often see to set that up, didn't have a kit, you didn't have anything to get you back into that. And on the back of giving up the ramp control, it feels like you kind of rolled out the red carpet for Heroic to do whatever they damn well please.
Yeah, the kit's not the end of the world. They had double flashes, and and Julies, right? And everyone else was armored. The Julies were dropped to an armored player. The double flashes were on, I think, Kicker. And so, you know, it's fine if VP get that pick. They peel out, they play at the elevator, they give away the plant, the 5-on-4. But the issue is, it gets complicated, doesn't it? Cadian comes in mid, he starts cutting players off. VP don't get to play that advantage. Down starts getting picks. It all just kind of crumbles there for VP. If that's a 5-on-4 retake, the kit doesn't matter as much. You can see those rounds very quickly swing back. I agree with you. You know, I always like to see a kit for a retake setup, but there for VP, I think there's bigger problems in the water. The plow has veered off track. And Heroic, they've melted this snow.
Man, I appreciate you trying to give the VP squad the respect in that one. To me, that's just a huge glaring problem. And it does lead me to question, like, how much are their heads in this? How much are we going to see those classic comebacks coming through? Because that's a very sloppy way to go into this first pistol round. Oh, sorry, second pistol round of the map.
No, I agree. There's never games where I watch VP go down and think like, oh, they're done. Like, oh, these guys, they're not in it. This is still a... You know, this is a done game, and right now, I think this is the most dominant I've seen in a match against VP in recent memory. They always feel like they have a leg in. Right now, amputated, mate. Your kinder's dead. Shot from the ramp as Stown takes middle. Flick's going to get the spot. Stown with a flick will miss, but that's fine. He gets out alive. Flick just runs into the site with his knife out or nades in hand. Either which way doesn't really matter, does it? Heroic kill every bit of defense on the bomb site, and Flick's got to save nothing. Vertigo didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic are looking to make this one even more dominant than their map pick in the series, which I think speaks volumes, considering when that finished, you know, we were kind of thinking, oh man, that's a statement win, but surely it gets more exciting come Vertigo, and that just hasn't been the case. Feels like maybe an off day for a few key players, and that's just derailed the entire game plan for Virtus Pro. I think Heroic have done a great job of disrupting the usual tendencies, the usual style that we see from VP, and now they don't have that to fall back on either. It is a testament to how switched on, how impressive this Heroic squad look, that you're able to show up and embarrass VP in the match that was looking to send one of these teams to the semis.
Yeah, I won't say names, but I think a lot of people, including me, this week have said behind closed doors, man, VP look like they're ready to win the whole damn thing. And I mean, this result really puts things in perspective. Heroic. Gotta put some respect on their name. 13-4, the full eco. This is 14. Should be said, should be done. And even now, a methodical ramp take, something VP never exhibited in the T side. Obviously, it's a full eco. And double nades will do everything they need.
Yeah, so you needed more proof. The Cadians just got such a solid read on the game. There it is. Nade stack onto the boost. Kindar, they know about him, they saw the nade fly out, so he gets hounded down. Just this flank left from Buster. T-side, CT side, doesn't matter, he's flanking from the B site. Well, this time he's cut down right away. There's 14 for Heroic. I like the molly they throw to sandbags as well. It just pops a little wider to the right, and that forces like a left-hand exit from the sandbags, making it way easier to predict. And I think on top of that, it makes it more likely to get the smoke bug where it clips through the edge of the molly and just takes that few seconds extra to go off. You know, it's little micro details like that that I'm having to draw attention to, because thus far,
it's not much else,
it's just domination. Like, everything VP have tried has failed. And so now they come through with this investment. If they don't find success here, that's it. We're done. Heroic, they're going to the semis. It'll be VP in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm glad, despite this game, I'm still very glad that we have VP in the playoffs. I think that this is an atypical result from this roster, and they still have a lot more to show. But Heroic, this makes us very, very scared of the Danes once again, and running into B. Flint will save Buster's life, who fires back post-flash, and Jade with the AWP flashed up hand, maybe a couple of kills as it keeps VP clean in this round. Heroic go tumbling, But that's fine. It was a bonus. They had Mac 10s. They went for a fast one. All this and more coming up. But VP at least get the taste of victory for a moment.
Investment back in from Heroic. It does carry some limitations.
By design, they have $4,000 in the bank. Both the Tech 9 player and the Mac 10 player, $4,000. They're trying to play fast. They're trying to play loose right now.
Okay, I like that. Heroic down to keep it fast and loose. And
when do you see someone buy a Tech 9 when they have $5,000?
Yeah, I mean, Cadian's Tech 9's terrifying, though, isn't it? Like, he's had so many clutch moments with this gun where the AWP just isn't ideal. You need multi-kill potential. He makes the Tech 9 look sexy.
Man like Cadian. All right. Where are we going with this one? 2 up mid, 2 back A. Kidder with the one-way that was used against him. Not the one-way, but the little gap.
Timing's good. Oh, don't do a lot of damage, but that's fine. Weekendal's still here, still a threat, and alive and kicking. Here's the utility go out. Now he looks like he wants to couple this with a bit of a swing, a bit of a chance to try and snipe that man advantage. But they're already past this smoke. They're already past the gap, and I think he's aware of that. Meanwhile, the connector goes down, and this one's falling apart. Cadian's Tech 9, you know, he said it's often in clutches where he shows what he can do with this gun, but a 1v4 was not what he had in mind. Onto the M4, first man down, running in. It's optimistic, tap on the bomb. Cadian, another. He's not supposed to win these. He's not supposed to win them, but he's in with a chance.
Reloading in the open.
Now planting, tapping again, hoping this baits a peek, and it has sent a man into the site, but they don't give him the fights he's looking for. And there's Jane with a late swing to find the round.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell the mindset from that clutch attempt anyway right now for Heroic. They're playing with their food, for crying out loud. And VP are only getting rounds when they're given to them. I hope we get a proper buy here, though. You know, Cadian playing Tech 9 there is probably also not planning for failure, but in the case of failure, he's got an AWP here. So, yeah, just right in with that. And the hope would be that, yeah, your star riflers who you believe in so much after this series just run in, get kills, and your Tech 9 never matters. Obviously, it didn't play out like that. 14-6 and more than enough chances here for Heroic. Okay. Got some serious trigonometry in that one. Look, good molly. He's going to corner Tessus. He's got to walk backwards into the open. The kid has stopped him. Can he stay alive, or he consider going back in for more, but 20 health. It's the right call to give it up. Nade will land. Buster's killed down on the B-Lurk, and suddenly VP, they're piecing together kills. Starting round strong, to relief at least.
Alright, set piece nades go out now. Refresh leading the charge. Flash leaves him blind, and Flit's gonna smoke spam him. Jame can't quite get away, but it might not matter. Yakinda, all the kills on the A-hold, right? Comes up big when it matters most, and is able to put 7 on the board for VP. Now, I'm not getting worried yet, but
we're all thinking.
I mean, dude, it's Virtus Pro at the end of the day, right?
Yep.
You write them off too soon, you're in for a very bad time. There's no winning this till you've got 16 rounds.
And I hope Cadian's saying something along those lines or even exist at this point in the matchup. Yeah, like, you know, Heroic aren't worried, still exuding confidence, but yeah, you never know the comeback's coming until it's already there, and you wish you worked harder on your last gun rounds. But right now, it's just an eco for Heroic. Glocks running up B with a couple of flashes from Stown and middle. Throw very good flashes to the side of this position. Buster blinded, kicker with a double. Bomb loose. Heroic delaying the inevitable. That's all they've got. One more flash. They're in no hurry to throw it. Now it's coming out.
It's unfortunate that the bomb tumbles all the way to top ramp as well. Like, you would love to just kind of play some mind games here. But there's no illusion as to what your objective is to be now. VP, lots of bodies leading towards B and mid. They follow up, they deal with Cadian, and the remaining two, just armed with these Glocks trying to upgrade. They find a P250 and a Deagle, but that's not going to be anything to write home about. Should be a locked-in round. It's just about how many can you take to the grave with you now for Stown.
Nice to see Heroic even playing sweaty here, though, right? Like, they're just trying to get a kill for the longevity to lock out the money. But it doesn't feel like that's going to happen. Peaks and James had enough. When James hunting the kills, you know something's up. Something's in the water. And Heroic call out a pause early before things prove to be problematic.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a sign of the times, though, right? No one wants to admit that you're feeling pressure at this scoreline, but you probably are feeling pressure at this scoreline, right? Only because these last few rounds, they've fallen kind of dominantly. You've struggled to get openers. Nothing's really been working. The last thing you want isn't so much to start questioning your own beliefs. You're always going to believe you can win a 14-6, or 14-8, rather. But, you just don't want VP to believe. I think you've done a great job of getting in their heads, and you don't want all that to be for naught in the event they start turning this around and start looking more like their old selves.
It would be very VP-esque to win this series, even from this position, wouldn't it? But I don't want to sit on that chair just yet.
Even the fact that they only partially invest here, like they had enough money on everyone to pull guns in, but they're playing the long game, right? They're building up money. They've still got a chance in this round.
They're just trying to kill your Kindar.
Gonna come into it with ideas, and the nade stack was how they were hoping to open. They spot this double ramp setup, and they try their best to run it down. There's a double opener from the Techs. These Danish Tech 9 scary as they get closer and closer. Flit spotted on the short side. Oh, his teammate in the sights trying his best to hold on. Jane with the AWP might not be able to stop the plant. They might be left on the clock, and even though the kills come in, they will get the closer.
Okay.
VP able to collapse in upon that one, put a stop to the Tech 9 rush. 9 to their name. This huge gap is starting to dissipate. This is where the guns come out, right? This is, in reality, Heroic won't admit it. They came into that round with ideas, but in reality, this was the round you were planning for.
Yeah, you can see they know the tendencies, though. They know exactly what spot Yikinda likes to play on the CT side. They bought 4 nades to dunk on him. He just moved in time. Don't know what had told him, what little part of his brain said move, but it was very well called. Nice double for Refresh, and the only plant they could have allowed there as well to come up from Flit, who was on short side. All right, let's see what we got. Katie in the middle on the AWP. Buster in a ratty angle. One that Heroic used against him many a time. It's a nice right-click nade, just softens up the targets. And it's a slow default for Heroic, not needing to be a wasted opportunity. James, he gets jump spotted. Nades to Tetris do nothing. James eats one.
Talk about one-ways, mad. Yeah. All right, Buster, that's an interesting one. We'll remember that.
It's 3 on B right now. VP feel a bit scared. They'd rather just play a retake A setup. And Yikinda still has most of the ramp info, but that is about to leave. It's as Heroic group up below A, leaving Stown on a lurk. Yikinda, how does he choose to go about this? Molly won't do a thing. He wasn't peeking off of it anyway, and Buster's found the gap, man. Look at the read. VP have just sent everyone back towards this A site. They've got a flank in play. Stoud is flanks on flanks. He's the one lurking out ladder late as Buster comes to backstab Heroic A.
Opening kill goes their way, and Kicker falls as well. Tess says burns in his own Molotov. The rest of Heroic, though, are proving that that doesn't matter. They get all the openers. Buster's flank doesn't find a thing. Arriving on the scene just a little too late to carry the impact it was hoping for. Now trapped behind enemy lines. They don't know about him. That first kill comes as a surprise. Don't let Buster win this. On his flank, holding and wrapping the man on the flank is down. So he does play into it later on. You were worried he was going to miss those timings, miss that chance. Buster retreating into what he thought was sacred ground, safe territory, leaves him in the firing line.
That's such a brutal round for Heroic, right? VP knew exactly what was going on, right? The only player they didn't have info on was Stown. They swing around. It seems like they're ready to fight with 4 players. facing deep, or 3 rather, 1 backup boost, and Tess has a refresh, just find double kills each. In seconds, the round is decided. And Heroic, a sigh of relief, at least, as they find the 50 semi-finals waits for them. Thousands of people in the Spodek wait for Heroic. One round to get there. Should be easy, right? Uh-oh.
Luckily enough, Buster's seen those nades before, right? So he's kind of wise to their tricks over here at B. Went a bit of brutal way for the round to open, to lose a man to a nade stack. Might also put a bit of doubt in the mind of Buster. Oh, no, it doesn't at all. He's aggro through B. And so he gets the info ahead of time once again that they've gone back towards A. James scoped in at ramp. The molly might force him away, but he's still good for that opener. Buster's flank, even dropping the bomb and dealing with Cadian. And now Heroic, they need to pick their battles. Ooh. They go back and flush Buster out. They think B might be clear, but VP keep bodies here regardless.
It's fake. Refresh going. He's just, he will die almost. Actually, he just gets his utility and runs back. They were running around the entire time. Kick a peek deep for info, and Shush has taken him out. There are nades to stop the plant, but down full health. If he's the one to stick, he will just be assured. They go back again? Is this really a B play? They're doing a VP to VP, and they've fallen for it. Oh my god, 14 seconds, the bomb is just gonna make it. And I don't think Flit's there in time, unless the nade is a problem, but Refresh ain't the one planting. Stan's gonna make it.
Gets across, Molly starting to burn him. He just plants in the flames. Respect. He goes down with the ship. A true captain. Refresh back at the site. Dead on the swing. Shush, missed shot on the AWP. Alone at Tetris, but he ain't playing games here. Shush, missed shot on the no-scope, but a chance to go back in for more. They're moving into the site. Plant is for Shush on the ramp side, and with the smoke in his way, he's trying to play around it. That's a clean shot for you, Kindar. Quick flick back around and puts a stop to the clutch attempt.
I love that call, though. It just looks so ridiculous. Why would you do that with 20 seconds? Not even 20 seconds when they call the rotate back out. Great little play for Heroic, and still VP holds strong. Double digits locked in. This was once done. This was once as good as a finished series, but VP keep on giving us reasons to believe, don't they?
Yeah, it was 14-5 coming off the back of the pistol, getting one by Heroic, and them landing the conversions. And VP, they've been able to find rounds. They've been able to get them past Heroic on this CT side, but they need to keep that coming in tenfold. Buster just leaving the angle, gonna get out of there.
Could have gone a lot worse.
Also could have gone a lot better, and Buster's focusing on the latter. He's looking for this opener, but it will go the way of Heroic. That's kind of devastating. Buster's been a real rock, you know, throughout T-side, CT side as well. These B holds from him have been a consistency on either side of the field.
Oh, he turns. Looked like he had an idea, but Tess has hit a beautiful timing up ramp. Heroic, 2 picks. Surely their map, surely their semi. Kicker can't stop him. Tess hits the head, and this is it for VP.
Kills away from making the semi-final at IEM Katowice in the Spodek. Dream a reality for Heroic. They ain't feeling the pressure now. This is as smooth a sailing as they've had with Shush all the way through the B site. The rest feeling like a formality. Virtus Pro left moving in to a site they've already lost.
Penny dropping, oh too little, oh too late. It's just chump change for VP. James creeping in. Heroic all ready to swing. The anti-clutch is here to play here today. And the second the step is made, everyone's going to get involved. It's it all from a range. And that is it, folks. Heroic hyped up. They do put a stop to the VP comeback. They don't let it get uncomfortable again.
Yeah, dominant throughout. A statement piece to 2-0 and lock in the semi-finals in the Spodek. For VP, back to the drawing board. They don't want to relive moments like this when we get to the crowd.
the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
In a series that was quicker than some Virtus Pro maps, Heroic triumph and move straight into the semifinals in the Spodek Arena. Here to talk to us about it, we've got Cadian on the line.
Hey guys. Especially like hearing the footsteps, it's not like they were going slow. Here's my boy.
And he's gone. S-Tag, it's never going to work for you, Jason. Just give up now. As S-Tag close out the lane, Shiro's the next in line. Pretty far forward, actually, and exposed to those that were wrapping around, but Shiro manages to fall back, realize that, and find a kill. P2000, he's got S-Tag as well. We don't see this weapon often, but he's certainly showing us that it is absolutely still fine and efficient. Spots far expecting there still to be an angle held against him, and it's Rez that's up close now. He's picked up Hobbit's weapons, so maybe he'll get something going here. Can't find the secondary shot. The follow-up on Axal. Low HP, though, for Inters, and the advantage certainly to NIP as they fall off on the angles. Bomb still planted. They'll tap away on it. Force Rez to have to check, but he knows he's not on, but he is up close. Axile needs to clutch this back. He'll need a third kill. Is he holding this? He is. This is going to be a full defuse. He has no kit, and Hampus surely realizes and comes back around to get the headshot instead. I admire the balls on Axile, but it's not going to pay off this time.
The kid was right there at the corner. I thought he was going to go grab it after that first kill and come back, but oh well. 9-7. Good job from NIP grabbing a pistol round, and now a 2-round lead. Very, very aggressive and fast-paced up a ramp on the pistol. Gambit's going to buy back into it. Deagle, CZ, 5-7, Scout, UMP. All 5 different weapons across 5 different players. You like to see that. Here we go. Utility out. Scout sees nothing so far in the hands of Shiro. Axal with 14, Shiro with 13 to lead the way again for Gambit, much like the first map. Hampus, on the other hand, 20 and 6. 20 and 6. Continuing to make a great impact for his team.
Yeah, is actually insane. 20 and 6, because you consider Fuzi's got 5 and 11. 13 for Rez is the next closest. Yeah, Hampus is quietly going about it too. It's impressive as he searches middle this time with the AK, leads the charge. Nafany is the one that's waiting. He'll have the 5-7 drawn and ready, but it's going to be up close and personal that they'll run. He does snap upwards to find Plopsky's head, falls back inside the site, well positioned. That pulls them like a string toward Axile, but now the kill feeds lighting up in favor of NIP, and Rez will plant the bomb. It should be the round as Shiro is well removed from this.
Yeah, once Axile goes down at that B bomb site, it forces those players to make a move before they probably really wanted to. Good hit from NIP, not slowing down after the initial obstacles. Shiro's going to save the scout. So, NIP's the first to double digits, 10-7. This would be such an impressive win to come back into this series for NIP.
Yeah.
Gambit's map pick, and also, I mean, it's got to be a home map of sorts to Gambit. Not as dominant as they were last year, but obviously very, very comfortable on the map would be huge for the Ninjas. The Ninjas in pajamas.
Yes, who never actually wear pajamas on the stage. I'm still waiting for the day they just come up with a onesie.
I'm sure they have one in the store, in the old NIP store.
It must.
They have that. They had that old school, one of the original like esports advertisements was like the old NIP roster back in the early 2000s wearing pajamas and taking a photo shoot with their headphone sponsor. It's a classic.
I believe it.
Vintage esports advertisements.
Pass on right, lads. Well, they'll head out of spawn this time. Everyone heading toward the A ramp. Hobbit holding back is got the USP. There's still that scout in play from Shiro. He's peeking down the ramp, but the Resonator is not peeking that direction. He's actually just checking over toward the sandbag position. Smoke is there. Amp is the one to lead the charge for NIP over towards the B site. He didn't buy in this round. He's just going to be a martyr.
Yeah, well, he knows, you know, as you always do, they're going to be unarmored, so why not send him forward? The Gladiator.
Well, it's working so far because he's holding them off. He's got the first kill. He does some damage on enters. Fuzi thinks he can capitalize with that information. Hampus will take the MAC-10 at his expense. And the bomb already down. He tries to go to work with that weapon. I love it. He's just firing non-stop, hoping he'll collect kills, as you say, knowing likely that they will not have armor. That man does, though. Shiro, that's the one with the scout. He's got Hampus down in return, and Plopsky has to fall off. Be a little bit more careful about this, because they are stampeding toward the site. Smoke on the right side of the AC unit as a result of that, not wanting to be caught out or exposed, but Axile has one on the Deagle. AK down on the site. If they get that far, S-Tag can't allow it. Surely he has to stay aggressive on this peak. They don't have time on the kits, so they'll play off on the bomb. Rez will burn one alive, and that should be enough. That should do it, but it got close and costly, no doubt about it. Rez the only one left alive.
Yeah, bomb's going to blow all the guns away as well, so NIP's going to get away with a win, a narrow one. Inters has grabbed an AK-47. That's actually pretty massive, but nothing else is gained. Good round from Gambit, all things considered, what they brought into it. 4 kills and an upgrade to an AK-47. We'll take that all day. IP costly being aggressive. Great shot from Axile with the Deagle. He continues to impress, and he's going to hold down that B bomb site throughout this half, and he can be a lockdown defender all on his own in this position. We'll see if he's got troubles with NIP's attack. Round number 19, NIP with a 4-round lead, trying to force a third map. That third map would be Mirage if we can get there.
Yeah, it's a peculiar third map for a series, isn't it? I mean, we talk about Inferno being rather exciting in those situations. Mirage can be difficult.
Exciting?
It can be. Look, there's some of the best games ever played on Mirage, but it's just such a meta that everyone knows that it's like bashing your head against the wall and hoping somehow you penetrate it. At times, as S-Tag will boost Hampus. He's been the man with the incredible accuracy so far in this game. He finds another and absolutely destroys Axile. That puts him up on 23 frags.
It's got to be fun to have the hot hand as the endgame leader. You just call plays for yourself the entire time?
Yeah. Or you could be like me when I used to in-game lead and just call plays for me anyway, even if I wasn't having a hot hand.
Yep. Well, now we start to see a bit of a reason why you never became a pro player.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the reason.
Many.
Navi gonna defend against this. What a big scalp to take, Axile. That's a great equalizer to find for Hobbit. Not a whole lot of utility over here at this A-bomb site. Molotov on Nafany. Hobbit with nothing. Shiro's got a smoke, but he's got his eyes on mid with the AWP. There's a kit on Inters, and that's it.
Nafany sneaking up back toward the side. Oh no, big miss. Fuzi couldn't land it. He did help at least to get him taken down as he falls to S-Tag, but Hobbit finds one in return. Shiro goes over the top. Hobbit may have fallen quickly, but it's just S-Tag remaining, and from the air, without a scope, Shiro plucks him from the skies and drops him down to give them their first round of the CT side. And it's the first gun round that goes the way of Gambit.
Yeah, why not? That's a scrappy hit. A couple of kills coming out for both teams through smoke. Hobbit gets one. I think even the spam from one of the NIP players through the smoke was able to take out a defender. This is the 4th and final time for NIP. Really, really early on in this second half. better be something important to say.
Well,
it's only round 20.
The issue being is that they're still at 11-8. They don't have any money because of the round prior that we saw on the B site that got very costly.
Yeah, it's odd time for a timeout. They're gonna have to play this game with no more input from the coach. There's Hobbit's kill through smoke. It was S-Tag who grabbed one on Hobbit right before the bomb went planted. This is gonna be nasty.
Oh, he barely even saw him as well. The smoke when we saw it didn't look that protruding, but that was incredible.
He's cracked. He's feeling it.
He's out of his frickin' mind.
3-round lead for the Ninjas. No timeouts left. No money in the bank. They've invested in 2 AK-47s and pistol armor. Let's see what they've got in store for us. This would be a painful round to lose in a lot of ways, in a lot of aspects, and Shiro's op is trained down A ramp, but Flashbang's gonna force him off the angle initially.
So it's Plopsky with the Deagle to try and accompany his valiant in-game leader at this point in time. Hampus sneaking around, but it's Hobbit that actually gets by and rotates through, so he's not going to be in that window. You're right. The timing of this, though, is interesting. Flash is out. They'll check it. I think Hobbit hears that.
Yeah, I think
Shiro's going to rotate with him. Yeah, they definitely heard that. They're aware now. The B player's calling that they are going to be setting up 4-1, and Hobbit sneaks back a wide peek, confident in doing so. Inters actually collects both those. Thought Shiro hit the shot, but that is a massive convergence and coagulation of the defensive efforts. Axile sneaking up, knows that there's not going to be much more at the front of the B site with so many players down in middle.
Yeah, Hobbit's wide peek is just because he knows he's got teammates coming to fight with him, right? If he doesn't have those teammates, he might just take a shallower peek, might just even fall back straight up. But because he's got Inters, because he's got Shiro with him, he's just like, let me wide swing. Hopefully they just stick into the open, crouch for the fight, stay around, and that'll set my teammates up perfectly. Well done from Gambit. Now, a little bit of a difference, too. I feel like Gambit, if they were making a play like that from what we've seen from their T sides, they'd be going quiet the whole way, right? It'd be like turning the corner with contact. Here, that flashbang gives away the game, tells Gambit, we don't have anyone watching mid right now, but that pop flash signifies that NIP's trying to investigate, trying to poke at mid, trying to force someone off an angle. Let's bring resources over there and handle whatever situation we find. And boy, do they ever. 11-9. The save round for NIP just clocks.
Yeah, and again, a Glock full save. You mentioned it, no timeouts. Hobbit's going hunting. He knows the situation. He's kept track. The man can do math. It's crazy to think how long Hobbit's been around now as well. You know, winning a major in 2017 with the Gambit organization. He's the only one that remains from that roster, but also up and down after that, and his age. He came in late as a rookie compared to what we see these days, so he's the experience on this team is... Axile drops, S-Tag manages the Glock as a firing squad. Inters might get overrun as well. It's Rez that gets the kill onto him, and they're pushing them quite far back, all things considered. 2 kills and a bomb plant for a solid Glock rounds. They'll take that.
Man, I hyped up Axile as like a stalwart B defender coming into this, and this is twice now we've just seen him absolutely wrecked. This time with Glocks, previous to that boost up that grabbed the amazing headshot.
If Axile used dualies at B, he would be better, Jason.
That might be something he's got to go to in the future. Might have to switch into it.
Anything else you want to throw him under the bus with?
No, I'm all good.
No more commentator's curse?
You guys are sticking around with us all evening. It's going to be lovely times here. Right after this game, later on this evening, we're going to have a Navi taking on Faze matchup on the main stream. That's going to be for a semifinal spot or a quarterfinal spot, and you'll want to stay tuned for that one. And then on the B stream later on this evening, Astralis and G2 are going to be facing off for the final available quarterfinal spot in the tournament. One of those two teams will be going out. A lot of big names in Astralis that would miss Katowice.
Already fought for survival in a close battle this morning as well against Fnatic. Went to overtime on map 3.
Navi Faze is on B stream.
Yes, sorry, yeah, of course, we have the deciding matchups, but either way, yeah, formidable Faze now has to fight without rain despite Rops being here. Good thing that Rops was able to get here when he did, or they would have been completely left out of this. This is a solid, fast round from Gambit on the defensive side. There's a gun in Rez's hands. This was a full-on effort from NIP, and it just gets absolutely shut down. Bomb dropped, covered off. This one's over. We're going to be at 11-11.
Yeah, it's actually, the switch up that NIP tries to do up that A ramp is kind of cool, but I mean, the counter utility from Gambit is just so good. I think it was Hampus that was first up on that ramp, and when he turns that corner, he's just so blind. He has nowhere to go. Can't fall back, can't go forward without being able to see anything. It just leaves him wide open. And once you handle that first initial thrust of the aggressive attack, the rest of it just comes crumbling down. All tied up at 11. Maybe even trying to pull some attention away from middle, but Inters and Axile stay strong. Okay, we thought he might switch into the dualies to defend the B-bomb site.
Okay,
He's switching to the...
We didn't actually think that, Jason.
Well, don't be afraid. He's switching to the op, and he's handled it for this first round with it in hand. NIP back to just pistols with armor. Deagles. They did pretty good work with Glocks a couple rounds ago and no armor, so we'll see what they can do here.
Navi looking close on that smoke. But it could be the lead back to Gambit for the first time in the second half. Slow play NIP. Ooh, nade timing. That's big. Kaboom.
Big bada boom. Another one?
Oh. Faze, poor man. He's feeling bruisey.
Word association here at IEM Katowice. Shiro, nice quick shot. Faze is finished off. No Molotov for NIP. They have no chance of clearing out Nafany's position behind the sandbags. So if they commit here, this can be tough. Plopsky's going to drop his utility in case the worst is to come.
Bomb's going to get passed around as well. Got a little game of hot potato going on. Even got a barbecue at the top of the ramp if they want to try and cook one up. No one has cleared the sandbags as of yet, and Hobbit's going to lure all of the attention his direction with the smoke going down and fire into it. And now Nafany, strikes. Nafany, careful, my friend. A little more efficient next time, perhaps, as he'll give away an AK as well. Yeah. Now they have an AK and a smoke down chance to plant the bomb. Shiro's going to have to be very careful on the AWP. Hobbit wants to go up above. Bomb's going to get planted on this. NIP have done well to control this situation. We're in a 3-on-4, but still NIP's able to fall back. Hobbit through the smoke, able to get S-tag.
That's curious, the shot from Nafany. We'll come back to it. Hobbit on top of the boxes, waiting for these smokes to clear. This position is going to be good for maybe one, but ooh, good shot from Hampus if he can take attention away. Now this gets dicey.
They spotted Rez. Axile gets him on the AWP. Hampus, though! Holy hell, this man's on fire! But not enough to shut down Shiro, who has also been strong on the opposing side. 26 kills for Hampus. That would have been the best round for him yet.
I think that was a heat check. I think in another lifetime he falls back and he plays the bomb a little bit, but those shots were so good. I think his Deagle was feeling it. He was just letting it ride. And that just goes to show you, that is not a great fight selection out of Nafany from behind those sandbags. And that opened up the entire round. That's not the guy you want to fight for, and even Plopsky took a little bit of time to go down. That was so very dangerous. Hampus almost delivers something special.
Oh my God. You're right. Maybe he gets a little too confident on that last one and says, I'll just keep peeking.
How do you not get confident after those 3 shots?
Falling back's not even a thought in your mind at that point. Nafany trying to look above the smoke from on the crane, gets some damage thrown toward him by his teammate, I believe that nade came from. Thanks for that.
Yeah, right? 20 kills on Axile, 20 on Shiro as well. NIP, it's still Hampus just being a beast. 26 and 12, Rez is at 19. We're gonna go back towards Axile. He's struggled at times to defend this B bomb site. He's got nobody really with him either. Inters is far, far back. Molotov to signify they want to start taking control. That's going to put Axile on notice.
Knows he's there surely as Axile stands strong behind the steel. Boost behind the box for a different angle, an opposing position to perhaps try and get them inside of the B site. Meanwhile, Shiro back on the other side. Still staring down, is going to spot out Rez. He was actually spotted first, so he shot in response. Rez pays the price for it against the AWP. Here we go again, Hampus. Let's see what you got this time. 26 to his name. AK to work with. Bit of utility thrown out by his team. Flashes, clears. He'll go around. Oh, Axile's not checked. They were spamming this earlier.
They have Molotovs for him. Yeah, they were just spamming just out of curiosity. That Molotov, if it comes to his position, no,
it's not. They think this is cleared. They think this is 100%. And Axile knows it now. He knows it now. Waits for the flash to come back out. It was actually from Plopsky that blinded up Hampus, but he's only good for one. He gets dropped down immediately after. It's on to Hobbit. Faze doubling up on the AWP. Make it now a triple as he finds Shiro. Might have done enough to save this, but 7 seconds. Bomb is just barely going to be planted as Nafany rotates over and has more HP than both combined to work with the kits. The M4, but a gun barrel far too long. What a round from Faze. 4 for him on the AWP on the opposing side.
Yeah, that was like skeet shooting for Faze. It was just all the bodies flying in there. Gambit was not doing anything with finesse. That was throw bodies at the problem with the time running down, and Faze's just picking them off as they try and jump behind E-Box. What great shooting from him. He's got NIP back on the board. 12-12, we remain tied. That ends a 5-round streak from Gambit, where they've looked excellent. And again, Exile struggling to build off just the one kill. But here we go, let's check it out. There's the first, oh, that's the last.
From first to last, Jason.
Yeah, there we go.
Just like Skrillex. Hampus trying again to take over the stairs at B. He's Molotov'd off, can't go any further beyond that smoke. Faze, great to see some highlights out of him. Again, he mentioned ahead that slow start. He's up to 10 kills now. On awaits the fates of the opening kills. Not committing either side so far, NIP just wanting to try to open this up. Gambit, just to note as well, okay money left on Shiro, which is encouraging. He's your AWP player, but not a lot otherwise. So even though there's no timeouts left, NIP, if they can break them here, are going to put themselves back in a great position. Start to get aggressive. OS tag though, he's okay. That's an M4 double dink to get that kill. That's remarkable.
Now you control A main, but fortunately for NIP, that's not where the main thrust of this attack is coming. It's towards mid. Axel is going to start getting information. Inters is going to be in trouble though. Shiro coming back with the op. His timing is everything. He actually disappears. Do they want to come over and attack B? Inters now. Oh, freebie. And he gets away. And he survives. He hears them chasing him. He's calling it out to his team. And that's the hit gone for the Ninjas. Axal's flank is just icing on the cake.
Inters doesn't spot that. They don't react that quickly. There might be something there. That is a great bit of information that immediately turns the round. Nafany shuts down Plopsky as well, and it's 13 for Gambit.
It's just, I mean, it's also part of like just walking on that route. If you're NIP from the T side, walking so many bodies through mid, it's just, I mean, if you just look at the mini-map, all the possibilities for something to go wrong. Like a peek like that, a peek from up top. Shiro even came back and looked at an angle for a second. There's just so many opportunities for that strategy to just get negated. Unfortunately, it happens at basically the final hurdle. 1 round lead for Gambit that they maintain. And NIP again have an odd money situation. Esatag's bought up the AWP down to 150. That's not ideal. Exile moved just past his crosshair.
Esatag's gun barrel showing as well was easy to spam into. Faze, meanwhile, still trying to find a shot over toward the A ramp. No one aggression. That position this time for Gambit. They're well back. They are rotating back around that mid-round take you talk about, but this time it's not really taking because there hasn't been any aggression toward them either. It's been very passive, and Shiro sneaking out with the AWP. Has Hobbit in front, who finds the first kill. Shiro immediately aware that they're going to try and work their way toward the site further. Will throw a nade down and takes Plopsky down to 62 now. A second nade hits him, so 70 on the first, 8 further damage after that. And Fuzi's going to get his AWP in position. They're spotted. Ooh, they tried to re-peek it. Hobbit gets him. Wasn't sure at first. Nafany spinning around. Able to catch out Rez sneaking in the back.
Yeah, right through that smoke. Never had a chance. 14-12, 2-round lead. Once again, Gambit just takes control right at the end of the map. NIP really in a lot of trouble. Ever since the guns came out, it's been a 7-1 run in the favor of Gambit. NIP got the first 3 rounds of both halves with the pistol, but here in the second round, only 1 gun round. Round 24 went in their favor. It's getting a little bit brutal. Someone's gonna have to step up next to Hampus. Nafany, aggressive. This time the smoke is a little bit late, and he's got an opening kill. That's Faze to fall in a 5-on-4. Pretty cheap 5-on-4 to get for Gambit.
Tense times for NIP. Tournament life on the line. Coming all the way through from the play-in portion of this event. Being criticized at every corner and still surviving. It might not be enough now. Rez not willing to go that easily. He'll take down Shiro. Nafany, though, with the immediate trade. They have given up a bit of positioning toward the lane, though, because they've already jumped up the scaffolding. Plopsky.
I think Hobbit was actually well exposed. Flashbang popping him in towards lane. There's the spray, Hobbit. patient with it, not walking into it. Oh, Nafi almost caught. He was walking behind the default boxes. Smoke goes up, can't control the spray. Follow-up flashbang from Hobbit, though. These two working together so well, flashing for each other and finding all the kills at the end. 15-12. Gambit have got 3 chances to close this map and close out this series.
Oh man, NIP just can't get through. This defense from Gambit solidly working together.
And let's go back and just mention, going into round 20, the final timeout taken from NIP. They used 3 in the first half. They used 1 really, really early on in the second half. And they have lost so many rounds now, and they have not had a chance to address and talk with the coach and try and adapt to anything. Do or die.
Bottom of the ramp, Nafi forced off by the flash. Smokes were down, though, and NIP don't commit to pushing through. Uncertain of the second prong of the defense at the top of the ramp. Nafi's going to actually slip all the way back in behind the sandbags. A little bit alone in that position because Shiro's still smoked on. The scaffolding has to fall off, but right now that's not going to matter because right now NIP are only just getting onto the ramp.
Yeah, but this is the worst feeling. S-Tag's been spotted in this position, and even though he doesn't get any kind of a kill, the fact they know he's there is just so impossible to deal with.
Do they? I'm not sure if they do, because remember, he was toward the crane. He rotated back this way. I would have thought you were right and that there would be utility thrown toward him at this point, but there isn't much. There's 2 Molotovs, 3 make that, excuse me. Flash out, no one's spotting yet. Nafi might be okay here.
Oh, he doesn't take the shot towards scaffolding this time. Just wait, bide your time, take a clean shot at ramp when they're not looking at you.
That's right, because a few rounds ago, he did miss that shot. He did give away an AK that made a round very interesting. As Nafi waits further, they've got Hobbit back up on top of the bomb box. He's got res down. Now Nafi has it. Oh, easy lineup. Takes 2. Hampus comes around. He pulls 1 back in the favor of NIP. He's been excellent all game, but he's going to have to be perfect at this point. Trying even to get up on top of the sandbags and spot toward heaven. They'll go for the bomb plant. Low HP for Hobbit in that angle. On that position, they have the bomb down, and Hampus is even going to get more aggressive. God, it makes me nervous every time someone steps out over the ledge, but he wants an off angle. He wants to surprise. It's going to be so hard for him to maneuver from this position. Molotov instead wants to force the CTs out. They're letting this go. They're letting this time tick away because they want to attack all at once and bait out their utility. Hampus is gone. It's down to Fuzi. All that remains for NIP at Katowice. Exile will extinguish him and remove NIP from this event in the process.
What a great series from Gambit. They got tested plenty of times, but they stood tall, each and every one of them. And if you're Gambit, if you're an opponent of Gambit, you're looking at this and you're seeing Exile and Shiro deliver in spades for this Gambit lineup. They are looking good at the moment, and unfortunately for NIP, I think they impressed a lot to get this deep and have even a shot at making it into the quarterfinals. Some positive signs, but still not able to get over the hump and find their way all the way there. For now, it's Gambit celebrating. As you mentioned, they'll have a few days off. They'll get ready to address their issues going into the quarterfinals of IEM Katowice, but they're on the big stage. Had to do a break, and then we've got the desk to break it all down.
I don't remember what was on the map.
I think you know where man. Oh my god.
How can I buy ammo? I need to buy the gun. Oh,
Buy a new gun.
What the...
Okay. Did you kill the other guys?
No, I didn't kill anyone.
Marco, what are you doing?
It's not. If you can move, it's fucked.
You can already move.
Yeah, there is no way.
Oh my god.
Lol, you can do banana hop when you're banana.
Banana hop. Banana hop. Marco, you having fun?
It's fine, yeah.
No, not like this. Oh my.
I know where you are.
is the end. This is the end of it. This is the end. This is the end of it. This is the end. This is the end of it. waves of the sea. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. If I stay locked in the headlights, or choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the highways, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live within the walls. You light the fires in this place, so you can reap what we've sown. You finally found me, but you just dug your own hole.
It's time for the last series of the B stream here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and we've got one more team to put directly into the semifinals. Both these teams, again, have booked their spot in the Spodek, but they may book an even more premium seat at this point. It's Navi versus Faze, and we've had a shift change here on the desk. We're looking very dapper now because we've got Mr. Maniac making his B-Stream debut, and Bled to join us as well. How are you feeling slumming it down here with us?
I feel really good. I also feel very guilty. Did I force you guys to wear a jacket? Is that what's happening now?
No, I like looking dapper, Matthew, once in a while.
I don't want to have any kind of influence. Everyone should just feel comfortable and just, you know, do it the way you like it.
I mean, I do feel comfortable on desks like this, but you know, we knew you were coming. We had to just up the caliber of dress just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
To get ready. And speaking of upping the caliber, let's talk about these two teams. Holy cow, the caliber of these squads. We've got Faze, we've got Navi, the firepower here, the star power that's apparent within these two rosters. This should be a banger of a series.
I feel both these two teams have had an interesting run, a lot of trials and tribulations. I feel like for Navi, the booming situation comes into play. Now, of course, he's fine and is ready to play on land with his team. But you look at a situation where they did lose on Nuke to ENG, so a result none of us expected, but they were being able to bounce back. They look dangerous again. For the side of Faze, same thing. You have JKS coming in, Rob's clear to play, then we have Rain again getting diagnosed. So a lot of question marks around them, but at the same time, Faze right now, if they're able to get this win, or even if they lose it, they're going to be the only team, I do believe, from the play-ins to make their way to the playoffs.
Well, they're going to be in the playoff. We know that it's a question of whether or not you're going to be in the semi-final. You talk about Navi. I guess one of the very exciting prospects coming into Katowice was their form, their shape. What kind of Navi are we going to see? Are they going to come here struggling, fragile, like we saw in a Blast, or is it going to be a real Navi? And I truly feel like that best of 3 against Furia just was a reality check for everyone. If you think Navi is not playing good Counter-Strike, then just forget about it straight up. You're going to have to beat the Ogres because they dismantled them.
I felt bad for Furia. They had to go up against a pissed-off Navi, and it showed. 16-2, man, on their map pick.
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. Now, we do have a little bit of an insight in towards the Navi team. It's a little feature on Bit. Let's go ahead and roll the tape.
Представься, как тебя зовут, сколько тебе лет, какой ты национальность? Всем привет, меня зовут Валера, мне 19 лет, я украинец. Какой твой любимый сериал и почему? Я люблю «Бумажный дом», я сейчас досматриваю сейчас 5-й сезон, мне он очень нравится. Кобол или Трейн? Выбери, что-то одно из этого. Наверное, выберу все-таки Трейн, потому что мне больше по душе. Кобол мало играл. Занимаешься ли ты каким-то спортом? Да, я занимался борьбой. Много. Философский вопрос. Что бы ты предпочел, присоединиться к Гамбит или Virtus.pro? Я выберу Нави. Окей, так и знаю. Почему? Тут next вопрос, почему? Потому что. Любимая игра, кроме КС? Давай. Приступай. Нет. Нет таких, наверное, игр. Все, отмазался, красавчик. Ты бы предпочел делить комнату с Гумычем или электронику? Электронику. Почему? Любимая еда. Если это украинское блюдо, пиши. Нет. Болоньеза, да. Болоньеза. Все. Окей, что бы ты предпочел, присоединиться к Faze или G2? G2, наверное. К Илюхе, да? Почему? Потому что, мне кажется, G2 лучше, чем Faze. Твой самый лучший поступок. ИРЛ. В жизни. Ну что? Любовь. Покормил котенка. Все. Какие цели на ближайшие 5 лет? Развиваться. Все, спасибо.
Well, we learned that Bit thinks that G2 is a little better than FaZe, but only one of these teams has a shot at the semi-final here in this next matchup.
I love it. So we're golden 5 years growing up. That's what a joker.
He's also laser focused. Like, who do you want to join? Gambit or VP? Is like, Navi. And why? Because I'm like, holy mo. Okay, he's laser sharp.
He's a Terminator.
That's a man who knows where his checks are signed, right?
Well, I mean, look, the story of Bit is so unique. It's really complicated to apprehend. Like, he joined Navi, and then when LAN Counter-Strike came back around, that man just basically never experienced defeat. They lost one best of 3 with them. That was Liquid. It was also inconsequential because they won every single event. So how are we supposed to understand the mindset that he is in? He's basically only known winning. Grand Slam, Major, he's done it all. When does it stop? When does it break? When is that an everlasting dream that he is living right now? I don't know. I've never won in my 10 years of career as he did in 6 months. So I'm like trying to comprehend what the hell's going on.
You're with us right now.
I tried my best, you know.
Speaking of that career, I'm not sure he was like paying attention or were playing the game the last time Cobble was in the pool. They asked him Cobble or Train. He's like, what's Cobble? Anyway, moving on here, we've got a little bit of insight into the other camp. It's an interview with Rops. Let's go ahead and check it out.
How are you feeling after your win?
I'm feeling amazing. Honestly, there could not have been a better outcome of today, and out of this whole situation with players being sidelined for COVID, I'm just glad it went our way.
Yeah, and so you secured a spot in Spodek. Are you excited to play in front of the crowd in there?
I'm extremely excited. I mean, I haven't played in front of a crowd ever since I think COVID broke out, so there's been very few LAN events with the crowd, and the ones which have happened haven't managed to go that far, so I'm extremely excited. It's also my first time in the Spodek, so I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, and then another question. You're going to play Navi. How are you feeling about that after that performance today?
I mean, honestly, we don't really have any expectations in terms of how far we can go, because ever since we did start to get these COVID cases, we just had to throw the goal out of the window and just make sure we take it match by match, and I think so far it's been going in our way. So if we turn up the same way tomorrow, I think it's anyone's game, to be honest. I mean, Navi hasn't been so on point and confident as they have been before. They are showing some signs of shakiness, and I think there's a chance for us to still win that game. But nonetheless, I think the main fact is that we made it to the playoffs, and that's very big for us.
And then lastly, anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, I mean, just so thankful for all the support on social media, because it's so tough to see your favorite players and your team go through this situation and not be able to play with the lineup we wish to play with, and I'm just so thankful that people understand, and they still tune up to support us.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Trials and tribulations for Faze, but perhaps a vulnerable Navi gives them a chance here. That's what Rops thinks. Do you agree, Maniac?
No, I don't. I think Navi's safe in that game. Look, I think he's got the right mindset, though. I don't think that this event for FaZe is being played right here, right now. They've already made it to playoff through the trials and tribulation, as you were talking about. It was the scenic route for them to be there. They're going to have a few days as well to take a deep breath and then regroup as a team. Hopefully, everyone can just be there, and we're going to see the real FaZe. But against Navi, I was just looking at the scoreline. They've played 6 best-of-3s, that core in 2021. FaZe never won any.
The last
only won
map
2
they
maps.
won was in June.
Yeah, they won 2 maps out of 6 best-of-3. It's not even a question currently between these two, but in that specific matchup, might as well go without expectation if you're FaZe.
I do wonder, we do have the videos coming up right now. I do wonder which way FaZe is going to go here. I like the fact they banned out Nuke.
How about Inferno? Would you like an Inferno pick from FaZe? I feel like Inferno might be the map that Navi have shown some, signs of weakness. They go for an overpass. I don't know, man. I feel like
it's understandable. It is understandable. Dust 2 pick coming in from Navi. We'll get to that, but overpass pick. I did see a lot of issues for Navi on that particular map. I feel like they can be made to bleed. Sure, they didn't drop it yet against ENG with 16-14 win they had, and against didn't play against Furia, but they might have seen a few things which could potentially catch them off guard.
Okay, I'll play your game, I'll follow your storyline, and I'll give you one better. This event is currently BIT's worst LAN event by the numbers. Currently, if you compare it to your Cologne, if you compare it to your Major, and on Overpass specifically, he's the tip of the spear on the CT side. He's taking a lot of liberties, a lot of freedom in the fights. Arguably, if he's not having a good time, if this game he hasn't found his groove quite yet, your FaZe, you know him, you pick him apart, and then you make sure he disconnects with Simple. I could see something happening here, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
On the flip side, I do want to touch upon the factor for the side of FaZe. Brokey, 1.3 rating thus far in the group stage. He has been fantastic. A little quiet in the play-in stage, and then we, of course, had Twist stepping up as well. Now, if Rops back in the lineup here, if he can, deliver what he's promised to, we might actually have a game in our hands here.
I thought in yesterday's matchup, right, when we had Rops back in the server, you clearly saw he was so eager to get into it, but you also saw the fact that he'd maybe had a bit of a sleepless night on the journey back in. So it started the series strong, maybe slowed down a little bit. I think after a night of rest, after a night to actually, take a breath and recognize the situation and soak it all in, we might really get to see the Rops that FaZe is hoping he can be.
True, and it might even be a little bit too early right now to expect the full 100% Rops. He's gone through a lot very recently. The playoffs would be the moment where all eyes would be on him because, again, he comes in FaZe with huge expectations, right? He's supposed to be the last missing piece that Kerrigan was seeking after for so long. He's going to be the one that makes FaZe a contender for titles. That's not a light sentence to make. It's a very huge argument to bring on Rops. So pressure is there for him. His last time with Mouse was a little bit shaky. I didn't didn't really like everything I saw. But no, he's got everything he needs. He's got everything he needs to turn into the star he can be. That's a lot of pressure for his shoulders.
I also like the fact that Robs isn't playing how he was once upon a time in the Mouse lineup, right? Even when he was under Carrigan at that point in time. Much more aggressive. He's actually taking the fight to a lot of his opposition, which I feel is a fantastic change overall for him. We know he's got the skill. Now, if he can be a little bit more, I wouldn't say confident, but a little bit more, on the front line, so to speak, I feel like that could be a huge difference maker for his team.
There is one other aspect for Faze that's changed from yesterday, which is that Brokey is in the building. He went ahead and precautiously self-isolated yesterday to get a test, pending that negative result, played from the hotel room, comes through with a negative test. He's back here in person, and he's been pretty dang good for them so far this tournament. It's looked like that op has been pretty quick and sharp.
Yeah, I think he's been fantastic. If we look at Brokey and if you look at last year, there are a few voices out there that would argue he is not that legitimate in the top 20. Of course, FaZe has gone through so many rough periods, rough times in 2021. And I think he tried his very best to navigate these troubled waters. But now is a time where there are no excuse anymore for Brokey. Like, if you're going to turn into an AWP that can have deep runs in playoffs, if you're going to be in the same category as your Simple, your Zywo, I won't forget you. And Shiro, of course, he's going to have to do more, and he's on track. What he's done at the beginning of his tournament is exactly what people expect from him. It's more than usual, but we're going to have to see if he can survive the test of Navi, because that is the final boss of Counter-Strike right now.
Speaking of our young guns, I think we've got a little bit of a head-to-head stat. You mentioned it already. This has not been a great event statistically for BIT.
Quiet for now.
So let's take a look at this one. The numbers, not as encouraging as we're used to.
I think this plate right here should be called "If There Ever Was a World In." If there ever was a world in which FaZe can beat Navi in a best of 3, then these two young men on our screen could be the explanation. A BIT that is a little bit subpar compared to his incredible talent. A Brokey that is breaking through his shell and turning into some kind of monster. If you were to really try and converse me and have me believe in that, these would be elements that I would give to you.
I like how we've conveniently all of us forgotten about this one guy. This, one guy with a 1 in his name, Simple in the server. He has been beasting. He had a bit of one rough map though. And the question is, even if BIT, he continues his performance, and even if Brokey's playing his highest level, Simple is going to be in the server. He's looking fantastic. And not to forget as well, a player we don't really talk about too much, because you have this the young star in the form of BIT, you talk about Simple. But Electronic and Perfecto have been looking fantastic thus far. That win they had an overpass against ENG was Perfecto really delivering when everyone else failed, dropping a 30 bomb, and he's been looking good.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Navi is favorite. Navi have made statement games 100%. I mean, we started the segment saying, they're the ones to beat. They are still very firmly sat on that throne. Sure, a little bit of shaky moments against, but I think that's all in the bag. I think now they're fully dialed in. Electronic is playing good Counter-Strike. Simple is playing his normal self, which is phenomenal.
The best
it's
in the world.
still some teams still have to beat Navi. Otherwise, they are the favorite, strictly said.
The final boss.
Well, I'd say there's another couple of guys who look comfortable sitting on some thrones, and they helped open up the B stream. Of course, we need them to close things down. We got Scrawny and Launders on the cast.
Yo,
hey
guys. Up? Hello, everybody.
Who's that? Is that Mike in a jacket?
Yeah. I mean,
damn.
Look, Maniac was showing up. I had to elevate a little bit. We got Blazers over there. We're already here on the B stream. Yeah, everyone was prepped for you.
Of course we are, man. We got a semi-final spot on the line here, Darv. It's the high octane games, bro.
They're two very expensive teams, so I made sure to dress well.
Listen, boys, I'm liking this whole this dialogue, this teaser that maybe Navi are defeatable, seeing as BIT's having a wishy-washy performance. I want to bring up Brokey's debut on Overpass with FaZe, 29-9 on this map, blew Vitality out of the water back at the start of the year. I'm looking for something like that to happen again tonight. I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for the Rob show.
Bye. I didn't know we were gonna talk with you guys. I'm so excited right now. Yeah, we get to do back and forth. How's it going for you guys?
Maniac, the B stream is fun, bro. You blessed us with your presence.
It doesn't smell as bad as they say.
I haven't heard anything about it. Just surprised that we get to exchange a few words.
I like how I had to guide Maniac to the B stream room. He's like, "Where's the B stream studio, guys?" So I had to walk him through all that.
Suffering from success. Suffering from success.
He's like, guys, I can't find it. Where's the red carpet? It's
haven't seen you guys all event, he said.
I feel so self-conscious right now. I was trying to be nice.
It's all right.
Well, you know what? We'll save you from further banter because we're going to go ahead and let Scrawny and Launders take this away. We'll see you guys in the break.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Thanks.
Good guys, that lot. Good guys, I tell you. All right, boys, we're one step closer, okay? We've got, again, as I said, a semifinal spot on the line. Both these teams guaranteed to play in front of the crowd. That's awesome. They're going to have a little break beforehand, so that will definitely, I think, elevate some of the preparation and some of the, potentially, level of Counter-Strike. Hopefully, right? This is a very, I'd say, like, walking wounded phase. Poor guys have been through a lot this week, moving pieces. They are essentially a six-man roster. Thanks to JKS.
Yeah, it's been tough.
We haven't seen a six-man roster this good since Vitality, I would say.
Yeah.
And now suddenly, here they are fighting for that extra coveted spot of just having to roll in for the second day of the Spodek. Maybe playing quarterfinals is better because you get more matches on stage.
Copium. Yeah, there's definitely a good, I mean, getting to playoffs is great, right? And I think FaZe are going to be thankful for JKS.
100%.
Imagine the pressure, man. First of all, FaZe, you know, one of the biggest fan bases in the world. Then JKS had to take it on short notice. Olaf is like flying to New York, you know what I mean? So he couldn't make it. And JKS, he put up numbers good enough to get him through. That's just great. I mean, hopefully we can find a team for him. I think he showed a lot at this event. And now we've got Rops on a day's rest, on a full night's sleep. So I don't see FaZe being that weak from that perspective. I mean, it's like the perfect setting to overcome their 6-series loss streak against Navi.
I'm hopeful that now Navi, just like we've seen with the Gambits, this is just like the full force, full-fledged fight. You know, I don't want to see a Navi come into the start of the year and then actually have some issues when it comes to the LAN events. I want to see the rest of Navi step up alongside Bit because, as our analyst pointed to, you know, statistically, this is his worst LAN yet. Not that he is a bad player by any means, right? Not that he, I think, being off his game will be the end of Navi per se. But if ever, because as we expected, it had to happen that Bit wouldn't be the best forever. Finally, we see a little cool down. I want to see the rest of those Navi pieces just kind of like put their arm around his shoulder and then show him how it feels to be carried into victory. Do you think that's kind of like the par for the course for Navi right now?
Yeah, and for FaZe, they had a few different players become good at this event that have carried them through. Like, if I were to ask you who would be the best performer on FaZe at this event so far, who would you say?
I'd say Robs.
It was actually, well, Robs hasn't even, you know, played enough maps, right?
Right.
It was Twist.
Was it?
It was Twist, yeah. And Rain got him through the very first game on Sprout, but Twist carried in 2 matches. Brokey had one really, really standout series, and they played max maps. They played 10 maps so far, you know, so that's the FaZe way, though. Make it go as long as possible.
Now that he's here, surely he takes it over, right?
What's that?
Now that he's here, surely he takes that over.
Yeah, because Overpass, when we saw at the Blast groups, was that Rops was changed their Overpass completely. I mean, when I watched that, that's going to be a reference game. Looking forward to their Overpass coming into the series. The first time they're playing it versus Navi, and I think it's a great veto overall from Kerrigan from that perspective because Rops was a superstar on that map, and we saw Navi, particularly like Bleb mentioned, play badly on Overpass.
Well, you see, no matter how bad all of us want to get this game started, we've got a little bit of a tech issue. So please, guys, bear with us. A little bit more patience. We'll go a long way, and we'll be back soon enough, before you know it, with FaZe versus Navi.
Myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get Trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, wanna buy another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
Welcome back, folks. Still about a minute and a half away from going live on Overpass, but we figured we'd come back and flap our gums a little bit more. Launders, we're about to jump into the action.
Yeah.
We know that the odds of these, these series wins heavily stacked against Navi. Why is it that today could be different for FaZe?
Overpass for the first time is the big one. Bit not playing as well as he needs to, and he'll be playing A on Overpass and top bathrooms, so that'll be another. And then you have Rops on a full night's rest.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Even if you had to walk all the way to the hallway.
Oh, the poor guy had to walk 5 minutes from his
end of the hallway.
from his room to his elevator. Like, oh, okay. Rob's on a full night's rest. A bit not playing, so 66 ADR over his map so far. Don't know if he's unrusted yet. Rob's way more, or Faze way more reps overall, and the mood is probably great because you know they've got all 5 now into the right position, and you know they don't have to worry about anything like that. So I feel like I honestly think the capability is there. I mean, they play close versus Faze in a lot of the series.
Sure.
Now that doesn't necessarily mean anything unless you win. But again, you know, new maps coming in and a new player.
I'm down for it. I would really just like to see like this 3-man core. Like now that you're mentioning the rest added on, it's so weird because I feel like Faze out of the gate for 2022. I had such high expectations. I was thinking to myself, you know, Rob's back underneath Kerrigan alongside Brokey Twist. This is it. But obviously we get this growing pain, and then on top of that, they've had this rotating door of a roster. So maybe tonight, things have just settled in ever so slightly. I think yesterday with Gambit versus Vitality, we saw the power of preparation as Vitality were taken down by Navi and his strats. Well, maybe it was Kerrigan and co to get us well-oiled before this one goes live. 1x bets to the way of Navi as expected. 6 BO3s in 2021, 6 victories for Navi in 2021. But this is a new year, my boy.
Yes. As we say in South Africa. Now, Robsom's taken a lot of opening kills on T-side as well, which might be interesting to watch for, whether it was dry peeking at a monster or, you know, being the first one out towards A. And Simple here has traded for a lot of space. They saw some feet outside of B, and Twist is coming to make sure Simple hasn't pushed, but instead he'll give away a little audible, and if Simple heard this or not is unclear, but he's still in a position to tell his teammates that they can't cross A, and now he'll check. And as we can see from the mini-map, all the CTs are in place ready for this hit.
Little jump spot sees nothing. I mean, Navi, they should be well aware of the all-in on B. So those dual Berettas from Electronic warmed up and ready to rock. But Rain will take down Perfecto. Good peek with Electronic, but he's only able to get the one. It's Brokey to make the difference here. Kerrigan's flashbang helping out a bit. Down with just the 1 kill, and Simple needs to 1v3 in the very first round, or FaZe Clan's T side pushes through the B site with a pistol round win. Now, their minds could be towards Connector, because Simple hasn't been seen since the start of all this. And Monster probably second in line, but up close was Simple because the door never swung. So now he's lost the element of surprise, and he's still looking for the kill, but nice movement there from Brokey. Around the wood, back onto the bomb site, hides for a moment, and then gets his 4th kill in the very first round.
And he had one series that, you know, but plus 130 rating, something like that. So Brokey's been playing very well here on LAN, and when they were trying to get to playoffs at the major, Brokey was also a guy, just you could tell he wanted those stickers. He pretty much carried as hard as he could throughout all the series that they had. But you know, versus Navi, he's obviously not the better opera on the server, and Twist right now is the most consistent feature of FaZe. But it has been a revolving door in terms of who's taken the lead across all maps. So that situation, you can't ask for much more if you're Simple. You know, you don't want to overextend and flank in a situation where FaZe could come back, but you get 4 of your teammates in the B site with flashes ready to defend against a monster hit, and it comes your way. There's no excuses for the rest of his team.
Yeah, just gotta hit your shots, bro. It's as simple as that sometimes. Shoot him in the head. Simple will miss the scout shot as the T's whiz by. Getting a little bit closer. There's also an MP9 on Electronic. We can't forget about that one. Was down at the B site, but off that mid-contact decides to come sprinting upwards to try and lend Simple a hand because his other A player is in fact Bit, still all the way around in bathrooms. Electronic's rotate is in fact the first frag, but Bit is getting dangerously close here, and nobody's keeping an eye on him. In fact, he slipped past. Oh, Twist turns around. Well-timed, well-communicated. I do feel like Rops, over in Connector would have called the possibility, but through a smoke, through a wall, through the forehead of Kerrigan. That's where the Deagle connects. Still way too much to ask for in this one. So FaZe, they get past the threat of Simple's scout, and they'll walk away with the 2nd round win.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. Now, the main criticism and thing that Brokey continues to improve upon, I feel like, is his opening kill percentage and attempt rate. Actually think his opening kill percentage is pretty high, but the attempt rate isn't all there, and that just is because of the style of play that he has. Like, you know, he's a guy who just plays carefully. He's explosive, but he's not overly aggressive. And I do think think that he can afford to be, and probably should, you know, as the months roll on, as the years roll on. A lot of the rookies started out the same way as him, where they were incredibly talented but weren't willing to take all the risks. And I think it's time for him to go to that next level to be able to challenge some of the other top operators in the world, right?
Sure.
Yeah, you can't have an imbalance like that. So there won't be a reinvestment. Still pretty good guns here for Navi to do some damage, but kind of a failure to only get one.
Speaking a bit more of Brokey, when you think of him as an opper and you think of his skill set, right, what makes him special, what do you put at the top of that list? What stands out?
I actually think his clutch is really huge. Oh, wow, that's a great shot from Simple.
Yeah, clutch on that.
Yeah. It sets him up for the clutch, you know? Shave down his teammates.
Yeah, they're going to come trickling closer towards the B side. So looking to play pretty quickly in response to that one kill. Get as far away from that scout as possible. Simple is running the entire time, trying to come and bolster this B side defense. And he will get here before Faze go for the commitment. But Boomich within the bomb site somehow survives that spam. We get 3 kills out from Faze to take back man advantage. But remember, Simple still stands here. And Electronic creeps forward. Ever so close. 2 of these players a brushstroke away from death. Simple, had that one connected, it would have been spectacular. However, Brokey and his 2 teammates walk away with their rifles, and the 3-0 start.
Yeah, 7 kills already for Brokey. And to answer your question, I'd say the few things that he does, just like any other elite level opper, I think he has the idea in his clutches shows what he can do in the mid round. Even if in the mid round he might not be good at moving the round forward in the same way that Simple or Zaiwu are. He has the movement is S tier, absolutely, with Broken. Okay. You highlighted it in that first round when he jumped around the box. Never makes a mistake. And the other thing is the speed. I think he can keep up with almost anybody.
All right. Sounds like an empowering skill set. Now it's just a matter of putting it all into place. So far, so good, 7-0. Spam damage from Electronic. And we get to see what Navi have to offer us on this CT side. It was Bled in the pregame analysis who said he wasn't too impressed with Navi's overpass particularly.
Man, I wonder what Bit's next move is from this position. If he gets spotted outside the Vider. Looks like he has been. He'll switch up to top bathrooms. Join hands with Simple.
They can frolic down long for as long as they want. But if they don't move, then suddenly we find Faze potentially pushing beyond them.
This is when their rotator needs to come to CT, ready some flashes, make sure it doesn't get overtaken, and they'll be perfectly useful in the post plant.
Yeah, Boomich is already up there playing on top of the dumpster, so they're spotting the front end of the bathrooms.
Oh, here's the first interesting move of the round for Simple.
Scouring towards Connector, looking for that kill. He's so dangerously close to these other 2 players. But at the same time, Faze, they're knocking on the front door of that B site. Twist turns around, catching Bit. Remember, Simple's still here and scoped in. Kerrigan getting dangerously close to wrapping down onto the B site if needed. The real question is, how do they get that bomb past Connector, right? Simple's right here, but Simple will kill Brokey with that bomb, but luckily Rain's right behind him, so it's an easy pickup, and they're playing off of Kerrigan's deep position. He's the K9 team, already sunk into the flesh of Navi's A site. 6 seconds, Electronic pushes outwards, and Kerrigan with the double headshot. He took that upon himself. If he dies, and then they just go to spam down that bomb plant, then FaZe end up looking like fools. But Perfecto's clutch, well, it'll be shut down as Rox flanks from the B site, comes out from beneath like some sort of goblin, as FaZe will find a 4th.
That's the beauty of a round. I think it highlighted 2 things. Number 1, that Twist is playing A+ CS right now, and Bit is lacking a little bit. He had a small advantage maybe to get that kill. We know he's known for his HSP, struggled a tiny bit with that spray, and then Twist actually turns it into 2 frags with this refrag. They dismantle this A setup so well. Kerrigan doesn't overplay his hand, and he's frying right now. He got 2 Galil kills from this position, and if that's going to be the case for FaZe, they've got the recipe.
A repetitive recipe here from the buy of Navi. We've seen the scout and pistols all around it. We saw it get ahead of that B site hit and take down a couple players with 2 more wounded, so Navi nearly proving it is enough.
Kerrigan's one risk of the round there was to turn the corner on bathrooms. Simple could have been towards long still, even with Bit in that position. But once he took that small risk, got to the back of the site, knew it was just rotators from that point on he had to worry about. And his teammates were so well organized around him.
Simple getting into position right before they get here. He's going to be drawn all the way out. Wide peak, missed shot. That's a couple of numbers confirmed here for Faze. Bit turns into the bathrooms, drops one, and Simple Scout will go down without much impact. All the while, Rob's doing his thing here towards this B site. Oh, he tries to get ahead of it, but inside of the smoke, Electronic picks up the kill. The CZ from Boomich is another success story for these pistol players. This is yet again so dangerously close, but Brokey, once more, is the player on full HP in these kinds of mid-round moments. Now, the bomb plant's uncontested, despite the best efforts of the bathroom player to get in quickly. Electronic still stammers back, and Brokey locks in the headshot against Perfecto. Ooh, Rain getting away with what he shouldn't have. 2 HP to make the difference there, and 2 survivors for Faze with the 5-0 start.
Yeah, that's well done in the 2v2. Clean shots, and Brokey put himself in a good spot. They punted frontside bathroom, so they could have got flanked from stairs for a moment, but with Brokey's spot, he actually couldn't cover the CT player if someone came up the stairs that way. So really well done, and they got there early enough. I don't think they were too concerned about it. And this is just about making sure they don't die more. And Twist, again, he's a guy who, he doesn't get 4 kills every round, but it feels like he almost always gets 2. On the rifles, you win. He's going to be really good in the mid rounds. Super consistent right now. Holding it down for NA.
Yeah, right. We're trying, guys. Twist is the representative.
Oh, they do the airstrike on the boost. Heroic nades.
Blown to smithereens. Twist picks up Simple. Big kill with that one.
What a start here from Faze.
Yeah, nice, strong start, right? And again, overpass is one of these win conditions. It is one of the question marks.
I honestly think their CT side's going to be much better than their T side, so scary here for Navi.
Electronic. Ooh, not the spray you'd buy, but it's the spray he offers.
That's why the rest of his team switched to A4s, I think.
Yeah, right? 5 more bullets. Meanwhile, Rain gonna play a passive, connects the headshot to Bit. Yo, is there anybody on Faze who's not delivering some clean kills right now? Even Kerrigan's like Galil 2K inside of the A site was hot.
Listen, Rob's on a full night's sleep.
This is a full force Faze.
We saw Navi play against Furia yesterday, and
oh my god,
that moment, that's what was like, oh, this is Navi. This is like, and we saw Furia play very well the next day and the day before they played against Navi, so it really highlighted how good Navi were in that moment. But in that particular matchup, they are just so confident and dominant sometimes that it might give you a little bit of false confidence, you know? So, yeah, wow. I mean, if we saw an upset here, this would be pretty monumental for the storyline for FaZe going into playoffs. I don't think it would scare Navi too much.
Okay.
I think they would be more on guard, but I think once you get into the arena, both these teams will level up.
Yeah.
Even farther.
Good, that's what we want.
Yeah. Kato crowd is one of the best, man.
And the Counter-Strike should be deserving of it. Bomb pop on the B site, 6-0 for FaZe. Perfecto the 1 save, and economic problems round after round here for Navi. Twist's having a field day. Probably feels real good to have a fully strength FaZe.
This might be a free 7th round to kick this off. And when we saw Robs play that T side, you know, on overpass at the groups, they barely had to play any rounds because he would walk out Monster, he would walk up short, he would get kills that way. But right now, he's not even needed for these opening kills.
That set of grenades actually looks like a variation. Instead of getting the player who was boosted, it was to the deeper wall.
I missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. Run that replay back.
That's it. More innovation.
That seemed like a strong call out.
FaZe can start slow and make it close, so this is already pretty...
Yeah, the pressure's starting to sink in for Navi.
They'll have to save their ideas for round 8. See if they have any cute tactics.
Yeah. Again, we've seen good things from a couple of these rounds. And this one even has, of course, the M4, that added bonus of Perfecto. So if you're looking to just kind of kick Faze in the gut, do it right here, right now. But Kerrigan, wasting 0 time, runs straight at Monster into the B site, drops the MP9 player. Boomich gonna get hit by a frag grenade, and even then still takes the head of Faze's in-game leader. Twist starts to throw out the utility belt, grabs the spares off Batman's dead body. And Rain can just comfortably sit back here, kind of doing his own thing. And allowed to. They're looking for him. He was deeper down in connector last time. They tried to rotate through, and now he's outside of the doorway. So even Rain's positions have shown us a nice variation, and keeping that fresh, keeping it fast as well. Faze definitely have Navi on their toes.
That's on brand, and that's what makes Faze one of the more fun teams to watch. Because they
but
play
it's not over.
A little risky. Yeah, going for this. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Whoa, Simple gets another kill. Okay, Twist, you're up to bat, baby.
2 guys in from short. First headshot there, turns it, but imagine. Just double 180 back-to-back. Instead, we do have the Navi success story. They were able to clear out all the corners in connector. It's when they come through connector, killing Rain, and the short B player doesn't get either of those 2 flank frags. Not to mention, somehow in the middle of that, Simple gets a wallbang scout headshot. But that's it. That's it right there. I said that Navi were kept on their toes, but they just tiptoed their way to a 7th round win.
Yeah, that's not a fun round to lose because they had... FaZe did such a good job of building up their economy even through these rifle rounds with clean wins that now they have to eat into that bank account just to recover some dignity. And a great setup as they actually, took over short control. I was going to say that was a free trade, but it didn't look like it. Electronic was laser focused on that short push.
And that one M4 save from Perfecto tried to highlight it. The only difference between the buys that we've seen fall flat, and you saw it, that M4 to the short of B, that's the kill. That's the coverage that they needed in order to get that flank rolling. So here we go, back into the gun rounds, and Navi have shown us there is a pulse.
Yeah, this will buy them some respite to think and be able to say, okay, well, we're back on rifles quickly. Plus, we didn't fully invest that last round. Faze moving quickly is on brand. But sometimes so is losing anti-ecos.
I'm going to say that was a direct call out in the nade spam, because this round we've got Boomich nade in hand just 5 feet forward, playing on the ramp instead of next to the wooden wall, which is where the grenades were exploding. And they tried the same artillery strike. Boomich trying not to be read like a book.
The smoke is really good that they throw outside Monster. It's just to draw grenades because you can't clear without committing forward. Bit will win his duel versus Kerrigan.
Nice off angle. Kerrigan 30 feet ahead of anybody else from Faze. Bit on 1/5 his original HP. And it doesn't look like he's going to play it scared, instead pressing up next to the bathrooms. We do have a rotate coming upwards. That's Boomich trying to join forces with the other 2 players on the A site. Bit is right here. Oh, and Rain doesn't thoroughly clear it. Bit's delivering multi-kills. He still only has that 20 HP, and now he needs a reload. Brokey up close will get him, but it's the Brokey and Rop's 2v4 attempt. And Rop seems to want to clear close truck, but doesn't. Boomich makes that difference. Simple makes the flank, and Navi make consecutive round wins look easy. Thanks to Bit.
Yeah, thanks to Bit, and yeah, he's the highlight. He hasn't been a highlight for Navi, but he needs to be for Overpass. Again, to come onto the team and to get a position like bathrooms on Overpass, this is a lot about you as a rifler. That wasn't where Flamey was. Flamey was the B-site player. Electronic was the right-hand man to Simple in the past. So Bit taking over a very high frag location just speaks volumes about how they view him as a player.
He's gone from bathrooms to, no, I thought connector for a moment, but leaves the doorway alone.
Let's see how much leverage Navi can score off that anti-eco victory.
This is all that FaZe have left in terms of the buy. So if they get that 3 consecutive, why not make it 4?
And Simple will move around. He's not going to be in the same position every round. This time posted off short. There are tactics towards the door that they use sometimes, but usually they'd execute on those a little bit earlier. In this spot, the double up of the riflers towards long is going to be hard to read for FaZe. They're moving into the site, but how will they deal with this setup?
Right now let's just get it here ahead of Boomich. We're gonna get Rain take that same corner that Kerrigan has already had massive impact from. Brokey not planting default, but just standing it in the open.
Look where Rops is. So slow behind to stop stairs.
Gonna be necessary by the looks of things. It is Simple who's hoping to come up from underneath.
Wow, he's here to catch the flank around from... Man, this is such a nice post-plant position.
Crazy 5v5 here. Bomb at the halfway point. Everybody's rocking guns. Rob's trying to get a little closer to the site. Kerrigan gonna cut down 2. Nice predicted shot as the shadow gave way to his play. Boomich with a double.
Wow.
But time the biggest issue here for what's left of Navi's retake attempt. Faze, they just cemented themselves in that post plan.
Yeah, they really made Navi look foolish, but actually the ideas for Navi were not terrible. They were not willing to die with their long players. If someone came out to swing on them, they would try to trade that. But Faze kept an inventory of where they were and then set up at the post plant, locked down the big flank. And the only way that this round works is if they have all the best retake locations at the same time. But instead what happened is Simple could not get out of stairs. Rops had him lock into that position, and they opened up some off angles on the site that wouldn't have been available if they didn't cover absolutely everything. So well handled from Faze Clan. And that's a position you can really lose your nerve and not remember that this guy could be here or another guy could be in another position. But Faze have been doing a great job of getting a read on the setup and executing accordingly.
Fully smothered on that A site. Nice timing to it as well, I think. Getting ahead of Boomich just as he was coming around the top of the CT staircase. Yeah, twists nose, yeah. This is going swimmingly for Faze.
Yeah, there was nothing bad about that spot, and we've seen Faze's game plan lead into exploiting the bathroom's walk-ups a number of times now. So every time Simple's not there, they start knocking on the door and make Simple regret playing a position over on the B site. Interesting spot is because they put no pressure on Simple whatsoever, he has this powerful line he doesn't want to give up. Maybe they walk into short control on B and then he gets a kill. But if you leave him alone, then maybe he stays there long enough for you to hit the other side completely and his rotation is just slow. So maybe Navi want to think about playing in stairs to begin with, playing a little bit more aggressively on one part of the map if they don't want that action towards bathrooms, because that's a weakness right now.
We'll see what changes they have in store for us. At the very least, they're able to offer us another buy. Smoke out for Rops as he looks to take short B control. And yet again, it doesn't look like Navi are able to establish too much in terms of control. Not any early connector peaks, but maybe now Simple peeking around these corners with Rops right there behind the railing. So dangerously close to the very best op in the world. Rob's able to just cheese his way into the corner, so he has a lifeline of safety now.
I feel like they avoided him last round, but I've talked about this before. Sometimes you want to put a position back into place if you weren't spotted. But just because he wasn't spotted last round, I don't think Faze forgot that he plays there sometimes. I think they might have actually done that on purpose. So now that he doesn't see anything, he's actually going to start moving, which you'd think would be a naturally good idea, but look at the bomb. It's over on the other side of the map, so they might be able to avoid Simple one more time.
All right, Faze just making the right decision, allowing Simple to do the wrong. Some utility to try and keep him here. Rain attempting to sell the fake, runs right into the scope of Simple, and that's an easy pickup. And that pickup comes just moments before the grenades sail into the B site. So we will have that scrambled CT side trying to come back downwards. Simple just beyond Graffiti. Kerrigan bomb in hand. Perfecto just right within the bomb site, but he can't manage the MP9 spray. And I feel like Kerrigan gets away with his life there. Will they get away with the round? That's the next question. Bit already starting this retake successfully. Kerrigan will get caught by the SMG eventually, and Brokey will not answer. 5 up for Navi. Flawless on the retake.
Yeah, not bad from Navi. The big ones, of course, Simple at least getting his 1 kill, at 30 seconds, not seeing anyone else outside bathrooms, taking Rain down on that commitment. And then they were all in good positions on the site to get their kills as well. It was a good trade for space. They lost a player, but they still got out monster without anyone close wood wall, anyone on headshot they had to worry about, and got their nades down. But again, good retake positions here for Navi, and an opening kill makes it a whole lot easier. It's a stark difference from what we saw on the A site retake where they had 5 alive, no kills on Faze.
Connector control showing its value there with the electronic spray down on the two guys short pipe. Never did they have a chance to even come back at that bomb site, but let's crank the tempo. Let's hit that 10. Perfecto landing a frag versus Rain as he's blinded, coming back at it. Two guys on this column. Kerrigan kills just the first electronic. Gonna keep it sharp. Rops dropped bomb, and a 2v4 is where FaZe find themselves. Brokey looking to close that gap forward. Good spray into Electronic's head, but it costs him lots of health. And Twists here, side by side, shoulder to shoulder with Brokey, as both Bit and Simple flank around the back line. And we can see the attention of FaZe now turn. Brokey gonna hold close wood. Twists just within that water, still wary of a potential A to B rotation. CT stacked on top of each other. Brokey's gonna bring one with him. Twists with a quick reposition and an excellent start to this map. 10 and 6, silence. And he rounds the column. He's playing versus Bit.
Wow.
And he's playing with his food. Barrel to the back of the head. And an 8th to the scoreboard for FaZe.
That's a beautiful little move from Twist to get out of the pit. He was sitting in his position. Bit was ready for it, smoked in front of the bomb. That would have made it really complicated. Instead, he jumped up, played the pillar, one-on-one. Beautiful move from Twist once again. And overall, this was 2-on-4, actually. I think they got in here. Kerrigan didn't surmise one kill with his MAC-10. Electronic would have had an absolute field day with some further support on the site. Really nicely done. Wow, what a brave call to make.
Yep. I love it. Brazen. Bit. Oh, so quick. Twists from the clutch to the receiving end of revenge. Bit falls away 5v4. He knows that Long's compromised. Kerrigan's going to try to play again with a rapid
so
timing.
Fast, man.
Ooh, Simple missing a shot, so Kerrigan may be lucky to be alive. Take this position while you can. Brokey's gonna go hunting for Simple. There's an op fight down long being set up as Rops just levitates outside B site. Patience, his game.
Well, smoke Simple out in this position. That buys him time to rotate around.
Electronic, he used this position to screw over FaZe. Just a round to go. Oh, missed jump from Rain. Certainly not gonna help him, but Kerrigan is close enough to get an easy trade frag here. There's gonna be no warning sign except Electronic. His 6th sense, it tingles. Whew. And FaZe try to wiggle their way through Monster into a B-site play yet again. It's Brokey and Rops in the 2v5. Molotov goes beyond, burning Rops down to death. Brokey in the middle of this B-site, stranded and so damn desperate. 35 seconds left over, nothing here for FaZe. A 4th for Navi, as they are still at half of the round count of their opponents. This T-side still just running through.
Yeah, and they're fighting. You know, this is FaZe playing extremely well right now, and Navi's still putting up some great rounds, despite being down, 2-1 in them. All the explosiveness in the world couldn't help Brokey in that situation. 1v4, and it comes down to Lantronic with these first 2 frags. Kerrigan did have a timing window.
Yes,
he did, of course. So easy to say from X-Ray. But if he had walked out just a couple seconds earlier, Electronic would have been focused forward on short.
Just push, bro. Yeah. Sometimes that big brain weighs him down.
Every other situation from Kerrigan, he's pushing, yeah.
Yeah, the fact
That's
that
why he's always entering, doesn't know how to refrag.
Right, just go. Go first and forward. You can still IGL while you're dead.
It's actually harder though. It's something that people have talked about, because entry fragging and IGLing go hand in hand, because you get like immediate info. You probably have good comms, which is really important for an entry fragger to be able to communicate quickly. But then dead calming when you're IGLing, you immediately lose a feeling for the game. It's a lot harder to organize people around, ideas when you're not as intensely invested in everything going on.
You're not in the trenches.
Yeah.
Round 13. A desperate one here. When you force buy in, the best you can get is P250s. Not even one MAC-10. Oh, but maybe they don't need them. Nice lineup. Bit gonna finish off Rain and Kerrigan.
Wow.
Holds his column long enough, but remember, there's a lot of utility here for the T-side, all thrown out around this bomb site. Bit, that's 3. Brokey's gonna respond back finally, and it is only him left over. Now, he doesn't have the bomb, but he'll open up the door, and maybe that is gonna mean he alludes to playing with timing. Where'd that frag come from?
He pulled it out of the swamp.
Bro. This is my swamp donkey.
Okay. I thought we had to yell swamp at you for you to say that.
Oh, sometimes I feel it. Like Brokey did with that nade.
Oh, interesting.
He missed the mark, and it's over.
Man, Bit making a cameo on the B side. That's something new. We also had Electronic go over to A in an opening setup. That's something new. But you see the game plan overall for FaZe Clan is still quite strong. No, not losing that. They lost one opening duel to Simple with Rain, you know, later in the round walking up to A. But usually this guy is one of the hardest players to avoid. I mean, of all of the elite operators, of all the best players in the world, Simple rotates so damn much. And he has such a good feeling, of course, for where that first action will start. But today, you know, FaZe are wearing an invisibility cloak to him.
While Brokey and Twist sport armor, both of them still trying to fight for that top-rated spot on FaZe's clan. And we're going to use this one to just talk things over. Call this the scenic route.
I honestly feel like FaZe mentally have made a quota for this half so far. You know, if they get two more rounds, that eases tension off the pistol. I'm sure they feel very good about their CT side already.
For sure.
And they know they're playing well today. They're off to a good start.
While we've got this chance, let's go back down that list of win conditions for FaZe in this series, right? We said Robs had to play well, maybe Bit was weak, and Overpass could be the key piece. Well, we know that Robs right now is not off of the charts, not awful either. Bit is at the top of the side of Navi, so that's not going to be a problem by the looks of things. The question actually falls on his teammates instead. It's not every day that Simple's at the bottom of the scoreboard. And Overpass, I'm impressed with this T side from FaZe.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
like you said, they'll be leaning on a good defensive half as well, we'd assume.
That is something I didn't expect, that Bit would play well and FaZe would be winning. So that is something that's interesting right now. But he kind of started fragging a little late.
Yeah.
And now he's had like 2 rifle rounds where he's multi-fragged.
Just choose through some of these pistol wielders, and this one should be no different. Speaking of Simple, he'll get 2 kills. Bit locks it down. The A site holds strong, but not much strength needed versus Glocks.
Oh, what is it talking about with 1 or 2 rounds? There's only 1 round left in the half now, so it'll come down to this rifle.
Let's see it.
Which would be, yeah, this is going to make this half, you know, interesting when we look back on it. Whoever wins this one. No, final rifle. They both collected some data. Navi have really picked it up in these last few, but FaZe have brought some very strong ideas. And they've been quite slippery, avoiding Simple, walking up A a couple of times. Wow. So this is a round where Navi call out that FaZe aren't going to rush B. They have 1 person on the site, 4 stacking up towards A presence. They can punish theirs. They can push late on A.
Oh!
Don't call him an upper.
Alrighty then. Quick headshot onto Bit. Down goes the top fragger for the CT side. And, you know, luckily for Navi, they did go for that 4-man overstack up on A. Electronic falls away. FaZe run boost a player around the corner of long. 0 contact being shown. All they know is Brokey's deep, and he's got that AK clean.
Another correct call here from FaZe. They put some pressure towards B, but meanwhile, in secrecy, the bomb is doing the pendulum wrap all the way around to long, and Electronic pushed off this position. But as a response, Boomich gets a frag.
That's not bad.
It's still weak towards A. I think long is the correct call. Simple will have to, you know, rotate in to be able to not, or to have some impact here.
Incendiary on the ground. What? I don't even know who of the 2 that he just hit, but Electronic comes right in with him. Simple rifle swap will cost him. Brokey's still alive and kicking. 20 seconds on the clock, 20 seconds on the half, and Boomich continues to attack from the back, but the clutch is key. And it's Brokey dead to rights. Electronic says goodnight and good job at the end of this half. Navi bring it back. A clean start from the FaZe clan and a defensive side that they'll need to deliver on unless Navi run away. High level of play out of the first half of Navi versus Faze. They wanted to take it to overpass, and they ran away with the ball early. 6 rounds straight for the T side of Faze Clan, but now they will sit back and hopefully relax for their sake. They've got Navi on the other end. 4 rounds in a row to close. A return to form from Bit, and more questions than answers.
Yeah, I think what we saw in that first half answered a lot of questions. Well, Bit playing well is a good sign. Faze having a good start is a good sign. It just kind of sets up the whole series nicely to have it be this close at the end of the first 15. And now we'll see if Rops can replicate some of that overpass magic that he brought in their debut.
Just eats a flashbang immediately. They try to answer with one, looking to figure out just how many and where exactly the Navi players are. Nice little 2-man crossfire here. Broky's actually watching long and Twist right behind him, but on a moment's notice, Broky can turn around. Navi's so split. They are literally facing all 5 entrances.
Yeah, this will be a hard setup to completely read here, but with some pressure on Broky.
It's about the kill. Twists, Broky, each with 1. Perfecto, the only answer. Rain's position also found out, so feels like the information game is definitely leaning towards the A site, but Electronic finds a perfectly timed flanks versus Rops. Oh, but he misses the shot. Rops figuring out what's going on, does die. Electronic the reload, and Kerrigan's not able to deliver the kill. Things getting a little bit awkward. 30 seconds, bomb runs back.
Wow, okay, they don't get in the site. Electronic took a little bit too much time there. Lucky to get a lot away with his life versus Kerrigan. Simple now leading the way into the A site. 2 rotators await him.
Things getting a little bit wild. We're in that weird realm, and Broky, Broken Helm, gets headshotted, dropped to 9 health. Rain comes around the corner. Kerrigan finally gonna connect to the head, and a man advantage. They've got Simple pinned into the corner. They've got Electronic back in bathrooms. Simple trying to draw his opponents into his teammates' crosshair. Rain clean trade, and Electronic with a further distance. USP damage done. He's tapping away, and Kerrigan will still stand tall at the end of second pistol. 9 for Faze.
Yeah, the second go of it versus Electronic. Just bail himself out there. Not bad. The clutch comes in. Faze Clan will win it.
Bro, it was so clean at the start of the pistol, and then it just got so sloppy.
Man, was that Rops on short?
Who pushed forward into into
or
water.
was Electronic was the one whiffing, and then Kerrigan whiffed on Electronic? Okay. Well, they're gonna put that one behind them.
Just look forward.
You know, there's no map in the series that's going to be unfun for Faze. I don't know. It's again, they've only won 1 map out of the entire 6 series that they played versus Navi in 2021.
Yikes.
But like you said before the game started, all good things must come to an end. This comes down to what you define as good.
Yeah, I feel like these 2 teams with very different answers. We've got Rain. I was gonna say looking for the kill, but the moment he sees the contact, he'll walk back. Don't want to give away another gun. Simple already has a rifle.
Saw some great shots from Rain in that pistol round.
Yeah, I want to say he was actually the most important.
Hey, defusing the bomb is hard.
Yeah. You know how long you have to hold that E key? 5 seconds.
5 to 10 seconds.
Utility into the short water, just making sure that Faze aren't actually postured close, but there's no actual commitment behind that either. Rain finding Electronic, so noise on the B site, but presence at A. Questions still being made by Faze. Good grenade damage to hit that rifler. Oh, and the scout shot right on top of it, but still Simple stands, and as long as he is standing, he is fighting. If Navi decide to fight, I mean, at this point, 20 seconds, 2 guys wounded. They're gonna try to come forward here off of the back of the smoke. Rops looking to dodge the flash. It never comes forward. Simple will connect with 1, but then everybody else dies around him, and he too toppled by Broky's swinging scout. 3 kills off the lesser sniper, and a free little AK trade to give Faze 10.
One thing we hate to see in that position is when you have the surplus of riflers on the site, and they all just sit on the site. But in this position, I think Rain did a good job of continuously being annoying, Brokey kept peeking from the side of Dice. They could sacrifice somebody, but they couldn't just all be holed up behind Optimus and back Dice, so they really did a good job of using everybody. And I actually think that Rops, I don't think he was playing anti-flash. It might have incidentally been. I think he was trying to see that that smoke didn't block his vision if he stood up there. I'm not sure, but...
Either way, you know, he's computing.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, the teammates on the bomb site both delivered. Very clean scout shots from Brokey. Continuing to tear his way up this scoreboard. Best player in the server at the moment, 18 and 10. No ops being fielded in round 18. I like how curious Rain has been at times, you know? Played contact last round off the flower planter. He's behind the bathroom smokes this time around. But it is Navi who now know long is open.
Quite a vanilla position here for Faze. And as long as they have their riflers up in this position, they can't go overtake long control, so they have to stay relatively forward and just hope for a rotator. But with the two players on B site holding down Monster, they can actually free up this rotator a little bit.
I think he's coming up. Rob, sure enough, within this bomb site, we've got 2 incendiaries still to be played here from Faze, but look how close Navi got. It's going to be trying to run forward. Rops drops the first one. Simple looking for trade frags in the 2 versus 5, but no, denied by Rain. Electronic gets to get into the mix, and he will never be able to. Faze in 11th with this very simple, as you said, setup inside the A site.
It was nice, yeah. They got the rotation in time. They had full information. I love that setup, actually, and again, it's brought to you in part by their B-site players, because those B-site players are playing very committed. You know, people don't think about this, but when you play on the half wall or you play on the right side of Monster, you now have to cross 2 choke points that Tease could be in at any moment. It's not a small deal to get over there, and they did a good job of getting there early, so they didn't have to worry about it later on, which allowed them to have 3 free on the A side. Even if they didn't know it was going to be A, they felt pretty good.
Overpass suddenly starting to throw a bit of a mix into what has been a very regular win for Navi. The 2 maps that they did beat them on in 2021, Ancient and Nuke. Of course, losing both series. But close games, man. Many close games. You know what's wild is they have as many wins, too, as overtimes. So, maybe close, but Navi always a step ahead. Today, a little different. So far. Curious to see what's going to be made at that B bomb site if that begins to be tested. You know, Robs has been pretty consistent in being the A rotator's 3rd man in line. And we haven't seen too many Navi rifle rounds just yet. They find a bit of space forward from bathrooms, but that's bit cut down off the front of it. Brokey looking for the next one, but he too realizes he's kind of pressured here. He's pinched, and he's very much stuck, but he's also very sharp at the moment. Oh, turning it upside down onto Electronic. Simple will deliver something, a lifeline. Just a little honor for the Navi squad, but he's dropped as well, and Brokey just off to the races, 22 and 10 with the easy anti-eco kills.
Maybe they were stuck in there with him. Now,
right?
Of course, the huge value of top overpass, or top bathrooms and overpass, comes from the shadow advantage, because you have one towards stairs and you have one behind you on long as well. So you can actually leave a rifler in this position. It's like very unique across the map pool, where they can reliably get multi-frags without any support whatsoever, even though they can get flanked, just because of those shadows. So that's huge for Brokey, and they know that. So they tried to get in here and be annoying, but Brokey brought his fly swatter.
Sure. Smack, swap, splat. Man didn't even look under pressure. Brokey never looks like he's under pressure. In fact, he's very, you know, very.
Yeah. Once I said
cold-faced killer.
When I first saw him, and it was like Blast Spring Groups, like when he first joined the team, I was like, so is it Brocky, or is it Brokey like? Is it Brocky like broccoli or Brokey? And he didn't even laugh.
I wonder why.
Couldn't believe it.
Looked at you and just thought.
He's ice cold.
Yeah. He heard that. Killer instinct. Brokey turns around.
Oh my God, that
Bit
was...
got passed on that timing, but look, the utility usage and Brokey still takes one.
Oh, he's got more.
He takes two. They tried to get past him, but instead they get blasted. And Rain's down here to support, so you know it.
Okay.
You know it. Brokey 3 kills like it's nobody's business, and now we're talking gun rounds. Now we're talking next level. This is a ferocious Faze. And a beastly Brokey.
Hey, this smoke's gonna come up. It was his as well, and there's 2 more guys sitting behind it. Are they just waiting to get off is the question. A little bit of information from Brokey with his Molotov. Turned around, was so careful about the back of his head to make sure he wasn't exposed, and Bit just walks by him. 30 seconds, and Navi are already saving.
Dude, he just destroyed them.
Yeah, that's nasty. He's not also a player who's not afraid to no-scope, I think.
Yeah, some
people do it recklessly, but
yeah. Others just have that intuition.
And that's the explosiveness about Brokey that you can't deny. Like, you look at a play like that, and you're like, oh, he's aggressive. But there is a huge difference. He was just, it was just self-defense. He wasn't coming for him, they were coming for him. 13 rounds for Faze, man. I'm telling you, this is going to be their map this year. In their map pool, I'm saying.
That just left Navi stunned. That flick, dude, there's
Not
like
even a
3
wall bang.
adjustments.
With the quick scope.
Into the boomage, hit him with the no-scope. Dude, I swear, with the no-scope, you know, it's about the relationship between the sniper and the rifle.
Yeah.
You know, he'll give it a good caress at the end of that round. Thank you. Thank you. Let's do it again. 25 and 10. One more timeout after this one left for Navi.
Yeah, Simple hasn't really done much. He's still at 13 and 13. It's not like he's playing badly. They've been doing a good job of avoiding him. He's had some impact here or there. But I just want to give huge points to the game plan from FaZe Clan. Both have so far. That's what stands out the most. Always leave it to Kerrigan to have a strong veto. We saw Navi after, a slow start to the first half. They got back into it. They've won harder games than this.
Miss Molly, though. Second one gets put out. 2.
Man.
2 bad Molotovs in 1 round.
They're just lighting money on fire, literally.
That's the Faze way.
Yeah.
Smoke grenades following suit. So that's actually a lot of the utility thrown out from Faze. They'll, at this point, a minute 20 still on the clock, have 2 smokes. It's still a pile of flashbangs, but Robs, he's gonna get stacked up inside that B site.
He's not having a fun time.
No, he's not.
If
He
you just
really
watch Robs' POV, you'd feel like Navi are winning for sure.
And in this round, they might be. Finally, we're gonna see Navi go and test this B bomb site.
Oh,
Twist
smoke is so
turn
weird.
to succeed, but he looks away. He saw a shadow for a moment. Brain, nice clean headshot, spraying through the smoke 2 directions.
Oh, he stays.
Yeah, he does. And Brokey's trying to give that extra bit of cover. Rain jumps up, falls down. Frag grenade goes outwards. We've got Navi coming in here. There is no flank just yet. Bit still a little bit further away from it all. Simple's gonna rail Rain with the headshot. And Brokey turns his attention away. He feels he's being hunted.
So he'll have to walk away from this. Yeah, it's just dry peek from Boomich. Good awareness to spot that boost. Takes out Robs. And that makes things awkward. I think that smoke from short was missed. Because when the CTs re-smoked it, there was this huge gap on the other side of it. And
there's a few missed nades that round.
Actually, yeah.
Bit. Easy.
Oh, how dare you. Oh my God, he almost got... He definitely almost got no scope there.
Brokey.
But that's 1,500.
That's money.
In the bag.
And just a little message, cool them off. A little water on the fire.
We're not scared of you. Should still be, though.
Yeah, I would be.
Money's still here for Brokey. 25 and 11. Mr. Show Off with his op. Killing everybody.
And 22 ADR, 21 rounds in.
What a tryhard.
Sweaty nerd.
Take a shower.
Bit. He's gonna get past those Molotovs quickly. Ooh, another bad nade. Faze.
That was on purpose.
Oh, it was?
It was just if someone runs up mid, but no one was.
Okay, yeah,
so
yeah.
it looked bad.
Yeah, sure, protect him.
But I mean,
Lie through your teeth, Lars. It's not your job to be their friend. Flashes over top. We're going to get another B hit. So Navi sensing a weakness, but there's Boomich in with the double. Fire extends to the feet of Twists. Kerrigan's head shattered. Boomich in with a third.
Ooh.
He's on for everything. 2 rounds back-to-back. That B has been a success story for Navi, and Rain will also fall with nothing. So Brokey in a clutch once more. Just going to try to hang on to that off. The money is gone for the FaZe clan, so this AWP will be instrumental. It's not all gone. There's always a little bit left, but they hang on. They'll need this sniper.
shout out to Big Boom Blah for the 2 huge rounds in a row. Those opening kills. Even alley-ooped himself with the incendiary on headshot plus the kill. Get you a man like Boomich.
Nice quick double kill. Nice to have him back in action, side by side with his teammates.
All is not perfectly well with Navi, though. Still a huge lead advantage for FaZe. And just retaining this op, I feel like, is pretty scary just because of how well Brokey's playing right now. But this is where we see the test of Brokey, right? In terms of initiative. Will he put himself in a spot to, you know, highlight his pistoling players, support them? Is he going to look for an opening duel aggressively? Or is he going to sit in a spot and look to save it for the next rifle round? That's kind of the big question with him sometimes. Oh, they actually have money to buy behind it. Okay. Okay.
They're good.
Wow, they did pretty well to put themselves in this position. Just Rain has a deagle. I don't think he picks anything up. No.
No. But he's got a full belt of utility.
Yeah, for prioritizing the util.
So we'll see how he can support this A play. It is still Brokey around him. Questions as to whether the consistency in the B plays will be here for Navi. But Electronic's going to tuck in underneath the wall as quick as can be. And Brokey falls back slightly. Rain pushes forward towards Tree. Very much on his own here.
Yeah, Brokey's going to make his way around, I believe, to help Rain out.
Takes the long road.
Rain's in a precarious spot, but he can chill. Oh, nice clear from Bit.
Just seconds prior to Brokey getting into position, the blind shot hits him. And that 4v4 could be very valuable for FaZe.
Some distance on that one. I'll go back to make sure he hasn't come out towards long. And this will actually ensure, I think, once they clear this, that Brokey's going to stay at A, because there's still 2 on B, but the bomb is also making its way over here. Could this be a mistake?
Simple looking for a target, and Brokey very much on his own. We praised the speed of his shots. And so in a moment like this, where he can just be a landmine, give us a multi-kill, we know the potential's there. And he's got a teammate rotating upwards as well. Robs, he's going to take that closer corner, so Brokey interrupts the smoke. Oh, he headbutts it, and he loses his teammate. He's going to try to play around within this smoke. Misses the shot to Boomich. That would have been spectacular, but he's still alive here, and Boomich will find him through that smoke.
God, that would have been so cool.
Dude, Brokey out here playing soccer.
That's the one you miss? Soccer? What's that?
Oh, sorry. Football. Hit with your head, it's football. Why do they call this football? You don't even use your feet.
Okay. Try to win a game of football without your feet. American football.
American logic, I tell you. You know?
Man, if he created a one-way to hit that shot on the guide bank.
Dude,
why didn't you just do the easy part?
It was so set up. If he headbutts that smoke, takes Boomich off of the corner, peeks into Simple, gets that kill, and then the last 2 Ts try to run in to trade the sniper up close, only to die to Robs, it would have been perfection.
And he was 27-11 coming into that round.
Oh, you know? Now Navi slowly but surely racking up round wins.
And Rob's not a great game. I mean, he's getting destroyed. Actually, that was. I don't even think he shot a bullet. We were watching Brokey, listening for Robs, and he got cleared from long, no shot. And that could have also been the round 1 right there, off his trade. So, not a great game from him. To make matters worse, Got
Money's
that,
gone.
the infamous blade timeout. Yeah.
Last timeout.
Yeah,
just
last
for the record.
Last timeout.
So if the pressure really gets going, Navi will not be the ones in control of the tempo. But no money for this CT round.
Yeah. They could not save that op either.
How do you set up Twists and Rops in a position like this to win a round they're not supposed to?
I mean, first you got to make a read about what Navi are going to do. And right now, I don't think there's enough info to know for sure. I don't see... I see Navi playing this anti-eco style, but they could... Oh, they're actually going to lean all the way over to B. Oh, no, they're not. Okay, they're just defaulting, yeah. So they know they have a a huge economic advantage here, and the op wasn't saved, so I don't think they're scared about that as well, which will both speed up the rounds and also give the riflers confidence in taking their next duels.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, here's an interesting idea, and they might catch someone falling back. If this ends A, that rifler is going to walk right by him.
He knows the trajectory now because of the nade, so you'd think Electronic's a victim here. Oh, beautiful setup.
Yeah.
That works wonderfully.
And listen, Overpass is a big map. They can't immediately snap on the A site because they saw one of these two riflers. They still have to respect some of these positions.
How tempting is it for Faze to want to go get that rifle? Come on, just one more gun.
Honestly, they should put that in the back of their mind right now, but at the same time, they know Navi aren't committing really quickly.
So they keep both of the rifles at the B site for the meantime. There was silence all over, but now flash pop down long, Brokey and Rain. Pistols only. Twists starts to get ever closer on the flank, and it looks like Kerrigan will go get gun, but there is somebody back there.
I actually love the timing on the clear, because now they can feel really good about the thought that it's not going to be B site, and Kerrigan's going to see this. Oh, and Perfecto shoots. I guess he saw Kerrigan as well, but now they know they have to exec A. The rotations are coming in. Look at this bathroom stack.
Boomich going to double back upwards. He's got to clear out these corners. Riflers trying to scramble out. Boomich making sound, and Rain takes him down with just the deagle. Brokey's going to get his hands onto the AK. They have no business winning a round like this. Rob's touch, Twist successful, Simple alive and kicking, but falls onto Perfecto. He's got 10 seconds to make this happen, and Faze call it perfectly.
Wow, that's beautiful. I mean, they put those two riflers to work, and it never felt like they had pistols in any of those moments. That's so well done. They put so much time pressure on Navi. They get the boost kill. Then they wait until the 45-second mark before pushing into short B. If they do that too early and it ends up being B, maybe they get caught out. In that position, they know there's no choice for Navi. They have to be going towards the A site. Then they get all their riflers and pistols in positions to get those close angles. And Boomich is like, I got to throw nades now because we need to exec. Boom. Out pops a pistol.
Pieced together with perfection.
That's with 14.
Navi, they don't have this margin of error to really play with. That round was so sweaty. And I love everything about it. Bit's gonna see nothing down long. Overstacked to the B site, probably thinking that maybe Navi returned to what has worked best. But if the timing's a little bit quicker than the last round, then Navi could definitely find footing on this A site prior to Faze rotating up.
Faze keep it 3 mollies here. Makes me feel like they're gonna do a full exec towards A. With the bomb in this position, decisions will be made in a second. Initial grenades come out, try to draw out some of that utility from Faze left over.
It worked.
They have no mollies, no smokes.
Rain threw his down right here on the front of bathrooms. Electronic almost just died through that spam fight versus Kerrigan on the B site. Good utility here to just soften up what is standing and committed to B, but there's 20 seconds.
What is going on? The bomb is coming back to B. It's so late.
Oh, Rain's gonna get the kill outside the A site, and these B players, they have not moved a muscle. This is the test. We've seen them falter. We've seen them fall. Twists can't stand tall because Simple gets the double. Rops deep nade, and that's not enough. Not nearly. Bit with the headshot into Brokey. Look at what's left of Navi. 3 players walking wounded, and Rain and Rops looking to join forces in a 2 versus 4 to secure 15. But the utility near non-existent for the CT side. Rain is the player on the kit. If this really boils down to timing, which it still could, then this 2 versus 4 looking all the more likely. Simple so tucked, but Rops barrel to the back of the head, and it's Perfecto in for the clutch. Bomb beyond the halfway point. It's just the tap, it's just the fake, and Perfecto plays it silently. Now this time, Rain commits all the way to peak, the double kill, and the 11th for Navi.
Oh my God, what a move from Perfecto. Fighting against match point here. Doesn't swing at all. Uneven Robs with all the awareness in the world doesn't think for a second that he's in that spot. What a call out. What an attempt on the retake. But what a fumble from Faze. They had everything in that position. They got the opening kill on A. They had 2 riflers ready for a monster hit. The nades were so low, but they had everyone in a perfect spot, and they couldn't get a single defense on the entries. Simple just pulled out some magic. That was some foggy calling from Navi, but they still can take that and run with it. They should learn a lesson from that round. That was way too sketchy, but they got through it. Another B-side hit coming in sooner. CZ here sitting on the half wall. Riflers are in spawn again, but once again, low grenades. At least they've got their smokes, and they're going to make sure Navi execute through it.
And there's the flash. Kerrigan, slight movement forward. Rops already being seen. Twist also down here in the water. Kerrigan's gonna get hard cleared from behind the corner. Twist gets to the barrel, delivers the kill to Boomich. This is faltering. A bit of a fumble on the cusp of the site. Rain comes in with a kill as well, but he does get snipered down. And then Twist doing everything he has to. Simple's up close, desperate for an answer. There's a player on his head, and he no-scopes Twist, the magician, who teleports atop him. It's still the 15th for Faze. That's all that matters.
Yeah, they pull it off. Hey, I mean, they made Navi come through that smoke. There was nothing else to stop them. And there was only a CZ up front. It rotates off the short, but the 2 riflers do such good work around their own smokes. There's enough time for them to put down the standard ones and play off of them. Twist, of course, is the guy who steals a lot of attention here with his movements. Made sure that this position couldn't get compromised. In a desperate spot, a tease will jump up on the barrel, try to scale that way. But all that wasn't enough. Navi, 2 side B hits. And the latter one fails. 3 Tech 9s to win this round, or it's the map for FaZe Clan. Again, winning 1 map out of their last 6 series versus Navi in 2021.
Simple waiting for this peek. Oh, it's so sharp. With 1 of 2 Galils, they drop Rain immediately. But nobody's, you know, they will try to go back and grab it, but that could cost them. Rops is covering this. He's covering it. And Simple, he threw away his gun, so he can't even fight it. Rops is in a position here where he's still worried about that far peak, but he understands he's gonna get swarmed. Simple will get his hands back on the Galil and use it a second time around. And this is what you come to expect from the best in the world.
Yeah, he's starting to climb, and he's not even doing it with an up. They haven't had the money to keep him on it. He's just been getting these rifle frags.
Twists. Oh, that's so awkward. He tries to change positions, and it costs him Kerrigan. The double spray, not gonna happen. We've got Navi with another round and a lifeline at that.
Ooh, not a way you want to lose, especially with those 3 Tech 9s on the other side of the board, but leave it to Simple to pull something out of the hat.
Oh, that was ugly.
Yeah, they called out that push. Now, you could say there's no reason to go for a flank timing, but you know, just because they are on a force doesn't mean that that was actually crystal clear to FaZe in terms of how little money they actually had. So, don't know if they couldn't put the math together, but
oh, still
yeah, that was their easiest way, of course.
And that should have been the 16th. All things indicating that was the 16th for FaZe. Instead, now we've got a scout for Kerrigan, pistols around him, a potential 13th on the scoreboard for Navi. This game just suddenly became that much more winnable for the T side if they can just push this out of regulation and into OT. Now, Kerrigan will drop that 1 scout, but at least Robs is connected with the Deagle. And he's not the only player swinging one.
Bomb hasn't made a decision just yet. It's going to start to now work over towards A since they've excavated long.
Brokey's got the bathrooms. Navi all the way down long.
Yeah, well, now they're convinced and they know that it's going to be the A site.
There will be 2 players on a long flank, though, and that could actually end up costing Boomich on Party.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of attention to be taken away in front of them. So, yeah, they've got enough tools to watch for. Will the Deagle shots connect? Rain working hard for this. He could just now tuck, actually, but he'll end up straight up getting the frag.
And Twists, he made his way into the bank. I mean, this would just have to be something ridiculous.
Bomb gets put down. We've got a smoke left on Simple. Twist has not pulled the pin on his position just yet.
So many guns.
Whoa, look at that damage on Bit.
Twist comes in, gets spotted, and dealt with by Perfecto, so now it's just all in from long. We've got a player still playing around the bathrooms in Simple with the op bomb not planted for him whatsoever. There's the peek from Perfecto. He doesn't get the kill, and Simple attacks in time. They've got it under wraps and under control. But God, we're getting into this weird realm where anything feels possible at any given moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already seen FaZe win a round with just 2 rifles in play. They've had some good tactics right now. They're the team in pole position, in touching distance of clearing map 1. They dropped a really important round where it was just almost free, and mentally they've got to get over that. And this one comes close. And now it'll actually, most likely go to 30 here.
Right.
Almost no investments on the CT side. They buy anything. That wouldn't be FaZe without 30 rounds or more.
Not even a flashbang to offer some kind of a push here. So, yeah, we've got 4 players stacked up on this B site. I think Navi are about to just run rampant. Flash has primed their push. Electronic spotting bodies all around. Oh, what?
Oh, wait, no.
No.
They didn't invest $1. Not a single penny.
No,
oh my God, they're getting loot. Oh, there's like 2
3
left.
USP kills, Simple and Bit in a 2 versus 5, and these pistols continue to do damage, but Bit's gonna bring it back. Bit is barely alive. It's gonna need to fall onto Simple. Oh, the last bullet headshot with the CZ to the op swap. 25 health, no money invested, but Rain has an AK. And while he's not sitting next to his team, they still need to lean atop him. Can he be the support? Can he be the clutch? He taps. This would be such a wild outcome. The player down straight beneath him. Bit, you need to send this to the next round.
Oh
and Rain looking to send him to the Shadow Realm. What a stupid clutch. What a ridiculous outcome. FaZe, they'll take Overpass. It is the key piece to this series. They start this new year with a new them. How do you win a round with $0 spent?
Well, what the fuck happened?
Faze stunned Navi on their opening map and rounded out with a USP round so absurd that we've got to play it back. Let's take a look at this one. Let's roll the tape. How on earth did this just happen?
What the?
I'm so confused.
What the heck is this?
I am so confused. I don't think I've ever seen this. In a game of this prestige, of this caliber, to have a team actually USP their way to 16, that's actually insane. And look at what Simple's trying to do to save Navi from that absolute devastation. Towards the very end, a little bit of a panic as well. They both smoked short. They had 2 smokes to play with. And towards the very end, a little bit too trigger happy. Rain then has the information, audio cue on him, finishes him. But I feel like I'm in shock right now. I feel like I need a minute or 2 to breathe.
I'd imagine Navi feel much the same way.
I think Navi right now would just want to, step outside. It's kind of cold outside, but take a deep breath and be like, okay, that happened. It's not going to happen again. But
yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, I guess statistically speaking, that won't happen again. It's once every 600 days, I think, statistically.
600 days,
probably
okay.
2,000 days, something in between. So
I believe you.
Probably won't have that before IEM Katowice 2024. I can guarantee you that.
That's less than 2,000 days. But anyway,
I'm not doing math right now.
Jokes aside.
Never
jokes
do
aside.
math live.
Jokes
Never
aside,
do math
though.
live.
I try once in a while. But jokes aside, though, I think it was a fantastic game coming up from Faze overall, right? They picked overpass. We're like, they might have spotted a weakness coming up from the side of Navi. The T side, great calling coming up from Karrigan, taking all the space, leading by example. And man, Brokey, 1.3 rating in this tournament, heading into this matchup, and he continues to deliver again and again and again.
Yeah, he had a really, really good start, that's for sure. I think Faze as a whole had a good start in this game. You're looking at the first half, plus the second one is a 6-0 and a 5-0 lead combined. We know how important and influential that is in Counter-Strike. Brokey, a man that we painted as a win condition for Faze, definitely showed up at the very beginning. He did slow down towards the very end, and I guarantee you he would have had regret. If that USP round didn't come through, that would have been real complicated. 27 rounds quickly, and then he slowly disappeared from the game, just to close it towards the very end.
It was a bit of a scrappy affair overall, but you could see Navi starting to, as you pointed out, they're starting to wake up. Simple was starting to become, well, simple, right? Everyone is starting to deliver as well. But yeah, that USP round, I don't think anyone saw it coming.
Now, I want to talk about the implications of this early map win, right? Because if this series continues, if the upset happens here, this could get pretty wild. And I have to say, losing that last round in the fashion that they did, you gotta imagine that's gonna stick with the Navi players just a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's an absolute kick in the proverbial nuts, as we say. That's what this is, to lose against an USP. If you're Navi, of course, they have enough experience to realize that this didn't only come down to that round. Of course, they had poor starts in both halves, and of course, they have what they need to bounce back. That is not in question. But yeah, that's probably one of the funkiest way of closing a game I've seen in a long, long time. But you talk about the implications.
Yes.
I don't want to talk out of sorts, but there is a little bit of a Gambit waiting in quarterfinal. And can we imagine a Navi versus Gambit in quarterfinal? That would be something quite out of it.
Yeah, that'd be very exciting. But look, I believe in fairy tales. I enjoy fairy tales, right? But let's be real.
Just happened right now?
That was a fairy tale ending right there. But I think it's going to stop there, because coming up next is going to be Dust 2, the map pick coming in from Navi. Like Dust 2 is a map where everyone can shine. We know how dangerous they can be. For the side of Faze, though, a few question marks. Rob's off to a bit of a quiet start now. We know he hasn't really been delivering thus far in this tournament at the level we expect him to. Thankfully, Twist and Brokey has. But, if he's able to wake up, maybe a bit of a challenge for Navi.
Here's the thing I want to say as well, right? This last year, especially the back half of this last year, was all about Navi. Intel Grand Slam, major crown, victory after victory, promising rookie, every piece looking good. If you start off the year with this kind of an iconic victory over that Navi roster, that's Faze signaling to the world. That's sending a spotlight up in the sky that, like, this Faze roster, this newly rebuilt team, Rops in all the pieces that they want there. They come to play.
Yeah, absolutely. When you take into account all the obstacles they had to overcome during this event as well, obviously with rain, and then Brokey had to play a game from his hotel room. Finally, he's here now. Very, very much complicated. And the fact that they do it without Robs actually having sort of an impact right now, that has to be something we talk about. Robs was brought in to be a star, to be that super influential carry. And I was even wondering to myself, did he used to play overpass so much with Mouse? We did a bit of research, not too much, so he could have been out of his element. I'm hoping for a better performance on those two. In fact, I think we are requiring a better performance on those two on an individual standpoint. Robs wasn't brought in to be at the back end of the scoreboard. That's not why he's here.
Absolutely. Look, eventually he's going to step up, right? But of course, if he's able to do it here in Dust 2, Brokey continues to deliver the way he has. And, Karrigan as well. Everyone stepping up individually for the side of Faze is going to be a prerequisite, an absolute requirement if the one closes out too. Because remember, if they do go to Mirage, Navi, even though they've shown that they can bleed in this tournament by the likes of ENG, and right now here in Overpass by Faze, I kind of feel like Mirage has to go with the way of Navi.
Yeah, it's still a very strong map. In fact, I thought they would go for Mirage as a peak. That's something they did last time around, and it worked for them. So definitely a good map pool coming in for Navi. They just have to just put that last map in the bag. You know, they're going to have time to think about it, debrief it, and whatnot. That's not what's important right now. You focus on the second map. You make sure you get revenge.
Kind of an interesting second map as well. We have not seen any Dust 2?
We just have one being played right now for the very first time. G2 against Astralis.
So that's the first Dust 2 of the tournament. This will be the second Dust 2. They'll be concurrent. But we're going to go ahead and take a little break before we get to that Dust 2. So stick around. You could see a wild upset as we decide which of these teams is going to be headed into the semis. We'll see you in a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We
felt so improbable ended up being possible. With no money spent in the final round of Overpass, we get FaZe pulling off the Overpass map win, and this makes the series oh so more interesting.
Yes, and I had two people in my Twitter replies arguing with each other about who deserved that map, because when you look at it on one hand, FaZe, they got 2 like kind of eco wins, right? They also won 2 pistols. They got conversions, and it still almost went to the 30th round. So in one perspective, you look at a lot of amazing rounds won by FaZe, but some of those meaty rounds and some of those comeback rounds, Navi were actually fighting extremely hard. You be the judge. I think FaZe, they showed a really great game plan overall, and I felt like it was just on brand to do the fast rounds, the really undignified losses, the weird rounds that they lose, and to bring it to 30 rounds. I feel like for them, that was their comfort zone. That's what they expected anyways.
Okay, yeah, that's where they thrive.
Yeah.
There were some definite throwaways, I think, from FaZe. I mean, there was that most notable one that even what was supposed to bring us to round 30, right? The full save and what ended up being the last round, the eco before. It's like, it felt like, yeah, FaZe have got this. They're the better team. And then they just hand it back over to Navi. I suppose it's just to rip it away in a more brutal manner. You know, nothing's worse than losing to something like that on the Navi side. In my Twitter mentions, Launders, I had somebody note that, you know, both of the remaining Navi players in Simple and Bit actually threw smokes for short, but neither of them threw smoke for a Heaven play. If that Heaven smoke goes down, maybe Rain doesn't get the easy kill onto Simple. Yeah. You know, so like,
that was a really chaotic moment, though.
It was nuts.
So, yeah.
I mean, we can't forget, Simple even gets like a last bullet CZ headshot to the ops. I mean, it's just nuts.
You can analyze it, but their emotion, it's so crazy at that moment. And also, like, I think Simple is totally exposed to Heaven. So 100%. They also weren't even scared of it to begin with, but they should have been because Rain was there.
So listen, screw Overpass. It's over. FaZe, they picked up that map win. They find themselves here duking it out with Navi on Dust 2. Now, both these teams, Spodak guaranteed, but a clean route to the semifinals, a top 4 minimum finish. You know that's what they're going to be fighting for here in the second map. And as quick as this one begins, so do the kills begin to trickle forward. It is Rain to fall off of the catwalk as Twist gets the first kill. Brokey, nice tap at a longer distance, but it will respond. And Rops, these are supposed to be easy.
He's been getting owned, so...
Executes one,
looking
taps
for a better
away 2.
Dust 2. That's why I use the SPS, okay? No room for the P2K when you got an advantage like that.
Boomich with the bomb will just run down long and try to get himself across. Ooh, look at that confident wide swing.
Well,
and Rain will finish the job.
Ultimately, does it. Okay. I never thought I'd say this, but it's kind of refreshing to see Dust 2.
Yeah, right? Yo, it's been so long.
We didn't see it all event long, and now it's happening simultaneously. So that's kind of cool. I think it's such a banger map. And I honestly feel like if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, that result in map 1 is the best for the series because Navi still have odds in the series. They still are looking forward to playing this out. But now FaZe Clan actually stand a chance. And I said they only won 1 map in 2021. They won 2 maps. But across 6 series, you know, that's barely anything. So
across an entire year.
Yeah. So also talked about Bit not playing well coming into Overpass.
Yep.
Rops played badly on Overpass, which was the last thing I expected. On Dust 2, I'm going to start asking questions if he has a bad map, because this, some would say, is his map.
Okay, well, what kind of questions are you going to ask?
Can you get your room changed to be closer to the elevator so you aren't so exhausted by the time you sit down in your chair? Yeah.
Yeah, that long walk of shame. You can't give us anything else. Simple will put him to shame. Put him right back to bed.
I won't ask him about that.
Nice Deagle kill. You know, we can lean on Simple to deliver something. He had his moments on Overpass, but it's definitely not like he took over the entire match. Right now we get the mid walkout from Simple, still looking for more Deagle kills. He will deliver a second. Oh, a third.
Whoa, he's 3
Deagle kills from Simple, and he's still
alive.
Perfecto. He gets the next one.
No way.
Now it's not quite USPs, but god damn is it clean.
Okay,
Deagle headshot, 1, 2, 3, 4, and Brokey holds the cross, denies Simple his chance. Perfecto also stopped. But holy hell, if that's a sign of things to come, you guys better buckle up. We got fireworks on Dust 2.
That was nice. That was nice. Some great shots. Okay, round 3. All that economic damage will matter, but mostly if they carry it forward. Now, with the investments, they've got 2 AKs and a Galil, and they're doing that they're doing that, trying to score a bomb plant. Even if they get a few kills here, they'll keep the money on Faze low. 2 Famas because of those Deagle kills. So that is a kind of a win. And again, Faze over-invested because Navi didn't score that bomb plant. The position's interesting. I wonder if Navi will try to take it up cat or if they'll leverage this mid opening. They start to walk out now. And again, no op in this spot.
Bits ahead of that smoke, no problem. Twist's wondering if something's coming his way, but he'll throw his smoke towards the tunnel. There's still more smokes to go. Bit, a little bit labored, gets there. Better late than never. And an immediate answer here from Navi. They're going to peel that player off of the A bomb site and then set it as their intended target.
Oh, okay, one thing here. They've got it one Molotov. If it lands on site, that's one thing. Kerrigan's taking a risk by playing in the site. It's a great angle, but easily pizza Molotov. So he can't fall back. He has no nades. Oh, and it is coming in his direction. So now he's going to get forced forward. Oh.
Nothing at all here from Kerrigan. Brokey going to try to take up the mantle. Just a few meters behind him, but the long flank is perfectly timed. That is a clinic of a round from Navi.
Now, back in the day, you used to just sit on the side and fight towards cat. No problem. You know, sometimes they maul you, whatever, you jump off. These days, you almost never play on the site behind the boxes. The angles are so good, but the molly just comes every single time. But he's trying to take some kind of risk because he has no nades to fall back. And if he gets mollied on the ramp, then he's still in some different trouble. So Navi picked the correct location to use that little bit of utility that they had. And then make it a clean one. Back into the round, back into the game.
Do you think without that kill on Rain into the CT spawn that Navi are going to play it so quickly, so confidently? Or do you think they would have, you know, maybe thrown in some long play first and then the electronic timing could have been different?
I think they felt like they had every option to either walk out middle to commit to mid B, when they got the opening, or to go back tunnels or go cat. I think for them, Dust 2, it's kind of like it's not that serious kind of vibe with Dust 2, especially with this kill. And you can choose between so many options. And it's not like overpass, right? If you commit to A, you got 40 seconds before you commit to B. Okay, on Dust 2, it's about 5-10 seconds for you to decide whether you want to hit cat or mid B or whatever it is.
A little fluidity. Kerrigan, okay, I like this confidence. IGL to the top of middle. Ooh, and we've already got 4 players through the doors. Feels like Bit would have seen that. Or at least he has an inkling. Yeah, he turns his attention back just based on timing.
Oh my god.
Ooh, but talk about timing. Kerrigan, yes, he's gonna land the headshot. Too often you get a position and a chance like that only to miss the left click. So there's still a chance, most certainly, for Navi to just hit this bomb site and get rid of the lesser weapons. But I'm sure they do feel a little bit more boxed in. And Electronic gonna box Rops out. We get Brokey inside of that smoke close. Also another kill the way of Navi, but the molly will prevent any kind of a plant for the time being. With a minute, we've got 3 guys crouching on the ramp, trying to minimize themselves so that this boost from Kerrigan can't kill them.
Oh, it's actually a great spot, but they're gonna wait out this cat smoke and then they can kind of walk up into it. Lots of time left over. I think Navi are making the right call, but they are low on HP.
They're just hiding. Like rats. Kerrigan, he goes around the corner, gets caught off by Simple, who is definitely crisp and probably wants revenge from an overpass loss.
Definitely.
You know, I'm sure even though, couldn't have, oh, hold on, twists. Even though they end up, you know, nearly clawing back that round with just the USPs, I do think that when we rewatch that, Simple being fully exposed to Heaven kind of feels guilty for being caught off so easily, you know, being entirely exposed.
Honestly, they would have got destroyed if you didn't get those 2 kills before it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Simple, honestly, if not for Simple and that T side, the double entry out monster, that 1 round where they all got low and made a bad rotation late towards the B site, then those 2 kills to actually make that pistol defense competitive. There was too many positions there where I feel like Simple was one of the only players doing anything, so I don't know. And the man just has a million maps. Life is too short to have regrets. FaZe did doubt themselves for a second when they started to come up the ramp and waited with everybody crouched there. But yeah, Navi made the right
fire, man.
They made the right play.
Roasting marshmallows on ramp that round.
FaZe have won a round with less.
You're going to be able to say that to every situation for the rest of the night.
I know, I can be insufferable. You give me a run like that.
Bit's going to smoke off the rotate. Got a flashbang on Brokey, and he also grabbed the AK. This position from Robs just kind of nips at the feet of Bit. Simple locked into the fight here, doesn't want to die and offer them another rifle. It's 2 clean kills for the Scout of Twists as well.
Yes.
So nice to know that you know, in this friendly competitive head-to-head between Twists and Brokey, both have Scout shots in their repertoire.
Bit said his goal in the next 5 years was to grow up.
Yeah, that was such a content piece. What are you the most proud of in your real life?
It was so funny. I was the other day. Before he was doing an interview, like right after a game. He was standing there in front of the lights, and they're all setting up the cameras and stuff. And he just had his AirPods in, and he was like talking to somebody, like on the phone. And I just pictured him standing there wearing a Newport sweatsuit with waves.
Okay.
That was my mental image. He'll have no idea that I thought that, but.
He's such a character. He kind of he gives me a little bit of like Zywoo vibes in the sense that I feel like sometimes he's really just not phased by anything.
Can I actually request a Photoshop to
I think you can
get him AirPods in with waves, please? Bit.
Twists.
Zywoo.
No. No, he's eliminated. Gone from this event.
Well, he should have tried harder.
Yeah, just don't have a, you know, worst LAN performance ever, right?
Yeah.
It sounds so easy when you put it that way, Launders. Have you no heart? Oh, Bit has no head. Brokey's very fast with the op. And we even got a little rifle play here and there on overpass as well, so. The duality of Brokey.
Yeah, he is one of those people who, you know, just started picking up the op and going crazy with it.
Hey, this thing's so easy.
But yeah, equivalently good on a rifle, no question about it.
Utility near non-existent now for FaZe, 50 seconds. And no clear road forward for Navi just yet.
If the bomb was in middle, I'd leave mid B as an open option. 40 seconds. This is actually a little ambitious. They're going to have to scale pretty quickly. So Kerrigan, what's he going to do? Is he going to fall back to car, wait for a flash here? They've got 3 on long, so it looks like he's intent on fighting. And he can actually catch them lining up their cross smokes.
They just showed up in terms of support as well. Brokey almost gets that one. Good flashbangs.
Oh.
Ooh, Kerrigan almost killed by it. We've got 3 players kind of standing here in the open. The repeat from Brokey's going to cost him. Kerrigan tries to tuck alongside the wall, and Simple, again, just trying to do everything he has to. Rain postured within this bomb site. Electronic gives the cover, and if it's not Simple's sniper, then it's Electronic's AK-47. The 3 frags between the 2 of them just shows the power of those 2 stars. It's a tough life living in the shadow of Simple. But if you're winning off the back of it, then so be it. That right there, folks, the full house, the 2 heaviest hitters of Navi at the top of the scoreboard. They'll climb.
It's like one of those rounds you lose, you rub your eyebrows. Like, what is that? They had 3 on long. Navi were a little too slow, and they still picked up all those kills. That weird flash on long, I don't even know whose it was. One of these last. Oh. And even with that kill, somehow Simple finds these trades. He played amazing right here to both get Brokey off that car without getting killed, and then trade Kerrigan and Brokey by himself.
Simple doesn't like to lose.
Yeah. FaZe only have an up, but they've also won with less.
Oh my god.
I'm just going to repackage it slightly every time, so...
I'm all for it. Rain, Electronic, face to face inside the smoke, and the AK will come out on top. That, my friends, is the power of automatic gunfire. That's why we don't use muskets anymore.
Yeah, you love guns?
Not muskets. Not to be confused with muskrats. Very important difference.
Got one following me around for like 6 years.
Whoa. Oh, distraction there for Brokey. He's taking in the scenes, enjoys the fireworks.
Oh, they missed the molly.
And decides to pop off with the 1 kill versus Bit. Maybe Rops will get primed for something special. Again. Armored Deagle, but nah, not with the bomb plant. Retake so unlikely, so Rob's maybe gonna dish out some damage. He will shoot into the feet of Electronic, grabs the AK-47. Listen, he's got armor as well, which puts him in a decent enough spot.
Listen, he can't leave, so he might as well fight.
And he'll die. That's the end of that.
Yeah. Unfortunate. I'll be looking good. Clean, fast start. Faze won the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, Simple looking next level right now. Ah, yes.
Yeah, Simple has been chiefing. That's true.
Send that AK all the way down long.
Kind of just slightly slow start in the first half, but honestly, I don't even think Simple was even playing back coming out of the first half. He still had 13 kills or something. They were just, it felt like avoiding him every round. That second half, you know, since he had the T side, he was able to force the action.
Yes.
And now in Dust 2, continuing on T side, he can really control the rhythm of the round.
I just saw PP Bison.
Yeah, Twist.
You saw that PP Bison?
It popped up. Twist bought it. It's $1,000 off.
Oh, it's still in spawn as well. It's down there.
Maybe someone placed the bet.
Oh my god. That looked on him. I would give him the kill. But instead, it's Rob's down to 19 HP. And no longer our Faze trying to pry through those double doors down mid.
One time, Rob's got an op ace on Dust 2 CT side.
How'd it make you feel?
I thought he was Chris J.
The Wolf of Wall Street.
We're in a good spot to take contact. He's just going to listen for a flash, and then Brokey can flash for him. Or Brokey can take contact, and then he can swing.
Electronic, and that's perfect. Nice team play there between Rain and Brokey. Double man advantage. But I don't know, dude. Simple's given me that weird feeling that he does right before he just takes over an entire game. But Robs is going to make sure that he will have the less amount of teammates possible. Boomich, Simple through the tunnels, potentially to go towards B, but it's actually Simple to stick around in middle a little longer. Little AK swap, why not? Ah, yes, he knows better. He's like, wait a second, I'm Simple. Right back to that AWP. Twists will cut down the bomb carrier, and Simple's position, soon to be known, confirmed by Brokey, as 4 stand up here for Faze. So, good one from them.
I think as a spot where Navi, you're like, oh, everything's going so well. We've been just defaulting, moving forward off of our kills. Let's try it one more time. And Faze bought some tactics, basically, some very simple stuff that set up on A site, and everybody contributed with frags. I believe in the AUG on long. I think it's such a great way to get a better edge versus AKs that are coming for you. If they don't one bullet you, AUGs kill very fast. I think they outclass M4s. Actually, I think they're the best rifle in the game, Connor.
I've heard you say that once or twice. I'm hoping you stop. Propaganda.
Oh, look at Robs go.
He seems pretty adamant about getting these kills down mid.
Yeah, looks quite confident to take these risks. See if he's aware of all the timings.
Ooh, gets the better of Simple.
Remember that, Rob's just out-positioned Simple with an op.
He said he had to be aware of all the timings, and I don't think Simple was thinking that, you know, last round the op fell off mid-peak so quickly.
Yeah, totally. That's another value of the hybrid, just not knowing exactly where they're willing to take risks. B-split could come on, but it's going to be a little bit slow here. The bomb is all the way at the top of middle, and the op still exists. AK's in a weird spot. This is a weird round, man. That bomb is still at the top of mid.
Well, Rob's still just doing what he does with the op, getting kills here, cutting off of the pieces of Navi. Excuse me.
They made a mistake, for sure.
Ooh. Well, Faye's going to jump on top of it. You want to make mistakes? I'm sure FaZe will be happy to take those when they come. Especially if they can keep 5 players up with the double op setup. Now we're looking at a CT side that could start to have a little bit of a leeway here. And start running more risks. Look at that bomb. Oh, on a silver platter. Rain's face splattered. Electronic walks away. Him and Perfecto to save the double AKs. And a 4th for the FaZe clan. I want this game to be nice and tight. Close as can be.
Yeah, well. Good start then. No chance. I think they simply forgot the bomb. That's pretty much, I don't think you would commit that hard to a mid-B lurk with nades and let a guy out there not be ready to hit the site. So the other weird thing was they were doing that with a player outside long, and it wasn't like they were 5v4, they were 4v5. So they don't really have the pieces to do so. Not a great sign for Navi. Don't know where that came from.
And yet the defaults were going so well just 2 rounds ago.
Yes, that's the weird part.
Let's consider it a speed bump.
Sure.
Now Navi hoping to take back off.
They're kind of broke though.
Mm-hmm.
Guns aren't great. Don't think, unless Simple got that up earlier. Yeah, okay, there is one for him.
Still 2 Galils.
My eyes are so bad. Is that an op?
It is an op, yes.
Okay.
I have to put you in the retirement home soon. Come on,
So,
man.
well, just can't give me glasses first?
I thought we had a couple more years in this,
Just gonna
but
put some new tennis balls in my walker all of a sudden?
I'm taking applications.
Whatever, man.
Twists gets past that flashbang, goes back, and will kill Bit. We just wanted a little bit of room here, right? And I was just alluding to, like, you know, FaZe being able to take more risks.
Watch
that
this
was one.
Watch this AUG do work.
All right. Gets one.
Oh, you gotta keep it scoped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's still not bad, though. Twist actually took a big risk, you know, walking outside into mid.
For sure. And getting to the other side of the tunnels as well, just to then double back into it. A blinded Brokey fires a warning round, and Simple decides to double this one backwards. You see, the problem with the AUG is that Counter-Strike players are really good at clicking one button, but with the AUG you have to click 2. And Simple clicks through Brokey, attempting to get the next one onto the bomb site, but we'll take a 3v3 if we're Navi. We'll fall away from this.
We see that tiny little mistake from Brokey where he shoots, and then Simple peels back, they molly him, and then Simple posts in that position so fluidly.
So Brokey kind of got a little jump scared by the pressure.
Yeah. Left click looking light. And Rops has been good so far. He'll smoke the tunnels. They'll have to commit through this.
Sure.
And they can wait. They can wait until 15 seconds if they'd like to. They're probably worried about the CTs sussing information out, and Rops will be up to bat now. He'll see something. Let's see if he goes for the peek.
Ooh, yes, he does, but he misses his shot. And he's smoked off by the doorway. So nice use of the little bits of utility that were still in the arsenal of Navi.
These boys are a little bit low on utility.
Look at that gap. Oh, please work. Simple's going to turn into the tunnels, kill Rain. And Rob's hoping that somebody just walks into the scope, but Boomich doing such a good job of just minimizing himself behind the boxes, leaving Robs and Twist in such an awkward position as Simple just continues to not only land shots, but lock in these rounds. He is 13-4.
Yeah.
A performance here on Dust 2 deserving of the #1 spot in this world.
They got all that leverage off of one small shot, taken too early from Brokey on long. Robs was in a good position where if he just held the tunnels, of course, he could have spotted the cross. They probably wouldn't have been able to get in the site. That's something to note as well. They were not in a great spot to try a retake when they already didn't have grenades at that point in the round, so maybe a small mistake there.
I like the confidence of Navi to just...
I swear that boost outside the door is great, but I never see anyone get a kill from it.
Yeah, sure. It's like...
to catch someone going to big box, but it just seems to always miss the timing window.
You got any other positions like that you wanna get off your chest? Positions you see that you just don't want. We know you hate the crane on Vertigo.
I hate the crane so much.
Twist is back in tunnel. I mean, but by the time the replays are over, Twist is already in the tunnel again.
As he should be.
And instead of being on the other end of it, this time he's tucked ever closer. Will that catch Bit off guard? Seemingly so. I mean, Bit was prepared for it, but Twist shooting sharp. Perfecto, good trade frag. Robs, catches Simple on the jump. Thou shall not throw nades. Rops writes the decree.
Look at this fair weather opera just showing up once in a while, reading the game so well with it.
Or Simple.
I feel like I know better operas than him that can't catch Simple twice in a half on his T side. He's got him both times in suicide.
Oh, he hit that, but through the doorway, Brokey survives. 2 op duels, 1. Not fairly enough. Simple wasn't in a dueling position. I feel like Simple, he's going to say, that's the last time I ever throw a nade for you.
Yeah, I ain't throwing that nade anymore.
Somebody else go down here. Op's the name of the game for Faze, and why not? Double op CT side on Dust 2. A real classic.
It's great.
Oh, perfecto! Talking
Double
about
op.
double ops, double popped. The headshots from Perfecto open the B site wide, but now the problem is the bomb carrier is definitely going to cut off by Rain. So it's a Rain versus electronic fight for the marbles, and the timing on the utility swap is not ideal. He's going to double back around and try to join Kerrigan on the cusp of this B site, as Perfecto would hope that he can get another kill added to his tally. He is tucked along the wall. Electronic throwing the smoke, but it does get answered upon with utility of the CT side. Perfecto, now his hands are busy. Rain finds timing, drops bomb, and there's no time. Rain just needs to survive this moment, and Faze will find a 5th. The headshot at the final moment. And sure enough, they hang on.
And that one's by elimination, or was it after time?
That, my friend,
right on the dot.
Was elimination.
Elimination, okay. Lucky for him. It was going to end no matter what. Kind of just pick your poison at that point. Faze get out of that spot. I thought Kerrigan was going to toss the position back because Perfecto caught him off guard. Insane shots from Perfecto, though, huh?
Ooh.
And we can just see that it wasn't because they picked up a second off. They really are using this as part of their game plan. They go right back into it. Heavy investment.
Simple looking for targets. Ooh, gonna be made awkward here, but I don't know, dude. Those Tech 9s are at least now pressed up close. Brokey on par as he has been. Kerrigan peeks into 3 Ts, takes down 1 and does damage on the others. Brokey is always anchoring on Carr.
Bit
He
with the
still
run
has Rain
boost
to work
up.
with. Flash to the left side.
I hate how much they float inside of long. It looks so awkward, but Brokey's good.
Nice trade. You know, Perfecto will sacrifice Bit to the Sun Gods. And now they're going to just try to silently press up alongside the long wall. Rain just keeping himself tiny. Confirms their presence. Little gap here for Twist. You'd think that could be the end of them. They're going to try and post Boomich over top. Nice wall bang. If you were to shoot that exact same spot again, it's a man dead. But Boomich manages to cross. Perfecto's waiting for flank. Oh my God, Rob's off the barrel with the slick moves through the sky. How many guys were jumping this round?
I know, everybody. That was silly.
We got Counter-Strike on pogo sticks.
I didn't know Rops ever did things like that. It's been interesting and fun and hilarious to watch Rops play on Faze.
I feel like Rops had more air off of his own barrel jump than what Perfecto gave Bit right here.
Yeah, the run boost.
The run boost, man. I don't know about that one. Look at this. Headshot.
No problem. Well, it's a weird one, but it's also around Navi. They had the 1 op, they had 1 rifle, and then 3 Tech 9s.
Well, they've got even less. Don't say it.
I mean, they weren't the ones that won.
I know, but you were thinking. You're like,
I'm gonna say it different every time. I know
A
teams
buzz with
that
these,
can win with less.
with these Deagles.
Down goes Bit. Oh, dude, Rops. Nice. USP's out, and he's just gonna shoot at whatever comes his way. Simple. He's got the Deagle answer, but that's still 3 kills for Rops. Very easy. These Deagles falling to the wayside. Rain gives good cover, makes sure that not a second CT falls, which means the double op save, the double M4 save, the 7th round win, the 1-round lead, and only a couple more to go here on Faze's CT side. Do you think we've seen enough from Navi to win this map?
I do, yeah, for sure. Seen some good rounds from them. It's Dust 2. I think this first half they've already got a good amount of rounds. I mean, definitely. I think Faze are playing slightly better, but they don't look perfect either, so. Overpass, as far as I'm concerned, was more high level. The twist mid pushes were very good. Oh, Rops with another, so much lower pressure. They're finding these timings. And listen, man, the Rops aggressive fights that he's taking, I mean, you don't even see Brokey doing this stuff. He's playing with a lot of confidence. And again, because they keep going into the double ops, I feel like this is something where Rops has put in specific preparation with his opening duels. I actually can't believe how many timings he's able to find. I mean, this is versus Simple twice.
Yeah.
Into lower. The mid pressure has been wonderful.
The mid pressure, I think, has really been like a key piece for Faze.
Yeah.
Even Twist's rifle rounds when it's not Rops.
I am so not a fan of these long setups, but they're gonna. Okay. I mean, I don't know what they float so much there, and I feel like they've also done it a lot of times. And Brokey has just opt car every single time.
Simple seems to know he's back there. Fire off Brokey's feet, can't take anybody with him. Simple, good kill onto Rops. Kerrigan, let's see the lineup. Oh, that's good damage, all things considered. Twists, some controlled bursts through the smoke on the long cross, but that is Navi with a 7th. So, what do we need to see change in terms of long play? Because right now, we give Faze mid control.
All right, let me give you an example.
Hit me.
You know how much I hate the crane peak.
Oh, you hate it so much. It's all I hear.
And
I
why?
wake up in the morning and it's Launders having breakfast saying, I hate crane so much.
Yeah, and sorry, not the crane peak like with the op, but sitting on the crane with a rifle waiting for them to come up A ramp.
Yeah, jokes aside.
There's a comparison to be drawn here between those two positions. Why? Because you can't fall back out of your spot that forward up at the corner of long. The smoke is ephemeral. You have 15 seconds, and then suddenly you have to make a play. Top of that, they had the 5v4. Nextly, they're supporting with Brokey sitting at car, who's literally just done that every single time, and he's also died to Simple eventually through the mollies and stuff. The corner smoke that they throw allows them to safely throw that Molotov. They get pick control safely off that smoke, and so it's not the perfect answer to just sit at car, especially if you go on cycle, you miss a shot, they pop up, they kill you, which they keep doing over and over again. And this thing, this one play, they're flashing through, just like if you were on crane and you felt the pressure to make a play, you flash through it, but then you require everyone to be playing, to not be playing anti-flash for that to be successful, and you still have to kill them all before they're unblind. So I think there's just a lot of ways for it to fail, and for some reason, Faze are really intent on trying it over and over again.
Well, it cost
Rant over.
That's fine, that was good. You got me fired up. I hate Faze now too.
Okay. Said I'm not here to make friends.
Near non-existent utility for Faze here as they're going to close up their CT side with no op. We've seen such consistent double op setups from the Faze defense. This one's going to have to be a little bit different. And it's not even Twists killing Bit down here in the tunnels, who has returned to a quiet form. On Overpass, we got this resurgence that made us think, the lull is over. But at the current moment, he is 4 kills, 13 deaths. Less impact than Kerrigan. But he'll continue to try and hunt through the middle of the map, attempting to catch a guy in CT spawn. There's nobody there, but now, unfortunately for Faze, man disadvantage, and they are very much cut down the middle. Unless Twists claws back, not 1, but 2 kills on these doors. Oh no, Bit leaves, so it is just Simple posted with the snipes.
Another actually not great spot here from Faze. They've got to try to search back some information or take a risk somewhere, because right now, each of their players are kind of left on their own. Now, Goose could be good, but a long player is coming out soon. They're going to sit on site. That could be risky. 2 Molotovs left.
Yeah, no smokes either for the CT side, so they're going to have to move.
And they missed their molly on Goose.
That could be massive for Rain's impact. We'll see if it's all just too much to handle. Brokey with a nice double kill. Rops also coming up from the CT spawn. And Simple now, he needs the bomb. There's 4 seconds.
Oh.
I mean, 4 seconds being planted in the final moments. Navi, by the skin of their teeth, will take that little bit of a lead. An 8-7 T-side on Dust 2 map down. A semifinal in the Spodek on the line at a second half coming up soon. 15 rounds of Dust 2 down, 15 more to go. Maybe more, who knows? But we've learned some things. Apparently, Rops is an opper. And although we already knew this, Simple seems to be a god. 16-7, takes to the top, and really does not want Navi to fall in an 0-2 fashion versus FaZe in this confirmed semifinal spot.
His impact was there. Every single round, Simple was doing something, whether it was dismantling the long setup. We had one cool round from Perfecto that I remember he got the 2 ops down. There were a number of crazy kills that came down overall, but yeah, Navi had a couple of weird ones as well. You know, imagine how many kills Simple would have had if Rops didn't kill him every round.
Yeah, he was kind of a nuisance, right?
Yeah.
Opping down middle.
I mean, he was basically about to get like a 20 kill half if he had a rifle in a couple of those spots. So it could have been worse. And behind that, there wasn't that much from Navi.
Electronic gonna hide behind the car. For how long will he wait? Ooh, maybe too long. Brokey sticks the Glock to the side of the head. Simple. What? Dual Berettas through the box.
Wasn't even looking at him.
I don't know how that. I mean, you know, that's the beauty of the dual Berettas. You point one forward and the other one sideways, and you just click, click, click.
All right.
2 versus 2 still in the pistol. Twists grabs the double guns. Bit has this other player in Rain locked behind the car. Not that he knows it, he just has an inkling. We've got an HP advantage here for the CT side as well, and a question mark above the head of Bit because he went -10 in the spread. Twists, looks to hit heads. He can't afford to get shot on 15 HP, but Perfecto will pop him wide open on the A site, and Navi continue their lead.
Yeah, that's a clean one, and we got both pistols for them. So FaZe had to fight back in this map in the same way that Navi had to on map 1.
Correct.
Which means, and again, it was a pretty impressive half by FaZe overall, you know, despite that. But they have the same level of fight on T side. So a couple things to highlight before we get into it. You know, Rain and Kerrigan are going to be the entry pack for the most part, and the trades will come behind it. Rops is not going to be taking as many aggressive duels, I would assume, on this T side. Even though we saw the aggressive openings on CT, he's going to be the guy in tunnels that no one wants to push.
No damage off the scout through mid.
And Kerrigan's 5 and 12 right now, you know, so maybe he was waiting for this T side, but I think this is one where he'll be absolutely imperative. Little 3 damage with a scout. Cool.
Boomich thinks about backing off. 3-man CT lean from Navi onto the A site. Mid wide open. The T side, 2 smokes, dude. They can size up this B site and go for that split. I feel like that's their best chance right now, dude. You stay away from Electronic. You stay away from Simple. They're both over here towards A. But maybe Cat presence shown first.
No, you're right. They definitely won with less. No reaction? Nothing?
Huh? Sorry, did you say something?
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. I got your guys' back, okay?
Fine.
We'll put an end to this.
Fine.
I'm siding with the masses.
Six coming. MP7, rare sighting. How far back's he gonna go, though?
Yeah, Simple likes this thing, dude. I guess Electronic's picking it up as well. It's like Bit's been infecting them with the A4, and now there's MP7s all over, but Bit, there he is. Long time no see. Goes and guns down 2 players off the backside. And Kerrigan, I mean, he could not have eaten that flashbang any more so.
Wow.
Brokey tries to jump to dodge. Simple 20-8 as he closes out this one, and it's Navi to the 10-7 lead.
I have a question, buddy.
I may have an answer.
Why did Bit have an M4A1S?
Bit had an A1S 4.5. Why
did Bit have an A1S? Is this his?
Because the average range of engagement as a CT on Dust 2 is larger than on other maps.
Put the math away. He's an A4 player. He was one of the only ones holding a mantle
that is his.
For the A4 gang in 2021. What happened?
Because the A4 was never better, and all he was doing was trying to be cool. Everybody knows that the cool kids set trends, and the coolest kids pop heads, twists. That's a dirty deagle onto Simple. I can make jokes about the A1S over A4, but, you know, FaZe, they've won with less. No more deagles posturing, but Kerrigan swoops down. Oh, that's perfect. more damage. Just a little more damage on Perfecto.
Now Boomich coming around the corner. He's going to want to hurry, but at the same time, he's worried about Cat on the cross. Oh my God, so much comes down to this. Is he going to make it? Yeah, bomb gets stopped. Twist wants to go for that engagement, and Robs is coming in from behind with the 1v.
Boys in the open!
He's taking his time with it, but Boomich, he's just drawing bullets all over Robs and eventually finds it with the MP9. That is such a ridiculous position to end up in.
What a crazy round.
There's been so many ridiculous rounds, actually.
All the M4s lost. Boomich, just the SMG moves forward, but yeah, I think the best players will know to switch between A1S and A4, and that's the biggest argument for, I think, if you're out there, CSGO, just let us buy both. Because then it can be based on rounds, positioning, and it just, the same way dropping grenades opened up the game, so would buying different guns.
And you'd also see which way people lean more often, like with more reliable data, right? If you could let them choose freely, that would be awesome. You'd have to change the buy wheel, which would mess up everybody's muscle memory, but it would be worth it.
Yeah, if you're not, we don't care about the people not using buy binds.
You don't care about me?
I mean,
Ooh, Rops. Okay, so I was wondering if Rops is going to take some more early contact on T side, and it looks like he might have tried it. I'm not sure if he got spammed behind the smoke, but he is in his usual position. So an interesting engagement here towards long. They're flashing out. Rain will just die to this MP9.
Good work for Boomich. Doesn't matter that he has the lesser weapons. I do put Boomich at the high end of the list when it comes to MP9 players.
Was that supposed to be like a brave thing to say or something? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I bring to the table. It's a very small table.
So brave.
If they think that this is fully smoked, they would be painfully incorrect. But now enough time's passed that they'll be wary of it. Electronic, risky spot to be in with Twist on the other end of the smoke. So
he's just waiting for that.
Yeah, get the hell out of there.
Low grenades for the CT side, but they've, already created such a good advantage for them.
Ooh, good flash. Nullifies Simple, and he's just desperate to get back around that corner. All the while, Electronic trying to find that perfect moment to pop around the side of Simple, gets the head of Rops. Twists will clear the closest of the bomb site. We've got a man advantage here for the CT side, and that bomb went down with 8 seconds, so meticulously calculated by Kerrigan. And is he gonna get killed by Bit? Battle of the bottom fraggers. Brokey, headshot versus Simple elsewhere. That's gonna put Kerrigan in a better position, but he will still die. We've got a clutch. Twists, 42 health. Finds the cover of the ramp, and Bit trying to close this distance. No kit, time is of the essence, and Twist misses his chance. A jump on top of the bomb.
Oh my God, he had that one locked up.
Oh, it felt that way, didn't it?
Outplayed Bit in that position. It was actually such an insane round from Twist between all the trades he got. The first one, taking Electronic out in Goose, that was hugely impressive, and then he continued to do more. 3v4 position in the post plant for Faze, and Twist nearly creates a way for them out. That is really unfortunate. I think he actually got 3 kills there and nearly won the 1v3 in total.
Oh, that crouch in the middle of it, bullets just start hitting the wall.
And Bit also has to be given some commends for getting through Boomich on Cat, as well as finding the kill in the 1v1 at the end.
Sure.
So you mentioned battle of bottom fraggers between Bit and of Kerrigan, and of course that's more expected or less expected from Bit, so something that's worth highlighting.
I'd say like more so expected after what we've seen these last few days, but Overpass just made me thought all of that was gone.
Yeah, he had a great map back on Overpass.
Still time now. Sometimes the number of kills don't remind you of the impact. That clutch would be huge. Navi can continue forward. Currently, 5-round lead.
I feel like Navi are starting to get comfortable, and they're going to play situations like this, I feel like, a little bit better than Faze. So we'll see what they can do. There's no ops here, at least. It'll be a little bit easier for Faze to work with. And Boomich has a smoke for himself to try to delay for time. And basically what's going to happen from this point on is... Oh, actually the bomb is coming back out from long. I don't know. Oh, they seem to just be paranoid that someone could have pushed. All right. So what's going to happen from this point on is they're going to try to slowly work the car, then get a blog, cross smokes come in, and we'll see who gets the first frag. That'll dictate what the reaction will be, but Long control alone is enough for the B side.
Boomich one and done. These two CTs not going to be in too much of an issue.
They throw a lurk smoke here, but it's a little bit weird. It's different. I wonder if this works.
Oh, bullets so close, but still off of the mark. 30 seconds. Simple waiting for these smokes to fade so that he can get a line of sight, so that he can start swinging fists in this fight. He's got Electronic tucked in close with him, and a bit of a scout here from Bit. If Bit can make first contact, then maybe that'll be the picture pieced together, but Kerrigan falls back down onto the ramp. A 4v4. Utility nowhere to be found, so it's going to come down to the guns. Perfecto, a double twist, can't manage more than just the first one, and then they finally activate. Dude, Simple and Electronic just went silent. They burrowed into the corner of that catwalk, and their teammates set them up to win.
That was so awkward, and Electronic has a smoke, so they molly him in that spot. It can smoke it, but then they don't really have a way to get out still. They can just sit there, and then they're kind of useless for a lot of time. How did Perfecto get both kills on the ramp? That was the one that I was focused on. That trade comes down, they maintain ramp control, then honestly, Navi lose the position. It looks way worse.
Ooh, just Rain peeking into it, and you know, as much flack as Kerrigan may catch for being at the bottom of the scoreboard, I've mentioned it a couple times, Rain's not far off. So no trade frag there makes a world of difference. Yes. And I like the Navi that has Perfecto up towards the top. So
yeah, he's had a superstar level map or two so far this event.
We'll give him the respect. He was essential in that last one to keep this lead comfortably above Faze's head. They're starting to slip beneath the water.
Maybe they didn't expect the Dust 2 pick. Faze don't look super comfortable at the moment. I'd say Navi are making mistakes and yet still winning a lot of these rounds. Overpass is more compelling, but that does build up the third map as well. Faze not totally out of this game, however. Rifle round could make the big difference. I'll try to reach for new heights.
Rain gets beyond that flash. Simple. Still the possibility of the CT peak.
Whoa, okay.
Bit gets cleared off the B side. Perfecto's chance to shine again, but Rain is going to make the difference. Twists looks to lock in this kill versus Simple. Look how slowly he clears this. Look how sharp he is. Brokey gonna get that bomb onto the site. Rain barely alive, but Rain was, again, so crucial to set this situation up. So maybe Brokey comes in big with his clutch. You highlighted he does have that factor. 2 CTs coming in from tunnels, and the third one is so far away. Electronic's still deep in his spawn, but they're not thinking about tunnels just yet. Rain's gonna pop up, tries to tap, hits the headshot. Brokey also adds one, and now Electronic, he does still get here in time. Bomb at the halfway mark, and he contemplates his options. He considers the save, and he'll take it. A ticket to the next round with this op, and an 8th for Faze.
Ooh, yeah, that op in play means, yeah, he's got to go back now. I was wondering, I think he still had odds in that with the defuse kit. Despite having no utility, nobody had nades to work with in that post-plant situation, so another weird one. And you mentioned Rain, and he wasn't doing well up until this point, but these 2 frags mean the world to Faze. They even lose the tunnels trade when they're supposed to clamp down on the site, and Rain picks up the 2nd kill as well. No utility support whatsoever, just a mid-B smoke and a dream.
That one right there for Perfecto.
Yeah, that's on a Perfecto playing incredibly well. They missed a lot of bullets on Rain. He was low in that spot.
Now we're going to see if Navi can make something happen with less.
Should have killed him when you had the chance.
Ooh, that could have been the 5v4.
Still been one hell of a map here for Simple.
Simple just hoping to exit, and he will find that safety in the bottom of the tunnels. I wouldn't want to be Robs right now. I feel like it's a little bit uncomfortable thinking, you know, there was multiple CTs floating outside of tunnels. The B push could always come in with it. Like, he's keeping his head on a swivel in a little bit of panic, but he does have space. He will be okay. And Faze retake mid. Bomb comfortably back on long. No rush here for Faze, none whatsoever.
I do like the style of play on these anti-ecos. Try to get these over with quickly. Conglomerate of CTs that have overtaken the A site. and an op to support as well. And the bomb and Kerrigan and the FaZe clan choose the correct location. So much pressure on Boomich. And look at his little gun.
Ooh, a bit too tiny. However, pistols still prevail in the CT spawn. Twist's able to cut them off from the resources of which they fight for. Bit peeks down onto Twist. Doesn't get the clean kill, but still serves up a good distraction, so the CTs are able to push forward out of the spawn. But still, no hands on guns because Brokey's there to try and clean things up. Props also falls to Bit's USP. That's 2 kills with just the stock pistol.
They have him locked into the tunnels, and he can kind of chill here. They've already lost too many players to try to go after this, so Bit.
He has a kit.
I don't know. I don't know what. Maybe he's looking for some nades if possible at the end. Could throw a smoke just to escape, and FaZe will take 9. This has been quite a confusing game, I won't lie, in terms of the way teams are winning rounds, losing rounds. Both of them, you know, showing some errors and then also showing some really high individual level all at the same time. So not going to call this one done just yet. FaZe kind of in the driver's seat again, with one Falmus being bought up for Navi. It might be broke and allow for a 10th round if this one goes well. Timed incendiary. They'll stay up on their perch. I think you need a mental exodus after what's just happened with all of these really unique and kind of frustrating positions that have been won and lost by both teams. Slowing down to a default honestly feels like benefits both. So much of that utility coming out early. FaZe know the longer this goes on, the greater the advantage that they'll have.
This really does feel like a round where they've both decided to kind of minimize risks.
This is where the pressure starts to mount on top of Simple as one of the 2 players on the A side. He needs to make something happen. He's already got his opening. Looks for a second. Don't tell me he jumps.
He hits it. Oh my lord, lucky to be alive. But still, a bomb able to, oh my god, a teammate almost. But Brokey, headshot onto Bit, man, flank held onto. Look at the HP, 10 points between Twists and Rain.
Insane, but because they have this op, it's like a brand new spot. I don't even know if it matters too much. Twist,
1 health,
will
1
he move
health.
out?
No, too much to ask. Electronic gets the edge, and now suddenly Brokey and Rain, they're gonna feel stranded within this bomb site. CTs, no utility. Oh, Brokey's got it down to the 1v1. It's him versus Simple. Opper versus Opper. And a missed shot. Brokey now, he's so tucked. He is a caged beast. Tries to get that fake shot out. Tries to get the better of Simple, but no way unless time will make that difference. Unless he's got it.
He's got it. Oh my god.
With an extra second, Simple hits that defuse. Brokey tried his damnedest, but you could see in his decision-making, he felt doomed.
That's crazy. The amount of patience there from Simple, still playing to win the round. If Brokey had tucked, of course, there is a world where he would have won just because Simple didn't have enough time to defuse. But that was the battle where Brokey was thinking, I can't know for sure if he can do it. Yeah, crazy that that's a leg shot. Brokey makes that as competitive as possible. They give it their best shot. Such a nice attempt in the clutch. Simple just waits.
Simple just waits. And I love, just for 1 second, I reappreciate that moment. We watched it from the perspective of Brokey, and look how panicked it kind of felt, right? He felt as though the time's so just like ticking down on him. He's trying to jump. He's playing it so energetic. Simple just waits. Gets the kill, gets the clutch, gets Navi onto 14. That is the difference. He just waits.
But even still, look at this. MP9 on Boomich. Perfecto and Electronic only have a Falmus as well. How much can they lean on Simple?
Flash just stunned Rain for a moment. Bit's about to get tested. Simple's on the back of the B site. He's gonna pop up, lands the collateral shot. Brokey lucky to be alive. He's covered in Kerrigan. Twists does manage to get through middle, but as he turns his attention away from the B site, that's when Perfecto goes peeking into it, and Rain still not able to pick up any kind of a response. The CTs disappear. And so do the chances of Faze here in round 24. 3v5 with Brokey walking wounded.
Well, they walk back out of the situation, and is there anyone in the corner? Electronic in his favorite spot, waiting for the smoke to come up. Bomb is going to be late. Now, this is a spot, honestly, Gambit would save, and maybe for good reason. Navi know they have odds. They'll catch one crossing to the site. They don't know Electronic sitting here on default, though.
Rain's able to lock into the corner of the box. Oh, Electronic. Yeah, him and Bit able to shave the player away. Brokey waiting. Nice kill onto Simple. Rob's also offering us one. 18 health in the 1v3. Caught the rotate. Grabs the other op. He's going to dual wield or distract himself so that Perfecto can just easily swing wide. And it is Navi to arrive on 15 rounds, 6 to close dust 2.
Yeah, they wanted him not to have it. And you know what? If he did get rid of the op, Simple would have only been on a rifle, and he has just been a terror for them. That first shot from K-Sharp, the collateral. A leg end of player. Perfecto solid in the B site.
Feels like Twist to me could have made more of an impact, but he was just so nervous about that CT push.
Yeah, he didn't, again, because one crossed to ramp late, they didn't know that Electronic was also there on default. So false flag. Oh, look at the buy up.
It's not pretty.
It's impoverished.
But it could be simple. Just get onto this B site, hit it with ease. Kerrigan doesn't see the player behind the car, but still can die. Oh, and Twist the Deagle. After team killing Rops, he connects the next one onto Perfecto. Then the grenades come sailing over top of the wall. Rain's gonna stay focused on window, but who's gonna get hands on bomb? Rain tasked with the bomb plant, and he's got the cover of the smoke, so it feels like it's kind of now or never. 2 rifles, 3 flashbangs, and 3 enemies for Faze on the other end of this. Do they play proactive or just reactive? The op shot's a warning sign from Simple. This is what's to come. And they can hear them moving inwards. Rain activates, gets the first Brokey, shaves off the second player. Oh, this time he's got it! Brokey and Simple locking horns in the clutch. Tied head-to-head, 1-1.
Both going off good maps here. Brokey up to 22 frags and a clutch to his name now. That brings him into double digits. What a recovery with basically nothing. That's a round they walk into B, don't even notice that somebody's sitting there on car, and still manage to win.
And on top of it, Twist blows Rob's head off.
Yeah, an insane 2K here from Twist. But he got the one in the door too, which was important.
Already, so fast, Brokey kills Simple in the opening mere seconds.
It feels like everyone's killed Simple, and yet he's still 23 and 50.
Imagine if he wasn't limited in some of these rounds. Electronic's gonna fall away. Kerrigan gets chased. Good thing Kerrigan catches Boomich with a nade out.
Oh, man.
Because if he thought that player had lower HP, that could have been the end of him. A weapon offered over. Instead, Faze 4 versus 2. And the last 2 CTs dead to rights at the hands of Rain. An 11th round gained for Faze. 4 to push OT.
Yeah, I think they've got an opportunity now. I like that they start out with a faster pace. Keep it going, honestly. Pressure on Navi, and they have to buy up pistols, a couple of little bits of utility. I think it's an opportunity now. And again, another great shot from Brokey. Listen, CT side, B side, Faze of 1 mid both times.
Now they're working with nothing. God, this feels like overpass, except the teams on the other end of the spectrum, Kerrigan and Brokey and Rain, just locking down this mid push. I love that Navi just get it over with.
Yeah, they don't care about the money now. You can shave down the players from FaZe Clan, but it won't matter as long as they can buy. Every round can be their last. All right, so what happens?
FaZe timeout.
Only used 2 so far. Still options for them. I think at the spot, we've got such a heavy long spawn, so I think Kerrigan's going to try to organize around this. On Dust, you definitely don't want to overcomplicate these situations. Of course, the CTs don't know that a long play can come. They can gamble and try to go for heavy long control or take space elsewhere. But these are the rounds that Kerrigan comes up with a plan that will always catch your attention. In the fourth quarter, he's shown at this event so far that he can create a masterpiece to bring a round a lot closer. So I guarantee you it doesn't end with just the control.
They're throwing 3 bodies at it. This is going to be a clash, and maybe a clash for the second map. Kerrigan dead in an instant.
Oh, they were just trying to get him to blue bin. They want to squeeze for mid control, and they saw that Navi threw a lot of attention towards long, so they'll grab it. But will they transpose into a mid B or not?
They're laying down the utility here. CT covered in, oh, bits through the double door. He gets blinded in the process. Simple charges through. Attacks Robs from the back. Brokey able to answer. A 2 versus 5 turned 2v4 with these Faze players stranded in the middle of the map, but Rain gets through. Can't manage the kill under window, and that is where it ends. Navi survived the gauntlet on Dust 2. They'll push this series to Mirage, and this next map decides top 4 at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2022.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. Just the way we live.
Yeah, They done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize. Only thing my eyes is locked in on. Half a milli, mine. I want it right now. Don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill. This life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just
Well, if FaZe Clan were a bird there, then Navi just dressed them, stuffed them, and roasted them to perfection. But in fairness, it did require Simple turning up the heat in a big way to achieve that perfect cook-to temperature. Two particular chefs or food critics, as the case may be here, in Bland Maniac will help break this down. What did we see there on Dust 2?
We saw Simple on full display, looking flawless, dropping a 30 bomb over 100 ADR, but it would be a disservice, I feel, to just say it was a Simple show altogether, right, Navi? I think they had a good game plan coming into this game. First half, however, I felt like Carrigan's calling was great. I love the fact that he allowed Robs to continue what he was doing when he was in Mouse with Dexter. Secondary AWP, aggression towards that mid-B area, and he was finding a lot of success with it.
Yeah, and that was the way FaZe fought back into this game, right? It started with Navi having that long control. FaZe were playing really passive. When they were trying to fight that first take, they were losing the trades, allowing Navi to run away with it. So Kerrigan or Robs, whoever that was, came up with a plan, played a bit more aggressive, took the fight to Navi, and that tipped the scale. But when we switched to the second half, I feel like this was a very decisive Navi, very much in control. They are shining with a lot of diversity in how they play on the CT side. It's really hard to see coming where they're going to be aggressive, how they will do it. And when you have Simple playing his second best map of the event, of course, that helps you quite a lot.
I mean, there's a reason the man's the world #1, right? There's absolutely a reason why he's the world #1. And he showed it on that map. You saw so many of those rounds. I mean, in particular, that Brokey 1v1 with Simple, where he's playing from Goose. It looked like Brokey was so close to pulling that off. The movement, the trying to bait out the shot, every little thing, and just Simple was just that much better.
Yes, absolutely. And besides just the amount of kills, which obviously is phenomenal, you could see in the webcam how dialed in he was. Very much intense, extremely intense. Whenever they were winning rounds, shouting around, fist bumping. I think Navi are taking this game obviously extremely seriously. Probably frustrated about how Overpass ended. And when frustration can lead to two different routes, you can either lose track of yourself and go into despair, or you can actually bounce back and be extremely focused. That's the route that Navi took. They came into Dust 2 with a different mindset, completely washed away what happened in Overpass, and that's why they bounced back like this.
I was just walking into the studio right now. I saw Simple walk out after the game. A little bit of strut in his step. He knew his back in the game is looking fantastic. Heading to Mirage, listen, I'm excited, right? Because Dust 2, I know we haven't seen Dust 2 at all thus far in the group stage, although we are seeing G2 playing Astralis as well on that map on the A stream.
Looks like a short game, so might as well enjoy Dust 2 when it lasts.
Exactly, but we did see an entertaining game coming out there, right? Brokey again delivering with the AWP. I feel like this group stage has been a revelation for Brokey, and I do want to touch upon him a little bit more. The fact that it's consistently delivering, even when Robs has a quiet game, even if Twist has a quiet game, and him being the rock, the anchor for a star-studded FaZe lineup, it's impressive.
I agree with you. I completely agree. I wish that we are going to keep looking and seeing that kind of performance in the arena, in Spot A, because this is where Brokey could actually take it to the next level for his career, for his development, being able to do that in front of the audience. But before that, they still have a third map to play.
I do want to ask a question as well. Something that I noticed, just as a contrast to the style of how Simple's being used by Navi versus what Brokey was doing. Brokey, especially on the CT side, felt a little bit more predictable in where he was being deployed. We saw a lot of rounds where he's playing from that car position, to the point that eventually the mollies really start to pressure him. Do you think that might be a little bit of an Achilles heel for FaZe if that opping position gets too predictable?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's a two-pronged answer, right? The first half of it is obviously not everyone has the ability and the vista that Simple has as an individual, and we know how hard he is to play against. His beginning of rounds are extremely hard to see come in, and also the amount of freedom that you give to a player, right? If you play with Simple, and I'm his in-game leader, I'll tailor every single round I need from him to do whatever he wants in order to be successful. Brokey fits a little bit more in the system. It's one of the few critics that I think people have in general for Brokey is that he should break out of that mode a little bit more, be more assertive, make more difference. And Simple is obviously the example you want to follow for that.
But it's also like depends completely on your IGL as well, right? I feel like Brokey is the soldier you want on your team. He's the guy who's going to be doing whatever Karrigan tells him to do. But eventually, yeah, if he does grow into you know, with more confidence and starts going for this place, I could see him succeed. And on this map, unfortunately, you had Robson towards mid, towards the B area, so there's not much room for Brokey to really work around. Speaking of individuals, though, I feel like the woes of Bit continue again, right? Even in this win, sure, he had a couple of decent rounds here and there, but I'm just not seeing the rookie of the year from last year stepping up to play here today.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations that he set after the first few lands are ridiculous.
Nuts, right?
Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. I remember even during the major, after every single game, we were thinking, surely now is the time he fails. Now is the time he stumbles. He's not going to be able to keep up with that level, and so he did. Now, this is unconsequential up to that point, right? If they make it, if they win this game, they make it to the semifinal, and he shines, then I'll just shut up and applaud. Like, okay, you've done exactly what you need. The problem is, when does this lack of input from Bit becomes a problem for Navi? But they have such a star-studded lineup that maybe for now is going to be enough.
Well, we are going to be headed into Mirage as our next map here. Let's set some expectations for the audience. What are we expecting to get here out of this map 3?
Some quick numbers. They've played 3 times in 2021. FaZe have exactly won 0 times. Navi's always won on Mirage. Navi played it twice at the event. They've lost a total of 10 rounds on Mirage. So I don't want to paint a bleak picture if you're a FaZe fan, but I'm going to say that this would be an incredible upset right now if FaZe were able to push Navi to a loss on Mirage.
He's being a bit of a Debbie Downer here. Which is usually my job here, Matthew, but I have to agree with you on this one. Navi, we saw them dismantle almost everyone that played in Mirage. It's one of the best maps. In fact, we said on the desk earlier that we expected them to pick Mirage instead of Dust 2. So now Mirage being the decider, FaZe kind of worried a little bit.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see if the FaZe clan can bring us one more pulse-pounding map, if the players can step up and bring the firepower. We'll find out after this short break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Couple of action-packed maps between Faze and Navi, and now we're gonna have to separate these two playoff teams who are fighting for that 4th minimum spot in the Spodek. It comes down to Mirage, Launders, and when I think Mirage, I immediately think Navi. Faze are the challengers in my mind with this one.
Listen, we all know who wins this map. But I'm not gonna spoil it.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna leak the script today.
Okay, you know who wins here? Counter-Strike fans around the world.
No matter what happens. This is a map that FaZe can play. It's a map that Navi have already shown they're very good at. As Maniac mentioned, they haven't beaten Navi yet on it. We've already seen some magic from FaZe in map 1 to be able to take Overpass. And we've already seen some hiccups from Navi even in their map win on Dust 2. So I do think that there is a world where anything can happen on this map. It's not a foregone conclusion. There's no reason to write off one team or another. And I think we've also got this X factor in Rops joining FaZe that throws all of the previous stats almost out the window for the time being. We can see how much he can reinforce this team or not. So Mirage, you know, this is a map that's, for me, Navi are the best team in the world at when they're playing at their best. But they're not playing at their best right now. I'm going to say that.
Fair enough. Could open the door of possibilities, perhaps. And alongside Rops, who may be the X factor, who may have thrown out all the previous results, we still have the consistency of Brokey. Brokey and Mirage. Does anything jump off of the page when I say those two things back to back?
Of course. Yeah, of course. You know, he can play the map. He is, again, the most consistent. I think he's probably overtaken Twist in that regard across the absolute marathon of maps that FaZe have played at this event already. We'll see once this map is over if that's true or not.
Having won the knife round, Navi to the CT side. So we'll see what FaZe. Oh, yeah.
Leave it to Robs to find the peak that is so tight that Electronic isn't even ready for it. That is insane.
Pops him head, and then we get the trade frag immediately back from the window, though. So it's going to keep us on the edge of our seats.
This is a great spot for FaZe. I'm going to say it right now. Rain is already made out of connector, and he takes out Bit with a B split incoming.
Huge pickup. Now, all of a sudden, he can worry about the Cat player, Perfecto. He knows he's pinched right now. Would have loved to have taken Rain out of middle, but instead Twists will catch him trying to jump back into the cover of the ladder room. 2v4 needed between Simple and Boomich in the CT side pistol. An excellent way for FaZe to begin their terrorist half.
FaZe picked up both pistols on Overpass, won the map. Navi, 2 pistols on map 2 and 1. Well, hopefully they split pistols here and it'll be competitive, but already FaZe turning the key.
Gonna try to pick up those little tidbits of utility at the bottom of middle. Simple looking like a heavy Phoenix with everything in this, dude. Dual Berettas, smoke, flash, armor on top. He's ready to get this round over with and to kick it off in the next one. But FaZe, cookie cutter clean.
Very nice. I mean, the call was great. They used Ropsy. They've actually used him to do this on pistol rounds. They just use him to search. They say start walking out on angles. They don't let anyone else do this. He just goes out on pistols, clears angles so perfectly that, again, even in that spot where Electronic found his favorite position to sit, holding what he thought was the right angle, and Rops just comes out a little bit shorter than you could even calculate. It's insane, but he can do that. That's why you give him a P250.
Simple will also find his hands on a FAMAS. We get Rain immediately postured behind those boxes top mid. Brokey floating with the bomb. It's a 4-man cohort from FaZe through middle. That's what Simple wants. Ooh, he gives his FAMAS away. Nope, gets it back.
Simple and Kerrigan exchange glances there.
Two warriors looking each other in the eyes.
Bit literally is going to jump off this ladder into them on Cat if they go. So let's please try to make that happen.
Sign me up. Gotta make sure he doesn't fall off that ladder. We do also have Boomich trying to pry down into the A-ramp. Split comes up through connector. It's a late play from the Palace man, but Rops still getting into the action. Boomich not able to stop anything, but Simple still, with that FAMAS, shaves one off of the play. So there's a little bit of life here for the defense, because Perfecto, with the drive-by CZ, Gets an upgrade to the MAC-10 as bomb goes down. Rops knows he is locked into this 1v1. He cannot afford to die to Boomich. And with that Desert Eagle popping off, Boomich is just trying to keep him so distracted. Matter-of-factly, the pistol players cut down. Rain peeks, denies the ticket control, and pushes Simple to the 1v2. Both terrorists at half health. But Simple, this is too much to handle. He will just walk away yet again.
Yeah, that was surprisingly close, huh?
Felt it.
Felt that?
Way too close for comfort.
Yeah.
I love how Boomich just had Rops distracted on the top of Tetris.
Man, yeah, that's one of those spots. You're like, do I have him trapped or am I trapped in here with him? When Rob's on the other side, I'd feel a little bit trapped. He's so fast, he's so careful. Deadly combination. And also really well-timed lurk from him as he came out of Palace. They were just about to finish scaling, so they crossed triple. And somebody actually DM'd and asked me to explain what scaling is, because it's not talked about that much, but I'm sure a lot of people know. But basically, it just means getting across a part of a site or a part of mid, and it's kind of releasing from cover and getting to another piece of it. That is the act of scaling. When you go into matchmaking and all your teammates do an A-exec and everyone gets stuck at Tetris, that's because they couldn't scale. To give you a good example.
That's such a good example.
Everyone just sits at Tetris with their AKs out, blaming everybody else.
Bro, plant the bomb.
That's when they didn't scale.
Bro,
so that is the point of scaling.
Plant the bomb. I've got Tetris.
Okay, so you wonder what scaling is.
You try to plant 2 dudes peak ticket. You got 3 guys on Tetris. Why didn't you plant that bomb, Ed?
Why do they all sound like that? They sound exactly like that.
Yeah, it's just, it is what it is. Sometimes it be like it is. And this one do be empty. Bomb site completely free. So after a bit of a ruse in that last one with CT players all around the A site, this one's given over for free. Make sure you don't feed that MAC-10 on Brokey. You know he's a hungry, growing boy, growing into his own and his form, and honestly, the star role of Faze.
That's Bit's dream, is to grow up like Brokey. This is 5-year plan.
I can't believe that answer. Bit, what do you plan on doing in the next 5 years? Grow up. Bit, what's your biggest accomplishment in real life?
Silly, immature Bit says.
Feed my cats, was his answer. Damn, bro.
He's got his priorities.
If the bar is that low, at least he's exceeded everything already.
No wonder he wasn't even nervous at the major. He didn't even want to win.
Yeah, right. All right, round 3, a technicality with such a limited buy. But Navi, time to play the CT side. Let's see it.
Does Kerrigan have 8 kills or 0?
Is that a question?
I actually can't see.
0.
Oh, man. I need glasses.
It's 3 rounds deep, though.
Yeah. Wow, that really looks like an 8. Okay. Ooh, we doing something fast?
Maybe. Ooh, a little run boost. Okay, Electronic with the AUG finds Rain. Twists will still catch Simple bottom mid, so little 1-on-1 back and forth, and Twists is going to have to pick shrapnel from his perfectly coiffed hair.
That's a lurk. Hey, Faze have what looks like to be 4... Oh, no. Electronic still here on stairs?
A question mark in this situation.
Yeah,
a thorn in their side, maybe.
They semi-cleared it. Well, Rops consider that they can lurk through. I think they wait enough time that they do re-clear everything. So I don't think Electronic believes he has a free kill. But he still has an opportunity.
Oh, almost. Ooh. Almost. Bit, he's going to come up from the CT spawn, gets 1 off of the bomb site, and Rops. And then Brokey's going to start firing back, but Bit takes to the top rope. Drops an elbow onto Brokey, and a 2v2 is where we're left. Kerrigan.
Oh,
he senses he can pull this off with the MAC-10 up close.
That flash supported him. This missile smoke will come up, but there's going to be a player on either side of it.
Oh, he's right between
Brokey's coming late up the ramp, and Bit is not aware of it. Oh, he'll finally find him. Twist, can he get this? No, Bit picks up the last kill. They recover the spot. I can't believe it. 4v3. Navi win the rounds. And that was a position that Faze almost had wrapped up.
Almost, right? Kerrigan, I feel like if he can just stick that MAC-10 up close into Bit, it's one thing, but Bit gets the better of him. Bit, I believe, 4 kills in this round. Everything after Electronic's opening coming by way of Bit. The first one when he arrives on ticket, the close one versus Kerrigan. And the 1v1 v twists. A quick answer from Bit, who entered the series as a question, gave us an exclamation on Overpass, but then also fell back into the doldrums of the bottom of the scoreboard on Dust 2. Now, 5-2 immediately from him, and a round-winning clutch to put Navi on the board with the CT side on Mirage. Op in the hands of Simple, Op in the hands of Brokey. Those are the fireworks I want on this decider. But for now, we'll have to wait. Smoke shrouds the mid-window. Kerrigan, oh, he saw a little bit of skin, and Brokey activates, cutting down Electronic from inside connector. Simple's looking to answer, and sure enough, he does. Kerrigan gonna stay on that goose egg, 0-3.
No one there to take it back. And they can't actually squeeze for more space because they have nothing going on in the extremities. And Simple off of this will rotate quickly around.
So mobile.
So many pressure points on A. They'll re-smoke top con. Force a reaction out of the tees. Are they going to disrespect it? Or wait? Boomich floating across the site now. Strengthening the defense from the CT side. Clearing out the window. The smoke comes up soon.
Boomich feels like he's drawn between two different positions.
He actually made an interesting play here. You know, he could have sat on CT and watched this. But now he's got to play between two spots, and he ends up dying.
Does half damage to both Rain and Rops. Bit playmaker position, insta headshot into Rain. Feels the pressure. Brokey's gonna take down his rotate, but we still have Perfecto trying to come over as Rops will get the better of him. 3 health, only 3 health there for Rops. As 3 survive for Faze, and they take the round win right back 4-1 early.
Man, we switch over from Dust 2. We're seeing just a lot of impact already out of Rops with these frags, and Brokey off screen is getting these mid-round trades on other parts of the map. I think he started with the opening as well. Bit tries to put up a defense. And yeah, in this position, I'd say the weird move of the round is Boomich to try to go to jungle. At first I thought, okay, this is a natural play to make. And then the more you looked at it, you know, his attention is split between 2 spots. A lot of players who play jungle say it's probably the hardest spot to play when the T's have mid control. And Boomich does end up dying in that position.
Poor Perfecto, dude. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Fire on his feet. And as he peeks, it's 3 T's from Faze to ensure his demise. Brokey's gonna be left here. Don't jump, Bit. Don't do it.
He's so tall, if he uncrouches, he'll probably be spotted.
Ooh, it's close. I just want to see it for the sake of it, just to assess how sharp Brokey's gonna be. Unfortunately,
there you go.
Bit will be chased out of the corner and dealt with. So 5 players up in a 5-1 start for Faze. I mean, if you guys are just joining us from the mainstream, this series started with a 6-0 lead from Faze on the T side of Overpass. It looked like they were just gonna dominate, and yet, of course, Navi brought it back. So we sit here with tempered expectations, but it is still a notable start, 5-1.
Again, my fear for Navi is Simple. Looks like he's on form, but that's just about it. It was great on Overpass, but there's been a lot of players making mistakes, looking a little bit off their game. And I see about 3 players from Faze that look incredibly promising already.
But a missed shot from Simple. It's going to open a little bit of spacing for Kerrigan. Twists falls back as Simple's taken down to 30 health, but he still extends.
Yeah.
Trying to do something while he can.
Yeah. This puffed out smoke in front of connector opens up an angle that allows you to spot in underpass and get back safely. That time runs out. Brokey, he's been really fast today. Electronic in front of his scope. He's waiting for the push, of course. But will he extend one further? Brokey looking to throw a Molotov. Electronic right onto his position.
Ooh, but he finds just that little bit of safety net here. Fire all around him.
But now, look, we've got no one inside the window. Connector control is getting pressured, and Brokey is also getting this kill on top of Halls. A-site, will it collapse? Not if Simple has something to say about it.
Quick answer. Now Boomich. Oh, nice! Snaps that A1S into the head of Kerrigan. 2 players off at the top of Con. Brokey and Rain in the 2v4, but fire on Boomich's feet. He activates Peek from Simple. Denies that bomb.
What a trade.
but Brokey in the clutch. This is where all eyes fall on him.
That's one spotted. Flash to CT to try to draw, rotate out, and they will walk into it.
I like it, but
Simple's too fast.
Too sharp.
He's everywhere.
Little HP from the start of it. Think about how desperate he looked when he went for that underpass play at the beginning of the round. And yet here we are at the very end with Simple still standing on top of it.
Yeah, and man, even coming back from CT to grab that one trade. Just as a late insurance policy, there was going to be no hope for FaZe Clan was the key play. And you better believe that Simple, if there's anybody in the world, can make up for everybody's shortcomings if he needs to. I don't think that's even going to be the case. So with that in mind, you got to believe Navi have a chance, but coming off of overpass, he's already shown us some magic. FaZe will have to work hard for this one. Up 5-2, but not out of the woods.
Full-blown flake. Full-blown fake. A covered in smoke grenades. Electronic comes out from the corner. Shoves Rain into the side of connector, and Kerrigan can't pick up that piece because he's smoked off entirely. But he will still have a smoke to throw into the window. And that does create uncertainty for both Electronic and Simple. Trying to play from jungle, waiting in anticipation for somebody to jump through, but that does not look likely. Bomb starting to work its way slowly towards A. Or not.
Robs has had a lot of autonomy when it comes to his lurks out of Palace and the A ramp. He has to be careful. He knows he can get opt on any peak, and we don't know if he got spotted here. Now FaZe will attempt to scale the site. They do not have any utility to go A.
Nothing.
This does not look like a great idea. They'll rely on kills to help them get across. Kerrigan, can he find that opening?
He's giving a little bit of space here from Cat. Electronic gets the headshot to Robs. Bit will not catch Kerrigan just yet, and maybe that's going to be the end of Simple. No, Bit, that internal timing, it clicks. And so does he. Into the spine of Kerrigan, he sprays. Simple and, Twist and Brokey, they have no opening here. They have no real way of getting onto that bomb site. An inability to scale.
No, yeah, oh, listen, the A site, if you don't have 2 or more smokes, you basically have no chance to plant. And the one way back into the round is if Kerrigan was able to find somebody holding Cat, because then they could plant on the opposite side of triple. They could plant opposite default, that they could have 2 on A watching CT, something like that. They at least had an up, but very ambitious, to say the least. And Navi immediately showed us why. They didn't even have an incendiary Molotov to get our player out of CT spawn to back him up to try to go for a trade.
Maybe it's a good thing FaZe got 5 early, because now Navi starting to warm up. And I feel like a lot of it just hinging on the confidence of Simple. Oh, but he misses his chance at taking down an early 5v4.
I'll give him that.
One of the pistol players in Rain. The rest of FaZe grouping themselves outside of this A site. There's nobody on Catwalk. Despite Rain's best efforts to make contact somewhere in mid, there's nothing here. Instead, we get this forward position from Electronic. Boomich just beside him, so 2 guys just on the cusp of Palace. Twists, clean headshot, and Simple took off ticket, but Electronic, this is his chance. He gets himself just the one. Rob's barely alive. And FaZe, with a bare bones buy, have put themselves in a winnable position, but Bit almost. Rob's again so low, and yet still so able-bodied.
Yeah.
Checks Bit.
Damn, nasty from Ross, denying the trade from Electronic too.
Huge.
Insane, and that's a more classic FaZe call. Kerrigan, honestly, at their worst, they overplay that. They try the A-Ram scrim outs way too often, and this position, the guy under balcony, sitting over top of the bricks, he's waiting for someone to walk out. He wants to try to take that duel, but Twist got far enough out under his watch that he caught him off guard, and this is all FaZe needed to get back into the game. And that's also the strength of Kerrigan. You can't help but be nervous at all sections of the round because you don't know if someone's going to push through a smoke or lurk out really quickly. And credit to FaZe, man. I feel like they've cleaned up a lot in the past couple months in that regard. Not looking too scrimmy, but still holding it over their opponents. It's kind of like with Gambit, default, all of a sudden run out A ramp, Same energy.
Well, it's got to be a good energy at the moment.
It's always nice to win like that too. You don't fall back on grenades. Entire site collapses simply because they got one in the setup before anyone else could react. No counter utility even possible to be thrown. And from here, it's easy.
Simple was dead on arrival the moment he came around the corner at ticket booth.
Perfecto's got some lint in the pockets. Fit will pick up his armor and maybe can get an M4 if he'd like to sacrifice on utility, but they'll have to make some concessions.
No, they're buying.
Yeah, they just won't get everything that they want.
What do they come short of?
Probably just a couple of grenades. I don't know if Boomich, he's got an AUG. Okay, they've got the rifles they need. They just have simple without grenades. It's not too bad.
One kit, and that one belongs to Perfecto. Whoa, double drop down into the underpass. A quick attempt here from Simple. He's got no grenades, so why not just go full guns blazing? I thought Rops was gonna peek into that.
Yeah.
They're setting up utility. Imagine if Simple walks up here. Imagine if this goes unchecked. I mean, he sees that their hands are busy. He attacks Brokey as he... Oh, and he stops the bomb! Perfecto with a double, and this is flawless from Navi.
Yeah, that's insane. Simple tucked into that corner so far that even Rops let him go.
Bro, he bends that bullet into the apartments to shave off Rops, and it felt like that was going to be the biggest problem for FaZe, but Perfecto also delivers well enough. They tried to get out onto the B site, and they find zero footing. That is a brick wall that FaZe have just smashed their face against.
That's not bad.
Rain's gonna answer here with at least the frag versus Boomich. Remember, he's on half health. Blind moves, not bad.
No problem.
The blind man dances. But Simple hits that gap shot, and Navi, they're gonna take their fourth. They had to win that with the investment behind it. I love that Simple just feels so much more unleashed, knowing that all he's playing with is the rifle.
And they got to the left side of window. They maintained some semblance of mid-control, and they probably had an evacuation route ready for Simple as well, in case the commitment didn't work out. But it was just the tuck, the real patience in the corner. And Rops didn't go deep enough on that spot. Wow, nasty last shot as well. And yeah, he's hit it, man.
Yeah.
He's hitting, no questions.
But like you said, if somebody's willing to pick up all the slack. Boomich gonna drop utility here. This is desperate, 3 pistol players. Oh, massacred on the exit of the A ramp. Nothing but Rops' Deagle here to answer, and he gets ripped by Bit, who just pushes through smoke. No respect, no chance.
Just like that, Navi back in the game, you know, almost tied up here after a really, really slow beginning to Mirage. And the money is just no good.
It's non-existent.
FaZe, 3 rounds coming out A ramp fast. First one goes beautifully, second 2, not so much.
Still anybody's lead to take here, round 12. FaZe on the back foot at an insurmountable gap in terms of the buy.
They felt at odds with the idea of slowing it down, taking over mid-control. They're, again, trying to go back to that same quick success of being unpredictable. If anyone comes out of the wall, they're getting knifed for sure.
Yeah, right. It's just really focused and really sharp as Simple.
Maybe don't feed him.
Don't feed the animals. This beast is well fed, but Rops pops the head of Boomich.
Whoa.
Okay. All right. Bit standing on the posts of Catwalk. Poor Kerrigan getting bullied right now. And what's left to really do? Brokey glocking a bomb in apartments. Rob's probably feeling inspired with that first shot. It doesn't look like anybody's going to overface him. There's actually a chance for him to walk up Catwalk and hit this player in the corner and Bit. There's nobody on A trying to keep eyes on the gap. There's nobody in window to screw him over.
And the bomb will join them if they get it.
Yeah. You kill Bit, you've got a chance. A small one, but a chance. Alternatively, Bit easily shuts down these 2 Ts. First one down, second follows right thereafter. Brokey desperate for the bomb plant, runs in, and it's denied. So, no. Shutout is Faze, and tied up is Navi. 6 rounds apiece.
Yeah, it's great that we get this on basically all the maps. One really, really close half. Comeback required. This has got to be pretty intense, you know? You skip quarters, that's where half the teams go out in playoffs. One step closer to winning one of the flagship lands of the year.
And a notch in the belt for the Intel Grand Slam. Trading shots and glances, but Brokey bests Boomich. Oh, there's not much on this A side either, dude.
They can even slow it down in front of Connector, actually. If they can slow it down in front of Connector and just work on the A site with this frag, Electronic will make some presence to try to draw someone into Simple, and it won't work out. Simple will end up turning back, getting a kill, but leaving Bit alone.
1v3. Oh, nice. He stops the bomb.
14-5 is Bit.
He's got a chance for the reload, a frag and a flash, and 2 more players to take, but Kerrigan hasn't offered us too much. Frag goes deep towards stairs. Kerrigan, he's going to be busy with that bomb plant. Bit looking to find the other fight, and Rain's going to end it to put Faze back in the lead. Wow. It felt to me like Simple, inside of Connector, just all the pieces around him starting to fall.
Yeah, it's the A site player as well. They rested on him so heavily while they were sitting in front of stairs, you know, because you don't know with Kerrigan. It's so sporadic sometimes if they're just going to burst across the site or chill, but you don't have a rotation out. If you try to go towards jungle, they could catch you on the cross if they're already taking default. Look at Brokey jumping stairs in the spot to take out both players inside Connector. So yeah, Simple gets 1 frag, but they knew they had to fight from that position, and there was already one at the bottom of Connector as well. Down mid is, wow, Kerrigan quickly, and Bit puts up his 15 frag.
Boomich delivers as well, playing off the bricks. There's the hit from Catwalk. Bit just locks into the corner. Man advantage, and it's made worse as Boomich gets another couple headshots. A boulder inside that A site. Locked out was Faze, and this game remains as close as humanly possible.
Yeah, it feels like it's already just about the second half. At this point, Faze are just running it down every single time. They get the 50-50 duel, then they'll take it. But right now, Kerrigan's 1-9. They haven't had much success there. Maybe they should be grateful to have the 7 rounds they do already. Navi look a lot more comfortable.
Bit shaking off any questions with this third map. 16-6. Simple as right-hand man at 12-7. One round left to decide the lead going into the second half. Simple stuck behind this piece of cover. He hit that shot and gets the assist. Then Electronic comes in from mid, denying any other pressure. Faze thought maybe they'd have those players pinned against the bottom of mid, but no. Cover in abundance. And the final chance at an 8th T round will wane. Faze falling victim to Navi by the looks of things. Simple, gonna keep things as sharp as ever, just so that Faze don't think that they have any type of chance. Brokey, nice 2 kills, but what about a third? He's right there on the bottom of Connector. It's as simple as a single shot. Oh, and the 4th and 5th, no, that's where this one falls. One final attempt there from Brokey, but one final victory for Navi. A final half in the group stage of Katowice 2022. A 4th place at the least on the line. Off the back of 2 close maps, we get an incredibly close first half. Mirage still not separating these 2 teams. As Gambit watch intently, the loser of this next half goes down to that quarterfinal to face them in the Spodek. The winner will sit comfortably in the semis. And I think that there's a little bit of respect here on the line. Faze in 2021 only won 2 maps across 6 best of 3s. In this head-to-head, Navi are the kings. In this next half, they need to prove it.
And the loser plays against who?
The loser plays against Gambit. Wow.
That's not going to be fun. So just to think about that for a second, there is something very serious here to play for. Apart from just the prestige or just proof for Navi that they are the better team. Electronic already picks up 2 frags in this pistol round. We had a good start from Faze. This will be the first time they split pistols in this series. Smoke comes down top to connector and all of the pieces start to fall in place. Kerrigan will have the pressure now put on him. And he doesn't get his kill, but he has some utility to fall back upon.
Oh, Twists kills Simple. He's got backs turned, but Electronic trying to find him inside the smoke. They've lost each other.
Oh, and the bomb can still connect its way out to B. Will this kill go his way? No. Boomich grabs it. Grain gets the bomb. He's in position to defend it, but he'll have to fight.
This is wild. We've got fights on multiple fronts. We've got the cat push looking for contact. Rain's going to evacuate the bomb by going underpass. The cat player needs to get eyes on the B site because that's the only place that Navi really look to go.
Kerrigan aims to delay as long as possible. Kerrigan, he's spotting in this position, but he is going to play way back. And he misses 1 shot. A couple more go dry. They're all over. Are Faze going to be able to pull off this retake?
Looks tough. Rain dead to rights. Kerrigan going to need a world of impact in this clutch. He's got a player up close in Boomich. He knows the one's back on bench, but Boomich ends it as quick as can be to take his 12th kill and give Navi 9.
Oh, man, that's the decision. I mean, will Rain have to think about that? He decided to go for the long play. They could have gone slower and hit the site later or even taken the bomb all the way back to the other side of the map. And he was too worried about the different flanks that could come in, and Kerrigan was not with him in that spot to guarantee no one wasn't coming out of a position. So there was just so much to calculate. Kerrigan missed a couple of opportunities as well, and they got that bomb planted. So, yeah, they do split pistols, but this means Navi are 2 rounds in the lead with a really good chance to convert. Faze trying to stand against all the statistics in their head-to-head. I think it's been clear if you've been following the series with us that there is a good chance to do it.
They move away. Perfecto almost putting his head in the crosshair of Rain. That Deagle looking hungry. Got 4 players about to commit into the A site. Rain posted here with Kerrigan on the scout. Oh, but the Deagle, that's instantaneous.
That's with Palace control and a scout staring down a ramp.
Plus the Molotov that lands on the ramp, it completely counters Navi's ability to try and trade quickly. Listen, they've got time. They've got misdirection. They've got other options. But now Rain's on an MP7, armored.
I don't care. I'd rather be the CTs in this spot. Look at the freedom of rotations. As they go back to smoke mid, 45 seconds. They were about to make a decision. Now they have to change it completely. Top con smoke coming in.
CT smoke catwalk, that makes things difficult as well. Navi, every time they think that they've got a plan to move towards, it's the utility of Faze that looks to make the difference. If Twist can just rock their world, this would be the time to do it, but they boost. And that's at least a little more information. 2 of the 4 confirmed towards mid. Robs waits in the ladder room. He gets 2 kills as he shakes Boomis off the back, a 3rd to the face of Perfecto. Deagles are deadly, and Faze are fantastic on these types of crazy rounds. They haven't lost a player. And Bit, he dies to the flank of Rain.
Oh my god.
5 alive and 5 down for Navi.
Is there a chance? That is insane. It all comes down to that first frag from Rain to completely change the itinerary from Navi, who went back off the A ramp, back to mid control, and threw their last bit of utility at a last-ditch effort to get into the B site.
Oh.
All to run into Rops, and then Twist, who showed himself first, another guy in the B site.
Simple gets flattened.
And that gets orchestrated so well from the CT side. Money changes hands. and maybe a lead soon as well.
As nice as those kills are, you know, in terms of just the headshot mechanics, I love the utility decisions there from FaZe as well. The one incendiary top ramp, the one smoke on Cat, that was instrumental. And now Navi have to play off the back with even less. FaZe looking for an early tie at 9 each. Kerrigan missed shot, but at least he confirms there's presence here from Navi. Rain gets the better of Simple, the A site looking strong. And the bomb looking indecisive. It's being given a little bit of room to work with. Looks like multiple points. Oh, that's nasty.
Just the reaction shot off of that flash.
Oh, poor
and then
Boomich.
everybody falls like a house of cards. Deagle coming up into connector.
Poor Boomich. Tech9 swap here for Electronic. Not going to happen. That's back-to-back rounds with 5 standing for FaZe. Talk about an injection of cash. A strong economy for the CT start. And the last thing that Navi need is a strong start from FaZe, because that strong start on Overpass is why they couldn't edge out the win.
Yeah.
The strong start at the start of Mirage is also why FaZe are this close.
And this was the story again of one team winning both pistols on 2 maps. This time they split, but this time they get ecoed.
And still Navi are not back on full force.
Not at all.
1 Deagle for Simple, 4 Glocks surround him. The winner of this one to the double digits.
Full mid control with a pincer coming in from 2 choke points, but CT's both in incredibly powerful positions.
Run boost screws things over though. Perfecto, Glock kill, Simple with the Deagle. It's at least 2 frags and an AK pickup. But aim punch too much. Rain ends it. FaZe fine 10.
Yeah, now they can set up however they like. Navi, will they go with something quick, or are they going to slowly try to clamp down on mid control? If the CTs go out for it in the beginning of the round, they will, you know, have a small advantage just for a few seconds, but the T's try to wait them out, play it slowly. They can eventually win it. And I feel like from Navi, we've seen more of an inclination to work those slow rounds throughout the beginning of a half than we have from FaZe, who don't seem to like to keep the pressure on in that regard. Instead, just lay it on really quickly. Oh, and Electronic, he does bust out one in the middle. And we had an op trained on him for just a second, but he just gets under the smoke, and now it looks like Rain is up to bat again.
Smoke's gonna help him, but Twist.
Oh my God, Twist. Boomich has no idea. Twist has no idea Boomich is right here.
What? Rain still a chance. He dives back down beneath the Palace and gets wrecked by Simple through that wall. Kerrigan's gonna find his 2nd kill. Bit headshot into Rops, and that feels like the end of this. Kerrigan runs outwards.
Oh.
Clean one versus Simple. Puts out the fire to open
They didn't get the bomb, and that's the player who was on the A site. Kerrigan has a 1v1 in connector, and he wins it. It's a reset of the situation. 1 minute left, and Perfecto is shaking his head, wishing he had a teammate alive to make sure he doesn't get out-red. Kerrigan can either pick to stay here or go back. And it looks like he's made the correct decision, but he's going to be a few seconds slow. There's a chance if he walks out, Perfecto won't have a clean pant, and he has just made it past the window. Smoke comes in. Perfecto still hasn't put the bomb down.
40 seconds. Kerrigan, does he play the faster hand? Perfecto looks like he kind of wants to wait. Kerrigan, I mean, he has been absent this entire map. This entire map, he's absent, but then he plays the masterclass. The teacher in Kerrigan with the 1v3.
2 kills in the first half and a 1v3 in the second. FaZe were going to be left confused in the worst mood ever after losing this round. Getting blown apart by Electronic in middle by himself. Then Twist getting flanked from Boomich inside of connector. Everything went wrong. And then Captain Kerrigan comes through and pulls something from nothing. And FaZe maintain a lead and keep a meter stick between them and Navi. And have them in a buy save situation with no op.
Oh, that could be one to remember. The troops fired up off the back of it. Utility Almost nothing. Navi 3 smokes, Molotov. Rain looking for some kind of contact. Bit moving around loudly. Twist will hear this. And he was so caught off by that boomage play inside of Connector last round.
Would bet on it happening twice. Rops now in Rain's position. Waiting to pull the pin on this play. The waterfall out of halls. Boomich isn't going to sneak into the window just yet. There's been too much attention drawn over here. The CTs don't look totally prepared for this attack. It could come down to Rops. What's his awareness going to be like? And will his teammates be able to fend off Connector so he can stand here? If they die, his spot is compromised. Nades will start coming out.
Twist walks in beneath him. Oh, Rops runs in. There's no way. Oh, he does?
How?
He expects the second, drops the bomb, and takes the wind out of the sails of Navi. Simple's gonna answer. 35 seconds for them to somehow clamber back into this.
How are they gonna get to Palace to get the bomb back?
It feels impossible, especially with Brokey breathing fire down their back. They seem so stranded, but Boomich still has a chance. He's coming around with the CT spawn, and he too gets canceled. Faze to the 3-round lead.
And Rops, that's why they picked him up, to do things that no one else can do. That's actually insane. The second player had such a big edge to take that fight however he wanted to. Rops was the insecure one, didn't even realize it walking into halls. And there was such a big displacement between that first player and the second. How could he even predict there'd be someone else here? Oh, perfecto. On the swing ties, that's nuts.
Slides right into his own death.
A 2-round lead becomes 3, plus another save for Navi.
They fall back on the worser guns. They've at least got armor, they've at least got pistols, and we know they have the individual talent, but this, that right there, that's the crack of the whip to kick it off. An AK retrieved for Boomich, and he puts it immediately into the hands of Electronic. No round is free in this match. Twists opts not to take a risk by peeking in through middle. We've got 4 players looking to join forces inside of the apartments for Navi, and Brokey is about to be tested. He is so smooth with some of this positioning on side of the B site, and Kerrigan, well, can he deliver something impactful? He turns onto Boomich, but there's 2 immediate kills from Navi. They crack into the B site, and we've got a double-man advantage being held onto in the post.
That's due. They pull off the scaling. They take the opper
That's
out.
it, the save.
CTs have to save it. Navi just like that.
Oh, a lifeline.
That's insane. They got the 1D on Brokey as well. Kerrigan at least picks off Cat and then dies right thereafter. Navi with no utility break into the B site. FaZe will be kicking themselves. They already gave up a position like this in the past.
Brokey falls empty-handed. Kerrigan even cut off the Cat player. All they needed to do was lock in apartments, and they can't.
They didn't put a significant amount of pressure on that window. Let them get out. And then when they get out is when you start having to recede to safer spots. And your angles lessen, and their confidence grows, and they will eventually crush you. And that's Navi not even fully investing. Saving for this round. BlazeClan will buy back. And we haven't had Simple on an op in 3 to 4 rounds now because of this buy save cycle that FaZe had put them on. But the curse has been lifted. The op has been purchased. And it all kicks off with 1 pistol kill to make it a 5v4, just like FaZe was able to do with Rain.
Double ops. Listen, we saw the prowess of the double ops on Dust 2. Rops looked awesome on the AWP.
They made Rops look like he was a primary op on Dust 2 as opposed to the hybrid. With the amount of preparation they put into it, you have to wonder what they've done on Mirage as well. I can't remember the last time he's opt on Mirage. Dust 2, we've seen a few times.
What could they possibly have up their sleeve?
He's tucked on Palace right now, and once again can push through if they come up connector behind him. A little bit weak in the back line, and window great has been broken open, but speaking of broken, Brokey's here with an op to defend it. So funnily enough, it's not an op over on B.
Maybe that opens them up to play a more aggressive stance, push a little closer. Twist will be left perched. Kerrigan falls back somewhat.
Okay. What do we know when there's two ops? Any full execute will feel especially dangerous. So they've got to double down on the site defense to try to stop this split. This could be a great call from Navi. They're working on Cat right now. Tons of pressure on these two riflers, and those ops are not going to be able to make it back into the site if everything gets smoked out.
Which is inside of the ladder room. Not yet a piece of this execute, and the smoke is not yet thrown. Twist, the utility coming over top. It's his chance to shine. A little bit of damage. Double from Twist. He loses Kerrigan, a third and fourth. The Magician sprinkles a magic trick to the B site, and we find Navi stranded on the opposite side of the map. Bit's got nothing to offer. Twist just did it all. The contrast in rounds back to back. What is that from Twist?
That's unbelievable, man. That's unbelievable. Twist, top performer for Faze coming into this series on top of 10 maps. The only one in the top 10 players right now from this event. The most consistent feature of the team. The Canadian.
The only North American still standing. The way he shaved Simple off of that, the third kill and the snap to Perfecto.
And this could have been a beautiful call from Navi. They didn't know about the two ops in this spot, but there was no way that Navi were going to be able to get back in, or sorry, that Faze were going to be able to get back into the site if those two riflers had fallen. But they put the pressure on the right players. The responsibility on Twist there.
Huge. So much pressure. And on that round, he delivers. You mentioned it, right? Going head-to-head with Brokey, trying to fight for that top rating within Faze's clan. And they still don't know about this secondary op. Oh, he misses his shot. And Twist, he's got Perfecto right up close on the other end of this smoke. Look at the connector control here from Navi.
They're re-smoking it, but Navi are starting to come through and rain.
Double kill.
He's just putting headshots in. Perfecto, that's quick.
Rob's trying to turn his head around. Brokey, the second op in the mix of that A site. Simple in a 1v4. Faze on a 14th round win. They've just got to finish off Simple. He's down to a 20 points of health. Oh my goodness. This is one of those wild moments. Look at the CT runs for his life because he remembers who the hell he is up against. A 1v4 with bare bones in terms of HP.
He's got nowhere to run to because he knows they have him surrounded. So will he just fight forward? 20 seconds up.
There's only two players here.
The bomb can get picked up. You say only two. 7 HP, and he'll try to escape, but there isn't a way to get into the B site in this position. They've actually pushed. Okay, wait, hold on a second. They're going to come back, and this just has to be watched. So they can swing on him, and he'll eventually die. Tries to get a plant, but it won't even come. Careful to do so. Leave it to Simple to find a way back into that. I don't even know.
Somehow
I didn't
visualizes
realize
a play.
there was a real chance, but okay. Wow, man. I mean, Faze, they're just...
That's 14.
They can reach for it. I mean, it's there. It's their game to drop at this point. Navi had a couple of good calls. The individuals have showed up for Faze when it mattered the most. There's no reason that Navi still can't come back into this game, but right now, Faze are showing us all the right criteria. And of course, Robs, he's the new guy. If there is a reason that they didn't win in those 6 series throughout 2021, and then you put in Robs and he's top fragging on the decider map, then things start to make a bit more sense. He's the new 5th.
He was always supposed to be the final piece. When Kerrigan came to Faze, he told them, this is the guy I want, and oh, how they've waited. And maybe this is the payoff. And we're not just talking about a full force Faze. We're talking about a Faze and a team that has had to survive some very awkward situations this week. A rotating, revolving door of players. JKS in his interview said he didn't want to be the reason that this team missed out on the stadium. Well, he did his job. And now Rops shows up to do it even better. 2 AK-47s between Bit and Electronic. Utility mixed within it. And Brokey just playing for the information. You'll see that little bit of movement. And now, with an expectant sharpness, he is so ready for this peak up front. More numbers confirmed, but Bit in the meantime takes down Twist towards mid. This makes things a little bit awkward for Kerrigan. He can offer no help to Brokey, but maybe Brokey doesn't need it.
And Kerrigan wins his duel. He can come back in to support this. Oh,
Last time this exact B setup crumbled. Now Brokey stands tall. He just got himself a second and a third, but Bit looks to lock this in. Brokey gets hit in the meantime. Another op firing off. Bit, he is stuck between two snipers, but he's gonna take down that first one and jump away from the second. Rain is on his back, but Bit pushes past. 21 kills already. We talked about the last piece of the puzzle. Well, this one gets shattered because Rain splatters the final player from Navi and gives Faze 15. 5 map and match points.
Wow. This will be a reference game for the new FaZe clan. If they're able to finally close this, what a result it would be. And then there's still playoffs. Another solid B-site defense, and Brokey, again, he's just one of 2 incredibly impactful operators at the moment. Navi just gonna have to work hella hard for this one. We saw the opening kill go their way last round. This time it goes back.
It wants to go fast. Rain pushes him backwards, but Perfecto through the smoke is still good enough. And Electronic, he jumps down to the site. Simple gets Kerrigan. Man advantage for Navi. They will not go down without a fight. Brokey exits from Connector looking for the kill, but nice cross. Electronic goes back at it. Blinded was Brokey. And now it falls on Robs. You want to show us your value? Now's your chance. He stops the bomb carrier at the very least, and he would have known that Electronic crossed over, but the mid-fight, that's where Simple stops him. And 11th for Navi, and 4 more to go.
That's Simple with 4 HP. He misses that shot. He is dead. He's dead meat. Robs isn't going to. 4 rounds to bring it back. It's time to wiggle in, get comfortable, get focused. So the money's in their hands now. They're able to find those trades. Boomich and Bit taking turns getting entries. These opening kills will catch up with FaZe. Robs now gonna make presence inside the ladder room early. Stop any fast play towards Cat. Get some info for what it's worth. Keeping the util high here. Resmoke on the window. You can see the end game is still A. Getting Bit back up into this position. Very counterable by Robs. When this smoke comes up, it could come down to reaction time.
Bit's gonna get him.
Bit does it.
Brokey's more worried about Palace. This is gonna open up the jungle cross. Rain gets his chance to shine, but he also falls with nothing.
Oh, they're out. They're shoved out.
They need to save.
They need to walk it back and do it quietly, because FaZe have to run away, and Navi now have some money to go with.
You just hope that you don't make eye contact with Navi as they take over that A site.
Okay.
Cross your fingers, you can save.
Man, Rain has 20, but is that a shaky spray in a couple of these situations in these last rounds? Navi grabbed 12. Huge amount of pressure there between Robs and Bit inside the window, ladder room. Again, if there's one thing that's hallmark to the Navi era, this major, the last 6 months, the dominance, the only asterisk is that a lot of their wins have been close ones.
Cleared.
They've been able to make comebacks. FaZe have no money after that.
All 3.
Just right before the round ends.
Oh, they thought they were going to have a chance in this next one. They thought maybe Navi would let them get away with it, but no, sir. Not only cutting that lead down to 3 rounds, but bottoming out FaZe. Say it, Launders.
They've won with less.
They've won with the exact same.
I was looking for anything here. They have literally nothing again. I mean, that's their good luck charm as they run out middle.
Yeah, it doesn't work twice. This time, how it should have gone the first time.
All right. Hey, and this is where I say it would be round 30 without FaZe, right?
Let's go.
Round 29 comes up. Navi will have to work for it. Investment comes in. The full save means the ops coming into play, enough nades.
This game very much alive. Just like that first half, fast start from Faze, and Navi always struggling. Fighting tooth and nail for every single one of these closing rounds. It's 3 in a row at the moment.
Sending Rain on the search. What kind of, oh, they're taking a risk on both places. No, ready almost to create a 4v4. No, wait, they lose both positions. That's A-Ramp and Palace gone. And we saw what happened when they saved last time. I mean, they weren't even able to keep their guns. No way Navi are coming back into the game this way. Are FaZe going to attempt anything?
FaZe, they just don't seem to have the stomach to end the suffering of what was a wounded Navi, but you give them enough time and they're going to gain some strength.
Just a few rounds ago, Perfecto had something like 6-7 kills. So now 3 critical ones later, and Navi are about to take it to round 30. I mean, seriously, FaZe are not even attempting to find a kill. And after what we saw last time, Navi can dedicate all their resources to hunting here.
100%.
They can buy no matter what next round, and they know FaZe are doing the exact same thing.
No, this fight not nearly over. It simply begins with this bomb plant. And unlike last round, now FaZe have to hang on. They need these weapons.
I think it's going to be a B-Apps hold-up this time. It's inside the B site. I've never analyzed an exit so closely in my entire life, but it actually matters so much. There are mind games going on.
Bomb at the halfway point.
They might be too slow, honestly, with this route, because they thought it was going to be a B-Apps hold.
Could definitely still just give it that little bit of an edge that FaZe so desperately need, and there's not even any marketplace player coming.
Yeah, they might be able to turn the corner on one fight here. It'll take a lot, but anyone who goes down will be huge.
FaZe hold their breath. Points right here, right now. None of these kills really matter. Oh,
they
nice.
Survive. Wow.
That is what FaZe needed.
Yeah.
The damage does not matter to Navi. They are fine. Rebuy, simplified. And FaZe, it comes down to the final round, the 30th of map 3.
And both teams will be full strength.
This is
incredible.
Exactly where we want it.
Incredible.
Individual stars of Brokey, Rain, and Robs. That's the 3 key pieces to the FaZe clan right now. Contact top mid, nothing too much. See? Oh, Simple
God.
waits around, and imagine if he's rewarded for that
jump
decision.
Spot was any more lazy, he was dead.
He almost had that timing to a T.
Took some damage for the risk, but it doesn't matter as much with him on the op. Op shot goes off.
Felt well worth it. Last round, we had that solo walk into the Palace and the ramp. 2 limp attempts from FaZe to try and make something happen, and I have a feeling that they're not just going to try something as audacious. They've still got utility to play with as a team.
Rob's locking down this connector side with his M4.
Brokey, can he deliver?
With this Palace presence, Brokey can have an open line into connector. Just comes down to who will peek first, and will he get flashed off his spots?
It's got to be quick kills.
Exec is coming in.
Little reposition pays off. Brokey trying to support his teammate here, Rain. He's got damage exchanged. He falls back downwards, but now it needs to be Rain in terms of this A defense. Boomich is barely standing. Twist is trying to find his opening, and Rain goes outwards to take one with him. Kerrigan's dead. Boomich should be next. Twist, he has this locked in. We saw a phenomenal 4K over towards that B site, but now it's a 1v3 needed. He watched Kerrigan do this exact same thing, but who left on the side of Navi other than Simple and Electronic?
Oh, he's going for the long play. No utility in this position, and he'll run it around. Hope to catch someone off guard. Simple moves forward a little bit. Now he can turn his attention back, make a connection with his teammate.
No kit.
It feels like OT is coming.
Flash over the top. Twist trying to orchestrate something, gets damaged at a distance, and that's where Simple ends this. It is overtime needed. Oh, it's so close every time, and we had 2 awesome maps, but now, well, now you'll have to wait for this action to continue. Overtime in the final map of group stage here in Katowice.
I went and found myself. Oh, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. Have a milli mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. Cause a whole gang winning, I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moved in, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it, it's just the way we live. We own it, cause that we love the thrill. We know it, it's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. When the water rises.
Ooh, and with a collective exhale, we all kind of reset coming into this overtime. It's both teams guaranteed in the Spodek. It's both teams in a beautiful form and playing some sick CS. Listen, but we need an overtime here, Launders, to separate Navi and Faze.
That's all fun and games, but the winner of this match could win the entire event.
Fair.
It could come down to this semi-final spot. I mean, if Faze win this match, they beat Navi on land.
They leapfrog their way to a 4th place at the very least. The Robson Brokey double lock show. $12,500 in overtime. Oh, and the timing. That's Boomich battering Robs. Twist can't get the trade, and he just falls down into the alligator pit. Electronic finds him, and we've got Navi succeeding. In the very first 30 seconds of overtime, Kerrigan feels the heat of the apartment's push. Boomich has not been able to find him.
He doesn't know just yet, but they could still be aware of it. He just doesn't want to pass the window. So that doesn't mean his team aren't prepared. Now, if Kerrigan stays alive, they might jump through the window unsuspecting. Brokey's coming through. Boomich will take him out, and they've ISO'd Kerrigan. Are they aware of this? Will they clear it well?
Yes, they
chance
will.
for him to get a kill. He gets Goomba stomped. One left alive in Rain, and the easiest round so far that we've seen from Faze.
Dude, that felt so incredibly simple.
So many things went perfectly on that jump out into middle. Robs is holding the cat push, and then switches attention back to the top of mid. And Navi's little trick there to come through on that timing was enough. Then after Twist got displaced, he was relying on Robs. Robs was relying on him. And then he fell into middle, and the best they got was a bunch of damage on Electronic.
Twist too slick. Slides right off of Cat into the bottom of middle. Dead. Boomich just finding that cross. Brokey kind of loses attention for just a second, and that is his fatality.
That's the kind of crafty call in overtime that makes Navi who they are too. Showing a little bit of depth in their playbook. It's a little bit of Kerrigan, honestly.
They got away with everything they could have hoped for.
One hell of a streak here already on T side coming into OT. Faze just need to slow it down. I mean, just to switch over. They would feel fine with that.
Gotta somehow stop them. Stun them, stump them. Something. Two players quickly to the bottom of connector. Rops looking for a good angle.
Oh my God, no way.
So close.
Misses them on the smallest timing once again. We've seen this exact position play out, and noise is made. Rain also gets his opening kill, and Rops might be offered too. Yeah, he gets it.
3 kills immediate for Faze. And now Rob's just gonna try to keep himself alive. How can Electronic claw back this situation? It's dire for Navi. Rain, oh, another! Between him and Rops, it is just a shutdown in the second of OT. Just as quickly as Navi take the first, it's Faze to find the second.
And we continue to be competitive coming out of overtime, and that is Faze finally ending the streak in the first 3 rounds of OT. Now there's one more to go. One more CT round to see if it was nerves keeping them out of ending in regulation. But not only would it prove that, but it put them 2 rounds away from winning the entire game. And if 2 ops doesn't work, then they can try 3.
Kerrigan also swinging a big green. Oh!
Okay.
But maybe you need more than 3 to stop this man. Simple, immediate pickup onto Rops. He is done on the CT side of overtime for Faze. Kerrigan tries to find contact deep apartments. There is a chance that either Bit comes back up from underpass, or that would have been it. But a difficult flick to hit with Perfecto flying into the underpass, joining his teammate.
No, they still know that another op exists on the server. It's going to be towards a site, so they might think about it, even though they don't know Brokey bought it along with Rops. That's going to count against Brokey, unfortunately, in terms of how careful they are. Who's starting to rotate in?
Got Rain standing in the site.
The first time an A attack's coming on, they don't have anyone on Palace. Rain in this off angle, trying to catch them as they make it across the site. Open to A ramp a little bit. Rain opens up.
Brokey with another. That's Bit inside of the window. Now a missed shot, but still, look at this kill feed. It's nothing but Faze.
They do that. They take the risk. They leave it open to A ramp. They play Rain on the opposite side of triple, so they can fight connector specifically.
Oh my.
It calls out the attack. It works out. Rain has been in the wrong end of some of these engagements.
I mean,
leading out of OT, and when it matters the most, finds his.
And Brokey finding Bit in window before they're able to come up from connector.
Wow.
Did it feel to you as well like that smoking connector served as the trigger for Navi? It just felt like they just tried to force it and then all of a sudden realized that they had stepped on the trip mine that was that A setup.
Thought OT was going to be exciting. Didn't know it was going to be this exciting.
Damn, man.
Window smoke comes in late. Bomb here staged up at the A ramp. All the guns that they need. But do they have the ideas? Simple knows. And he has a friend behind him to make sure he doesn't have to turn around.
Even Electronic is bolstered.
Look, coming up to the A ramp ready, but is he gonna drop a nade? He only has a flash. He's gotta hit this hard angle.
First one's there, but Brokey's able to answer. That immediately draws Simple out of connector. There is a lurk and twist at the bottom of mid, but it really does seem to be that—
Oh, Bit goes down!
That's huge! Twist suddenly compromises Simple, but he's still able to deliver. He knows his back is open. Boomich! He's coming with the multi-kill. It's Brokey's chance to clutch. A little bit of damage, but no, it's stopped, and Navi keep on going.
Talk to him, Boomich. He's positive now with that frag. He has been leading by example this game. And they put up a stalwart A defense.
Oh, hearts thumping
that attack,
inside that
it
site.
It rests on so many fine margins. All of these different kills that could lead to a domino effect. And Navi come out slightly ahead. Tying now, 17-17. 19 wins it.
18 is nothing but a sigh of relief. Double overtime at the least.
Why go to quarters when you can just win 2 rounds?
Right? 2 rounds between them and the semifinals, and that is for either of these teams. A jump and a punish. Rain down for the count. Electronic almost catching Twist in the underpass, but Electronic's not safe here. And they're gonna throw Brokey onto the front of it. That's the answer. Electronic's dead. 4v4 and an op swap back. Brokey to the rifle. Boomich with prying eyes down ramp. I may have seen Robs.
It's been on point recently.
Yeah,
they're looking to search this back. Yeah, Do they need
Search
to
and
even
destroy.
Do they need to fight him in the ramp, or do they just need to wait for the A attack? They flash in, ISO'd, Rops is down, Bomb is coming closely behind it, but they know the plan towards A.
Oh, Kerrigan, what a crucial duel to pick up. If you've only got 9 kills and that's one of them, with 50 seconds left, they can reroute, and if they go all the way to this B site, our eyes have so consistently fallen on Brokey, and the reason here is because his 2 teammates nearly dead.
Perfecto is pulling guard, and it looked like the commitment was going to come in, but there was enough time. And there's a timing on window, and if they run by, they actually score a plant. No way, Navi, you're going to give up the entire site. Twitz has already posted on window.
He's got that scope back up. Oh, Perfecto catching Kerrigan. Remember, it's low HP for Twists. And now that angle that he so desperately needed has been covered in smoke. Shrouded in secrecy are the CTs within market. And Brokey trying to piece this together.
They give the responsibility of the bomb back. Twist goes down.
Brokey goes deep. He doesn't have the bomb. He doesn't have the time. He simply doesn't have the time. The other CTs all the way in the apartments, and we've got Navi on 18, 1 away. 1 away from dodging defeat. As Faze took it to them on Mirage, but now all the pressure falls onto Kerrigan and his teammates.
12.5 KOT. We'll see if Faze are going to be punished enough.
That spot from Boomich onto Rops, 3 players joining forces to flash 2. They ensured that fight.
Oh my God.
That snap.
Man, those last 2 shots, that is actually nuts. And they do have enough buy. Oh my God. We're gonna enter what could be the last round of the match. Faze looking for double overtime. The mid-round was ambitious, but on low HP it was actually the right idea. Fast down mid they are, Electronics out in the open, but Rain adjusts.
He hangs on.
It's an obtuse flick, 40 degrees or more, off right into Electronics' head. And they're leading right into B. Simple doesn't have any support here.
Oh, does he need it? Click! He's still alive somehow. Kerrigan trying to get the better of him. Perfecto bails him out. Twist also falls. The Perforator putting a hole in this B site. Faze, though, in answer. They've got man advantage, and this one's not done yet. Perfecto's got that 3rd, and he's just looking for what's left. It's only Brokey to remain. He comes around the corner, and he's going to answer with just a little bit more, and a Molotov will buy such crucial amounts of time. Smoke atop of it, and Brokey, with hands no longer busy, fades away, his trusty op in hand.
Oh my God.
We know he can clutch, but right now it's his headshot for Faze, and we go again.
No way. No way he clutches with that deagle. Another overtime to go because of that. The trust with that amount of pressure to put it on that sidearm is insane. I can't believe that, man. That's Perfecto doing the Lord's work, honestly, with this M4 rotating in through a market. 3 frags. They had that site turned upside down. That call from Kerrigan, it had just the right amount of fire.
It's just as fast. We got to get in the server, man.
Okay.
We've already got players up catwalk.
No way.
We had.
Oh, he misses. It's somehow. What's just happened? Robs will trade back versus Boomich. They're crossing A. The flash is perfect.
Dude, Simple back-to-back rounds, just blind and missing shots. The utility is zoning him so intensely. 3 Molotovs. And a pause in the action for Faze.
If Faze play this correctly, it's going to favor them. It's the CTs that have too many things to cover in this position. They have a few grenades, but you know, this one smoke, I think, will bring out your insecurities. And they are organizing to try to do something together to change it up. But the site defense is slow, but the bomb is still in mid. Kerrigan can make the difference. Man, 3 CTs are all here ready to fight.
And Robs tries to take it to them.
Oh! They lose everything. The 3 CTs reorganizing. Pulling guard on the B site completely. Getting out of jungle entirely. Coming through CT spawn. It's the perfect mid-round call.
Faze won a fight while Navi showed up to it early.
I can't believe they pulled that off, and they didn't even know for sure that Faze were about to hit the A site. Oh, that's nasty right through the smoke.
Turns it upside down on the connector players. Navi gonna strike gold in the 3v3 on this CT side. Pressure mounting. Wild spray. It's gonna leave Brokey down on 40. Rain gets tagged to 16, so Faze definitely walking away from this fight worse for wear. Oof. Rain actually comes back at it.
Smallest timing. So he dodges bit on 30.
Perfecto looking curiously through the apartments. Kerrigan is ready to receive this push, but it's not just about catching it, it's about stopping it. And if he walks into the scope right now, Perfecto, didn't get the kill right away. He doesn't know if there's multiple players, so he decides not to give that chase, but you could argue Kerrigan lucky to be alive. And Rain, blindsided, did not expect for Bit to be on top of ladder.
They want to try to get in here. I mean, he can still stay up top inside of ladder room. He's got full rain. Oh, electronic. What is that spray? From Palace to jungle. Looking for a third, but Brokey trades it back.
Boomich in with more impact, and Bit going to be the end of this one. It's 20 for Navi on the cusp of a clean sweep in this second CT overtime half.
2 to end it. 2 to end it. But 2 with a 2-round lead.
Oh, that electronic flick.
Insane. That's from long range to short range with this spray transfer. It's nasty. Oh my God. That's what Twist does to people.
Taste of his own medicine. Faze looking to catch their breath. Electronic right back at it. Aggression out of the bottom of connector, 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, he's trying it every single time versus Rain. Hey, as long as he wins most of his fights, that's good enough. He knows they wanted to make that play happen. Electronic was fine. Let's rumble. That'll suck the life right out of you. 4v5. Reset of the position. No positional compensation off of that move.
Mid control has just felt impossible in this second overtime for Faze. Finally, they're given a little bit of room to work with, but are they just being corralled to their own end? Got Bit and Boomich within this A site.
Oh my God.
Good grenade damage makes Twists all the more susceptible to slip aside.
The star with a rifle right here.
And I feel like he is just hunting this confidently. And why not? He's got Boomich to ensure him with the Palace control. He's got Electronic over on jungle, albeit Electronic on 20 health. Bit will find Twist's head. And then he dives back into the cover. 30 seconds left. Electronic executes 2. Comes back through the smoke. Rops is going to try his damnedest to answer, but no. A clean sweep from Navi in double OT.
Okay, now they know. The smiles are back on their faces. They switch over. 3 opportunities to close out. And a free ride to semis.
That half of overtime right now, that's Electronic. Bottom of connector
Insane.
into Rain multiple times. Multi-kills from jungle onto the stair players multiple times.
Some of those spray transfers are insane. And this could be it right here. Off to the T side, what will they try?
It's got to be flawless, Faze.
Faze were adamant about connector control and then failed. Robs will try the same play out towards mid to catch somebody. Brokey will be the one to get it.
So far, so good.
Oh, they shut it down. And that's what looks like a B split coming on. So they'll rotate over. And Navi will rotate out.
One smoke still to work with here for Navi. Bomb's been left at the top of middle, so looks like they're going to play with their time. They've got plenty. Oh, simple. Peeks into Twist's crosshair. Things looking more and more dire as Twist connects yet another. Good timing on his peeks into mid, finding 2 Ts with backs turned.
Oh man, with these 2 teams, it's crazy how much rests on that first engagement.
It's 21-19.
They just know how to snowball off it. That's why we always reference that 5v4 win percentage, especially when it comes clean, no instant trade back. And with your connector player, they always have a route to escape through that smoke that they put down themselves. Everybody wants a piece of the action in mid. Who will stand the tallest?
Who will stand the longest? This is a grueling back and forth. You get to see exactly how Brokey opened up that last one. The last timeout called from Navi. They held on to it for 40 rounds. We'll see if it makes a difference here and now.
There's so much that they can do. We've seen everything but slow rounds. And now it looks like a set piece. A fake to mid control. They've conditioned Faze into believing it's going to be mid so many times. Do they block off enough areas of engagements? Topcon smoke comes out. They're going to walk into this. Does anyone get caught off guard? Rain under balcony.
Oh, first Brokey yet again. His CT sides and a spam damage. Perfecto's able to answer. That's a little bit of breathing room. Electronic finds one. Look at the CTs lost in that smoke. They come out on top of it, but we've got Simple on Tetris next to Perfecto. Electronic comes out from the Palace. Twist tries to predict it.
Oh my God.
He shoots his hands off. That no-scope landed. Brokey just wounds Simple, but now it needs to be Brokey or Navi have done it. A real brutal back and forth here on Mirage. But a fight inside this A site with Navi's name all over it. Brokey, he gets hit and warned as Simple takes him down. The better of the Oppers stands tall. Number one in Simple, number one in Navi. And such a heartbreaking attempt here from Faze.
Oh my God.
But there is nothing but pride in this performance. Faze Clan almost taking a second map, something they couldn't do across all of 2021. And they came that close. Both teams in the Spodek, both teams looking for that trophy lift. But with Faze, it's also a sweet attempt at revenge.